When the game transcends into reality, the entire universe is turned on its head. Monsters, specters, and malevolent beings run rampant, while myths are revived. Instances, secret realms, treasure towers, and dungeons abound with wealth. Terror walks hand in hand with opportunity, and death stands shoulder to shoulder with glory. Only by ascending to the pinnacle of power can one seize control of their own destiny. The young man Lu Yin has traversed into this realm, awakening the singular mythic-class profession of Death Monarch through the divine awakening ritual. Each creature he vanquishes yields a soul of death. Ordinary souls of death, advanced souls of death, and mythic-class souls of death. For the sake of your monarch, rise up. As countless death soldiers stand in the void, all beings tremble, for I am the embodiment of death. Chapter 1. The Divine Awakening Ritual. Universal Calendar, August 6, 2025. Human Alliance, 5th Star Domain, Planet 35 of the EG System. Tianyang City, Tianyang High School. At the center of the playground, several masters of formations are diligently setting up the Divine Awakening Array. Over 1,000 students are lined up, holding their breaths in anticipation of the most pivotal moment of their lives. Students, after 10 years of icy perseverance, your fervor remains undiminished. Today marks your day of divine awakening and job transition. You are the future of humanity, our hope to reclaim our mother planet. I believe that each of you will shine with your own brilliance. The principal, Qin Xuan, delivered an impassioned speech at the Divine Awakening altar. Yet, compared to Qin Xuan's address, the crowd's attention was more fixated on the busy figures constructing the Divine Awakening Array nearby. Lu Yin stood among the students, a glimmer of anticipation on his face. Having traversed into this world for 18 years, he has become exceedingly familiar with it. This universe experienced a cataclysm 50,000 years ago. The rules of heaven and earth shifted, the spiritual essence of Blue Star revived, and countless spatial rifts emerged in the void. Abyssal demons, netherworld specters, and various otherworldly beings invaded. This led to a blood-soaked Blue Star, with corpses strewn across the land. However, just as humanity stood on the brink of extinction, the world encountered a turning point. The legendary deities suddenly descended, bestowing grace upon humanity. They exhibited miraculous signs, causing the entire world to seemingly merge with the game. Everything transformed into a data-driven format, known as the Divine Awakening Job Transition as described by Qin Xuan. Those who acquired this power were referred to as professionals. At the age of 18, one is eligible for Divine Awakening. Depending on the deity's inspiration, professionals are categorized into various factions and professions. Based on the profession they acquire, they gain experience points in corresponding ways. For combat professions, this involves delving into instances, exploring secret realms, and slaying monsters to elevate their levels. Life professions, on the other hand, hone practical skills to enhance their craftsmanship. Although life professions can also attain divine levels, for passionate youths yearning to gallop across the battlefield, they ultimately lack a certain grandeur. Currently, it is known that the deities who inspire humanity exceed 100, each possessing their own unique combat professions. Combat professions are undoubtedly 4 words that can excite anyone. In this world, while every profession is distinct, they are also categorized into varying strengths. Ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each level is further delineated into 3 tiers, with 1 star being the lowest and 3 stars the strongest. Hey, Minyo Ping, what kind of profession do you wish to awaken? Beside Lu Yin, a fair-skinned, exquisitely beautiful girl playfully patted his shoulder. The girl, by Lu is one of Lu Yin's few friends. Not only does she hail from a prominent family, but she is also the goddess and belle of Tianyang High School, the object of admiration for countless boys. Yet, Bai Lu'er scoffs at all males, except for Lu Yin, with whom she willingly interacts. Lu Yin smiled. As long as it's not a life profession, I can accept anything. Hee, same here, but I would prefer a support profession, so I can team up with you. Bai Lu'er beamed, her stunning beauty dazzling those around her. Lu'er, once we acquire our professions, shall we team up for dungeon runs tomorrow? Just then, a voice that elicited frowns suddenly rang out. Looking in the direction of the voice, the newcomer was Zhao Gao, the young heir of the Tianyang Zhao group and one of Bai Lu'er's many suitors. He is also quite gifted, making him a prominent figure at Tianyang High School. Upon seeing him, Bai Lu'er's brows furrowed, and she placed her hands on her hips, addressing Zhao Gao with unreserved disdain. I've already formed a team, and I told you not to speak to me again. Zhao Gao was momentarily taken aback by Bai Lu'er's words, his smile faltering. However, he quickly masked his embarrassment, gazing at Bai Lu'er with lingering eagerness. Lu'er, in terms of family background and appearance, what do I lack compared to this Lu Yin? Why are you so inexplicably fond of this toad? He paused, then turned his gaze to Lu Yin beside Bai Lu'er, his expression shifting to one of unabashed contempt and hostility. Someone like him only knows how to bury himself in books. He's unlikely to achieve anything of worth. I bet he'll probably awaken as a miner or farmer, destined to labor for us his entire life. This harsh remark stirred quite a commotion among the surrounding students. Bai Luer's expression tightened, ready to unleash her fury, but was halted by Lu Yin's grasp. Luer, the divine awakening ritual, is beginning. With Lu Yin's intervention, Bai Luer's overwhelming anger subsided significantly. She shot Zhao Gao a fierce glare and whispered to Lu Yin, "All right, let's ignore this annoying brat." Lu Yin nodded, then calmly gazed at the altar. His composure was not a mere facade, but a result of the steadfastness acquired through 2 lifetimes. Zhao Gao, witnessing their disregard, particularly the intimate demeanor between Bai Luer and Lu Yin, was consumed by a burning jealousy. Just wait and see. Yet, he refrained from further embarrassing himself, delivering a scathing remark before focusing intently ahead. A hum resonated through the air. At this moment, accompanied by a deep humming sound, the colossal divine awakening array was finally completed. Countless swirling light symbols illuminated like awakened stars, casting a sacred glow over the entire playground. Amidst the students' jubilant cheers, Principal Qin Chuan appeared solemn, his voice resonating powerfully. The divine awakening ceremony shall now commence. The first student to receive the awakening steps forward, unable to conceal their excitement as they swiftly ascended the altar. With their entry, the array's radiance surged dramatically. Above their head, a resplendent brilliance manifested, soon morphing into a blurred silhouette. This was the divine projection echoing their awakening, symbolizing the potential of their chosen vocation. Zhang Su, 2-star ordinary combat profession, swordsman. The academic affairs director passionately announced from the elevated platform, causing the atmosphere below to fluctuate with anticipation. A combat profession, even at the lowest ordinary level, served as a ticket to the path of power. Second, Li Wei, 3-star ordinary life profession, chef. Conversely, students who received life professions appeared increasingly despondent. Lu Yin stood near the end of the line, his palms slightly perspiring. He was acutely aware that as a time traveler, he might possess unique possibilities. However, in this brutally authentic world, the divine awakening was utterly capricious. He could only await the pronouncement of his fate in silence. Soon, the ceremony reached Zhao Gao. He strode onto the altar with an air of arrogance, emitting a disdainful snort as he passed by Lu Yin. Zhao Gao silently invoked the blessings of his ancestors as he positioned himself in the center of the array. Buzz. Unlike any previous occurrence, the array's flickering intensified markedly. The moment light enveloped Zhao Gao, a terrifying aura, far surpassing others, erupted with tremendous force. Dazzling golden divine light surged skyward, coalescing above him into a giant silhouette whose features were indistinct yet radiated an overwhelming majesty. The entire playground was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Heavens! That brilliance! A giant spirit projection! Such formidable pressure! This extraordinary phenomenon even elicited expressions of astonishment and elation from Principal Qin Chuan and several array masters maintaining the formation. The academic affairs director, with a voice strained from excitement, bellowed, "Zhao Gao, 1-star legendary profession, celestial arbiter." Boom! The entire playground erupted in fervor. Chapter 2. The Monarch of Death. My heavens! It is none other than a deity of the upper echelons, the legendary class under the command of the Titan god, Aphesis, the Starry Sky Arbiter. This is indeed a formidable melee class, truly worthy of the Zhao family lineage. I recall that a few years ago, his elder brother Zhao Lei was also a legendary class under the Titan god, a legendary combat profession. This marks the highest caliber of profession to emerge from Tianyang High School in recent years. As long as he survives, he is destined to become a pillar of the human race, a true prodigy. The name Zhao Gao is destined to be remembered in Tianyang from this day forth. Zhao Gao stood proudly at the center of the altar, his entire being bathed in the lingering golden radiance. The majestic and solemn giant apparition slowly extended its fingertip, and a resplendent golden mark hovered before Zhao Gao. A fate mark. It is indeed a fate mark. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of the golden emblem. The fate mark is a hidden talent inherent in every profession. This hidden talent can only be unlocked through the blessings bestowed by the deity that awakens it. A profession can unlock a maximum of 6 fate marks. For ordinary practitioners, it may take a lifetime to unlock even one. However, for a 1-star legendary practitioner like Zhao Gao, the deity that awakens him will directly bestow one. If it were a top-tier 3-star legendary class, it might even grant 3 fate marks outright. Did you see that? This is what destiny looks like. A toad dreams of eating swan meat. I am the one most suited for Bai Luer. He reveled in the fervent gazes that surged from all directions, his face unable to suppress the triumphant smile. His eyes pierced through the crowd, locking onto the figure of Lu Yin below. A cruel arc of disdain and pity curled at the corners of his lips. He had succeeded, and such a monumental success it was. This glory was enough to utterly crush a humble existence like Lu Yin into dust. Bai Luer's complexion paled slightly, her delicate fists clenched tightly, worry filling her eyes as she gazed at Lu Yin. Though she feared not Zhao Gao, she was acutely aware of the weight of a legendary combat profession. The chasm between them was nearly insurmountable. Countless gazes around them also converged upon Lu Yin. Sympathy, regret, ridicule, schadenfreude. Everyone knew that because of Bai Luer, he and Zhao Gao were like oil and water. Just moments ago, Zhao Gao had even humiliated him. Now that Zhao Gao soared to greatness as the starry sky arbiter, what hope could Lu Yin possibly harbor? Merely a destined joke of insignificance. Zhao Gao, brimming with vigor, descended from the altar, regarding Lu Yin with the disdain reserved for an ant. Bai Luer, her pretty face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "A petty person with newfound ambition. Lu Yin, do not mind him. You will surely succeed." Lu Yin's gaze darkened slightly. This level of combat profession indeed surpassed that of ordinary individuals. But he took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and his eyes transformed once more into a calm and resolute focus. After all, regardless of the outcome, one must personally test their fate. Meanwhile, on the altar, Qin Xuan and several array magicians had already quelled their excitement. Silence. The ceremony shall continue. Zhao Gao's extraordinary talent is a blessing for our human race. However, the divine awakening has not yet concluded. Each student possesses their own brilliance. Next up, Bai Luer. Upon hearing Qin Xuan's voice, Bai Luer cast an encouraging glance at Lu Yin, then gracefully ascended the altar. As her delicate form stood at the center of the magic array, a rapid brilliance flickered once more. In the next moment, a pure and gentle holy light soared into the heavens, as if the gates of paradise had swung open. The halo flowed like tangible silk, exuding warmth and tranquility, capable of cleansing the dust and fears within the hearts of men. A remarkably perfect goddess apparition manifested behind her, ethereal and dreamlike. The Holy Light Goddess. It is the projection of the Holy Light Goddess, Alia, Bai Luer. She is also a legendary class. My heavens, have we truly breached the realm of legends today? The crowd erupted in an even greater chorus of disbelief, their exclamations laced with a near-pilgrimage reverence. If the starry sky arbiter embodies strength, then this sacred white light represents the supreme authority of purification and protection. Principal Qin Xuan's beard trembled with excitement, nearly shouting. A 2-star legendary auxiliary profession. The Holy Light Chantress. A 2-star Holy Light Chantress. The legendary protector of the divine race's temple, wielding the highest tier of sacred magic and holy combat techniques. It is said to possess absolute restraint over abyssal powers. A natural leader and guardian. Within that divine radiance, the Holy Light Goddess's apparition gently tapped, and 2 sacred marks cascaded down. A 2-star legendary profession, the Holy Light Goddess directly bestowed 2 fate marks. Below, all the students gazed at Bai Luer enveloped in holy light, their expressions filled with admiration. Yet, Bai Luer remained calm as she gracefully descended. Her aura seemed to transform into something sacred and ethereal, captivating all gazes. Congratulations, Bai Luer. Principal Qin Xuan's voice was tinged with uncontainable joy, his gaze even more fervent than when he beheld Zhao Gao. A 2-star legendary Holy Light Chantress. This is undoubtedly one of the key forces for humanity's resistance against the abyss. Thank you, Principal. Bai Luer offered a gentle smile of gratitude, yet did not linger in her own glory. She hurried back to Lu Yin's side, the radiant light dispelling the invisible gloom that had enveloped him. Zhao Gao, observing Bai Luer's awakened profession, momentarily felt his pride falter, only to be swiftly replaced by even greater exhilaration. Such a powerful auxiliary would serve as the ideal core of his future team. His gaze toward Bai Luer grew increasingly covetous. As for Lu Yin, Zhao Gao now regarded him as inconsequential. The disparity created by a legendary combat profession had formed an insurmountable chasm between them. Next, Lu Yin. As all the students remained awestruck by the impact Bai Luer had created, Qin Xuan's voice resounded once again. That name, like a jarring note, shattered the grand symphony. Everyone's gaze swiftly shifted from Bai Luer to the quietly reserved figure. Zhao Gao crossed his arms, a smirk gracing his lips, silently mouthing the words, "Trash, it's your turn." Bai Luer nervously grasped Lu Yin's hand, whispering, "Lu Yin, don't be anxious, whatever happens." Lu Yin gently withdrew his palm, offering her a reassuring smile. In that moment, all his trepidation and concerns about destiny seemed to settle. 18 years of anticipation, the intertwining of past and present memories, coalesced into a peculiar tranquility. He stepped toward the altar with steady strides, exuding neither panic nor urgency. Qin Xuan regarded this composed student, a fleeting glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes. But soon, it transformed into a silent sigh. After 2 consecutive legendary awakenings, the odds were surely exhausted. Lu Yin ascended to the center of the altar, the patterns of the divine awakening array flowing as usual. He did not approach it with the fervent wishes of others, but rather calmly closed his eyes. Buzz. The array began to operate, and Lu Yin stood peacefully at its core, surrounded by the dim, swirling radiance, seemingly heralding his mediocrity. A few wisps of almost imperceptible gray mist quietly diffused between the intricate patterns, so faint they could easily be overlooked. Below, suppressed snickers resounded clearly. Zhao Gao crossed his arms, a sneer at the corner of his mouth threatening to spill over. This young man, just as he had anticipated, possessed not a glimmer of brilliance. Bai Luer felt her heart leap to her throat, her nails digging into her palms. However, the tranquility lasted only a brief moment before an unforeseen event erupted. The array flickered with a sudden surge in speed. Boom. In the next instant, an utterly pure darkness engulfed the entire realm, as if ink had been splashed across a sheet of rice paper. At the heart of that profound abyss, a towering silhouette, seemingly sculpted from ancient glacial ice, emerged at the edge of the void. It loomed majestically upon an unnameable throne of bones. Its visage remained shrouded, obscured by layers of mist. All eyes were riveted on that figure in the darkness, their legs giving way to an instinctive urge to kneel. Even Qin Chuan trembled violently, his face as pale as parchment. The array masters gasped in horror, their staffs clattering to the ground. In this absolute center of darkness, the divine array ceased its flickering, plunging into utter silence. Concurrently, a notification sound, audible only to Lu Yin, resonated from the depths of his mind. Ding! Awakening the only hidden mythical profession, Death Sovereign. Chapter 3, The New God Awaits. What divine being is that? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before a voice, warped by disbelief, broke the silence. His utterance seemed to awaken everyone from their stupor. Could that possibly be a new god? A divine entity that had never before graced existence? Qin Chuan fixated on the shadow upon the throne of bones. His lips moved, emitting a hoarse sound. The words new god detonated like water splashing into hot oil. What? A new god? The divine being that awakened Lu Yin was, astonishingly, an entirely unprecedented new deity. How could this be possible? The last emergence of a new god had occurred thousands of years ago. Shock, terror, and a cacophony of voices erupted around them. A new god signifies the unknown. Yet, it also heralds infinite possibilities. Especially with newly emerged deities, they often bestow the most powerful professions upon their followers. Just as everyone was engulfed in astonishment, the long silent figure upon the throne stirred. It spoke not a word, nor did it make unnecessary gestures. A colossal skeletal hand, hewn from ancient frost, extended slowly yet irresistibly forward. Buzz. The dense darkness warped, revealing ancient visions within the gazes of the onlookers. Countless phantoms of warriors clad in tattered armor from various epochs stood in orderly formation. There were spear-wielding ancient infantry, knights riding skeletal steeds, and grotesque, fearsome beasts. They varied in form, and even hailed from different realms. Yet at this moment, all knelt before Lu Yin in the heart of darkness, lowering their heads in reverence. Their movements were synchronized, as if in the presence of an exalted sovereign. All beings bowed in submission. An indescribable pressure surged like a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the entire arena. The derision on Zhao Gao's face had long vanished. In its stead was profound shock, and a hint of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. Under the sheer oppressive weight of death, his once proud starry power felt as insignificant as a candle flickering in the wind. Bai Luer covered her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with awe and concern. The holy light surrounding her began to stir, a visceral reaction to the clash of supreme illumination and absolute opposition. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared as a pale sovereign commanding an army of countless bones. The sorrow of frost surged forth, drowning the realms of the divine in a tide of the deceased. He seemed to stand as a solitary king at the precipice of an abyss. With sheer willpower, he commanded a mountain of divine and demonic bones. He had witnessed the twilight of divine kingdoms and the dawn of the collapse of the demonic realms. Fragments of these memories surged through his consciousness, vast, desolate, and cold, imbued with a silence potent enough to freeze time itself. Just as Lu Yin sought to savor these images, the epic spectacle abruptly receded. The nameless deity in the darkness reached out once more. A peculiar rune, shimmering with a black gold luster, slowly hovered before Lu Yin. The new god grants the mark of life. Could it be yet another legendary genius? Qin Chuan was equally overwhelmed, his body trembling with excitement. Lu Yin, too, found himself momentarily dazed. Prior to the divine awakening ceremony, he had envisioned countless scenarios for today. Yet, he had never fathomed that the divine being to awaken him would be a new god. Boom. However, in the next instant, the nameless deity once again tapped its finger, and another black radiance materialized. The second mark of life. The emergence of this second black gleam struck like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon the minds of all present. The recent uproar fell into an instantaneous silence. The mark of life. Another mark of life. Could this new god bestow a 2-star legendary profession? Principal Qin Chuan's eyes widened to the point where even the crow's feet were no longer visible. overwhelmed with excitement. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed such an extraordinary spectacle during a divine awakening ceremony. Buzz. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The nameless deity continued to tap its finger, and yet another black gleam emerged. Another mark of life? Gasp. When the third black gleam appeared, Qin Chuan was so overwhelmed he nearly collapsed. Priest. Priest. Call the priest. The principal has fainted. The altar erupted into chaos. The students below were equally gripped with terror. 3 marks of life. Such a privilege could only be afforded to those with 3-star legendary professions. What in the world? Is this a child of the phoenix? Or the biological father of a deranged planner? To think that the most inconspicuous person in the school would possess the highest talent. However, just when everyone believed this to be the limit, boom, 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 the nameless deity in the darkness continued to tap its finger. 3 additional black gleams erupted. And once again, 3 marks of life floated quietly before Luyin. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze. 6 marks of life. A staggering 6 marks of life. Exceeding 3 marks of life signifies a mythical profession. Those who attain mythical professions are invariably the heroes of humanity. Champions against the abyssal races. Among the billions of inhabitants on the planet number 35, there are scarcely 100 mythical professions. A 3-star mythical profession, like Lu Yin's, is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. This world must surely be mad. 6 marks of life. What sort of monster is he? And what level of deity is behind his awakening? Some students collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant as they murmured incoherently. To awaken a mythical profession signifies that the nameless new god must be at least of the level of a high god. In the entire history of humanity's transition to universal class change, there have been but a handful of high gods. Bai Luer clasped her mouth, the holy light around her surging violently, nearly on the verge of uncontrollable eruption. She fixated intently on Lu Yin at the center of the altar, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Slowly, Lu Yin opened his eyes. 6 black gold runes revolved around him, emanating a pulse of energy that sent shivers down the spine. He could feel that each rune harbored a distinct, yet complementary power. At that moment, the phantom seated upon the skeletal throne finally exhibited a more pronounced movement. The nameless deity gradually raised another skeletal hand, and the 6 fateful marks suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, transforming into streams of luminescence that flowed into Lu Yin's body. At the instant the 6 fateful marks merged with Lu Yin, the entire altar trembled violently. Above the celestial dome, the sky, which had been shrouded in darkness, abruptly split open to reveal 6 gaping rifts. The 6 forces, embodying death and finality, surged forth like 6 roaring dragons. They cascaded down from the rifts in the heavens, frantically pouring into Lu Yin's form. Gasping, Lu Yin could not help but emit a low growl. His pupils alternated between a blood-red hue, an ethereal blue crystal, and then a pallid, lifeless gray. The bones throughout his body creaked under the overwhelming strain, and on the surface of his skin, 6 interwoven black gold patterns emerged. As if some ancient pact was being inscribed, the 6 fateful marks were bestowed upon him. This was the divine being directly infusing him with primal power. A divine chosen vessel was being forged. Qin Chuan, who had just been revived by the priest, witnessed this spectacle, his voice trembling to the brink of breaking. This was no mere blessing from the divine. This was the creation of a demigod. The term demigod sent shivers down the spines of all who heard it. It referred to the highest existence endowed with primal power by the divine, the true spokesperson of the gods among mortals. In the darkness, the nameless deity's unchanging skeletal visage flickered with 2 crimson glimmers. Its enormous skeletal hand gradually retracted, and along with the skeletal throne, it began to blur, becoming illusory. The terrifying pressure that filled the air receded like a tide. When the last vestige of energy merged with Lu Yin, the rifts in the celestial dome abruptly sealed, as if they had never existed. Sunlight cascaded once more, yet the silence on the playground was far more suffocating than the preceding darkness. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the center of the altar. Lu Yin stood there quietly, the heart-stopping energy fluctuations around him having now subsided. He slowly raised his head, his eyes having returned to normal. However, deep within his pupils, it seemed as though 6 distinct glimmers of annihilation flickered and faded. Furthermore, an ethereal attribute panel appeared before him. Chapter 4, Academy Rewards. Name, Lu Yin. Occupation, Lord of Death, 3-star mythical. Level, 10. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Equipment, none. Talent, soul extraction. Killing any creature grants the corresponding quality of death soul. Death space, 0-10. Skills, soul slash. Soul bestowal, soul slash. Level 1 strikes at the target's soul, inflicting physical damage equal to the skill level's attack power. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Soul bestowal. Level 1 can bestow death souls upon corpses, resurrecting them as soldiers of death. The higher the quality of the death soul, the stronger the soldier becomes. Cooldown, none. Mana cost, 20 points. Lord's authority, Faithful Mark 1 The Lord of Death possesses 10 powerful commanders, which can be gradually unlocked as levels increase. Lord's Domain. Faithful Mark 2 All attributes of self and soldiers of death increase tenfold. Monarch's Link. Faithful Mark 3 Damage received by self can be transferred to soldiers of death. Soul Fusion. Faithful Mark 4 consumes lower-level death souls to fuse into a higher-level death soul. Lord's Majesty. Faithful Mark 5 ignores any negative status and mental attacks. Eternal Sovereignty. Faithful Mark 6 Mark targets have their defense reduced to 0. Incredible. This is simply beyond extraordinary. These skills, these attributes, they are astonishingly formidable. Gazing at his panel, even Luin, with his composure honed through 2 lifetimes, could not suppress his overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, the silence outside persisted, though its duration was indeterminate. 6 Faithful Marks. Coupled with a 3-star mythical occupation. By the heavens, he was destined for greatness. In an instant, countless envious and resentful gazes seemed poised to incinerate the figure upon the altar. Hurry, help me up. Qin Chuan's trembling voice carried an almost frenzied insistence. He resembled a puddle of mud, being hoisted up by 2 teachers, forcibly lifted from the ground. Child, quickly, show me your occupation panel. Let me see what manner of being you truly are. Rest assured, I will never disclose your skills to anyone. Principal, remain calm. The 2 teachers supporting him were drenched in sweat, fearing that Qin Chuan might succumb to the shock and faint again. To see a panel filled with faithful marks would be worth any price for the old man. Yet, Qin Chuan paid no heed to their admonitions, as if enchanted. Lu Yin regarded Qin Chuan, whose demeanor was on the brink of collapse, yet burned with fervent intensity. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. He understood that his exploits today would soon be the talk of the town. Thus, there was no need for concealment. A 3-star mythical occupation, with a full array of faithful marks and skills that seemed to belong to the summoning category. Very well indeed. Qin Chuan's demeanor was somewhat deranged, but fortunately, having endured a series of prior shocks, he had developed considerable resilience. Child, you should return to your team. Come to my office later. I have some matters to discuss with you. After a brief pause, Qin Chuan spoke. He then returned to preside over the altar, proclaiming loudly, "Students, the divine awakening ceremony has concluded, signifying that you all have become professionals. Regardless of whether your paths lie in civilian or combat professions, you must diligently hone your skills. In a month, we shall have the grand examination on planet number 35, and I hope that all of you can enter the esteemed institutions of your choice. Tomorrow, the school will organize an entry into the novice dungeon. Ensure you all prepare your gear and potions well today. Wishing everyone a bright future." After Qin Chuan's impassioned speech, the enthusiasm of the students was ignited. Naturally, the excitement was most palpable among those who had acquired combat professions. Lu Yin, under the gaze of many, returned to his place in the class. His classmates instinctively parted to create a path for him, their expressions mingling awe and jealousy. Lu Yin, a classmate, with whom he had a relatively close relationship, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Yin merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation as he proceeded to the end of the class lineup. He could clearly hear the hushed whispers surrounding him. 6 Faithful Marks, a mythical profession. When was the last time a mythical profession appeared on planet number 35? 50 years ago? Sigh, it's a harsh world. One must measure oneself against others. Amidst the joy and sorrow of the multitude, the divine awakening ceremony came to a successful conclusion. Subsequently, Lu Yin was summoned to Qin Chuan's office. Qin Chuan's office exudes a spacious and antiquated charm, its bookshelves meticulously lined with various tomes concerning practitioners and the annals of human history. The air is suffused with a faint aroma of ink, standing in stark contrast to the distant clamor filtering in from outside. As Lu Yin entered, Qin Chuan was seated behind a grand desk, his demeanor restored to calm, although traces of uncontainable excitement lingered in his eyes. "Welcome," he greeted eagerly upon seeing Lu Yin. "Good day, Principal. Please, take a seat. I called you here for no particular reason other than to inquire if you have a favorite institution in mind." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin replied candidly, "I aspire to enroll in the Hall of Saints. The Hall of Saints is renowned as one of the premier academies on the 35th habitable planet. Each student fortunate enough to gain admission is invariably a formidable genius. Last year, merely 5 individuals from the entire Tianyang city were accepted. Excellent choice. A full mythic level practitioner would undoubtedly be highly sought after by the Hall of Saints. However, there is something you must understand. A genius that fails to grow is not truly a genius." Lu Yin nodded in acknowledgement. He comprehended that while his profession was indeed powerful, the strength of a practitioner does not solely rest upon their vocation. Level, equipment, and skills are all indispensable components. Qin Chuan nodded approvingly before retrieving an exquisite wooden box from his drawer and sliding it across to Lu Yin. Inside, you will find a silver card from the Practitioner Association containing 100,000 star coins. Consider this a modest personal contribution from me. The Practitioner Association is the largest organization for practitioners established by humanity. All practitioners can register as members, engaging in online transactions and acquiring tasks through various associations. Luyin gazed at the wooden box, momentarily taken aback, and was about to decline when Qin Chuan raised his hand to halt him. Do not be so quick to refuse. Your profession is exceedingly unique, necessitating resources far beyond the ordinary. While this 100,000 star coins may seem insignificant to you, it will at least assist in procuring some essential equipment. After a brief silence, Luyin solemnly accepted the wooden box, saying, "Thank you, Principal." "Oh, this is but a small gesture. In addition to the silver card, there is another item within that will prove immensely beneficial to you." Chapter 5, Hidden Dungeon. Another item? Luyin exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before opening the wooden box. Indeed, alongside the silver card lay a weathered bronze plate at the bottom of the box. The surface of the plate was marred with rust, faintly revealing some indistinct runic patterns. "What is this?" Luyin inquired, lifting the plate, its cold surface hinting at the strange energy contained within. "This is a hidden item from tomorrow's novice dungeon," Qin Chuan replied, a glint of mystery in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "Once you defeat the regular boss within the dungeon, using this will unlock a hidden passage. Within this passage lies a hidden boss, and if you manage to vanquish it, the rewards will far exceed those of the regular boss." Hearing this, Luyin's expression turned serious. "Thank you, Principal. This gift is incredibly precious." Qin Chuan waved his hand, his expression grave as he cautioned, "Remember, while the hidden boss offers substantial rewards, it also presents great challenges. Though you are a mythic-level practitioner, I advise you to wait until you reach level 5 before attempting the challenge." Luyin tightened his grip on the bronze plate, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, Principal. I will cherish this opportunity." "Very well, go forth. I look forward to your performance tomorrow." Qin Chuan briefly outlined some precautions regarding the novice dungeon before allowing Luyin to depart. At the school gate, Bai Luer awaited eagerly. "Hey, Luyin. What did the principal want with you?" Luyin smiled. "The principal offered me some assistance." "Oh." Bai Luer blinked, her curiosity piqued. "Principal Qin is usually so frugal. He actually provided you with star coins?" Luyin replied. "Principal Qin is a good man. Without his support, as a solitary individual, I would likely be unable to afford even a single piece of novice equipment." Upon hearing the term solitary individual, a flicker of unnoticeable sadness crossed Bai Luer's eyes. "Luyin, you're not truly alone. Your parents must still be alive somewhere on Blue Star. After all, the military has yet to announce the failure of that expedition 12 years ago. Such interstellar campaigns can take decades." Bai Luer comforted him softly, her face radiating the innocence unique to youth. Luyin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Having lived 2 lives, he was well aware of certain truths. Their home planet, Blue Star, had long succumbed to the dominion of abyssal demons and the undead of the underworld. It was now regarded as the ultimate dungeon for all of humanity. His parents, mere rare-level practitioners, would ultimately be little more than fodder in such a place. If they were indeed alive, they would not have ceased communication several years prior. Noticing Luyin's silence, Bai Luer gently tugged at his sleeve, concern evident in her eyes. "Luyin, please don't be sad. Once we grow stronger, we might even be able to find them on Blue Star." Luyin snapped back to reality, warmed by the thoughtfulness of the girl beside him. He ruffled Bai Luer's hair, smiling. "Don't worry, I'm not sad. But are you prepared? Tomorrow's novice dungeon won't be an easy feat, of course. I'm ready." Bai Luer declared proudly, raising her chin. "My family has prepared a complete set of novice equipment for me. What about you?" Suddenly lowering her voice, she asked, "How much assistance did the principal provide you? Is it enough to buy equipment?" Luyin retrieved the silver card from his pocket, waving it before Bai Luer. "It's sufficient to purchase a set of level 1 novice equipment. What do you say? Care to accompany me to the Practitioner Association for a stroll?" "Absolutely." Bai Luer replied enthusiastically, then feigned seriousness. "But you must treat me to ice cream." "Deal." Luyin laughed in agreement. The two walked side by side, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. As Luyin observed the chattering girl beside him, a wave of sentiment washed over him. The Practitioner Association, located in the heart of the city, stood as a strikingly futuristic silver edifice. Enormous holographic projections danced across the exterior walls, displaying various equipment information and dungeon announcements. Most of the individuals entering and exiting donned practitioner gear, with warriors clad in heavy armor striding confidently by, while mages in flowing robes glided gracefully forward. "Wow, it's so lively," Bai Luer exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she scanned her surroundings. "This is my first time at the Practitioner Association." As the cherished jewel of the Bai family, she had never set foot in such a place. Although it was also Luyin's first visit, his experiences from 2 lifetimes afforded him a composed demeanor. His gaze swept across the central holographic projection screen, which displayed real-time prices and attributes of various equipment. Voidwalker S Blade, one-handed sword. Equipment quality, dark gold. Equipment requirement, LV30. Attack power, 1580. Agility, 335. Strength, 325. Effect, penetration. Ignores 5 physical defense of the target upon attack. Void step, Increases the user's movement speed by 5 and attack speed by 10. Void Tear. Upon activation, the next attack is guaranteed to hit, inflicting physical damage equal to 250 times the attack power. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Mana consumption, 200 points. Price, 10 million star coins. Immortal Barrier, Armor Shield. Equipment quality, purple gold grade. Equipment requirement, level 40. Defense, 2000, strength, 400, stamina, 450. Effect, Life Resonance. Restores 0.5 of maximum health per second. Earthquake Guardian, strikes the ground, dealing 300 points of physical damage to all surrounding enemies and forcibly attracting their aggro for 5 seconds, during which all damage taken is reduced by 25. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Mana consumption, 150 points. Price, 15 million star coins. The formidable pieces of equipment rolled by, leaving behind staggering prices. For Lu Yin, these items were still far beyond reach. He merely glanced at them before heading straight to the novice area. The novice equipment zone was relatively quiet, mostly filled with newly transitioned students and their parents. Various basic equipment lay on display at the counters, though their attributes were ordinary. The prices were considerably affordable, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of star coins. Are you a magic or physical type? Bai Lu Air inquired as they browsed through the equipment. My skills lean towards magic, but I am fundamentally a physical type, Lu Yin replied. Casting a glance at his panel, the Death Lord class, wielding sword-type weapons, suggested that his combat prowess should be formidable. His skills, belonging to the summoning category, required corresponding mana to either extract or bestow souls. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yin devised a plan in his mind. During the novice exploration phase, individual strength pales in comparison to the advantages of a group. His immediate priority was to cultivate his army of the dead, to continuously resurrect fallen soldiers. Ample mana support was crucial. Thus, prioritizing the acquisition of equipment that enhances mana recovery was the optimal solution at this stage. With this thought in mind, Lu Yin's gaze fell upon a pitch-black ring. Chapter 6, Shadow Meditation Ring. As Lu Yin's gaze met the ring, a clear list of attributes immediately manifested before him. Shadow Meditation Ring, Accessory. Equipment quality, Bronze grade. Equipment requirement, Level 1. Spirit, 5, Maximum mana, 50. Effect, Meditation, in a non-combat state. Mana recovery speed is increased by 20. Price, 80,000 star coins. An enhancement in mana recovery speed during a non-combat state. Quite good, though a bit pricey. But I'll take it. Could you show me that ring? Lu Yin directed his request towards the vendor. Bai Lu Air leaned in for a closer look, her eyes widening in surprise. Hey, are you sure you want to buy this? Accessories are the most expensive type of equipment, and the attribute boost isn't substantial. You'd be better off purchasing a weapon or armor for greater effect. Lu Yin smiled faintly. No, this ring is just right for me. But this ring costs 80,000 star coins. Is the principal's sponsorship sufficient? Bai Lu Air asked, her concern evident. Don't worry, I have my ways. Lu Yin retrieved the silver card given by Principal Qin from his pocket and calmly handed it to the vendor. Swipe the card. Certainly, sir. Beep. Transaction successful. After completing the transaction, Lu Yin equipped the ring. While the attribute increase was not significant, its passive effect allowed him to distinctly feel a subtle shift in his internal mana. Let us go find a weapon now. Having found suitable equipment, Lu Yin's mood lifted. After selecting a longsword priced at 50,000 star coins, the two exited the Adventurers Association. Let us go? I promise to treat you to ice cream. All right. The setting sun gently caressed the streets, the azure sky resembling a tranquil painting. Lu Yin and Bai Lu Air strolled side by side along the sidewalk, each holding an ice cream cone. Hee, this shop's chocolate flavor is indeed the best. Bai Lu Air squinted her eyes in delight, resembling a mischievous kitten. Lu Yin chuckled as he noticed the cream on her mouth. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Hey, are you really going to enter the dungeon alone tomorrow? Bai Lu Air suddenly asked, her tone laced with concern. Even though you are a mythic class, you're still only level 1. Why not team up with me? I can cast some powerful buffs on you. Lu Yin pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, while teaming up offers security, the experience points would be correspondingly reduced. If my leveling slows down, it would undermine the advantages of my mythic class. Bai Lu Air considered this and realized the reasoning was sound. Although there were casualties in novice dungeons each year, deaths of mythic classes within novice dungeons were exceedingly rare occurrences. Alright, then take this. Bai Lu Air suddenly pulled out a dungeon teleportation talisman and pressed it into Lu Yin's hand. Lu Yin looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand and quickly said, Lu Air, I can't accept this. The dungeon teleportation talisman is a priceless item that allows immediate escape from a dungeon. It's worth millions of star coins. Just keep it. Consider it a thank you gift for the ice cream. Bai Lu Air replied playfully, skipping away and hopping into a sleek black luxury car. Zhongbo. Let us go home. Understood. Lu Yin clutched the still warm teleportation talisman, watching the departing luxury car with a wry smile. This girl. He carefully stowed the talisman away, aware of the significance of her gift. While Bai Lu Air appeared casual, Her intentions were genuinely thoughtful. Her family was affluent and perhaps did not value a dungeon teleportation talisman, but for Lu Yin, it was as precious as an additional life. Without further conversation, Lu Yin returned to his apartment. The moment he opened the door, a probing voice emerged from within. "Kid, what class did you awaken?" The voice belonged to Lu Yin's grandfather, Lu Sun. After his parents left for the Blue Star expedition, he had been living with his grandfather. It's a combat class. In front of this soul blood relative, Lu Yin rarely unmasked his facade. Pushing open the door to the inner room, a faint aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. Lu Sun was reclining in a lounge chair, gripping an ancient gourd of liquor. A combat class. Lu Sun squinted, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his murky eyes. What specific class? Without hesitation, Lu Yin candidly replied, Mythic-class, Death Lord. PFF. Lu Sun spat out his drink, abruptly sitting up straight. What? Mythic-class? He scrutinized Lu Yin from head to toe, the drunkenness in his gaze dissipating instantly, replaced by disbelief and shock. I never imagined that our Lu family would produce a mythic class. Lu Sun murmured to himself, then resumed his languid demeanor, tilting his head back for another swig of alcohol. Not bad, much better than your parents. Lu Yin approached his grandfather and took a seat beside him, a rare smile of pride gracing his features. Grandfather, do you know? The deity that awakened my spirit today is a brand new god, one that has never been seen before. As the sovereign of death, my profession must surely be the most powerful under its dominion. Oh, a new god? What does this deity look like? Lu Sun's voice was calm, yet it bore an imperceptible weight of seriousness. Unaware of his grandfather's unusual demeanor, Lu Yin continued to revel in his excitement. I couldn't discern its visage, only a vague shadow, seated upon a throne of skeletal remains. Surrounding it were countless terrifying beings, bowing in submission, such a magnificent spectacle. Deities are invariably shrouded in mystery. Indeed, you should have seen it. When the new god descended, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. That is certainly true. The two shared a delightful conversation, and before they realized it, night had deepened. Observing the late hour, Lu Sun waved his hand. Off you go. You must rest early for the dungeon tomorrow. Lu Yin nodded and returned to his room, filled with anticipation as he drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Sun quietly stood by the window, the moonlight illuminating an ancient badge in his hand, etched with indecipherable patterns. A mythical class profession, destined to tread the ultimate dungeon of Blue Star. This time, no matter what, I must ensure his safety, he murmured softly, his gaze profound. He drained the last sip of wine from his gourd, his eyes devoid of intoxication, only revealing a concealed concern and resolute determination. Chapter 7, Solo Dungeon Run. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Lu Yin's face. He opened his eyes, quickly washed up, and donned the gear he had purchased the day before. Grandfather, I'm setting off. Lu Sun poked his head out from the kitchen, holding 2 fried eggs. Have breakfast before you leave. Lu Yin took the plate and swiftly finished his meal. Lu Sun patted his shoulder, hesitating to speak, but ultimately said, Be careful. Don't worry, grandfather. I am a mythical class profession, Lu Yin replied with a confident smile. Leaving his home, Lu Yin boarded the bus heading to the novice dungeon assembly point. The bus came to a halt at the square near the outskirts of the city, where hundreds of newly transitioned students had gathered. A massive energy barrier shimmered in the center of the square, hinting at the distorted space behind it. Upon alighting the bus, Lu Yin located his class's meeting point. Among his class's combat professions, there were around 20 or 30 students, currently huddled in small groups discussing strategies. Since most were ordinary-level combat professions, forming teams was quite necessary. Naturally, among the many classmates, the most attention was drawn to by Luer and Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao donned a set of shining silver armor. Although it was merely level 1 gear, it was ostentatiously splendid. The additional attributes of the equipment were undoubtedly top tier. Bai Luer, on the other hand, wore a robe as white as snow, wielding a staff that radiated a soft starlight. She was already strikingly beautiful, and now, clad in her professional attire, she appeared even more ethereal, akin to a fairy drifting through the mortal realm. At that moment, she was surrounded by several classmates, and upon catching sight of Lu Yin, she immediately waved at him with a smile. Hey Lu Yin, over here. Good morning, Lu Yin greeted, smiling back. Observing their intimate interaction, Zhao Gao shot a cold glance from a distance. However, the two remained oblivious, engaged in light-hearted banter. Before long, Principal Qin Chuan's voice resonated through the air. Students, the novice dungeon is about to commence. Those with teams should gather here. If you lack a team, come this way. The school will match you with one. Upon hearing Principal Qin's announcement, the students quickly formed into 2 groups. Wait, Lu Yin hasn't formed a team either? How could that be? Isn't he a mythical class profession? Surely, there should be plenty of people eager to team up with him. Seeing Lu Yin alone, murmurs erupted among the surrounding students. Principal Qin also noticed Lu Yin and approached him. Lu Yin, why haven't you formed a team? With your profession, you should be in high demand. Lu Yin responded with a calm smile. Principal, I believe it's more convenient to act alone. The chatter around him grew louder. No way. While the novice dungeon may be simple, going in alone is far too risky. Even though he is a mythical class profession, his family background likely doesn't afford him much gear. Principal Qin frowned slightly at their words, but upon seeing Lu Yin's resolute gaze, he ultimately nodded. If you insist, then proceed as you wish. However, remember, although the novice dungeon is not particularly difficult, there are still risks in solo endeavors. Do not overestimate your abilities in the face of danger. Thank you, Principal. I understand, Lu Yin replied with a slight nod. Soon, under the teacher's organization, the students began entering the dungeon sequentially. When it was Lu Yin's turn, the information regarding the novice dungeon materialized before him in the vortex. Dungeon name: The Dark Forest. Level restriction: LV1, LV5. Recommended number of players: 14. Dungeon difficulty: easy, normal, hard. The novice dungeon offered 3 levels of difficulty, and all the new students opted for the easy level, as this was their first dungeon run and they were all at level 1. In contrast, Zhao Gao and Bai Luer, who entered before him, chose the normal difficulty. Besides having a full set of gear, the most significant advantage they had was being accompanied by 3 level 5 professionals. It was likely that after this outing, they would be able to challenge the hard difficulty next time. Choosing different difficulties would result in corresponding enhancements to the monsters within the dungeon. However, defeating them would also yield more experience points. Thus, when capability allowed, opting for a higher difficulty was naturally preferred to maximize rewards. Lu Yin's gaze swept calmly over the 3 options, and without hesitation, he selected the hard difficulty. Dungeon difficulty: hard. Confirm selection. Yes. As Lu Yin's figure vanished into the dungeon's vortex, the entire square fell into an abrupt silence. Did he just choose hard difficulty? A level 1 tackling hard difficulty alone. Even a mythical class profession shouldn't be able to do that. Historically, records of mythical professions indicated that one might have a chance to solo at level 1 if equipped with a full set of powerful gear. The problem was, Lu Yin had no such gear. This child is being reckless. Even Principal Qin found himself anxious at that moment. He wasn't particularly worried about Lu Yin encountering an accident. If he couldn't clear the novice dungeon, he could simply walk back and exit. However, doing so would waste a challenge opportunity, as all dungeons had cooldown times. Regardless of whether the challenge was successful or not, one would have to wait for the cooldown to enter again. At that moment, Lu Yin found himself in a scene where the surroundings abruptly transformed, as if he were immersed in a primeval forest. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Lu Yin couldn't help but marvel. The world within this dungeon bore little difference from the real one. Lu Yin stood amidst the verdant thicket, where towering ancient trees obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only scattered beams to cascade upon the leaf-strewn ground. The air was suffused with the damp aroma of moist earth, while a distant, unidentifiable creature emitted a series of eerie cries. You have entered the dim forest, difficulty, hard. As the notification echoed in his mind, Lu Yin discerned the rustling sounds emanating from the underbrush. Following the noise, 3 forest wolves, their bodies cloaked in a grayish-brown hue, emerged from the shadows of the woods. They were larger than ordinary wolves, their fangs glistening with a predatory gleam, their eyes alight with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Forest Wolf, Elite. Level, 1. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Agility, 22. Spirit, 18. Skills, none. Description: predators of the primordial jungle. They hold a low rank within the pack, yet their numbers are ever increasing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed slightly as their attributes became clear to him. Indeed, this was a challenging dungeon, for he was confronted immediately by 3 elite monsters. Unarmed, their stats even surpassed his, a mythic-class practitioner, in certain aspects. However, Lu Yin remained utterly composed. Beyond the ability to don equipment, practitioners possessed formidable skills. He activated his sovereign domain, augmenting his attributes a staggering 10-fold. This extraordinary enhancement rendered him nearly invincible. Simultaneously, with the activation of Mark of Fate 6, Eternal Sovereignty, the defense of the forest wolves he had marked was obliterated. He raised his longsword and delivered a swift strike, and the crimson damage numbers erupted forth. 1660. Chapter 8. The Soldier of Death. Ding. You have slain a forest wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Ignoring their defenses, he executed a swift kill. Observing the ascending experience bar, a smile graced Lu Yin's face. The experience earned from a single monster on hard difficulty rivaled that of 4 or 5 monsters in a standard group. At this rate, he might ascend to levels 3 or 4 in just one excursion. After all, he could also unlock hidden bosses. Completing their defeat would yield yet another bountiful reward. Just as Lu Yin dispatched one forest wolf, the other 2 seized the opportunity to pounce upon him. With a sharp focus, Lu Yin gripped his longsword and unleashed a skill. Soul Reap. A dark blade of light swept forth, accompanied by the wails of the damned, striking the 2 forest wolves. 1820. 1790. Ding. You have slain a forest wolf, gaining 20 experience points. 2 more notifications rang out alongside the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. Once again, it was a swift kill, illustrating the value of his full mark of fate at the mythic level. Gazing upon the 3 corpses of the monsters, Luin licked his lips in anticipation. The core ability of his class was to extract the souls of the deceased and resurrect them as soldiers of death. Approaching the carcasses of the forest wolves, Luin took a deep breath. Soul extraction, activate. Buzz, accompanied by a soft hum. 3 pearly orbs of ethereal light emerged from the lifeless bodies of the forest wolves. Ding. Acquired 3 ordinary death souls. The death souls hovered before Luin, eliciting a look of satisfaction. The grade of a death soul matched that of the practitioner, categorized into ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. Each tier of death soul could be fused, with a fusion ratio of 100:1. This meant that 100 ordinary death souls could coalesce into a single advanced death soul. Provided Luin slayed sufficient monsters, he could potentially fuse a mythic-level death soul. A mythic death soul would empower him to resurrect a soldier of death equivalent to a mythic-class practitioner, given enough time for growth. The manifestation of awe-inspiring phenomena upon awakening would be no mere fantasy. Recalibrating his mindset, Luin resolved to further test his soul bestowal ability. After all, the soldiers of death he resurrected would benefit from the effects of his sovereign domain. The tenfold amplification would render even lowly creatures like the forest wolves comparable to the final boss of a novice dungeon. However, just as Luin initiated the soul bestowal skill, the system unexpectedly prompted him to recite a phrase. Must it be so melodramatic? Luin paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet he began to contemplate earnestly. How about, rise my beloved? No, while I cherish my soldiers, that is far too sentimental. In the name of the sovereign of the dead, grant you a second life? A bit embarrassing, perhaps. Or should it be simpler? Arise, for your sovereign. Yes, that will do, Luin whispered, and the 3 ordinary death souls, as if guided, merged into the corpses of the 3 forest wolves. In the next instant, the lifeless bodies began to quiver violently, their bones emitting a disconcerting cracking sound. Under Luin's astonished gaze, the forms of the 3 forest wolves swelled at a visible rate. Their previously brownish-gray fur turned pitch black, and azure soul flames ignited within their eye sockets. Their claws sharpened further, exuding a chilling radiance, while a faint black mist coiled around them. Ding. Successfully resurrected soldiers of death, Phantom Wolves, X3. Phantom Wolf, Ordinary. Level, 1. Strength, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Skill, Phantom Pounce. Resurrected as soldiers of death, not only had their attributes slightly increased, but they also acquired a new skill. It was evident that the Phantom Wolves had evolved due to the ordinary death souls, with Luin unleashing his sovereign domain. The tenfold amplification caused the aura of the 3 Phantom Wolves to surge dramatically. Their sizes expanded once more, the surrounding black mist solidifying almost tangibly, while the soul flames in their eyes burned more fervently. Excellent. With these 3 Phantom Wolves, he should have no trouble dominating this dungeon. Luin felt a surge of excitement as plans began to formulate in his mind. Given his current level, he could only command 10 soldiers of death. Thus, he could not indiscriminately increase their numbers. After all, the forest wolves were merely the most rudimentary monsters in this dungeon. His true objective lay with the boss of the dungeon, or even the hidden boss. If he could convert such beings into soldiers of death, a single one would be worth 100 Phantom Wolves. With this ambition in mind, Luin eagerly urged the Phantom Wolves forward, delving deeper into the dungeon to slay. Ding. You have slain a forest wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Ding. You have slain a forest wolf, gaining 20 experience points. Luin leisurely followed behind the 3 Phantom Wolves, watching as they effortlessly tore through the monsters in their path. The sensation of leveling up while reclining was utterly exhilarating. Within half an hour, his experience points had already reached the halfway mark. At this pace, reaching level 5 by the end of the day seemed entirely feasible. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. The 3 Phantom Wolves halted simultaneously, crouching low and emitting a threatening growl. Luin's expression sharpened, and he hastened forward. In a clearing within the forest, a colossal wolf, twice the size of an ordinary jungle wolf, bared its teeth menacingly. Its fur was a dark crimson hue, with exposed fangs, and its eyes gleamed with a fierce malevolence. Bloodthirsty Terror Wolf, Enhanced. Level, 3. Strength, 45. Constitution, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Frenzied Roar. An enhanced creature. Luin's eyes lit up. This was precisely what he sought. Should he manage to convert this elite monster into a soldier of death, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of a common nether wolf. Attack. Luin commanded, and 3 nether wolves sprang forth like arrows released from a bow. Frenzied Roar. The bloodthirsty terror wolf unleashed a deafening roar, its blood-red sound waves radiating outward like shock waves. This was a fear-inducing skill that diminished the attack power of affected creatures by 10. However, this slight debilitation posed little concern for Luin. The eternal sovereignty mark rendered the bloodthirsty terror wolf's defenses null. He drew his long sword and unleashed the soul-reaping slash, synchronizing his strike with the assault of the three nether wolves upon the bloodthirsty terror wolf. 1860, 750, 750, 750. Ding. You have slain a bloodthirsty terror wolf, gaining 60 experience points. Without any suspense, it was an instantaneous kill. Gazing at the fallen carcass, Lu Yin executed the soul extraction. Chapter 9, Dungeon Boss. Ding. Acquired high-level death soul, X1. A cerulean orb of light ascended, its radiance more substantial than the standard death soul previously obtained. Within it, a mournful spirit seemed to rage in fury. High-level. Excitement flickered in Lu Yin's eyes. Truly, as an enhanced elite monster, the quality of the dropped death soul had escalated a tier. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yin initiated the soul infusion on the bloodthirsty terror wolf's remains. Arise. For your master. The azure death soul melded into the carcass, and the bloodthirsty terror wolf's form began to undergo violent transformation. Much like the previous jungle wolf, its fur darkened to an inky black, its size swelling. A swirling aura of crimson energy intertwined with black mist, creating an eerie yet formidable pressure. Ding. Successfully resurrected death soldier, Blood Soul Terror Wolf, X1. Blood Soul Terror Wolf, high level. Level, 3. Strength, 65. Constitution, 50. Agility, 45. Spirit, 30. Skills, Bloodthirsty Bite, Frenzied Roar. Blood Soul Charge. Its attributes comprehensively surpassed those of the Nether Wolf, and it possessed an additional area skill. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of this Blood Soul Terror Wolf, the team's strength had significantly increased. The monsters encountered along the way were utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. And experience points surged rapidly. Ding. Your level has increased to level 2. Death space capacity increased. Current, 420. An hour later, Lu Yin's experience bar was finally filled. Accompanied by the system notification, a warm surge enveloped his body, bestowing comprehensive enhancements to his attributes. To gain 20 points across all 4 dimensions upon leveling up. Typically, ordinary professionals only see an increase of around 10 points, while legendary classes might reach 30 or 40. Yet, I can augment my attributes by a staggering 80 points at level 1. The Death Monarch class is indeed exceptionally formidable in every aspect. Lu Yin marveled at his own growth. But what delighted him even further was the increased capacity of his death space. This meant he could resurrect more death soldiers, forming a more powerful army of the dead. Onward, Lu Yin, brimming with zeal, pressed deeper into the dungeon with his death soldiers. Ding. You have slain a jungle wolf, gaining 14 experience points. Despite the reduced experience yield from slaying lower-level creatures due to his level increase, his efficiency was not only maintained, but enhanced. This was because Lu Yin had resurrected several more enhanced creatures. Now he commanded a total of 10 death soldiers, consisting of 3 nether wolves, 2 blood soul terror wolves, and 5 entirely new monsters from the latter part of the dungeon, the black striped giant wolves. The black striped giant wolves were elite enhanced monsters, boasting attributes even more formidable than those of the blood soul terror wolves. Before long, a valley appeared ahead. Ding. You have entered the final boss area. As the system notification echoed, Lu Yin's gaze fell upon a colossal wolf, comparable in size to a rhinoceros, slowly rising. Its silvery white fur shimmered with a radiant glow, as if cloaked in moonlight. The crimson pupils reflected a cold and brutal light, rendering the air itself almost palpable with tension. Silver Moon Wolf King, hard boss. Level, 5. Strength, 220. Constitution, 200. Agility, 250. Spirit, 160. Skills, Moonlight Impact, Rending Claw, Frenzied Roar, Summon Wolf Pack. At last, he had arrived at the final boss. Lu Yin's expression brimmed with excitement, and a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. With an average of 200 in all 4 attributes, the Silver Moon Wolf King was already on par with the enhanced Nether Wolves. Lu Yin's sole thought was to slay it and resurrect it. The Silver Moon Wolf King could only unleash its full potential in his hands. Roar. At that moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King threw its head back and howled, the sound waves creating visible ripples in the air. Its crimson gaze fixated on Lu Yin, evidently marking him as its primary target. Attack. Lu Yin commanded decisively. The 10 death soldiers surged forth simultaneously, encircling the beast. The 2 Blood Soul Terror Wolves launched the first assault, their Blood Soul charge transforming into 2 dark red waves of energy aimed at the Wolf King's abdomen. However, the Silver Moon Wolf King adeptly sidestepped, simultaneously slashing with its claws, coalescing moonlight into 3 gleaming silver gashes. Slash. 70. The foremost Nether Wolf was instantly struck down, yet under Lu Yin's domain enhancement. The disparity in their attributes resulted in minimal damage. 421. 432. 1138. In contrast, a multitude of damage indicators manifested above the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. Howl. In an instant, the seemingly robust health bar of the Silver Moon Wolf King was entirely depleted. Ding. You have slain a Silver Moon Wolf King, gaining 1,500 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased to level 3. Death space capacity increased, current, 1,030. Ding. Acquired loot, Silver Moon Necklace. Ding. Acquired rare death soul, X1. A brilliant dark purple orb of light gradually ascended, within which countless souls seemed to wail, yet were bound by an overwhelming force. The fluctuations emitted by this death soul far surpassed all previously acquired souls. A fierce light ignited in Lu Yin's eyes, rare level. Indeed, the quality of boss drops is extraordinary. Without hesitation, he directed the soul infusion towards the Silver Moon Wolf King's carcass. Arise, for your master. As Lu Yin's command resonated, the dark purple rare level death soul gradually merged into the Silver Moon Wolf King's body. Instantly, its silvery white fur lost its luster, transforming into a profound, inky black. As the once radiant moonlight was supplanted by the ominous miasma of death, he slowly rose to his feet, the crimson hue of his pupils reflecting a chilling allegiance. Dark Moon Wolf King, rare level. Level 5. Strength 320, Constitution 280, Agility 310, Spirit 200. Skills: Dark Moon Impact, Dark Claws, Summon Wolf Spirit, Eclipse Domain. His attributes surged dramatically, surpassing even the pinnacle of his former life. An uncontrollable thrill flickered in Lu Yin's eyes. This was the formidable nature of the Death Lord profession. The more powerful the adversary, the more terrifying they became when transformed into Death Soldiers after their demise. Indeed, as a rare-grade Death Soul, these attributes, once amplified, could easily dominate the vast majority of level 30 dungeons. He surveyed the Netherwolf King with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze towards the expanded realm of death following his recent upgrade. With a current capacity of 30, he could resurrect even more soldiers. Should he revive a few more and directly initiate the hidden quest? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin deemed this a viable course of action. After all, his profession was exceedingly formidable. Even hidden bosses could not evade the fate of being annihilated under the aegis of his unassailable eternal dominion. Moreover, Qin Chuan had already apprised him of the hidden boss's details. It was a lava behemoth, composed entirely of searing rock and molten lava, boasting tremendous defense and health. Yet, in Lu Yin's eyes, this very fact rendered it its most fatal weakness. With this thought, Lu Yin ceased his hesitation and strode purposefully towards an altar deep within the valley. Just as he prepared to commence the hidden quest, within the cavern beneath the altar, the lava behemoth, as the hidden boss, lay dormant in the guise of a rock. Suddenly, countless diminutive mechanical units began to swarm towards the lava behemoth, resembling a throng of ants. Chapter 10, Mechanical Corruption. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Zhao Gao had just completed a dungeon run. Hot on his heels was Bai Luer, both of whom had leveled up to level 2. Wow, completing the novice dungeon in under 2 hours, they truly exemplified the prowess of legendary professions. Equipped and part of a team, their speed was commendable. Many cast envious glances in their direction. These exclamations mainly came from students who had failed their first challenges and were now replenishing. Completing the dungeon in 2 hours, considering the cooldown time. They could run it at least 3 times a day. At this rate, it was no doubt they would reach level 4 by day's end. Qin Chuan observed Zhao Gao and Bai Luer with a satisfied expression. Principal, has Lu Yin not emerged yet? Bai Luer inquired, glancing around before approaching Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan glanced towards the dungeon entrance and shook his head. Not yet. Bai Luer's expression shifted slightly, a tinge of worry creeping into her heart. But then she reassured herself that with the dungeon teleportation talisman she had provided, Lu Yin should not be in any peril. Heh. Let him flaunt his prowess by soloing a difficult dungeon. No one will know if he meets his end. Zhao Gao, overhearing their conversation from a distance, could not help but revel in schadenfreude. Ah, Zhao Gao, while you may wish for Lu Yin's demise, he possesses the teleportation talisman I provided, allowing him to escape any dire situation at will, Bai Luer retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him with a huff. Qin Chuan also turned his gaze towards Zhao Gao, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to admonish him, a commanding voice interrupted. Silence. The security team is here to carry out their duties. Please cooperate. Following the sound, a dozen individuals clad in standard issue gear approached, sealing off the dungeon entrance. Crisis. Qin Chuan's expression instantly turned grave. The sudden appearance of the security team was no coincidence. They typically intervened only when an anomaly occurred within a dungeon. The leader of the security team, a burly warrior, strode directly towards Qin Chuan. Principal Qin, our headquarters has detected abnormal energy fluctuations emanating from the novice dungeon, suspected to be an incursion by the corrupted mechanical race. We will be forcibly extracting the students from the dungeon and subsequently sealing it. We kindly request your cooperation in accounting for the students. Humanity, aside from the abyssal demons and the undead of the netherworld rooted in Blue Star, had another irreconcilable enemy, the corrupted mechanical race. This mechanical race possessed unparalleled technology. Although devoid of life, they were governed by a mysterious central brain. Yet, No matter how many were eradicated, they perpetually materialized anew. No one knew their origins or why they hunted humanity. However, it was precisely due to this mechanical race that humanity experienced a qualitative leap in technology, enabling their escape from Blue Star and colonization of the cosmos. Qin Chuan's expression darkened as he urgently inquired, the corrupted mechanical race? How could they possibly appear in the novice dungeon? We are uncertain, but the energy fluctuations are undeniably abnormal, the security captain replied, his countenance stern. To prevent unnecessary casualties, we must seal the dungeon immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, several security personnel began setting up some apparatus at the dungeon entrance. The surrounding students instantly stirred. Murmurs erupting. The corrupted mechanical race? Those terrifying beings capable of mechanizing dungeon monsters? Indeed, depending on the degree of corruption, the strength of the monsters will vary. It is said that a corruption level of 100 will directly amplify a monster's attributes tenfold. Thus, it is virtually impossible for any professional to survive in a dungeon at 100 corruption. Buzz. As the security personnel activated the apparatus, the energy vortex at the dungeon entrance began to violently fluctuate, emitting a sharp, resonant hum. Beams of white light shot forth from the vortex, and students were successively forcefully teleported out, each bearing a look of panic. Damn, what the hell is happening? I was terrified, suddenly being expelled. The students who had been forcibly teleported appeared bewildered, clearly perplexed by the abrupt turn of events. Take attendance, Qin Chuan commanded, his expression solemn, as he urged the teachers present to quickly account for the students. Bai Luer anxiously scanned each student who had been teleported out, searching for that familiar figure. Zhao Gao stood nearby, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He would relish the thought of Lu Yin remaining forever trapped within the dungeon, thus freeing Bai Luer from her incessant concern for that worthless individual. Report, Captain. All students have been forcibly exited. A security team member reported. No, I do not see Lu Yin, Bai Luer exclaimed urgently. The security captain frowned. Impossible. The forced teleportation device is effective for all professionals within the dungeon. Unless. Hearing the word unless, Qin Chuan's heart sank. Unless he is not within the standard novice dungeon. Or. The security captain paused, or he perished within the dungeon. This is impossible, Bai Luer exclaimed. He possesses the dungeon teleportation talisman. He can escape at any moment in case of danger. The security captain appeared momentarily taken aback, displaying a hint of confusion. Just then, Qin Chuan spoke gravely. He might be in the hidden space of the novice dungeon. What? The security captain was taken aback. How could a newcomer challenge a hidden boss? Qin Chuan's face was etched with regret. It's my fault. That child is a myth-level professional. To aid his early leveling, I entrusted him with the item that opens the hidden entrance. I had presumed that he would only challenge the hidden levels after reaching at least level 5. Yet to my astonishment, he demonstrated unwavering confidence in Lu Yin, believing that Lu Yin's composed demeanor foretold a promising future. However, he could never have anticipated that Lu Yin would not only opt for the hardest difficulty from the outset, but also intend to conquer the hidden boss in one fell swoop. Had he known of Lu Yin's reckless nature, he would have never entrusted him with the hidden items so prematurely. What shall we do now? Bai Luer's voice trembled, her composure unraveling in an instant. Sigh, there seems to be no alternative. We must first seal off the dungeon and await the removal of the mechanical corruption, allowing him to escape safely. The captain of the security team inhaled deeply, a flicker of regret evident in his gaze. Captain, that child is the future's pillar. We cannot allow him to be trapped within the dungeon like this. Qin Chuan urgently pleaded. Principal Qin, you must understand that if we do not seal the dungeon before it is completely corrupted, once the mechanical beings fully invade, an innumerable army shall descend into reality. At that moment, the entirety of Tianyang City could face devastation. The security captain's expression darkened, his tone brooking no dissent. Qin Chuan's aged form trembled slightly, as if he had exhaled all his strength. Understood, let us proceed to seal the dungeon. No. Bai Luer's face went pale at his words. We cannot abandon the quiet bottle alone. Qin Chuan grasped Bai Luer's arm, striving for calmness. Child, do not panic. You know Lu Yin's character. He would not rashly enter the hidden space without absolute certainty. Perhaps he has already vanquished the hidden boss, ensuring his absolute safety within that realm. As long as we wait for the security team to dispel the corruption, Lu Yin will emerge unscathed. Qin Chuan's words brought Bai Luer a measure of calm, yet the worry in her eyes remained undiminished. She clutched her garment tightly, her gaze fixed on the dimming entrance to the dungeon. The sealing begins. At the captain's command, the team members swiftly erected several energy barriers around the entrance. A pale blue light enveloped the entire entrance of the dungeon. However, just then, an officer's device emitted a warning, his expression momentarily stunned before he cried out in alarm. Report, Captain. The dungeon cannot be sealed. How can it not be sealed? The dungeon has not yet been completely corrupted, the captain responded incredulously. Someone has already entered the core of the corruption. The dungeon has entered combat mode. What? The captain's face fell in shock. Chapter 11. Corrupted Boss. He darkened his expression and hastily approached the device to investigate. Indeed, the device displayed that the corrupted dungeon was currently being engaged. Should the engagement fail, the dungeon would become a nest for machines. Quickly report to headquarters and dispatch formidable professionals to eliminate the mechanical core. Yes. One of the security team members received the order and swiftly contacted superiors. Meanwhile, another member monitoring the energy levels shouted in panic. Captain, the corruption value is rising rapidly. 60, 70. The captain's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed aside the officer before him, fixating on the device's screen. The red numbers danced frantically, soon surpassing 80, the piercing alarm slicing through the air. How could this happen? Qin Chuan gasped in dismay, his aged hands trembling slightly. A higher corruption value signifies stronger monsters within the dungeon, consequently diminishing the survival rate of the professionals trapped inside. Captain, the corruption rate of the dungeon has reached 100. There are no alternatives but to engage in the dungeon. The security captain regarded the crimson numbers displayed on the device, slowly speaking. Seal off the area and await instructions from headquarters. Though his voice was low, it was akin to handing Lu Yin a death sentence. The quiet bottle possesses a teleportation talisman I gifted him. Should he sense something amiss, he will definitely teleport out, correct? Bai Luer trembled, her delicate form seeking affirmation from Qin Chuan. Yet deep down, she understood that once the corruption combat mode was activated, all means of escape would be rendered futile. There were only two outcomes: complete the engagement or perish. Qin Chuan sighed, but ultimately could not bear to shatter Bai Luer's hopes. He could only silently pray for Lu Yin to create a miracle. Meanwhile, Lu Yin remained oblivious to the chaos outside. He inserted the copper plate into the altar's recess, where it fit seamlessly into the stone groove with a crisp click. In an instant, the entire altar trembled violently, and the ancient runes carved into the stone walls ignited with a ghostly blue glow. At the altar's center, a hidden passage emerged, winding downward. Without hesitation, Lu Yin stepped onto the staircase leading to the depths below. Ding! You have entered the hidden dungeon, lava cavern. As Lu Yin descended into the depths, the system issued a prompt. The surroundings blazed crimson, thick magma rolling ominously. A wave of searing heat assaulted him, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Yin surveyed the area, searching for the silhouette of the lava behemoth. However, upon glimpsing the colossal form at the cavern's heart, his pupils constricted. For the hidden boss before him was entirely unlike what Qin Chuan had described. It was an overwhelming mechanical creature, its surface adorned with dark red metallic plates. Between the seams flowed a viscous, blood-like magma. How could this hidden boss differ so greatly from Principal Qin's account? Furrowing his brow, Lu Yin examined the boss's attribute information. Mechanical lava behemoth, hidden boss. Level 8. Strength 3200, Constitution 3500, Agility 2000, Spirit 0, Skills, Electromagnetic Shield, Lava Shards, Mighty Slam. Flame Eruption, Unstoppable Force. Status, Mechanical Corruption Level 100, all attributes increased tenfold. Description, originally a beast slumbering within the lava cavern. It was corrupted by the mechanical race for unknown reasons, transforming into an exceedingly dangerous mechanical life form. Mechanical Corruption, tenfold attributes. Ding. Corruption combat mode activated. Eliminate the corrupted mechanical core, or escape from the dungeon will be impossible. Just as Lu Yin was lost in thought, the system once again presented a prompt. No sooner had the system's notification concluded than the mechanical lava behemoth's eyes flared with a terrifying red glow, and the entire cavern trembled violently, detecting signs of life. The hunting mode was activated. Accompanied by a deafening mechanical roar, the behemoth's massive form slowly rose. Lava dripped from its metallic plates, sizzling as it scorched the ground beneath. However, after a brief moment of shock, Lu Yin's face transformed into one of excitement. Mechanical corruption may spell doom for ordinary professionals, but for Lu Yin, it represented a bounty of experience points. After all, no matter how high the boss's attributes soared, in the face of Lu Yin's exaggerated capabilities, it was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The tenfold boost from mechanical corruption mirrored the tenfold enhancement of his dominion realm, coupled with the recently revived Darkmoon Wolf King. His attributes were equally formidable, rivaling those of the mechanical lava behemoth. Boom. In the fleeting moment when Lu Yin's thoughts turned, the mechanical lava behemoth was fully activated. Its colossal metallic form towered as high as a two-story building, resembling a small mountain and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Life obliterated. Life obliterated. The Awaken lava giant emitted a series of mechanical sounds, while an electromagnetic shield enveloped it, hurtling towards Lu Yin with a deafening roar. Gazing at the steel colossus before him, Lu Yin calmly raised his palm. Go forth, for your sovereign. Around him, the dark energies of death surged, and the soldiers of the death realm materialized. Spectral Assault, Bloodthirsty Bite, Shadow Assault, Eclipse Domain, the Phantom Wolves, Blood Soul Terror Wolves, Black Striped Giant Wolves, and the Darkmoon Wolf King charged fearlessly. Yet, the mechanical lava behemoth was undeterred. In the instant before the onslaught, It raised its massive arms high and then crashed them down violently onto the ground. Boom. The terrifying force erupted with furious tremors, causing the entire lava cavern to teeter as if on the brink of collapse. The ground splintered into fragments, and scalding lava gushed forth from the fissures. 6,509. 6,428. The surging shockwave expanded in a circular motion, instantly manifesting extensive damage. It obliterated the 3 leading spectral wolves and 2 blood soul terror wolves in an instant. However, the black striped giant wolf behind them withstood the attack, inflicting substantial damage in return. 3,588. 3,469. 3,392. 3,247. 3,486. Under normal circumstances, the black striped giant wolf's attack power would not have breached the mechanical lava behemoth's defenses. Yet, with the effect of Lu Yin's eternal dominion, defeating the beast felt akin to slicing through melons. Its shield shattered instantly, and its health bar diminished by 1/5. In addition to the 5 black striped giant wolves, the Dark Moon Wolf King followed suit. Positioned within its eclipse domain, its skill damage increased by 50. At Lu Yin's command, it leapt gracefully, its sharp claws gleaming with a pitch-black radiance. Dark Sharp Claw, 10,298. The strike dealt over 10,000 points of damage, further reducing the mechanical lava behemoth's health by another 1/5. Considering the behemoth's attributes, its full health exceeded 50,000 points. In merely a single encounter, it was already half defeated. The threat level surged to its maximum, and the berserk mode activated. The mechanical sounds emitted by the behemoth quickened, indicating it had entered its second phase. With a sudden thrust, its arms plunged into the ground, causing the earth to roil as if boiling. Is it about to unleash a wide-area attack? Lu Yin's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated while directing the remaining summoned beasts to scatter. Fiery eruption. In the next moment, torrents of lava erupted from the ground, shooting forth in all directions like a torrential downpour. Chapter 12. A Bountiful Harvest. Rumbling. The lava cascaded down like a deluge, painting the entire cavern in a crimson hue. The scorching waves of heat rolled, distorting the air, with each droplet of splattering magma carrying lethal temperatures. However, thanks to Lu Yin's timely perception, the mechanical lava behemoth's assault inflicted no harm upon him or his death soldiers. Dark Moon Strike. With a flick of his thoughts, the Dark Moon Wolf King retaliated immediately. The remaining 5 black striped giant wolves, despite their low health, launched a desperate charge. After all, soldiers could be resurrected, as long as they could vanquish this corrupted boss. Any sacrifice would be worthwhile. The potential for immense experience points and loot, coupled with the prospect of transforming the mechanical lava behemoth into a death soldier, promised a qualitative leap for Lu Yin. 7,895. 3,366. Another wave of damage struck, decreasing the mechanical lava behemoth's life to below 10,000. Just one more strike, and it would surely perish before Lu Yin. It seemed the mechanical lava behemoth had entered its final phase. Safety restrictions lifted, overload mode activated. A blinding red light flickered across the behemoth's form as it gathered strength in its legs, with the force of a battering ram. In the next instant, its massive body tore through the air, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom. Its speed was akin to a missile, hurtling directly towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils constricted as the behemoth's figure rapidly enlarged in his sight. He realized he could not evade this strike and steeled himself to activate the life-saving skill, Link of Sovereign and Subject. This skill allowed him to transfer damage taken to his death soldiers, a veritable lifesaver. Boom. The mechanical lava behemoth crashed into Lu Yin with cataclysmic force. In an instant, a tremendous impact coursed through his body, akin to being struck by a speeding bullet train. 13,035. A terrifying number materialized above Lu Yin's head. However, this should have been lethal damage left his health bar untouched. Instead, the 5 black striped giant wolves nearby wailed and exploded into clouds of dark mist. Bang! Lu Yin, akin to a sandbag, slammed against the rock wall, spitting blood from his mouth. Although the damage had been transferred, the pain remained. He fell heavily to the ground, his chest heaving violently, each breath laced with searing agony. Struggling to stand, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixing his gaze firmly upon the mechanical lava behemoth. Overload mode concluded, entering cooldown. The red light enveloping the mechanical lava behemoth dimmed rapidly, its massive form swaying slightly. Clearly drained from the previous attack. Now is the time. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and shouted. His death soldiers had dwindled to just the Dark Moon Wolf King, but it too possessed a summoning skill. Summon Wolf Spirit. The Dark Moon Wolf King howled skyward, and a black radiance erupted from within. 5 spectral wolf forms emerged from the darkness, lunging towards the motionless mechanical lava behemoth. 5,892. 2,764. 3,125. A series of damage numbers erupted above the mechanical lava behemoth, entirely depleting its health bar. The colossal body of the mechanical lava behemoth trembled violently, its crimson metallic shell fracturing. while the internal gears and pipes emitted a cacophony of breaking sounds. With a final thunderous roar, it collapsed to the ground, sending a shower of lava and dust into the air. Ding! You have slain a mechanical lava behemoth, gaining 20,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has risen to level 4. Ding! Your level has risen to level 5. You have acquired the skill, Death Entanglement. Death Entanglement. Launch a death energy projectile that can deal magical damage based on skill level and mental power to a target, or restore an equal amount of life to a death soldier. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 100 points. Death space capacity increased. Current, 150. Ding! You have obtained loot. Corrupted mechanical core, mechanical race beacon, lava pendant. Ding! You have acquired a rare death soul 1. At last it is over. Following a lengthy series of notifications, Lu Yin let out a long breath, the taut nerves finally relaxing. This battle had been the most arduous he had ever faced. The ranks of the soldiers of death had been significantly diminished, leaving only the Dark Moon Wolf King remaining. Yet, the spoils of victory were indeed gratifying, justifying the efforts expended. After a brief moment of recuperation, Lu Yin rose to inspect the spoils. Corrupted mechanical core, special material. Description: contains the essence of corrupted beings, serving as a material for scientific research, capable of yielding insights into the mechanical race. Mechanical race beacon, quest item. Description: appears to be linked to a secret of the mechanical race, which can be deciphered by a mechanic to obtain location coordinates. Lava earrings, accessory. Equipment quality, golden. Equipment requirement, LV5. Constitution 20, Spirit 20. Effect: Heart of Lava, reduces fire damage by 15, with a chance to inflict burning upon attack. The additional attributes were decent and could serve as a transitional solution for the time being. Louis nodded before shifting his gaze to the other two items. The corrupted mechanical core felt icy to the touch, its surface adorned with irregular mechanical patterns, faintly pulsating with chaotic energy. The mechanical race beacon, on the other hand, was a compact metallic device, continuously emitting weak pulse signals. The mechanical core could be valuable for scientific research, likely fetching a handsome reward from the state. As for the mechanical race beacon, it seemed to be an item that could lead to hidden quests. It appeared he would need to seek out a mechanic when time permitted. Louis pondered thoughtfully. Finally, his gaze settled upon the violet orb of light. Taking a deep breath, he approached the mechanical lava behemoth. Rise, for your sovereign. As Lu Yin's words echoed, the souls of the fallen transformed into streams of light, merging into the mechanical lava behemoth. The once crimson metallic shell was swiftly engulfed in darkness, with its damaged areas visibly repairing and reorganizing at an astonishing pace. Dark red patterns spread across its surface, as if infusing this iron body with a newfound vitality. When it stood once more, it loomed several meters taller than before. The blackened metal shell glinted with a chilling sheen in the crimson glow of the lava. Ding! Successfully resurrected the soldier of death, Black Lava Behemoth 1. Eagerly, he examined the attributes of the steel giant. Black Lava Behemoth, hidden boss. Level, 8. Strength, 3500, Constitution, 4000. Agility, 3000, Spirit, 0. Skills, Electromagnetic Shield, Lava Fragments, Mighty Slam. Heat Eruption, Despair Charge. Excellent, it was time to leave. A smile of exhilaration crept onto Lu Yin's lips. These attributes could only be described as outrageous. Although this battle had nearly depleted his entire army of the dead, the rewards were undoubtedly worth it. With the attributes of the Black Lava Behemoth, combined with his enhancements, it could easily dominate any foe below level 90. Meanwhile, outside, the security team suddenly erupted in shouts. Captain, the corruption rate is decreasing. 90, 80, 70, 60, and still dropping. The security captain swiftly approached the monitoring device, his eyes glued to the fluctuating numbers on the screen, his brow furrowed in disbelief. How is this possible? Has the corrupted core been destroyed? He murmured, incredulity etched across his face. What? The corruption dungeon has been conquered. Qin Chuan was equally astounded, his gaze fixed intently on the dungeon entrance. Chapter 13, Mechanical Guardian. 302-0100. The corruption rate has reached 0. The officer in charge of monitoring spoke with a tremor of excitement in his voice. Almost instantaneously as the corruption rate hit 0, the distorted vortex at the dungeon entrance began to pulsate violently. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a figure slowly emerged from the dissipating energy. Lu Yin. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, the entire scene fell silent. Dimwit. The first to react was Bai Luer, who rushed toward Lu Yin. Her eyes filled with a mix of joy and concern. What happened? It seems as if we were facing a life and death separation. She dove into Lu Yin's embrace, leaving him bewildered. Child, are you unharmed? Soon after, Qin Chuan snapped back to reality, scrutinizing him with a concerned demeanor. I'm fine. Lu Yin, though weary, managed to respond. Classmate, did you manage to conquer the corrupted boss inside? The security captain approached, brimming with excitement. Indeed, I couldn't exit without defeating the boss. I just didn't expect to be so fortunate to encounter such an event on my first foray. As Lu Yin recalled the rewards from this venture, a smile of delight uncontrollably surfaced on his face. In just over 2 hours, he had leveled up from 1 to 5. If he encountered such luck again, he might even reach level 10 in a single day. Once he hit level 10, he would unlock a legion commander belonging to the Lord of Death. Such summoned beings would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Observing Lu Yin's self-satisfied demeanor, those around him wore expressions of disbelief. He soloed the 100 corruption dungeon on his first attempt? An officer murmured, nearly dropping his equipment. Classmate, how did you manage to defeat the corrupted boss alone? At 100 corruption, the monster's attributes are amplified tenfold. The security captain, after processing Lu Yin's words, inquired. Well, I possess a skill that allows me to ignore defenses. So I employed a few tactics to wear down the boss. Lu Yin replied nonchalantly, which only heightened the astonishment of those present. A novice adventurer, even one of the top-tier mythical professions, could not possibly solo a 100 corruption dungeon. However, if he could bypass the monster's defenses, then all of this became plausible. Oh, I see, the security captain said, nodding in realization, his astonishment gradually shifting to admiration. He patted Lu Yin on the shoulder, his tone laced with respect. A skill that ignores defenses. No wonder you were able to achieve such a miracle. Classmate, you are the first newcomer in Tianyang City's history to solo the 100 corruption dungeon. The surrounding security personnel gathered around, their gazes filled with reverence for Lu Yin. Many whispered among themselves. The mythical profession truly lives up to its name. If this gets out, it will likely create a sensation throughout Tianyang City. That scoundrel, Zhao Gao, watching from a distance, glared at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. Lu Yin not only emerged alive from the corruption dungeon, but had also become the hero of its conquest. He had cleared the ordinary difficulty novice dungeon and believed that if the monster's attributes were increased tenfold, he and his team would have surely faced certain doom. Meanwhile, Lu Yin had opted for the hard difficulty from the outset, and the monsters after corruption were undoubtedly far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bai Luer continued to cling tightly to Lu Yin's sleeve, her voice quivering slightly. Do you know how worried we were? No one has ever survived a 100 corruption dungeon alone. Only then did Lu Yin notice the slight redness around her eyes, warming his heart. I'm sorry for causing you distress. After a few comforting words from Lu Yin, Bai Luer finally began to calm down. Lu Yin, having conquered the mechanical corruption dungeon. You must have acquired the corrupted mechanical core, correct? If you submit it to the National Research Department, a considerable reward awaits you, the captain of the security team remarked. Is that truly the case? I shall submit it then. Captain, could you elaborate on the rewards I might receive? Lu Yin responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Initially, he had intended to sell the corrupted mechanical core, but with such a legitimate avenue available, he was eager to comply. The captain of the security team smiled approvingly and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder. Certainly, according to the regulations of the research department, there are 3 rewards you can choose from for submitting the corrupted mechanical core. Firstly, a star coin reward, where the submitter receives a direct sum of 5 million star coins. Secondly, an equipment reward, which grants you a set of golden grade gear suitable for your current level. Lastly, a title reward, where you will earn the title of Mechanical Guardian. This title confers a boost of 50 points to all attributes and allows you to enjoy a 10 discount on all transactions within the Practitioner Association. Listening to the 3 options, Lu Yin found each one quite appealing. However, despite currently lacking funds, he believed that as long as he continued to grow, acquiring star coins would not pose a challenge. While a set of golden grade equipment was indeed tempting, it seemed less advantageous at a lower level. Therefore, his top choice was undoubtedly the title. Not only could titles be equipped indefinitely, but they also provided benefits at the Practitioner Association. In the long run, the title's advantages appeared to be the most significant. Very well, Captain, I wish to choose the title of Mechanical Guardian, Lu Yin declared without hesitation, retrieving the corrupted mechanical core from his inventory and presenting it to the security captain. Accepted. I shall process this immediately. Please provide a delivery address and contact information. And the title will arrive by tomorrow, with a designated individual reaching out to you, the captain said, carefully placing the corrupted mechanical core into a specialized containment box. He operated a silver handheld device, swiftly inputting Lu Yin's personal information. Your information has been successfully uploaded. The people will surely remember your contributions, he concluded. Thank you, Captain. Lu Yin replied politely. Once these matters were settled, the security team resumed their investigation of the dungeon. Though Lu Yin had conquered the corruption, residual hazards were inevitable, necessitating continued observation. Child, did you encounter the hidden corrupted boss within the dungeon? Qin Chuan inquired as the security team busied themselves. Indeed, Principal, the hidden boss, the lava beast, was transformed into the mechanical lava beast upon corruption, Lu Yin answered candidly. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. Child, your profession is more formidable than I had anticipated. You could undoubtedly become a pillar of our human race in the future. This novice dungeon is currently inaccessible due to the mechanical corruption. I can recommend you to other high school's novice dungeons to continue your leveling. However, Lu Yin shook his head in response to Qin Chuan's suggestion, articulating his intentions. No, principal, I wish to leave the city. Chapter 14. Leaving the city to level up. Upon hearing Lu Yin's words, both Qin Chuan and Bai Luer were taken aback. Leave the city. Bai Luer instinctively tightened her grip on his arm. No. You can't venture out with your current level. Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. Child, while the monsters in the novice dungeons may yield less experience, at least the environment is controllable. Outside the city, danger lurks at every corner, and unexpected threats may arise at any moment. Yet Lu Yin's gaze remained resolute. Principal, I have made up my mind. The dungeons within the city are too slow for my advancement, and they come with cooldowns. Only the endless wild monsters outside and the high-level dungeons can facilitate my rapid growth. He paused, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Moreover, I have already reached level 5, meeting the minimum requirement to leave the city. What? Qin Chuan instinctively checked Lu Yin's level and confirmed that he had indeed reached level 5. Having completed just one dungeon, Lu Yin had ascended to level 5. Leaving Qin Chuan momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Qin Chuan finally sighed. He understood Lu Yin's uniqueness. Being capable of soloing the boss in a level 100 corruption dungeon was beyond the ordinary. Very well. Since you are resolute, I shall not impede you further. However, you must be thoroughly prepared before leaving the city. He turned and retrieved a badge from his inventory, handing it to Lu Yin. This is a special pass from our high school, allowing you to bypass the cumbersome inspection process at the city gates. Additionally, Qin Chuan produced 3 vials of red potions. These are high-level recovery potions. They could save your life in critical moments. Lu Yin accepted the badge and potions, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Qin Chuan patted Lu Yin on the shoulder, his eyes reflecting complexity. Remember, the outside world is not like the inside of the city. Every step must be taken with caution. Besides wild monsters, you must also be wary of other practitioners. I understand, Lu Yin nodded. He then produced the mechanical clan beacon. Addressing Qin Chuan. Principal, this item was also dropped by the boss I defeated. Do you know any mechanics who could assist me in deciphering it? Receiving the mechanical clan beacon from Lu Yin, Qin Chuan nodded. I shall contact you as soon as I have deciphered it. Bai Luer bit her lip, urging. Just don't venture too far outside the city. Let's keep in touch at all times. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Lu Yin reassured them before bidding farewell to Qin Chuan and Bai Luer, setting off alone towards the city gate. Watching Lu Yin's retreating figure, Bai Luer clenched her fist in determination. It seems I must strive harder. I cannot allow the muffled oil bottle to outpace me. Luer, since the novice dungeon is currently inaccessible, I can recommend you to other schools' novice dungeons, Qin Chuan said, turning to Bai Luer after watching Lu Yin depart. No need, Principal. I came here specifically for the muffled oil bottle. My family has already prepared a leveling dungeon for me, Bai Luer replied, shaking her head. Ah, very well, Qin Chuan conceded. Meanwhile, Lu Yin arrived at the western gate of the town, bringing along some provisions as supplies. The wilderness outside the western gate was considered a relatively low-level area, with common monsters ranging from levels 5 to 6. Additionally, along the western riverbank, there were 2 level 10 wilderness dungeons, attracting numerous low-level practitioners. Lu Yin planned to level up to level 6 before entering those 2 dungeons to continue his training. Although the wild monsters were abundant, they were mostly scattered, requiring time to locate each one. In contrast, while dungeons had cooldowns, they boasted concentrated monster encounters. Standing before the western city gate, Lu Yin gazed up at the towering walls, which bore the scars of countless battles. On either side of the gate stood 2 fully armed guards, meticulously inspecting the passes of those departing the city. As his turn approached, Lu Yin presented the badge that Qin Chuan had given him. The guard took the badge, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. After scrutinizing it closely, he looked up to appraise the seemingly slender youth before him. A student? Yes. I recall today is the first day for new students to delve into dungeons. You've reached level 5 so quickly? The guard's tone was imbued with unmistakable astonishment and skepticism. Yet the badge in his hand was undoubtedly authentic. After a brief pause, he ultimately returned the badge to Lu Yin, stepping aside to clear the passage. Beware of the dangers beyond the city. Exercise caution and do not easily trust strangers, the guard admonished one last time. Thank you. Lu Yin nodded and strode through the city gates. Instantly, he was enveloped by a radically different atmosphere. The air was tainted with a putrid stench, mingled with a faint scent of blood, carrying a wild essence. As he gazed around, he was met with a landscape of desolation. In the distance, a thin veil of mist obscured the view of some low shrubs and scattered trees, starkly contrasting with the vibrant hustle and bustle within the city. Indeed, the world beyond the city was an entirely different realm. Lu Yin recalled the descriptions from his readings, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. He then retrieved his communicator, activated the map navigation, and set forth toward his destination, riding the Dark Moon Wolf King. Lu Yin's plan was straightforward. He intended to level up near the banks of the West River. Upon reaching level 6, he would qualify for entry into the level 10 dungeon. His strategy was to farm wild monsters until the cooldown for the dungeon entry elapsed, at which point he would plunge into the dungeon. This was currently the swiftest method for him to accumulate experience points. Galloping across the barren wilderness atop the Dark Moon Wolf King, the wind howled around him. The further he ventured toward the West River, the more desolate the surroundings became. Ruins and remnants of structures were scattered about, with the occasional bones of unknown creatures strewn across the ground. According to the map, the West River bank lay just 3 kilometers ahead. Lewin glanced at his communicator and adjusted his course accordingly. Before long, he encountered his first wild monster, a wild boar the size of a calf. Its tusks protruding and its body covered in tough bristles. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Lewin, who was suddenly before it. Enraged wild boar. Level 6. Strength 45. Constitution 45. Agility 35. Spirit 30. Skill charge. Upon seeing the monster's details, Lewin remained unfazed, leaping down from the back of the Dark Moon Wolf King. Roar. The wild boar let out a bellow, its hooves digging into the ground as it charged toward Lewin. Swish. 6,400. The Dark Moon Wolf King slashed with its claws. 5 streaks of darkness tearing through the air, instantly annihilating the creature with a single ordinary attack. Ding. You have slain an enraged wild boar, gaining 100 experience points. Not bad. A satisfied expression graced Liu Yin's face as he regarded the experience gained. He then extracted the soul of death, transforming the enraged wild boar into a soldier of death. Having previously depleted his supply of soldiers of death, he was in urgent need of reinforcements. These low-level soldiers could enhance his output and efficiency and serve as cannon fodder when necessary. He glanced once more at the current number of souls of death. Aside from those he had utilized in the novice dungeon, he still had 127 ordinary souls remaining. This amounted to enough to synthesize a higher-tier soul of death. However, there were currently no creatures worthy of such a resource, so he refrained from proceeding with the fusion. Continuing onward, Lewin encountered an increasing number of wild monsters along the way. Ding. You have slain a venomous spider, gaining 120 experience points. Ding. You have slain a gale leopard, gaining 150 experience points. The system notifications rang out incessantly, the experience bar steadily rising, while the number of his death legion rapidly increased. Soon, he had reassembled a small army of 20 soldiers of death. Although these soldiers were not high in level, they were more than sufficient to dominate the current area. As for the Dark Lava Behemoth, that remained his trump card, a resource he had no need to employ at the moment. While Lewin was leisurely dispatching monsters, a sudden commotion of battle cries and shouts reached his ears. Chapter 15, Wild Boss. Lewin stealthily approached the source of the noise, concealing himself behind a dilapidated low wall to observe. Before him, 3 adventurers were embroiled in a desperate struggle against an exceptionally large wild boar. They were clearly at a disadvantage, suffering numerous injuries and facing a dire predicament. Liu Yin's gaze swiftly scanned the data panel of the enraged wild boar king, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a wild boss. Wild bosses were exceedingly rare, typically appearing at random and varying in level. When they did manifest, they were usually accompanied by a rare treasure chest containing special items. Enraged Wild Boar King Boss. Level 25. Strength 500. Constitution 520. Agility 480. Spirit 440. Skills: Tusks Charge or Trample. At that moment, a panicked girl wielding a staff cried out, her mana evidently depleted. Captain, we can't hold on much longer. The leading female warrior gritted her teeth, bracing herself and enduring a brutal charge from the colossal wild boar, her body staggering backward from the impact. Captain, the female archer on the other side exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she hastily loosed an arrow shimmering with icy light, striking the wild boar king squarely in the left eye. 105. Damage numbers flashed, indicating a critical hit on a weak point. Unfortunately, her attack power was far too feeble, akin to a mere tickle for the enraged wild boar king. Instead, this strike redirected the boss's aggro. Roar. The wild boar king emitted a deafening roar, charging toward the archer and rearing up on its hind legs before bringing its forehooves crashing down onto the ground. The warrior captain's face paled. It's the war trample. Get out of the way. However, the female archer was already exhausted, unable to evade in time. Just as the situation seemed dire, a shadow darted in and positioned itself before the archer. Dark Claw. The Dark Moon Wolf King let out a low growl, its obsidian claws slicing through the air, colliding forcefully with the wild boar king's massive hoof. Boom. 7,895. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward. The enraged wild boar king emitted a pained wail, its enormous body staggering backward. What? The surviving trio gasped in unison, staring incredulously at the suddenly appearing black wolf. Amid their astonishment, a cold voice rang out. Rise. Buzz. Surrounding the tumbling, enraged wild boar king, 20 dark magic circles converged in an instant. At the center of the magic circles, 20 shadowy figures crawled forth, akin to resurrected corpses. 4,657. 4,682. 3,985. A flurry of astonishing damage numbers erupted. The wild boar king howled in agony as its health plummeted at a visible rate. In the span of a single second, the once ferocious boss was reduced to a lifeless corpse. The three surviving adventurers stood in stunned silence, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Ding. You have slain an enraged wild boar king, gaining 5,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 6. The number of souls of death has increased. Current count, 2,260. Ding. You have obtained the loot, enraged greatsword. Ding. Acquiring a rare level soul of death. Emerging slowly from the shadows, Lu Yin bore an expression of indifference as his gaze swept over the three surviving adventurers. The Dark Moon Wolf King let out a low growl, obediently crouching at his feet. 20 diverse death soldiers stood vigil around them, emanating a chilling and oppressive aura. The three surviving adventurers looked at Lu Yin, who approached with measured steps, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Thank you so much for your timely intervention, my lord. The female warrior was the first to react, hastily stowing her shield and bowing. Her armor was severely damaged, exposing large swathes of pristine white beneath, and her face bore traces of blood, though her eyes sparkled with gratitude. The other two quickly followed suit, bowing in unison. The female mage appeared somewhat shaken, her grip on her staff trembling slightly. The female archer gazed at Lu Yin with a dazed expression, the harrowing moment of being saved still resonating in her mind. Why you? Thank you for saving my life, she stammered. Silence lingered for a few breaths before the female warrior spoke again. May I inquire if you are alone? Indeed. Lu Yin replied candidly. With his current prowess, there was no need to conceal anything from this group. The female warrior took a deep breath, visibly anxious as she continued. You are likely aware that the appearance of a wild boss is often accompanied by a guardian treasure chest. Our inability to shake off the boss's aggro stems from having opened this chest. The items obtained from it are the key to unlocking a hidden instance in the West River dungeon. Intrigued by the female warrior's words, Lu Yin remained impassive as he asked, and, I wish to form a party with you to jointly enter this hidden instance, she proposed, producing a lustrous jade orb that appeared to have flowing water within. Dragon Orb, special item. Usage, use in the selection interface of the West River dungeon to unlock the hidden instance, Dragon Palace at the riverbed. Restrictions, party size must not exceed 5 members, minimum entry level 10, maximum entry level 18. Lu Yin scrutinized the description, a slight frown creasing his brow. A minimum entry level of 10? I am currently only at level 6. That's inconsequential. We can wait for you to reach level 10. This item has no time constraints. The female warrior quickly reassured him. Such hidden instances are typically of great difficulty. Even if I were to assemble a party of level 15, our chances of success would be slim. However, you are different. At level 6, you possess the terrifying ability to obliterate a level 25 wild boss. With you in our party, we could effortlessly conquer this instance. Given that the item is a one-time use, I prefer not to squander it without certainty. Very well. Lu Yin conceded, recognizing her intent and agreeing without hesitation. The female warrior sighed in relief, her face illuminating with delight. Splendid. I am Lin Wei, a level 18 shield guardian and a student at Tianyang University. This is Su Xiaoyu, a level 17 mage. She gestured towards the slightly shaken female mage, then turned to the girl Lu Yin had rescued. And this is Tang Wan, an 18-level archer. We are all classmates. Finally regaining her composure, Tang Wan regarded Lu Yin with a mix of curiosity and gratitude. Thank you for saving me earlier. Lu Yin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Do you know of any places with high leveling efficiency? Lin Wei immediately chimed in. We know of a nearby location that is ideal for leveling, with a high density of monsters. They are all around level 10. If you don't mind, we could accompany you. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yin succinctly replied. Lead the way. Chapter 16. The Gloomy Cave. Reviving the corpse of the rampaging mountain boar king left the three women in a state of astonishment for some time. Subsequently, Lin Wei took the lead, with Tang Wan and Su Xiaoyu flanking Lu Yin, occasionally stealing glances at this enigmatic and formidable youth. The Dark Moon Wolf King followed silently behind Lu Yin, its presence shrouded in an unsettling aura. Unable to contain her curiosity, Tang Wan quietly asked, Is your profession a necromancer? Lu Yin cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, One might say that. Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Tang Wan wisely refrained from pressing further, though her curiosity only intensified. After approximately half an hour of travel, the group arrived at a valley shrouded in a faint mist, the sounds of roars echoing intermittently. This is the place, Lin Wei announced, halting her steps and pointing at the valley. The monsters within are active in packs, and most parties dare not venture inside. The experience gained is substantial, and they drop some excellent materials. Lu Yin surveyed the valley, and various monster information instantly appeared in his mind. Shadow Wolf, level 10, Exploding Sheep, level 9, just as Lin Wei had stated. It was indeed a prime location for leveling. You all stay outside, Lu Yin instructed. before venturing into the valley accompanied by the Dark Moon Wolf King and the Death Soldiers. Lin Wei and her companions exchanged glances, but obediently remained at the valley's entrance. They understood well that the monsters here posed no threat to Lu Yin, given his demonstrated prowess. Sure enough, within moments, the valley was filled with the sounds of wolf howls and skill activations. Through the occasional flashes of skill light, they could see dark claws tearing through the mist, while the Death Soldiers moved like phantoms among the wolf pack. The notifications of experience gained echoed continuously in Lu Yin's mind. Ding. You have slain a shadow wolf, gaining 120 experience points. Ding. You have slain an exploding sheep, gaining 110 experience points. The efficiency was so astounding that the three watching from the entrance were left agape. Is he truly only level 6? Su Xiaoyu murmured. His speed in dispatching monsters is several times faster than our level 15 party. Lin Wei could only smile wryly. There are always those greater than oneself. It seems we have indeed encountered a benefactor. Tang Wan then produced a communicator, addressing the other two. You should check the news. There was a mythic-level adventurer who appeared at yesterday's divine awakening ceremony. The legendary class player has, today, single-handedly conquered the mechanical corruption dungeon at level 100. What? Lin Wei and Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this news. They had been grinding monsters in the wild to level up and had not paid attention to the recent headlines, although no photographs were released with the news. To be able to annihilate a level 25 outdoor boss in mere moments, it could only be him. As Tang Wan's words hung in the air, the three exchanged silent glances. A mythic-level player, an existence forever beyond their reach. At that moment, Lu Yin wandered through a mist-laden valley. The lithe figure of the Dark Moon Wolf King flickered beside him, while 20 Death Soldiers fanned out in a formation reminiscent of a well-drilled army. Experience points continuously flashed across his screen, yet the speed at which he was defeating monsters, which would leave anyone else in awe, failed to excite him. Primarily because he had previously enjoyed the thrill of vanquishing bosses far too much. This meager experience was hardly sufficient. It appeared he needed to seek out more formidable foes. Lu Yin pondered. After all, his damage output was extraordinarily high. Even level 30 monsters fell before him with ease. Before half an hour had passed, Lu Yin had cleared the monsters from the valley. He glanced at his experience bar, which was barely half full. Do you know of any higher-level grinding spots? He inquired as he returned to the valley entrance, addressing the three girls who were left speechless. Lin Wei shook herself back to the present and nodded eagerly. I do know of one, but she hesitated, her tone shifting to one of caution. It's a level 25 grinding spot, called the Gloomy Cave. The monsters there are not only of high level, but also elite creatures. There are even rumors of a level 30 outdoor boss lurking about. Our school once organized a 20-member elite team to attempt an expedition there, but they returned in utter defeat. Lin Wei's complexion paled slightly. Su Xiaoyu added nervously, yes? That grinding spot is far too dangerous. Several teams have reportedly perished there. Shouldn't we look for something else? That's south the place. Lu Yin interrupted her. His voice laced with excitement. He had a particular fondness for bosses. He had initially planned to grind the West River dungeon at level 6. But now that seemed like a waste of time. After all, wild monsters had no level restrictions. As long as he could reach their spawn locations, he could farm them regardless of his level. The three girls exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's concern. Yet, having witnessed Lu Yin's strength, they ultimately chose not to voice their apprehensions. The grinding spot they spoke of was situated some distance from the West River dungeon. It would take at least an hour of walking to reach it, so Lu Yin summoned the recently revived rampaging boar king. You can ride it. It will save us some time. The three girls looked at the boar, which resembled a small mountain, momentarily at a loss. This creature, which had once caused them considerable distress, was now to become their steed. Is that really okay? Su Xiaoyu inquired softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Lu Yin did not respond, merely casting a glance. The colossal beast lowered its head obediently, emitting a low rumble, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. Tang Wan was the first to muster her courage, carefully climbing onto the broad back of the boar. Lin Wei and Su Xiaoyu followed suit. Hold on tight. Lu Yin remarked casually as he mounted the Dark Moon Wolf King and led the way. The two beasts surged forward, the rampaging boar king taking heavy strides that caused the ground to tremble slightly. The three girls clutched the coarse fur of the boar, both anxious and exhilarated. Such commotion drew the attention of every passerby, with whispers circulating among them. What is that? An outdoor boss? Why is it being ridden? And there are three girls on top. What is going on? That black wolf also looks like a boss. Amidst the murmurs, Lu Yin maintained a stoic expression as he continued onward. The three girls, seated atop the boar, felt a mix of embarrassment and a hint of pride from the eyes that lingered on them. I've never been this noticeable before, Su Xiaoyu murmured, her cheeks flushed. Tang Wan chuckled lightly. Being with a mythic-level player does indeed come with its perks. Lin Wei, however, kept her gaze fixed on Lu Yin's back, her expression a blend of complexity. Chapter 17. The Black Lizard, Earth Dragon. Approximately half an hour later, a foreboding mountain range came into view. The entrance was shrouded in dense black mist, and even from a distance, One could sense the palpable aura of danger emanating from within. That's south the place. Lin Wei pointed ahead. The gloomy cave lies deep within that mountain range. Lu Yin nodded, signaling the rampaging Boar King to halt. The three girls dismounted, their faces slightly pale from the bumpy ride. Standing at the mouth of the gloomy cave, Lu Yin observed the swirling black mist, which coiled around him like a living entity, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Lin Wei and the others paled further. They could distinctly feel the intensified danger emanating from the depths of the cave, far surpassing anything they had encountered before. Indeed, the monsters here are of a remarkably high level, Lu Yin murmured, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand, and the 20 death soldiers immediately formed a line before him. The Dark Moon Wolf King crouched at his side, its crimson eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Stay here, Lu Yin instructed without looking back, stepping into the depths of the cave. Be careful, Lin Wei couldn't help but remind him, her voice laced with concern. The interior of the cave was darker and more humid than anticipated, the air thick with a putrid stench. Moss that emitted a ghostly light clung to the stone walls, providing a faint illumination in the oppressive darkness. After a short distance, rustling sounds echoed ahead. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of several large, pitch-black spiders descending from the cave's ceiling. Shadow Spider Demon Elite. Level 25. Strength 580. Stamina 550. Agility 590. Spirit 520. Skills: Venom Spray. Web Bind. These creatures were perfect candidates to bolster my army of death soldiers, Lu Yin thought, a smirk playing on his lips. He had maintained his soldier count at 20, not due to a lack of desire to expand, but because the attributes of the monsters before him had not been sufficiently high. After all, death soldiers could not level up, so he preferred to convert higher-level death soldiers to avoid excessive waste of death souls. As the spider demons lunged forward to attack, the Dark Moon Wolf King let out a low growl and transformed into a shadow, pouncing at them. Simultaneously, the 20 death soldiers unleashed their attacks, each infused with the essence of death, bombarding the spider horde. 7,890, 3,024, 4,136. The astonishing damage numbers soared, and the level 25 elite monsters crumpled before Lu Yin's summoned minions. Ding. You have slain a shadow spider demon, gaining 500 experience points. Ding. You have slain a shadow spider demon, gaining 500 experience points. The speed at which he acquired experience surged significantly, prompting Lu Yin to nod in satisfaction. At this pace, as long as there are enough monsters, he could ascend to level 10 in a single day. It is even conceivable that he might reach level 20 before the national examination. I vaguely recall that last year's top scholar in the national examination was a level 20 mythical profession holder. Not only did he receive a plethora of academic rewards, but he was also admitted to the first academy of the Holy Hall. Naturally, Lu Yin's ambition is to claim this year's top spot as well. As he delves deeper, every monster he encounters swiftly transforms into experience points. Lu Yin also took a moment to replace his previously low-level death soldiers with elite monsters from the Dark Caves. These elite monsters possessed attributes that surpassed those of the Dark Moon Wolf King. However, since the Dark Moon Wolf King was suitable for riding, Lu Yin chose not to replace it. As Lu Yin ventured further, the atmosphere within the cave began to take on an unusual quality. The dark energy in the air thickened, forming what appeared to be a tangible black mist. A low rumble echoed from the distance, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. Indeed, a boss awaited him. A flicker of anticipation danced in Lu Yin's eyes. He quickened his pace, advancing along the main passage of the cave. The deeper he went, the denser the luminescent moss on the cave walls became, casting a bizarre green glow throughout the cavern. Turning a corner, he found himself in a vast underground cavern, where countless stalactites hung from the ceiling, and the ground was dotted with pools emanating dark energy. In the center of the cave lay a colossal creature. It was a giant lizard, its body entirely cloaked in black scales, with sharp, bony spikes protruding from its back. It appeared to be in slumber, each breath creating a miniature whirlwind. Black Lizard Earth Dragon, Wild Boss. Level 30. Strength 1850. Constitution 1900. Agility 1780. Spirit 1750. Skills: Earthquake Charge, Dark Breath, Giant Maw Devour. Lu Yin's eyes brightened. The attributes were impressive. Without hesitation, he commanded an attack. 40 elite-level death soldiers surged forth simultaneously, unleashing a cacophony of attacks. Just as the death soldiers were about to make contact, the Black Lizard Earth Dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide. It let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cave. Roar. The Black Lizard Earth Dragon reared up on its hind legs, its forepaws crashing down onto the ground. Earthquake Charge. Boom. A massive fissure radiated outward from its center, and the powerful shockwave sent several of the frontline death soldiers tumbling back. 250. 357. Damage numbers floated above the heads of the death soldiers. Although it didn't inflict massive damage, it was still a creature bearing the title of dragon. Even the lowest tier Earth Dragon displayed considerable strength. With a single blow, the black lizard earth dragon repelled the death soldiers and pursued relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of dark breath. 103, 124, 133. Several death soldiers were engulfed by the black deluge, suffering continuous damage. Luin focused his thoughts, urging the remaining death soldiers to charge through the black torrent, closing in on the black lizard earth dragon. The black lizard earth dragon opened its cavernous maw, preparing to devour. With a swift motion, the foremost death soldier was swallowed whole, severing the connection with Luin. However, Luin remained unperturbed. This devouring skill was not an instant kill. Instead, it inflicted ongoing damage while within its belly. And as long as the black lizard earth dragon was slain during this time, his death soldier would return unscathed. Just as the other death soldiers approached, the furious mountain boar king unleashed its skill from nearby. Tusk charge. It pounded the ground with its hooves, charging towards the black lizard earth dragon with astonishing momentum. Boom. 15,467. An astounding number appeared, causing a significant portion of the black lizard earth dragon's health to deplete instantly. This precise tusk charge struck the side of the black lizard earth dragon, eliciting a pained roar as its massive body staggered. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining death soldiers surged forward, dealing a barrage of damage that swiftly depleted the black lizard earth dragon's health. Chapter 18, A Moment's Respite. Ding. You have slain a black lizard earth dragon. Experience points increased by 40,000. Ding. Your level has risen to level 7. The number of death spaces has increased. Current count, 4,370. Ding. You have obtained the spoils. Earth dragon scale armor, dark crystal, dragon lizard tooth. Ding. You have acquired a rare level death soul. As the system notifications echoed, the massive form of the black lizard earth dragon collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Earth dragon scale armor. Equipment quality, golden level. Equipment requirement, LV 30. Physical defense, 380. Magical defense, 320. Strength, 200. Stamina, 230. Effect, dragon scale shield. 5 chance of gaining a shield with 500 durability upon being attacked. Dark crystal material. Usage, a rare forging material that can imbue equipment with dark attribute effects. Dragon lizard tooth material. Usage, a rare forging material for crafting golden level assassin weapons. Luin glanced at the loot dropped, all of which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of star essence. His profession did not impose high demands on equipment, so there was no necessity to save these items for later. It would be more prudent to trade them now for what he currently required. Subsequently, Luin approached the corpse of the black lizard earth dragon and raised his palm. Stand up. The dark purple death soul, seemingly guided, slowly descended into its body. In an instant, a chill energy pulse radiated from the black lizard earth dragon, enveloping the air in a faint purple mist. The once stiff body of the earth dragon suddenly convulsed. Then, its dim dragon eyes snapped open, 2 orbs of ghostly purple flames igniting within its pupils. Roar. A roar even more terrifying than in life erupted from the throat of the earth dragon, infused with the coldness of death. It gradually rose to its feet. Its scales dull, but now adorned with a layer of eerie purple patterns. Black pattern corrupted dragon, wild boss. Level, 30. Strength, 2200. Constitution, 2300. Agility, 1950. Spirit, 2150. Skills, shadow scale armor, earthquake charge, dark breath, giant maw devour, corrupt earth. Its attributes had increased, now boasting 2 entirely new skills. Luin was quite satisfied with the gains from this endeavor, though he lamented the scarcity of monsters. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the 3 women were still waiting with a sense of boredom. When they caught sight of Luin, astonishment washed over their faces. However, it was short-lived. As they quickly relaxed, it had been less than an hour since he departed, clearly indicating that Luin had not managed to clear this wilderness area. In truth, failure was quite normal. After all, Luin was only at level 6, while this was a level 30 training ground. Even a mythical profession should have its limits. Su Xiaoyu was the first to leap up, her big eyes blinking as she inquired, "You're back so soon? Are the monsters inside too formidable?" Tang Wan stood up, gently offering her consolation. "It's all right. This wilderness is renowned for its high difficulty. The fact that you managed to slay several monsters is already a significant achievement." Luin smiled faintly, refraining from an immediate response, instead raising his hand lightly. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the cave entrance, and an overwhelming aura of death permeated the air. The 3 women looked on in horror as a colossal black earth dragon emerged slowly from the depths of the cave. Its body was adorned with dark purple patterns, and cold flames flickered within its eye sockets, each step sending tremors through the ground. Lin Wei's pupils constricted sharply, her voice trembling. This can't be the boss inside, can it?" Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, her mouth agape as she pointed at the massive creature. Tang Wan instinctively took a step back, her face pale. "Luin, have you tamed it?" Luin patted the black-scaled dragon's hard scales, his tone unruffled. "Yes. I cleared out the monsters inside. It was all quite effortless. The three women exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. Within less than an hour, he had not only cleared a level 30 wilderness, but had also tamed a boss as a summoned creature? Was this the power of a mythic class? Lin Wei took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her. So what shall we do now? Lu Ying glanced at Lin Wei, then furrowed his brow. This should be the highest leveling point in Tianyang City, correct? Lin Wei paused momentarily before nodding. Indeed, after all, we are merely in a third-tier city. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying pondered privately. Traveling to other cities' wildernesses would consume a considerable amount of time. In that duration, the monsters here would have already respawned. It would be more prudent to conserve energy and remain here. With that thought, Lu Ying inquired, "Do you know how long the respawn interval for monsters in this cave is?" Lin Wei contemplated briefly before responding with surprise. Approximately 3 hours for a batch to respawn. You're not considering camping here for the monster respawns, are you? Lu Ying, taken aback by Lin Wei's astonishment, replied, "Why not? Don't you all typically level up by guarding monster respawn points?" Lin Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, finally recovering her voice after a while. It's rather uncommon for everyone to completely clear out all the monsters in a region. By the time one area is nearly cleared, another area has already respawned. So, I hadn't considered your approach. Lu Ying nodded thoughtfully at her words. I see. It seems I cleared them out too swiftly. The three women exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Cleared them out too swiftly? Was that even a sensible remark? Countless high-level teams had suffered grievous losses here in Tianyang City. How could he possibly lament his own speed? If the fallen adventurers knew of his complaint, they would likely rise from their graves just to chastise him. As the three women were left speechless, Lu Ying spoke again. Since the monsters respawn in 3 hours, I plan to return to town and manage my equipment during that interval. Do you wish to continue leveling, or accompany me? Lu Ying's decision plunged the three women into another brief silence. Su Xiaoyu was the first to react, excitedly raising her hand. I'll return to town with you. I need to replenish some potions. Tang Wan and Lin Wei exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They, too, needed to return and reorganize, especially since they should firmly cling to someone as powerful as Lu Ying. Thus, the group set off together back to town. Shortly after their departure, two figures emerged from the shadows. This kid is quite intriguing. He is only a few levels in and can farm such high-level monsters. A mythic class, indeed. What a pity. Having offended the young master, he won T survived the night. Chapter 19, An Attack at Night. Upon returning to Tianyang City, Lu Ying headed straight for the Adventurers Association. The transaction methods at the association were remarkably advanced, allowing one to upload items intended for trade onto a terminal. The system would evaluate the data to provide a relatively fair price. Naturally, one could modify the price if desired, as the initial estimate served merely as a reference. Once someone made a payment using a crystal card, the terminal's built-in teleportation array would activate, transferring the item to the terminal operated by the buyer, thereby completing the online transaction in a remarkably convenient and reliable manner. Lu Ying found a small transaction room and entered. In such venues, privacy was paramount, so terminals were placed in separate small rooms. He activated the terminal screen and logged into his association account. The association account could only be registered by adventurers and was utilized for all transactions, task borrowing, or posting. Upon logging in, multiple pop-up advertisements flooded his screen. Real voice chat, online companionship, making your leveling journey less lonely. 10 cat novels, read for free for 10,000 years. If you're a brother, join us. Lu Ying sighed, closing each one in turn. Regardless of the era, advertisements had long been entrenched in society. He navigated to the trading page and placed all the items he wished to sell onto the small teleportation array connected to the terminal. Trading terminal, ID A734. Evaluating item value. Brutal greatsword, silver grade estimated price, 200,000 star coins. Earth dragon scale armor, gold grade estimated price 1,200,000 star coins. Dark crystal, rare material estimated price 450,000 star coins. Dragon lizard fong, rare material estimated price 380,000 star coins. Do you confirm listing? Lu Ying glanced at the displayed prices and nodded slightly. The prices aligned closely with his expectations, so he opted not to make any modifications. After completing these tasks, he entered a lounge within the association to rest briefly. Although he had farmed using the soldiers of death, managing these soldiers required a significant expenditure of energy. After a brief respite, Lu Ying and the three women continued their journey. This time, Lu Ying farmed the dark cave while Lin Wei and her companions cleared the surrounding monsters. Alert! You have slain a venomous spider, gaining 12,000 experience points. Alert! Your level has increased to level 8. As night deepened, the once clear sky grew increasingly somber. Lu Ying stood at the entrance of the dark cave, glancing at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Ying. Class, Death Lord, 3-star Mythic. Level, 8, 118. Strength, 183. Constitution, 180, 20. Dexterity, 180. Spirit, 180, 25. Equipment, Novice Longsword. Shadow Meditation Ring. Lava Ear Pendant. Talent. Soul Extraction. Killing any living being grants the corresponding quality of Death Soul. Death Space. 5480. Skills. Soul Explosion. Soul Infusion. Death Entanglement. At this rate, despite only being level 8, his attributes were likely to rival many level 20 classes. If this pace continued, he should break through to level 10 by tomorrow. Lewin secretly contemplated. As long as he could reach level 10, he would not only acquire new skills, but also summon a Legion commander, which filled him with anticipation. At that moment, Lin Wei and the other two girls approached. Their faces etched with concern. Lewin, it's getting late. We should return to the city. The wilderness at night can be perilous, and our consumables are nearly depleted. Yes, I understand. Let's head back to the city. Lewin nodded. He never intended to spend the night in the wild after a long day of exertion. It was only natural to rest and recuperate at night. While he was not afraid of any person or monster in the wilderness, he still found it difficult to sleep soundly. Of course, he could opt for the safety zone at the West River Dungeon, where many professionals gathered. And monsters wouldn't respawn at night. However, even without the threat of monsters, one still had to remain cautious of other professionals. Lewin and the three girls made their way back to Tianyang City along a forest path. The moonlight began to rise, casting dancing shadows among the trees. Occasionally, the hooting of an owl pierced the stillness, creating an air of tranquility. Today was quite fruitful. We gathered a number of useful materials, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed brightly, skipping ahead. Tang Wan smiled gently. Indeed, I thought we might lose our lives, but instead, we encountered such a benefactor in Lewin. Lin Wei walked beside Lewin, her expression tinged with wariness. As the team leader, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in the wilderness at night. Everyone, be cautious. Although there aren't many monsters on this path, we must not let our guard down. Before she could finish her warning, Lewin suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening. What is the matter? Lin Wei asked, immediately alert. Lewin did not respond, but scanned the surroundings. Since they have come, why hide? His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. From the shadows emerged two figures, cloaked in black, revealing only their chilling eyes. You have quite the perception, kid. One of them sneered, but alas, you shall meet your end here today. The other added, blame yourself for offending the wrong people. The three girls immediately tensed, adopting battle stances. Who are you? How dare you commit violence near Tianyang City? Aren't you afraid the professional association will pursue you? Su Xiaoyu shouted. The first cloaked figure laughed sinisterly. Little girl, the dead do not report grievances. Besides, I haven't tasted such a fresh little thing in ages. Hearing the callous words of the black-clad man, the three girls' eyes widened in horror. This was the language of desperate criminals. The black-clad man stepped forward, revealing his profession, level 46, Berserker. The other followed suit, displaying his own, level 44, Shadow Assassin. He blended almost seamlessly into the night, playing with two poison daggers that emanated a dangerous aura. Upon seeing their levels, Lin Wei and the others turned pale. Level 46 and 44 were far beyond what they could handle. They probably wouldn't even be able to breach the opponent's defenses. Only Lu Yin maintained his composure. Offending the wrong people? Could it be Zhao Gao sent you? Upon hearing Zhao Gao's name, both men paused momentarily. However, they were clearly no novices, even when exposed. They showed no signs of panic. Heh, too clever for your own good. The Berserker chuckled, then drew a sharp greatsword, radiating a terrifying aura. Lewin, what should we do? Lin Wei forced herself to remain calm as she turned to Lewin. She knew he was strong enough to defeat a level 30 wild boss, but facing opponents above level 40 left her uncertain. After all, professionals were different from wild monsters, equipped with powerful gear and skills, and more importantly, they possessed a level of intelligence that monsters could not match. You all go first. We'll meet in the city, Lewin said, narrowing his eyes. Since the adversaries had decided to kill them, he naturally would show no mercy. However, some things were better left unseen by innocent eyes. Oh, you think you can escape? The Berserker scoffed, swinging his greatsword. Tonight is a perfect night for murder. None of you will leave. Meanwhile, the Shadow Assassin lurked in the darkness, ready to deliver a fatal blow to anyone who dared to move. Chapter 20, a casual counterattack. Just the two of you worthless fools? Lewin scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Arrogant. The Berserker roared, his greatsword slicing down with the force of a gale. The strike bore a heavy, blood-red glow. Clearly a skill in use, bloodthirsty slash. However, just as the greatsword was about to descend, a massive shadow materialized before Lewin. It was a gigantic black wolf, its fur resembling black satin. Its enormous jaws were lined with iron-like fangs. This was the Dark Moon Wolf King. Clang. The Dark Moon Wolf King opened its massive mouth and clamped down on the Berserker's greatsword, producing a jarring metallic screech. The black-clad Berserker's expression shifted, clearly taken aback that Lu Yin could summon such a formidable creature. After observing him throughout the day, he had only known of Lu Yin's astonishing potential and his ability to slay level 30 monsters solo. Yet, he never anticipated the strength that could dispatch level 30 monsters in an instant. Moreover, they were both over level 40, facing a mere level 6 or 7 newcomer. It was unfathomable for them to conceive a reason for defeat. Is that all you've got? Lu Yin's expression was one of disdain. You're seeking death. The berserker, infuriated, yanked his greatsword back and thrust one hand forward. Blood burst. Boom. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his palm. 809. A damage number floated above the Dark Moon Wolf King's head, sending it tumbling back several meters. How is it possible that this is all the damage I can inflict? The berserker stared in shock at the damage he had dealt. As a level 40 professional, he could normally dispatch a creature of Lu Yin's level with a single blow. Yet, even using a skill, he barely exceeded 1,000 in output. It was utterly illogical. Shadow Strike. Just as the berserker was reeling from disbelief, a dagger materialized behind him, gleaming with a deadly light, aimed at his neck. Well done, old Zhang. The berserker's eyes lit up. Lu Yin's summons were powerful, but they were undoubtedly frail. This was a common flaw among all spellcasting professions. If the assassin got close, the summons would surely perish. As long as the master suffered a scratch, the summon would cease to exist. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced flesh. But the anticipated spray of blood and screams did not follow. Instead, only Lu Yin's cold whisper could be heard. Mages fear assassins closing in, but unfortunately for you, you've encountered me. The connection between master and servant granted Lu Yin an almost insurmountable resilience against damage. Unless he were struck down in a single blow that could annihilate all his summoned soldiers, death would be a challenge for him. The shadow assassin's pupils abruptly constricted, and before he could comprehend the scene before him, a pitch-black sword light harshly struck his body. Death Soul Slash. 5,647. The shadow assassin's form was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone on his chest. Old Zhang. The berserker exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. He never imagined that a mere level 6 or 7 novice could not only summon such formidable creatures, but also withstand a sneak attack from an assassin and counterattack. It was utterly preposterous. Speak. Was it Zhao Gao who sent you? Lu Yin turned his gaze back to the berserker, his tone cool and indifferent. It's your grandmother. The berserker's face turned ashen, his grip on the gigantic sword trembling slightly. As a fugitive, he lived each day with his life on the line. Thus, he wasn't afraid. Rather, he was filled with rage. How dare a mere level 6 or 7 novice be so arrogant? Die! The berserker roared, his body erupting in a crimson glow. Berserk! His muscles swelled, veins bulging, as he transformed into a bloodthirsty beast. The gigantic sword, once again wielded with a force that tore through the air, descended with a speed and power that had clearly escalated to a whole new level. Yet, just as the blade was about to meet its target, a dozen dark magic circles appeared around the berserker. Decayed creatures crawled out of them like animated corpses, surrounding him entirely. What is this? The berserker gazed in horror at the deathly beings emerging from the shadowy circles. These creatures emanated a stench of decay, their hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie green soul flames. I refuse to believe your summoned creatures are as powerful as that wolf. But in the next moment, the berserker's shock was replaced by a madness unique to his frenzy. Cyclone Slash. The berserker bellowed, swinging his gigantic sword as crimson energy rapidly spun along the blade, forming a furious whirlwind. This strike, imbued with the power to rend all asunder, descended upon the encroaching death soldiers. 34, 25, 90. However, the damage numbers appearing above the heads of the death soldiers left the berserker utterly astounded. These seemingly trivial summoned creatures were, in fact, far more terrifying than that black wolf. Impossible. This cannot be, he screamed, swinging his sword once more, the crimson whirlwind slashing wildly. Yet, those death soldiers merely swayed slightly. Not a scratch left upon them. Go ahead, in your next life, keep your eyes peeled. With a hissing sound, as Lu Yin's words fell, the death soldiers launched their assault in unison. 12,113. 13,456. The numbers indicating damage soared into the tens of thousands, and the berserker was extinguished without even a scream. Still thinking of escaping? Meanwhile, the shadow assassin, witnessing this scene, felt his soul leave his body. The surreal sight made him desperate to flee. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, struggling to rise from the ground, and without hesitation, he turned to escape. But just as he prepared to take a step, he found himself surrounded by a dozen death soldiers. Wait, let me go, I'll tell you everything. He stammered, suppressing his fear. Who sent you to kill me? At Lu Yin's command, the death soldiers halted their advance. It was Zhao Gao. He sent us. Though he and the berserker were both fugitives, there were many shades of such a life. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's gaze sharpened. His suspicions were confirmed. He had not anticipated that Zhao Gao's malice would be so profound, seeking his life within a mere day. Zhao Gao, Lu Yin silently mouthed, a decision forming within him. Can I go now? Noticing Lu Yin's silence, the shadow assassin nervously inquired. Lu Yin glanced at him, then displayed a cruel smile. In an instant, as the assassin failed to react, the death soldiers surged forward. Once both lay lifeless, Lu Yin crouched down to examine the corpses closely. Under the moonlight, he discerned their weathered faces, marked by scars that bore witness to years of bloodshed. Lu Yin retrieved a communicator, cross-referencing online, and indeed confirmed they were two fugitives wanted for years. Without hesitation, he dialed the security team. Capturing wanted criminals came with rewards. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 21, Military Major General. Hello, this is the security team. How may I assist you? A female voice emanated from the communicator. Greetings, I am a professional. I encountered two wanted criminals while leveling in the wild, and I have already eliminated them. Lu Yin replied calmly. What? You single-handedly killed wanted criminals? The woman on the other end expressed clear astonishment. Not long ago, another report came in about an attack by wanted criminals. Were you involved? Lu Yin pondered for a moment, surmising that Lin Wei and her companions had sought help after reaching a safe area. They are likely my companions. I covered for them while they sought assistance. I didn't expect the assailants to be slain by me. There was a brief silence on the communicator before she responded. Our team is already en route and should arrive within half an hour. Please wait. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Yin waited in silence. Soon, the strident sound of an engine shattered the quiet. The security team's vehicle arrived, bringing Lin Wei and her companions back to the scene. The first to exit was Lu Yin's old acquaintance, the captain of the security team. Lu Yin, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Haha, Captain Zhao. Thank you for your trouble. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Captain Zhao ordered two security personnel to examine the bodies. Lu Yin, are you alright? Lin Wei and her companions, still shaken, approached him with concern. I'm fine. Are you all well? Yes. The three women nodded. Their gazes then falling upon the two corpses on the ground, their astonishment at Lu Yin's capabilities deepening. An 8th level professional defeating a first transition professional over 40 levels higher. How terrifying. It was known that professionals could undergo a transition trial upon reaching level 30, with attributes doubling based on the trial's difficulty. Just this fact alone could crush any untransformed professional. Meanwhile, the security personnel confirmed the identities of the two fugitives. Report, Captain. These two wanted criminals are Blood Butcher Zhao Hu and Ghost Shadow Zhang Long. What? Captain Zhao's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted as his pupils constricted. He hurried to the bodies, leaning down to examine them closely, disbelief etched on his face. It really is them, Blood Butcher Zhao Hu and Ghost Shadow Zhang Long. These two are military deserters with exceptional evasion skills and combat experience. Wanted for over 12 years without leaving a trace. I never expected. He abruptly looked up at Lu Yin, his expression complex. Did you truly kill them? Lu Yin nodded calmly. The surrounding security personnel gasped in astonishment, whispering among themselves. An 8th level defeating a first transition professional over 40 levels? How is that possible? Moreover, they are two notoriously dangerous fugitives. Lin Wei and her companions stood by. And although they were already aware of the severity of the situation, the confirmation from Captain Zhao still left them in shock. After a brief silence, Captain Zhao took a deep breath and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder. Lu Yin, you have rendered a great service this time. The combined bounty for these two fugitives amounts to 2 million. We will expedite your application for it. He paused, his tone growing serious. However, since they are military personnel, it is likely that someone from the army will come to speak with you regarding the matter. When that time comes, think carefully about how you wish to explain. Captain Zhao seemed to imply something. Lu Yin nodded slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Zhao. After the scene was processed, Lu Yin and the three women were taken to the security team to provide a statement. By the time they emerged from the security team, it was nearly midnight. After bidding farewell, Lu Yin returned home alone. Lu Sun was not at home, presumably off drinking somewhere again, a fact that Lu Yin had long since grown accustomed to. In the late-night chamber, Lu Yin lay on his back on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, devoid of any sleepiness. Military deserters for over 12 years. Could they possibly be part of the troop that included my parents? He softly repeated Captain Zhao's words, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the sheets. 12 years ago, the upper echelons of the Human Professionals Alliance organized a military expedition involving governments from various nations. It was the largest expedition in human history, during which numerous cases of desertion indeed occurred. After all, Blue Star, viewed by humanity as the ultimate dungeon, presented dangers beyond imagination. Even mythic-level professionals faced a fate of no return, highlighting its terrifying nature. Although he had a high likelihood of knowing his parents' fate, the uncertainty still left a glimmer of hope in his heart. If someone from the military truly came looking, it would be an opportune moment to inquire. With such thoughts, Lu Yin fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Yin was roused by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Upon opening it, he was met by two men clad in military uniforms standing outside. So soon? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lu Yin? One of the soldiers inquired, his gaze sharp and imbued with the distinct aura of a military man. That's me, please come in. Lu Yin stepped aside, intending to let the two enter. Not necessary. Mr. Lu Yin, our Major General wishes to meet with you, and we hope you can accompany us. Major General? Lu Yin's expression shifted to one of confusion. Yes. Major General Xiao Wanghua will arrive in half an hour. Xiao Wanghua. Hearing this name, A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yin's eyes. Xiao Wangwo was the youngest major general in the Huaxiao alliance, only in his 40s, yet already a legendary figure within the military. It was said that he possessed unfathomable strength and had achieved remarkable feats during the expedition. He had single-handedly dealt with 2 level 40 fugitives, so there seemed little reason for someone of his stature to come for this matter. However, he did not dwell on it too long. The significance of the visitor was, in fact, to his liking. After a quick freshening up, he bid farewell to Lu Sun, who had returned home inebriated. Downstairs, a military hover vehicle awaited. The vehicle traversed the morning streets, heading towards the outskirts. After a journey of over half an hour, it finally halted at a heavily guarded military base. Inside the base, security was tight, and Lu Yin was escorted through multiple security checks by 2 soldiers before arriving at the door of an office. Reporting, Mr. Lu Yin has arrived. One soldier stood at attention, saluting. Please let him in. A steady voice emanated from within. As the door was gently pushed open, Lu Yin stepped inside. The office was spacious and minimalist, adorned with military maps and a few powerful calligraphic works. Xiao Wangwo stood behind a large mahogany desk, the stars on his epaulets shimmering with a cold, hard light in the morning sun. His gaze fell upon Lu Yin with a penetrating scrutiny. Take a seat. He gestured towards the chair opposite him. Lu Yin sat calmly, his back straight, embodying confidence without arrogance. Xiao Wangwo picked up a document from the desk, his eyes scanning the paper. Lu Yin, 18 years old, level 8 professional. Yesterday, you single-handedly killed 2 level 40 first-stage fugitives, Zhao Hu and Zhang Long. He set the document down, his hands clasped on the table. Do you know the background of these 2 individuals? Captain Zhao mentioned they were military deserters from 12 years ago, Lu Yin replied. Xiao Wangwo nodded, his eyes deepening with thought, but then he abruptly shifted the topic. Indeed. But what intrigues me more is you. Chapter 22, The Abyssal Demon. What does the Major General mean? Lu Yin maintained his composure. Xiao Wangwo rose and moved to the window, turning his back to Lu Yin. Although Zhao Hu and Zhang Long are only level 40, they are veterans forged in the crucible of the expedition. Their combat experience and martial skills far exceed those of an ordinary professional. He turned to face Lu Yin, his gaze sharp as a blade. For an level 8 novice professional to turn the tables on 2 such foes, do you consider that reasonable? Silence enveloped the office, interrupted only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yin finally spoke. Since you are a military figure, you should be aware that I am a mythic-level professional. Moreover, life and death struggles often transpire in an instant. Xiao Wangwo suddenly laughed, a hint of admiration in his smile. Well said, life and death is merely a moment. However, as a mythic professional, I can assert that at level 8, I could not have turned the tide against adversaries like Zhao Hu and Zhang Long. The disparities among mythic-level professionals are indeed significant. He regarded Lu Yin with a meaningful look. Lu Yin, unflinching, met his gaze directly. The fact that Major General Xiao personally came here must not solely be to probe my background. Lu Yin's candor momentarily stunned Xiao Wangwo. Then he burst into hearty laughter. A forthright young man. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. I do indeed have a matter for which I require your assistance. Assistance? With so many talents in the government military, why seek me out specifically? Xiao Wangwo sighed. Recently, the abyssal demons on our home planet have been restless. They have opened abyssal tunnels, invading various star domains of humanity. Although we are making every effort to eradicate them, those creatures are exceedingly cunning. Once they detect the presence of human powerhouses, they retreat into the abyssal tunnels. Moreover, several powerful demon generals are specifically targeting low-level dungeons. Many low-level professionals have already lost their lives, and we have also suffered the loss of a mythic level and 2 legendary level up-and-comers in our ranks. Xiao Wangwo's expression was pained, his animosity towards the invading abyssal demons palpable. Abyssal generals? Lu Yin frowned. The abyssal demons are a collective term for various abyssal races. Much like humans, they possess their own civilization. Each abyssal race is governed by an absolute monarch. The abyssal demon king wields unparalleled terrifying power, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Beneath these monarchs, several abyssal demon lords serve as their aides. Below the demon lords lie the demon generals and demon soldiers. Though the rank of demon generals is relatively low within the abyssal hierarchy, they are still formidable beings of levels 60 to 70. Ordinary second-tier professionals find it challenging to contend with him. Only legendary professionals of the same rank can claim a slight advantage. However, Lu Yin never anticipated that the military intended to send him to confront such formidable beings. Sensing Lu Yin's hesitation, Xiao Wangwo began to elucidate. Rest assured, we are not asking you to engage those demon generals in direct combat. Your task is merely to hold them off for a few minutes, allowing us to pinpoint the coordinates and seal the instance, preventing the demon generals from retreating into the abyss. At that point, our military elites will step in to eliminate them. Are you suggesting that I serve as bait? He raised his head, his gaze sharp. Precisely. Xiao Wangwo nodded without any hesitation. The military will provide you with some life-saving tools, and 2 legendary tier teammates will assist you. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin pondered briefly. As bait, It was evident that his companions would not be of a high level. Even if they were legendary professionals, they would still be susceptible to being swiftly eliminated by the powerful demons. After all, not everyone possesses his extraordinary capabilities. Lu Yin's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. His voice suddenly flat. Since this is a bait mission, I wish to know what specific safeguards are in place and what I shall receive in return. A glimmer of approval flickered in Xiao Wanghua's eyes as he slid a document across the table. This is a specially crafted signal transmitter by the military. Once activated, we can lock onto the instance coordinates within 3 seconds. He pointed to the equipment list on the document. Additionally, we will provide you with 3 life crystals. These life crystals will ensure that you retain at least 1 health point when your health reaches 0, as well as 10 full recovery potions. Moreover, Xiao Wanghu paused momentarily. Should you successfully assist us in exterminating the demon general, the military will grant you the rank of corporal and provide you access to exclusive military instances. Lu Yin's eyebrows arched slightly. The exclusive military instances promised richer experience and rarer equipment, which indeed constituted a considerable temptation. Furthermore, life crystals are exceedingly rare items, worth tens of millions of star coins on the market, yet often unavailable for purchase. This indicated that the military placed significant importance on this operation. The military is indeed generous. I accept this mission. However, I have one more request. Lu Yin contemplated before speaking. What is your request? Xiao Wanghu inquired. I wish to know the exact circumstances surrounding the expedition 12 years ago regarding Lu Yuanming and Su Qingwan. Were they truly killed in action on Blue Star as members of the advance team? The atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze instantaneously. Xiao Wanghua's expression gradually became solemn, and his gaze turned complex. Lu Yin, Lu Yuanming. After a long pause, Xiao Wanghu finally spoke. You are their child? Indeed. Lu Yin's response elicited a myriad of expressions from Xiao Wanghu, ultimately culminating in a heavy sigh. The expedition 12 years ago, he continued in a low voice, is one of the military's top secrets. Even I cannot easily access all the files. I do not know much about your parents. But one thing is certain, that expedition did not result in total annihilation. Over the years, we have intermittently received signals from a certain unit. They may be trapped in a mysterious space or time. Perhaps among them are your parents. Lu Yin's breath hitched slightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Trapped in some mysterious space. Precisely. The military has been attempting to conduct a rescue over the years, but we have yet to ascertain the exact coordinates, Xiao Wanghu replied. All right, I understand. I accept the mission. With this revelation, a flicker of hope welled up within Lu Yin. Xiao Wanghu regarded Lu Yin intently and retrieved a metal box from his drawer, pushing it toward him. This contains the signal transmitter, life crystals, and recovery potions. Lu Yin opened the box to find 3 softly glowing green crystals and 10 red potions resting peacefully on the black velvet lining, alongside a palm-sized metal device. Remember, your task is to serve as bait, not to engage in combat. Xiao Wanghua's expression turned serious. If you detect the demon general, activate the signal immediately and then evade. Awaiting support. Understood. When do we depart? Lu Yin inquired, stowing the items from the box. Chapter 23, Dragon Palace Beneath the River. Tonight. Tonight? Lu Yin paused, surprised by the abruptness of the timing. Yes, we have detected traces of the abyss lingering within a level 20 instance. However, to avoid alarming them, we have refrained from taking action. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of innocent casualties. Therefore, I have prepared this for you. Lu Yin was about to question how he could enter a level 20 instance at his current level when Xiao Wanghu produced a necklace. This is a limit-breaking necklace, enabling you to enter instances up to level 15. The necklace was silver and antique, with a deep blue crystal pendant that appeared to swirl with a nebula within. Lu Yin grasped the necklace, feeling a warm touch on his fingertips. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item, perfectly resolving his desire to access higher-level instances. Is this considered a task reward? Lu Yin tentatively inquired. Xiao Wanghu laughed heartily. Do you realize that the military only possesses 3 of these necklaces? The one before you is an item I acquired by defeating a demon lord from the abyss. I initially intended to lend it to you, but seeing your eagerness. How about this? Once you complete the mission, I can lend it to you, but for it to truly belong to you, you must assist the military whenever we require your help again. Lu Yin contemplated for a moment before readily agreeing. All right, go now and prepare. We will contact each other tonight. After exchanging contact information with Xiao Wanghu, Lu Yin was driven back to Tianyang City by the vehicle he arrived in. No sooner had he stepped out than he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he learned it was regarding the reward for submitting the mechanical core. Arriving at the designated location, the designated personnel had been waiting for quite some time. Thank you, Mr. Lu Yin, for supporting the research department. Here is the title reward you selected. Thank you, Lu Yin replied as he accepted the packaged box. Upon opening it, he discovered the title of Mechanical Guardian. A golden badge adorned with intricate gear engravings. Mechanical Guardian, title, equipment quality, dark gold, equipment requirements, LV1, strength 50, stamina 50, agility 50. Spirit 50, effect, discount, a 10 discount on all trades at the professional association. Equipping it, his attributes experienced a slight increase. While modest, it was better than nothing. Subsequently, Lu Yin intended to contact Lin Wei and the other two women. With the limit-breaking necklace, he could access the hidden instance they mentioned without needing to level up. Naturally, he aimed to resolve all these trivial matters before departing tonight. However, just as he was about to dial the number, his phone rang first. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Qin Chuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yin answered. Knowing that Qin Chuan's call at this moment could only pertain to the mechanical race's beacon, as Lu Yin had anticipated. Qin Chuan's first words went straight to the point. Lu Yin, the mechanical beacon you entrusted to me has been successfully deciphered by the mechanic. I am now sending you the results. Listening to the slightly fatigued voice on the other end, Lu Yin understood that Qin Chuan had likely spent the entire previous night working tirelessly to expedite the beacon's decryption. Silently cherishing this bond, Lu Yin replied, "Thank you, Principal." After hanging up, he received an image via Feishin from Qin Chuan. Mechanical race beacon, quest item, decrypted coordinates, latitude 31, 14, longitude 121. 29. Associated information. These coordinates are suspected to be an ancient mechanical race ruin, potentially harboring a wealth of mechanical race information, as well as threats from ancient mechanical entities. Warning, should the mechanical ruins be invaded, they will continuously emit positioning signals, likely attracting a swarm of mechanical units. Lu Yin gazed intently at the information displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed. The coordinates Qin Chuan had marked for him were located within the activity area of level 70 monsters, while Lu Yin was unafraid of creatures of that level. He currently lacked the qualifications to venture into such a training ground. Within the Huaxiao Alliance, management between regions was exceedingly stringent, aimed at preventing lower-level practitioners from recklessly entering high-level training areas and meeting their demise. Generally, only large practitioner academies such as the Holy Hall could grant permission for lower-level practitioners to enter higher regions for training. It seemed that this particular coordinate would have to wait until he was admitted to the Holy Hall Academy. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Yin dialed Lin Wei's number. "Hello. Lu Yin, are you coming to join us at yesterday's training spot?" "We're at the Shijiang dungeon." Lin Wei's voice came through cheerfully. "I'm at level 10 already." Lu Yin replied nonchalantly. "What? You've reached level 10 already?" Lin Wei's voice was filled with astonishment. "Not quite, but I've acquired an item that disregards dungeon level requirements, allowing me to enter any dungeon below level 20. "Really? Then let's hurry to the Shijiang dungeon." Lin Wei's voice brimmed with excitement. After all, the sooner they completed this hidden dungeon, the better. "All right, see you soon." Lu Yin ended the call and began making his way out of the city. The entrance to the Shijiang dungeon was perpetually bustling. Despite being a low-level dungeon, it yielded a plethora of materials, attracting both combat and crafting practitioners alike. Normal difficulty crafting party, materials only, split the loot. 3 needed for the kitchen knife team, efficiency guaranteed, come if you can output. Nightmare difficulty, top tier team, need a frontliner. We'll start as soon as we have enough people. By the rushing riverside, the crowd was lively and animated. At the dungeon entrance, a multitude of practitioners shouted, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Upon reaching the Shijiang dungeon entrance, Lu Yin found Lin Wei and her companions had been waiting for quite some time. "Lu Yin, over here." Lin Wei waved from a distance, flanked by Su Xiaoyu and Tang Wan. As soon as they met, Lin Wei pulled Lu Yin into their group and appointed him as the team leader. Lu Yin accepted the role without hesitation and proceeded straight to the dungeon entrance. The Shijiang dungeon comprised 3 distinct instances, all requiring a minimum level of 10 to enter. Ding. Would you like to use a special item to unlock a hidden dungeon? Use. However, Lu Yin did not linger on this choice, but instead utilized a special item, the Dragon Pearl. Ding. Usage successful. The underwater dragon palace has appeared. Please challenge it swiftly. With the system's notification echoing, the previously surging waters of the Shijiang suddenly churned into a massive whirlpool. At its center, a crystalline underwater palace could be faintly discerned. This sudden commotion caused the practitioners on the shore to gasp in amazement. What is that? It's a hidden dungeon. It must be a hidden dungeon. Some expressed confusion while others, more knowledgeable, exclaimed loudly. Is it the legendary Dragon Palace dungeon? It's said to have been opened only 3 times in history. Who opened the hidden dungeon? All eyes turned towards the entrance, where only Lu Yin and the 3 women stood. Chapter 24. The Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. The crowd on the shore erupted into a frenzy. Their gazes fixated on Lu Yin and his companions. Had they opened the hidden dungeon? Level 8? No way. That level can't even enter the dungeon. How did he unlock it? Who cares? It's a hidden dungeon. The rewards are rumored to be unimaginably bountiful. In the throng, a burly man pushed through the crowd, striding toward Lu Yin. "Brother, did you open the hidden dungeon? Do you need assistance? I'm a level 20 Great Axe Warrior. My output is considerable." "Hey, little brother. I'm a level 21 Fire Mage. My burst damage is incredible. With me, we can definitely conquer the hidden dungeon." After the initial shock, many practitioners rushed forward, encircling Lu Yin and his companions. Lu Yin calmly regarded the gathering crowd and spoke softly. "No need. We already have a team." The earlier burly man's expression darkened upon hearing this. Brother, don't be ungrateful. Although I don't know how you managed to enter this dungeon at level 8. You won't be able to clear even the simplest difficulty. Don't squander the opportunity of a hidden dungeon. Indeed, brother, fighting monsters beyond your level isn't that simple. Especially since most creatures in hidden dungeons are elite. The burly man's words drew immediate agreement from many, especially as they observed that Lu Yin's companions were 3 beautiful women. This clearly suggested that he was merely showing off with his attractive team, inciting resentment among the common practitioners who felt they were missing out on opportunities they could never attain. However, Lu Yin paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. There was no need for him to waste words on them. On the dungeon selection interface, he confirmed his choice for the underwater dragon palace, setting the difficulty to nightmare. This outdoor dungeon featured 4 difficulty levels: simple, normal, hard, and nightmare. Some higher level dungeons even offered a hell difficulty option. Buzz. As Lu Yin confirmed his choice, he and the 3 women were engulfed by the swirling vortex at the entrance. As they vanished from sight, many onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. Did he just go in? Did he really choose nightmare difficulty? A hidden dungeon's nightmare difficulty. How could he dare at level 8? This fool is only harming himself and wasting the opportunity for those 3 girls. Surviving this would likely cost him dearly. They could only watch and see how he would face the consequences. Most practitioners capable of delving into dungeons here were seasoned veterans around level 20. They were well aware of the dungeon's intensity. If calculated by difficulty ratio, a nightmare hidden dungeon would likely require at least 4 fully equipped level 22 practitioners to have any chance of success. While the external clamor persisted, Lu Yin and his companions were swept into a realm of deep azure waters. A piercing chill enveloped their bodies, prompting an instinctive shiver from Lin Wei and the others. When they regained their composure, they found themselves standing at the entrance of a grand palace. Before them, the crystal palace towered majestically, its intricately carved beams and painted rafters shimmering with a faint blue glow. A vast expanse of coral formations resembled natural columns, majestically supporting the dome above, while an array of peculiar deep-sea flora swayed gently, emitting a soft luminescence. Is this the dragon palace at the riverbed? How wondrous! Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened in awe. Within her line of sight, numerous small fish darted about. Despite being situated at the river's bottom, they breathed freely. The sensation was surreal, almost dreamlike. Lu Yin gently pushed against the portal before him, and the grand doors, buoyed by the water's force, swung open effortlessly. The interior of the hall was even more magnificent than it appeared from the outside, adorned with exquisite coral carvings and shell decorations. The floor was laid with smooth, jade-like stone slabs, reflecting the silhouettes of the 4 individuals like a mirror. In the distance, within the expansive hall, dozens of shrimp soldiers, clad in dark blue-black shells, swam aimlessly, armed with rusted tridents. Their crimson compound eyes flickered ominously in the ethereal blue light of the water. Lu Yin scrutinized the attributes of the shrimp soldiers. Dragon Palace Guard Elite. Level, 15. Strength, 480. Constitution, 450. Agility, 490. Spirit, 420. Skills, Water Flow Stab, Water Arrow Spray, Frenzy Strike. The attributes of these shrimp soldiers were impressive. Lin Wei exclaimed upon glancing at the monster panel. An elite monster at nightmare difficulty, level 15, was nearly on par with the attributes of level 25 elite monsters found in the wild. You all stay behind me, Lu Yin instructed, his expression devoid of emotion, placing Lin Wei and the others behind him. The guards, draped in their dark shells, seemed to sense the intruders, their crimson eyes turning in unison toward the 4. The rusted tridents in their hands glinting with a ghostly blue light. Be careful, they're about to attack, Lin Wei warned anxiously. Lu Yin raised his hand, and 50 undead soldiers materialized from the dark magic circle. Although they were already aware of Lu Yin's summoning ability, the sudden appearance of such a number still took the 3 by surprise. 11,359, 105, 12,412. As the undead soldiers clashed with the multitude of Dragon Palace guards, the hall was instantly engulfed in crimson damage numbers. Lin Wei and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Those guards, whose attributes far surpassed those of monsters of the same level, crumbled like paper before Lu Yin's summoned undead soldiers. Each strike unleashed terrifying damage in the 5-digit range, almost guaranteeing a one-hit kill. What kind of damage is this? Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. This was their first experience witnessing Lu Yin clear a dungeon, leaving them utterly astonished. Ding! You have slain a Dragon Palace guard, gaining 989 experience points. Within a mere blink, dozens of Dragon Palace guards had been reduced to experience points, leaving only a plethora of loot scattered across the ground. What are you waiting for? Lu Yin said coolly. Collect the spoils and move forward. The 3 women snapped back to reality and hurriedly began gathering the items. To their delight, the drop rates and quality in this hidden dungeon at nightmare difficulty exceeded their expectations. They found 5 pieces of bronze level equipment and even 1 silver level item. This is just the first wave of minor monsters, Lin Wei murmured, finally understanding why Lu Yin was so confident. As for the equipment, Lu Yin deemed it unworthy of his attention. Given that these were not drops from bosses, their additional attributes and effects would undoubtedly be slightly inferior. Yet in the eyes of the three women, these were treasures beyond compare. Following the palace's layout, Lu Yin advanced directly, with the undead soldiers shadowing him protectively. Any monster that dared to show its face was swiftly dispatched. Before long, they had carved their way through the grand hall and arrived at a corridor paved with pearls. The corridor's columns were embedded with luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated their path. Be cautious, Lin Wei suddenly grasped Lu Yin's sleeve. There's movement ahead. No sooner had she spoken than heavy footsteps resonated from deep within the corridor. 12 enormous crab generals emerged slowly, their crimson armor glinting ominously, their pincers resembling giant shears, causing the ground to tremble with each step. This was another type of monster within the Dragon Palace, crab generals. Chapter 25, The Jiao Dragon Commander. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the monster's attribute panel. Dragon Palace Vanguard, Elite. Level, 18. Strength, 520, Constitution, 580. Agility, 450, Spirit, 380. Skills, Heavy Claw Strike, Shell Defense. Bubble Bind. While their attributes and level were significantly stronger than the previous shrimp soldiers, Lu Yin felt no trepidation. With a mere thought, 50 undead soldiers surged forth. 12,580. 13,142. 11,997. Astonishing red numbers once again ascended as the 12 crab generals fell like dry leaves before a storm. Ding! You have slain a Dragon Palace Vanguard, gaining 1,122 experience points. In just a matter of seconds, all 12 formidable crab generals had been transformed into experience points, leaving behind a scatter of materials and equipment. Look, another silver piece. Su Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, darting forward to retrieve a silver glimmering bracer from the ground. Lin Wei and Tang Wan's eyes sparkled with joy. Having entered the hidden dungeon for such a short time, their rewards already far exceeded their expectations. This was the allure of a nightmare-level dungeon, where the probability of loot drops was greatly enhanced. As they traversed the Pearl Corridor, they reached the end, where a massive door intricately carved with dragon motifs awaited. The door shimmered with a faint golden light, clearly something extraordinary. This must be the first boss, Lin Wei remarked gravely. In dungeons of this caliber, there were typically 2 or more bosses. Lu Yin nodded and gently pushed open the enormous door, revealing a scene that left everyone breathless. Before them stood a grander hall, its dome embedded with countless luminous pearls, resembling a starry sky. At the center of the hall coiled a Jiao dragon, adorned with azure scales. Its singular horn and bell-like eyes exuded an oppressive aura that sent chills down their spines. Jiao Dragon Commander, Boss. Level, 20. Strength, 1580. Constitution, 1520. Agility, 1520. Spirit, 1580. Skills, Jiao Dragon Tail Sweep, Water Dragon Roar, Call of Wind and Rain, Dragon's Might. With attributes at level 20, it rivaled the level 30 Black Lizard, Earth Dragon. These stats. A single blow could very well take me out. Lin Wei and the others gasped in astonishment as they examined the Jiao Dragon Commander's panel. Yet Lu Yin remained impassive, commanding the undead soldiers to initiate their assault. As anticipated, it was a swift defeat. Ding! You have slain the Jiao Dragon Commander, gaining 28,800 experience points. Ding! You have acquired a rare level Death Soul. As the system notification rang out, the massive form of the Jiao Dragon collapsed to the ground. My goodness, it's a piece of golden equipment. Su Xiaoyu was the first to rush forward, retrieving a shield that shimmered with golden light from the loot, faint dragon patterns dancing along its surface, emanating a powerful aura. Dragon scales, armor. Equipment quality, gold. Equipment requirement, LV20. Physical defense, 280. Magic defense, 220. Strength, 180. Stamina, 180. Effect, dragon scale shield. When attacked, there is a 10 chance to trigger, providing a shield with 500 health points. This attribute is exceedingly powerful. Tang Wan could not help but exclaim. Moreover, it is perfectly suited for Sister Wei. Lin Wei gazed at the shield, revealing a flicker of interest. However, their acquisition of this equipment was undoubtedly due to Lu Yin's efforts. Consequently, the distribution of the equipment would naturally depend on Lu Yin's intentions. Feel free to choose any suitable equipment. The remaining spoils will be sold, and we shall divide the proceeds equally, Lu Yin stated calmly, sensing Lin Wei's gaze. Thank you, Lin Wei replied gratefully, casting a glance at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded, and then invoked Death Soul to resurrect the Fallen Dragon. Fallen Dragon, Boss. Level, 20. Strength, 1780. Constitution, 1720. Agility, 1720. Spirit, 1780. The attributes had slightly improved, and its combat power could nearly rival that of the Black Lizard Dragon. The group continued their descent. Before long, a deep underwater passage emerged ahead. The passage was adorned with glowing corals on either side, illuminating the path ahead, yet casting eerie shadows in the water. Is this the way to the Dragon Palace underground? Su Xiaoyu spoke timidly, glancing at the dark passage. Yes, this dungeon likely consists of 2 levels. Having defeated the upper-level boss, we should now be in the latter part of the dungeon, Lin Wei replied, as they traversed the dim underwater corridor. A chilling aura enveloped them. The glowing corals cast flickering shadows, warping and twisting in the water, as if countless eyes were watching from the dark. This place feels so strange, Su Xiaoyu murmured, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Wei. Tang Wan tightened her grip on her bow, scanning the surroundings warily. Be cautious. I can sense the presence of assassin-type monsters nearby. Leading the way, Lu Yin was followed by the resurrected fallen dragon and a legion of death soldiers. His gaze swept through the depths of the passage before suddenly halting. Just as Lu Yin came to a stop, several shadowy figures emerged from the coral shadow, like wraiths. They were slender, covered in dark scales, wielding daggers that glimmered with a cold light, moving with barely a ripple in the water. Shadow Scale Assassin Elite. Level, 19. Strength, 580, Constitution, 520. Agility, 780, Spirit, 550. Skills, Dark Current Strike, Water Shadow Clone, Lethal Backstab. Be careful, Tang Wan cried out, swiftly drawing her bow and unleashing a volley of arrows. Yet, the Shadow Scale Assassins were remarkably swift, evading all her arrows. In the instant Tang Wan's arrows fell short. 3 figures had already closed in, daggers aimed directly at the center of the team, where Su Xiaoyu stood. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Su Xiaoyu instinctively screamed. However, as a mage, she subconsciously activated her shield skill. Whoosh. 1240. Yet, the shield she conjured was shattered in one blow by the Shadow Scale Assassin. The remaining 2 monsters swiftly circled around her, launching a deadly backstab. The daggers, glistening with a cold light, plunged directly towards her delicate neck. Xiaoyu. The sudden turn of events left Lin Wei no time to assist. Just as Su Xiaoyu faced imminent peril, a shadow suddenly interposed itself behind her, blocking the fatal assault. 1180. 1127. Lu Yin. Su Xiaoyu gasped in shock, staring at the figure shielding her, her expression filled with urgency. The 2 daggers, glimmering with cold light, sank deep into Lu Yin's shoulder. I'm fine. Lu Yin's gaze was icy, not even turning around, merely channeling his thoughts. The fallen dragon emitted a deafening roar, its massive tail sweeping through the water with a tumultuous surge. 15,820. 16,240. The 2 Shadow Scale Assassins were instantly propelled away, crashing against the coral wall and becoming lifeless corpses. Simultaneously, the other death soldiers swiftly targeted the remaining Shadow Scale Assassins. 9,480. 8,890. 9,120. Astonishing damage numbers soared. And in a fleeting moment, all the Shadow Scale Assassins were annihilated. Chapter 26. Hidden Boss. Are you alright? With the crisis averted, Lin Wei hurriedly approached. The damage numbers that had appeared above Lu Yin's head had momentarily led her to believe he would be instantly killed by the monsters. However, she did not anticipate that Lu Yin could withstand such damage, entirely unlike the health pool of an 8th-level practitioner. I'm fine. Lu Yin moved his shoulders slightly where he had been stabbed. Although he had activated the Monarch subject link, the pain was still unavoidable. Your health. Lin Wei hesitated, her eyes filled with suspicion. But Lu Yin offered no explanation, and she felt reluctant to press further. Su Xiaoyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. It's nothing, Lu Yin replied blandly. However, these Shadow Scale Assassins possess excellent stealth capabilities and remarkable speed, so you must not stray too far from me. There will not be just this wave of assassin-type monsters. Lu Yin's gaze swept through the shadowy depths of the passage, the colossal form of the fallen dragon gliding ahead, while the death soldiers formed an orderly array to shield the trio. Sure enough, not long after, more shadows emerged from all directions. But this time, having taken precautions, the Shadow Scale Assassins posed little trouble for them. They pressed onward until they reached the final scene, where the passage opened up to reveal a magnificent underground hall. Decayed stone pillars loomed high, supporting a ceiling thick with cobwebs, while the air was laden with ancient dust and an aura of danger. In the center of the hall sat a humanoid creature cloaked in dragon scales, adorned with twin horns. A silver sword was embedded diagonally in front of it. Its eyes were hollow and devoid of life, as if it had long since perished. Yet, the overwhelming presence surrounding it surpassed that of any creature Lu Yin had encountered before. Dragon Palace Guardian Ao Shang, Hidden Boss. Level, 25. Strength, 2580. Constitution, 2820. Agility, 2320. Spirit, 2520. Skills, Dragon Soul Slash, Azure Wave Domain, Dragon Might Dread, all swords return to 1, Indomitable Fighting Spirit. Description, once a genius of the Dragon Clan, but in pursuit of greater power, chose to fall and became an undead that can never be killed. Those who trespass into the Dragon Palace shall die. The moment the 3 entered the hall, Ao Shang emitted a hoarse and deep voice. It slowly rose, grasping the silver sword before it. A level 25 hidden boss. Its attributes are utterly outrageous. The three women gasped in astonishment as they beheld the boss's stats. However, Lu Yin's attention was drawn to the description of the boss. Fallen and can never be killed as an undead? What does that mean? Lu Yin furrowed his brow, a hint of caution rising within him. And just as he pondered this, Ao Shang had already made its move. The silver sword abruptly unsheathed, its blade quivering as it emitted a resonant hum reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Dragon Soul Slash. A fierce sword aura materialized, transforming into a dragon-shaped phantom that tore through the air, striking with unrelenting force. With a mere thought, Lu Yin commanded the soldiers of death to swiftly position themselves in defense. The fallen dragon let out a thunderous roar, its massive tail sweeping across. Dragon's tail. Boom. The clash between the sword aura and the dragon's tail unleashed an astonishing wave of energy, causing the entire hall to tremble. According to logic, the fallen dragon should have been no match for the guardian of the Dragon Palace, Ao Shang. Yet, under Lu Yin's tenfold enhancement, the dragon's attributes were utterly crushed. Titled Dragon Tornado. The fallen dragon roared skyward, dark vapor enveloping its body, rapidly coalescing into a colossal black tornado that surged toward Ao Shang with devastating force. In Ao Shang's hollow eye sockets, a flicker of movement seemed to flash, as the silver sword horizontally positioned before him, its blade shimmering with azure ripples. Azure Wave Domain. From its center, pale blue water ripples swiftly expanded, forming a massive defensive barrier. The black tornado collided against the barrier with a deafening roar, energy scattering in all directions. Yet it could not breach even a fraction of it. Lu Yin paused momentarily, but he soon comprehended the situation. This domain was capable of immunizing against the majority of water attribute attacks. The fallen dragon was formidable, yet it was countered by Ao Shang. Realizing this, Lu Yin promptly altered his strategy. He commanded the soldiers of death to launch an assault, unleashing various skills upon the boss. This boss demonstrated its formidable prowess, sweeping its sword with a single motion. In an instant, the water ripples within the Azure Wave domain surged, countless tiny droplets coalescing into swords that poured forth like a torrential downpour. 1,000 swords returned to the origin. 56, 48, 32. This was a group attack skill, nearly enveloping all the soldiers of death. However, the disparity in attributes dictated that its effectiveness would be minimal. Had an ordinary team encountered this boss, they would likely have faced utter annihilation in a single encounter. Alas, it was unfortunate for the boss, for it had crossed paths with the monstrous Lu Yin. After withstanding a round of damage, the skills of the soldiers of death all landed upon Ao Shang. 6,891, 7898, in the blink of an eye. Ao Shang's health bar was entirely depleted. Ao Shang's body collapsed heavily to the ground, the silver sword dropping alongside with a crisp sound. Is it over? Su Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. Lin Wei and Tang Wan also exhaled in relief. However, Lu Yin's brows furrowed ever tighter. He noticed that the silver sword, lying on the ground, was faintly quivering, emanating a soft, eerie glow. And the fallen Ao Shang's body was also glowing, reflecting the radiance of the silver sword. Something is amiss, Lu Yin murmured. At that very moment, the silver sword suddenly emitted a piercing sword cry, rising autonomously and re-embedding itself back into its original position. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly lifeless Ao Shang slowly stood from the ground, his wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. Indomitable fighting spirit, activated. How is this possible? Lin Wei gasped. His health bar was already at 0. Su Xiaoyu's face turned pale with fear. He has come back to life. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he focused on the silver sword. It seems the issue lies with that blade. Just as the boss description indicated. Having fallen into the realm of the undead, he could not be truly slain due to some lingering obsession. Or rather, as long as that silver sword remained, he would continually resurrect. Intruders must be eliminated. Ao Shang's voice echoed again, raspy, with a flicker of eerie fire now present in his hollow eye sockets. He grasped the silver sword once more, its brilliance now more resplendent. Could it be that the sword is the true boss? Lu Yin pondered. He attempted to direct the soldiers of death to attack the silver sword. 7,680. Indeed, damage numbers appeared above the silver blade. At that moment, Ao Shang fell into a fury as the sword was harmed. He disregarded the soldiers of death and charged directly towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils constricted. Ao Shang's speed was even greater than before, the silver sword slicing through the air with a piercing hum, aimed directly at his face. Yet Lu Yin felt no trepidation. He merely raised his hand slowly, a pitch-black magical circle materializing before him. A colossal obsidian beast began to emerge from the formation. Chapter 27. The Undead Bone Dragon. This marked Lu Yin's first summoning of the dark lava behemoth. Its immense form resembled a fortress of steel. What is that? The sudden appearance of this giant left the three women in shock. They had thought the soldiers of death were already astonishing, only to discover Lu Yin had concealed this powerful trump card. Boom. The dark lava behemoth let out a deafening roar, its sound waves reverberating throughout the hall, shaking dust from the stone pillars. Ao Shang's charging form came to a halt, his hollow eye sockets turning towards this unexpected obstruction. The silver sword buzzed incessantly in his grasp as the azure wave domain unfolded once more, water ripples undulating. Dragon Soul Slash. With the domain activated, Ao Shang unleashed another sword strike. In the face of Ao Shang's fierce slash, the dark lava behemoth stood resolute. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. A trivial damage number floated up, leaving Lin Wei and the others utterly astounded. 1. No breach. In contrast, after enduring the strike, the lava behemoth suddenly raised its arms high. Cataclysmic slam. The behemoth's arms, enveloped in a dark red glow, descended like two mountains. The entire hall trembled violently, the ground cracking with spiderweb-like fissures. 119,870. A crimson, terrifying number materialized, shattering the perceptions of Lin Wei and the others. This was the damage output of an 8th-level summoner's creation. Naturally, Ao Shang was once again annihilated. The silver sword clattered to the ground, once more emitting an eerie glow. With a mere thought, Lu Yin commanded the lava behemoth to attack again. However, this time, the target shifted to the silver sword. Boom. The assault of the lava behemoth, infused with destructive power, struck the silver sword, shattering it. The flickering eerie glow abruptly extinguished. Yet Lu Yin remained furrowed in thought. With the silver sword broken, the system should have issued a completion notification. Yet within his mind, there was no sound indicating the boss had been slain. The hall fell into an eerie silence, the broken silver sword lying quietly on the ground, its once flickering glow now completely extinguished. Lin Wei and the others held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding events. What is happening? Su Xiaoyu whispered, wasn't the boss already? Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden change occurred. The shattered silver sword began to tremble violently, and a dark orb, more profound than before, as if it had coalesced all the malice in the world, erupted from the sword's broken edge. It twisted in the air as if alive, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. Then, as if detecting prey, it lunged forcefully into Ao Shang's lifeless body. Thud! A sound reminiscent of ancient war drums reverberated in everyone's hearts. With the infusion of this power, Ao Shang's corpse began to undergo a horrific transformation. His body, in its twisting, rapidly expanded, limbs tearing and elongating. The surface of the skin manifested an intricate array of black lines, writhing as though animated by life. Within the previously hollow eye sockets, two orbs of eerie green flame ignited. In merely a few seconds, he transformed into a colossal skeletal dragon, towering dozens of meters high. Its pale white skeleton was adorned with decaying flesh, and a chilling dark aura surged between its ribs. The skeletal dragon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, the sound waves imbued with boundless resentment and murderous intent. Is this the second phase of the boss? Lin Wei's face turned ashen, instinctively taking a step back. Undead Bone Dragon Ao Shang, Hidden Boss. Level, 25. Strength, 4580. Constitution, 4820. Agility, 4320. Spirit, 4520. Skills, Death Breath, Tail Sweep, Bone Storm, Undead Curse, Annihilation Beam. Description, reborn in a skeletal form, corrupted by the powers of the underworld. The powers of the underworld, indeed. Lu Yin glanced at the attributes, revealing no trace of surprise. After all, whether it be abyssal demons, undead from the underworld, or the mechanical clan, they were perpetually embroiled in conflict with humanity. Even as humans colonized the stars, these entities remained as persistent as maggots in flesh. Lu Yin remained cautious. With the boss's attributes enhanced in this second phase, its desire to attack was surely amplified. Fixated on the immense skeletal dragon before him, Lin Wei instinctively opened her mouth to warn. However, before her words could escape, Lu Yin had already commanded the lava behemoth to launch an assault. Desperate charge. The behemoth's gargantuan form surged into action, a dark red glow swirling across its surface. It barreled towards Ao Shang like an erupting volcano. Boom. The deafening sound of impact erupted, sending shattered bones flying in all directions. 158,920. An even more terrifying damage number ascended from the dragon's head, utterly depleting its health bar. Another instant kill. This time, the system's mechanical voice resonated. Ding. You have slain an undead bone dragon, gaining 100,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 9. The number of death spaces has increased, current total, 5,490. Ding. You have acquired loot, Seed of the Underworld, Dragon Soul Essence, Crown of Bones, Dragon Bone Longsword. Ding. You have obtained an epic level Soul of Death. Lu Yin's gaze was instantly drawn to a pale yellow phantom hovering in the air, radiating a soft, yet undeniable glow. He could sense the deathly power contained within, far purer and more potent than any previous Soul of Death he had acquired. Epic level, he murmured to himself, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, Su Xiaoyu, and Tang Xian stood utterly petrified in place. Their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg, their gazes darting between the lava behemoth. The skeletal dragon's remains, and Lu Yin, as if their minds had momentarily crashed. This was utterly beyond human comprehension. Lu Yin paid no heed to the astonishment of the trio. His focus was entirely captivated by the epic-level soul of death. He extended his hand, and the glowing orb drifted toward him as if summoned, settling gently into his palm. Epic-level soul of death contains an extremely pure essence of death power, usable for resurrecting and strengthening deceased beings. Subsequently, Lu Yin turned his attention to the massive remains strewn across the ground. He approached the skeletal remains of the dragon, pressing the epic-level soul of death against the cold skull. Rise. Buzz. An invisible wave of energy radiated outward, causing the temperature within the hall to plummet. The pale skeletal remains began to tremble, emitting a creaking sound. The extinguished green flames within the hollow eye sockets suddenly reignited, burning even more fervently than before. Fractured bones visibly healed and reassembled, producing audible cracks. Under the infusion of deathly power, the skeletal dragon's enormous form seemed to be imbued with new life. The skeleton thickened, and fearsome spines sprouted at the joints. A pale yellow halo enveloped the surface, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Undead Bone Dragon Ao Shang, Hidden Boss. Level, 25. Strength, 6880. Constitution, 7230. Agility, 6480. Spirit, 6780. Skills, Death Breath, Tail Sweep, Bone Storm, Undead Curse, Annihilation Beam, Death Domain. Chapter 28. Execute the mission. The enhanced attribute panel materialized before Lu Yin's eyes, eliciting a satisfied curve at the corners of his mouth. He turned with a calm demeanor, his gaze settling on the three girls who were nearly petrified. The dungeon has concluded. His voice sliced through the nearly frozen air. Lin Wei snapped back to reality, taking several deep breaths before managing to reclaim her voice, trembling with suppressed emotion. What Lu Yin just did was, her lips quivered as she struggled for words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Su Xiaoyu and Tang Xian mirrored her astonishment, gazing at Lu Yin as if he were a prehistorical beast clad in human skin. Let us inspect the loot. After allowing the three girls a moment to recover, Lu Yin approached the scattered items radiating various hues of light. Seed of the Underworld, material. Usage, a crystallization of underworld power, used for crafting equipment. Dragon Soul Essence, rare item. Usage, the essence containing the power of ancient dragon souls. Can enhance the user's four-dimensional attributes by 10 points. Crown of Bones, armor. Equipment quality, dark gold. Equipment requirement, LV 25. Physical defense, 380. Magical defense, 320. Strength 250, stamina 250. King's Enslavement, can resurrect defeated monsters to fight for you for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mana cost, 200 points. Dragonbone Longsword, weapon. Equipment quality, dark gold. Equipment requirement, LV 25. Attack power, 1100. Strength, 300. Constitution, 300. Effect, bleeding. There is a 10 chance to inflict a bleeding effect on the target upon attack. Dragonbone Slash, launches a slash at the target, dealing physical damage equal to the attack power's strength value. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Mana cost, 150 points. 2 rare items, along with 2 pieces of dark gold equipment. The other loot held little significance for Lu Yin. However, the Dragonbone Longsword would be kept for equipping at level 25. After all, Lu Yin was uncertain whether he would obtain a more suitable weapon in the future, so retaining it was a prudent choice. I shall keep this sword for now. He calmly placed the longsword into his inventory. He then shifted his gaze to the remaining items. Pondering slightly, you three can divide these 3 items among yourselves. Lin Wei and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. However, when they finally discerned the attributes of the equipment, they could not suppress their exclamations. Dark gold equipment. This could fetch a staggering price of millions of star coins. This is far too precious. Lin Wei was the first to react, hastily waving her hands. We barely contributed anything. It was you who single-handedly dealt with the boss. Su Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Lu Yin, these spoils rightfully belong to you. We cannot accept a share. Although Tang Xian remained silent, her eyes conveyed the same sentiment. Lu Yin, however, merely shook his head with a calm demeanor. Without your dragon pearls, I would not have achieved these gains. I shall take the weapons, and you may divide the rest. His tone was tranquil, yet imbued with an unassailable resolve, rendering the 3 women momentarily speechless. Lin Wei hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath. Very well, with our current level of profession, equipping such high-grade gear would be a waste. Let us sell it after we return, and then we shall share the profits. All 3 of them were ordinary-level combat professions, destined never to reach the pinnacle of greatness. During their 3 years at university, achieving level 30 and graduating would be considered a remarkable feat. Thus, they harbored no grand ambitions regarding their paths as adventurers. Besides, the 3 young women were not particularly fond of a life filled with conflict and bloodshed. The divide between them and a practitioner of Lu Yin's caliber was insurmountable. Lu Yin nodded noncommittally, indifferent to their concerns. He understood that his encounter with these three young women was merely a fleeting one, and future interactions would likely be scarce. The three women meticulously gathered the spoils, their hands trembling slightly with disbelief. They had never anticipated that merely accompanying Lu Yin on a dungeon run would yield such remarkable rewards. Let us depart. After clearing the battlefield, the group exited the dungeon. The light at the entrance gradually faded, and Lu Yin, along with the three women, reappeared by the riverbank. The once bustling riverside was now eerily silent. With all adventurers' gazes fixated upon them, their faces etched with incredulity. No, it cannot be, the giant axe-wielding warrior muttered. Had they truly emerged from that nightmare-level dungeon? Just hours prior, he had confidently proclaimed that this team was doomed to fail. Now, his complexion was a ghastly pallor, as if he had been soundly slapped. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Not only had they returned, but they appeared completely unscathed. How could this be possible? That was a hidden dungeon of nightmare difficulty. Who exactly was that young teen leader? Whispers of disbelief and curiosity erupted among the onlookers. The three women, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, felt somewhat awkward and instinctively leaned closer to Lu Yin. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the attention, his expression as calm as still waters. He cast a cursory glance at the surrounding crowd and addressed the three women. I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Lin Wei and the others, Lu Yin returned home for a well-deserved rest, as he anticipated that Xiao Wangwo would require him to embark on a nighttime mission. After taking a shower, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the sun sank below the horizon, and night enveloped the world. Suddenly, his communicator chimed, rousing him from his sleep. Come down. Upon connecting, he heard Xiao Wangwo's concise, commanding voice. Lu Yin swiftly got up, dressed, and left a note for Lu Sun before heading downstairs. The military hover vehicle that was to pick him up had arrived at the entrance without him noticing. Get in. As Lu Yin approached, the window rolled down to reveal Xiao Wangwo's figure. Lu Yin opened the door and settled into the passenger seat, where the air was infused with a subtle blend of leather and tobacco. Xiao Wangwo started the vehicle and handed over a tablet. Take a look at the data first. Lu Yin activated the screen, revealing rows of encrypted information. The first item was their destination, the dungeon where the abyssal power had been detected. The dungeon was named the Lost Temple, with a minimum entry level of 20. Alongside the dungeon details were the profiles of two auxiliary personnel assigned by the military. Li Chenxiu, level 23 legendary profession, Earth Knight. Wei Xiaoxiao, level 24 legendary profession, Light Priest. Both were not only of legendary status, but were also equipped with full military gear. Their four-dimensional attributes approached 2,000 points, making them comparably powerful among their peers. However, to Lu Yin, they seemed somewhat lacking. Even a single soldier from him could easily overpower them. Not to mention the newly acquired formidable asset, the undead bone dragon. With the enhancement of his domain, the bone dragon's attributes could reach a terrifying 60 to 70,000. This granted Lu Yin the strength to contend with the abyssal demon general. Should conditions permit, he planned to confront that abyssal creature directly, as defeating such a being would surely yield tremendous experience points, something he desperately required. Chapter 29, The Lost Temple. Half an hour later, the hover vehicle entered a concealed military base. The two traversed several security checkpoints to arrive at a secluded area. A young man and woman awaited them. The man was tall, clad in silver-gray knightly armor, and bore a heavy shield emblazoned with the earth emblem. The woman wore a pristine priestess robe, wielding a staff embedded with radiant gems. Reporting, Sir, Li Chenxiu and Wei Xiaoxiao are ready. Both saluted Xiao Wangwo in unison. After returning the gesture, Xiao Wangwo introduced them to Lu Yin. These will be your temporary teammates. Li Chenxiu scrutinized Lu Yin from head to toe, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Sir, he is only level 9. Are you certain he can handle this mission? Wei Xiaoxiao gently tugged at her companion's sleeve, smiling as she greeted Lu Yin. Hello. I am Wei Xiaoxiao, a level 24 light priest. Heh, do not underestimate Lu Yin. He has successfully countered 2 level 40 first transformation adventurers. Xiao Wangwo interjected with a knowing smile, seemingly prepared for their doubts. What? He can slay first transformation adventurers at that level? That must be a fabrication. Li Chenxiu was momentarily taken aback, disbelief written all over his face. While his acquired data confirmed Lu Yin's status as a mythical level adventurer, he believed there were limitations. He felt capable of countering first transformation adventurers at his current level, but the notion of Lu Yin achieving such feats at his level was inconceivable. Lu Yin, however, found no inclination to explain himself. He walked towards their mode of transport, which was an electromagnetic helicopter. You too, simply assist him. The military's orders are not to be questioned, Xiao Wangwo interjected, cutting off Li Chenxiu's inquiries. Li Chenxiu opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately swallowed his doubts, though his mistrust remained evident in his gaze. With a huff, he strode towards the helicopter. Once aboard, aside from the pilot, Xiao Wangwo remained with them. As the helicopter ascended, Xiao Wangwo reiterated the mission details. The enemy you will face this time based on current information, is a demon general named Arthas. A level 70 cursed sorcerer, he specializes in mental control and area curses. Xiao Wanghua's demeanor suddenly turned grave. His most perilous ability is soul withering, which can significantly diminish the target's attributes in a short span and continuously drain their health. Once afflicted by this skill, it is imperative to immediately utilize a full recovery potion to ensure one's vitality remains intact. Our reinforcement team will be accompanied by high-level priests to dispel any curses. Although he is merely a mage, the disparity in levels enables his physical attacks to inflict substantial harm upon you. Hence, maintain a safe distance. It is preferable to endure magic than to allow him to close in. Do you comprehend? As his words echoed, Xiao Wanghua turned his gaze toward the trio. In response to his admonition, the three nodded in agreement. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped them. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades reverberated through the night sky. Lu Yin leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to meditate, disregarding the skeptical glances from Li Qinshu. 10 minutes until we reach our destination. The pilot's voice resonated through the communicator. Lu Yin opened his eyes and gazed out the window. Below lay a mountain range shrouded in thick fog, with a faint outline of a dungeon entrance emanating a cerulean glow. Prepare for descent, Xiao Wanghua announced as he stood. Remember, your task is to attract and contain, not to engage directly. Should you sense the abyssal force, utilize the signal transmitter immediately. We will promptly pinpoint your coordinates. Go forth. And until you encounter the abyssal demon general, there will be no further communication. I hope that when we meet again, you shall not be but corpses. Xiao Wanghua regarded the trio with utmost seriousness. His words were not spoken lightly. The cruelty of abyssal beings is well known to all. In an encounter, it would be a matter of life and death, especially as they faced the cunning abyssal demon general. Describing this mission as a perilous endeavor would not be an exaggeration. Yet, such is the brutal nature of war, particularly between two races, there exists no right or wrong, only the notion of not my kin. Even young individuals like Lu Yin had long internalized this belief. Commander, understood. We shall accomplish the mission, Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao saluted. For these two seasoned professionals who had long been part of the military, their convictions were resolute. Lu Yin, seemingly influenced by the pair, merely nodded solemnly, as he was not one for words. All right, let us commence. The helicopter gradually descended into the fog-laden valley, its rotors stirring the grayish mist, producing a dull howl. The trio swiftly exited the cabin, and Xiao Wanghua rendered them a final salute at the door. The helicopter ascended once more, quickly vanishing into the fog. Although the commander has designated you as the main combatant, should you make any erroneous decisions, I reserve the right to refuse execution. Li Qinshu remarked coolly after the helicopter departed. Lu Yin merely cast a sidelong glance at him, offering no reply as he proceeded toward the dungeon entrance. Noticing this, Wei Xiaoxiao hurried to catch up, whispering, Lu Yin, Qinshu is merely sensitive due to his brother being slain by that abyssal demon general. Do not take it to heart. Xiaoxiao, refrain from speaking out of turn. Li Qinshu interjected brusquely before Wei Xiaoxiao could finish her statement. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. He was already aware of the details. Li Qinshu's brother, Li Qinyang, was the mythic-level professional mentioned earlier by Xiao Wanghua. He was expected to be a seed-level genius within the military. Yet he was slain by an abyssal demon before he could realize his potential. Li Qinshu sought vengeance for his brother, which prompted his eagerness to participate in this operation. However, what relevance did this bear upon Lu Yin? The deaths of professionals transpired daily. While he could empathize, he would not allow such matters to sway his judgment. Thus, this did not furnish Lu Yin with a reason to tolerate Li Qinshu's demeanor. At the very least, it would not lead him to make an emotional decision. After all, his presence here was motivated not solely by military rewards, but also by a desire to garner more information regarding his parents. Soon, the trio arrived at the dungeon entrance. Though located in a suburban area, numerous professionals were still present, training diligently. Throughout the camp, campfires flickered, and voices rose in lively discussion. Have you noticed that the monsters in the dungeon seem to have increased in strength over the past few days? Indeed, previously, I could defeat one with 2 skills, but now it requires 3. What could be the reason? Is the dungeon level about to rise? If that is the case, we must make the most of this opportunity and run through it a few more times. Although the monsters are tougher, the experience has increased as well. Listening to the chatter, Lu Yin instantly comprehended that this phenomenon was undoubtedly the work of the abyssal demon general. The emergence of such occurrences signified that the demon was preparing to strike within this dungeon. Sensing the urgency, Lu Yin promptly formed a party, inviting Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao to join. Chapter 30, Entering the Dungeon. As the three approached, many professionals took notice of them. Newcomers have arrived. The clamor echoed around them, but the trio remained unfazed. They proceeded directly to the dungeon entrance, where Lu Yin opened the selection interface. Lost Temple. Level restriction, LV20 to LV25. Recommended number of participants, 14. Dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yin selected the nightmare difficulty. Enter nightmare difficulty. Enter. With a flash of light, the scenery before the three abruptly distorted, and the cerulean glow enveloped them entirely. After a brief moment of disorientation, they found themselves standing before the entrance of a dilapidated ancient temple. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, and the surrounding stone walls were cloaked in dark purple moss. The columns leaned precariously, and the murals had begun to peel. A thick layer of dust blanketed the ground. Yet faint traces of an era-long past could be discerned. Stay alert, Li Qinshu cautioned as he surveyed their surroundings, his heavy shield emitting a dull thud. Xiao Xiao, prepare the light sanctuary. Wei Xiao Xiao tapped her staff lightly, and a gentle white light enveloped the trio. Though the nightmare-level dungeon poses little difficulty for us, we must remain vigilant against the lurking abyssal demons. You two must not stray beyond 3 meters of my position. Lu Yin, I have heard your profession is summoning. Use your summons to lure the monsters, and we will take them down one by one. Although Xiao Wanghua had instructed them to follow Lu Yin's lead, the disparity in levels prompted Li Qinshu to instinctively assume the role of leader. Lu Yin disregarded Li Qinshu's command, and instead raised his hand to summon 10 death soldiers. These pitch-black minions charged forward without hesitation, with Lu Yin following closely behind. Li Qinshu, seeing Lu Yin ignoring his orders, was about to erupt, but was restrained by Wei Xiao Xiao. Hold on, let us first observe the strength of his summons, she whispered. Li Qinshu snorted derisively, maintaining his defensive stance with the heavy shield at the ready. As Lu Yin and the death soldiers stepped into the temple's grand hall, several crimson magic circles suddenly appeared on the ground around them. In the center of the magic circles stood several red-robed priests. Red-robed priest, level 20, strength 800, constitution 800, agility 650, spirit 1200, skills blood puncture, blood cage, soul absorption. The moment several crimson-robed priests appeared, they raised their staffs high, channeling a substantial amount of magical power. A thick, sanguine scent enveloped the air as numerous dark red blood spikes coalesced in the sky, aimed directly at the death soldiers of Lu Yin. Humph, so arrogant. A mere summoner dares to step into the monster's encirclement. Let him suffer a little, to prevent future troubles. Li Qinshu observed the scene with a cold gaze. He was well aware that Lu Yin also possessed a life crystal, thus he did not fear for Lu Yin's demise in this encounter. However, as they anticipated Lu Yin to panic and seek aid from them, the assault of the crimson-robed priests struck the death soldiers, yet merely caused their bodies to sway slightly. 109, 117, 96. Damage numbers floated above the heads of the death soldiers, barely breaching their defenses. What? Li Qinshu and Wei Xiao Xiao widened their eyes simultaneously. Incredulity etched across their faces as they beheld this spectacle. The skills capable of instantly vanquishing ordinary level 20 professionals inflicted only negligible damage upon Lu Yin's summoned entities. Even more astonishing was that after enduring the attack, the 10 death soldiers showed no signs of delay, lunging toward the crimson-robed priests like bolts of black lightning. 5,341, 6,517, 6,689. Astonishing damage figures ascended above the priests, and in a mere moment, the few crimson-robed priests were obliterated. Ding! You have slain a crimson-robed priest, gaining 1633 experience points. Ding! Acquired a common grade death soul, X1. This is impossible, Li Qinshu exclaimed in disbelief. How could a level 9 summoning creature possess such formidable defense and attack? Wei Xiao Xiao's expression grew solemn. The attributes of these summoned beings have clearly surpassed all logical boundaries. Just as the two were engulfed in shock, Lu Yin had already commanded the death soldiers to eliminate all the crimson-robed priests within the hall. The entire process was seamless, not even granting the monsters a second opportunity to unleash their skills. The experience gained was quite satisfactory. Lu Yin stood in the center of the temple hall, his expression calm as he surveyed his surroundings. Let us proceed, he spoke to himself, not even glancing back at the two behind him. Li Qinshu and Wei Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, both reflecting disbelief in each other's eyes. Wait, Li Qinshu quickly stepped forward. What level of existence are your summoned creatures? This is utterly beyond the capabilities of a level 9 summoner. Lu Yin continued onward without breaking stride. Level does not define everything. Wei Xiao Xiao contemplatively regarded the utterly black, decayed summoned beings, the light upon the staff flickering faintly. The attributes of these summoned entities have likely surpassed ours. Just then, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the temple. The ground trembled slightly, and the moss on the stone walls emitted an eerie purple light. Something large is coming. Li Qinshu immediately raised his heavy shield, entering a battle stance. Wei Xiao Xiao clutched her staff tightly, preparing to cast a spell. Yet Lu Yin merely raised a hand, summoning 10 more death soldiers to form a black defensive line before him. From the dark corridor's depths, a gigantic spider demon slowly crawled forth. 8 scarlet compound eyes glimmered in the darkness, and its sharp pincers scraped against the stone walls, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Temple Spider Demon Guardian, Elite. Level, 23. Strength, 1500, Constitution, 2000. Agility, 1200, Spirit, 800. Skills, Venom Spray, Web Binding, Rending Claw. A level 23 elite monster. Li Qinshu exclaimed, "Be wary of its venom. It can inflict persistent damage." The spider demon emitted a shrill screech and unleashed a torrent of green venom from its maw. However, the death soldiers stood their ground, confronting the venom head-on. To their astonishment, upon contact, the venom hissed and rapidly evaporated. 1, 1, 1. Negligible damage numbers appeared once more. The spider demon appeared momentarily stunned, but the death soldiers had already lunged forward. Skills rained down, astonishing damage figures rising. 7,854, 8,213, 9,341. The spider demon let out a wretched scream, its massive form crashing to the ground. Ding! You have slain the temple spider demon guardian, gaining 3,744 experience points. Ding! Acquired a high-grade death soul, X1. Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao fell utterly silent. They gazed at Lu Yin's silhouette, finally understanding why Xiao Wanghua insisted on placing this level 9 summoner in charge. He is nothing short of a monster. Lu Yin approached the fallen spider demon, bending to pick up a piece of equipment glowing with a green light. He then utilized the Death Soul infusion to transform it into a Death Soldier. Death Dark Spider Guardian Elite. Level 23. Strength 1800. Constitution 2300. Agility 1500. Spirit 1200. Skills, Venom Spray, Web Binding, Rending Claw, Death Erosion. It appears that the Death Legion can once again bolster its strength within this dungeon. Observing the resurrected Spider Guardian, the two exchanged glances. All that could be seen was an endless well of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 31. The Crimson Cardinal. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the newly transformed Death Dark Spider Guardian, its obsidian shell shimmering with a dim green glow, 8 compound eyes twinkling with the chill of death. Let us advance. His voice was calm and unruffled, as if everything that had transpired was merely a trivial dusting off of one's shoulder. This time, Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao offered no further objections, silently trailing behind him. The interior of the temple was far more intricate than they had imagined, with crumbling corridors branching out in all directions. The dark purple moss on the walls emitted a faint glow, barely illuminating their path. Ahead lay the area of the bloodthirsty bats. Wei Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her staff, the light of divine protection appearing particularly radiant against the darkness. Li Qinshu's heavy boots thudded against the dust-laden stone slabs, producing a dull echo. Indeed, the most troublesome aspect of this dungeon is those bloodthirsty bats. Many teams have fallen victim to them. Before he could finish his sentence, dozens of holes suddenly opened up along the walls, and countless crimson bats surged forth like a tide. Bloodthirsty bat. Level 21. Strength 500. Constitution 400. Agility 1500. Spirit 300. Skills, Bloodsucking Bite, Sonic Interference. The swarm of bats emitted a piercing shriek, the sonic waves reverberating through the narrow corridor, causing dizziness. What is happening? Why has the bat area arrived early? Li Qinshu was taken aback, immediately raising his heavy shield. But just as he was about to act, the Death Dark Spider Guardian suddenly opened its fearsome mandibles, spraying a large mass of viscous black webbing. The web instantly enveloped the entire corridor, and the swarm of bats collided with the web, becoming ensnared and emitting terrified cries. Immediately afterward, the Death Soldiers launched their assault, accurately striking every bat ensnared in the web. 7,124, 6,843, 6,988. Ding. You have vanquished a bloodthirsty bat, gaining 433 experience points. Ding. Acquired 1 ordinary death soul. The notifications of experience gained cascaded before Lu Yin's eyes like a waterfall, prompting him to reflect. This is indeed a splendid place for harvesting death souls. Although the experience yielded by these bloodthirsty bats is not substantial, their sheer numbers are overwhelming and concentrated. In just this wave, he had collected nearly 100 ordinary death souls. Furthermore, there would be several more waves of such bat swarms to come. Continuing with the same method, Lu Yin advanced through the narrow corridor, a domain that should have favored the bloodthirsty bats. Their agility and abundance had caused many adventurers who traversed this path considerable distress. However, upon encountering Lu Yin, the corridor transformed into a natural barrier that restricted these bats. As long as the Death Spider Guardians unleashed their webs, most of the bats would find themselves incapacitated. Watching Lu Yin's solitary performance, Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao were somewhat taken aback. As prodigious young talents of legendary rank within the military, they had certainly encountered mythic-level practitioners before. Yet, they had never witnessed a mythic-level practitioner as extraordinary as Lu Yin. Lu Yin, undeterred by their astonishment, was wholly absorbed in the exhilarating pursuit of experience points and death souls. Glancing at his experience bar, he estimated that upon completing this dungeon's final boss, he would naturally ascend to level 10. At that juncture, he would not only acquire new professional skills, but also summon the Legion commander he had long yearned for. With rapid progression, He arrived at the end of the shadowy corridor, where a massive underground altar loomed before him. The air was thick with the stench of stale blood and an indescribable aura of darkness. The walls were etched with twisted runes, twitching as if alive beneath the dim purple moss. In the center of the altar stood a towering figure, clad in a striking scarlet bishop's robe adorned with incomprehensible, dark golden symbols. He seemed to be presiding over a long-forgotten ritual, surrounded by scattered, bleached bones. That was the final boss, the Scarlet Bishop. Wei Xiaoxiao, gazing at the distant figure, lowered her voice. Lu Ying followed her gaze, and the Scarlet Bishop slowly turned to face them. His face, obscured by the shadow of his deep red hood, revealed only the pallid lower half and a sinister smile. Intruders shall serve as offerings. His voice was hoarse and hollow, as if echoing from another realm. Lu Ying examined the boss's attributes. Scarlet Bishop Morris. Level, 25, Nightmare level boss. Strength, 2500, Constitution, 2500. Agility, 2200, Spirit, 4500. Skills, Blood Curse, Blood Fury, Crimson Rain of Arrows, Mind Control, Blood Sacrifice. You too. Step back and leave this to me, Lu Ying whispered. After witnessing Lu Yin's capabilities, Li Qinxiu and Wei Xiaoxiao promptly retreated. Lu Ying summoned 20 death soldiers, directing them toward the altar. As Lu Ying moved, the Scarlet Bishop Morris reacted. How dare you, wretched beings, disturb this sacred ritual? Morris slowly raised his withered hand, dark red energy coalescing at his fingertips. In an instant, countless arrows of this dark red energy rained down like a tempest, hurtling towards Lu Ying with a piercing whistle. The crimson rain of arrows covered an extensive area, nearly sealing off all avenues of evasion. Yet, Lu Ying had no need to dodge. With the attributes of his death soldiers, he could withstand the boss's assault without issue. Ignoring the barrage of arrows, the death soldiers surged forward. Damage indicators flared up, but the most significant hit was merely a little over 300. Seizing this opportunity, the 20 death soldiers closed in on the altar and launched their attack. However, Morris suddenly spread his arms, and dark red energy erupted around him. Blood Fury. A dark red ripple swiftly expanded like a wave, toppling all the death soldiers that had just approached, sending them flying dozens of meters away. This was an area of effect knockback skill, a common defensive technique among more powerful mages. Following the activation of Blood Fury, Morris pressed his advantage. Blood Curse. This too was an area of effect skill, casting a dark red glow over the entire altar. All the affected death soldiers bore strange blood red runes, their movement speed drastically reduced. Mind Control. After slowing the death soldiers, Morris unleashed another skill. 3 of the death soldiers were ensnared, immediately turning uncontrollable and attacking indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. It must be acknowledged that this boss was indeed formidable. For ordinary practitioners, even to conquer the nightmare difficulty was a feat reserved for the most elite of teams. Lu Ying paid no heed to the controlled death soldiers, knowing that such skills surely had a time limit and would naturally dissolve after a while. With a mere thought, he summoned 10 more death soldiers. These 10 were unaffected by the curse and swiftly approached the boss, with Morris having just used Blood Fury and Blood Curse. Both skills were now on cooldown. Thus, these 10 death soldiers easily closed the distance. Once within range, Lu Ying commanded them to attack without hesitation. With the exponential enhancement of his death soldiers, the fate of the boss was all but sealed. Chapter 32, Yalberna. 12,457. 13,124. 11,986. A series of astonishing damage numbers floated above Morris's head, as the onslaught of the death soldiers depleted a significant portion of his experience bar. Desecrators. You shall all become offerings. Morris shrieked in agony, suddenly enveloped in a more intense dark red glow. The runes on the altar began to flicker wildly, and the scattered bones around them slowly rose, transforming into skeletal warriors. Blood Sacrifice. This was Morris's ultimate skill, sacrificing his own health to revive the skeletal army to fight on his behalf. However, for Lu Ying, this was nothing but a futile struggle. With another thought, he set his death soldiers back into motion. The freshly risen skeletal warriors were swiftly crushed by the overwhelming assault. Meanwhile, the already diminished health of Scarlet Bishop Morris was completely submerged by this torrent. Ding. You have slain a Scarlet Bishop, gaining 80,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to 10. Ding. The position of Legion Commander has been unlocked. Acquired skill, Soul Harvest. Number of death spaces increased. Current count, 60,100. Ding. Loot obtained. Scarlet Bishop's Robe, Scarlet Bishop's Staff, Source of Blood. Ding. Acquired 1 Epic Death Soul. A flurry of system notifications flashed before Lu Yin's eyes, but the only one that truly captured his attention was the final one. At last, he had reached level 10. The dark crimson glow upon the altar gradually dissipated, and the writhing runes lost their vitality, becoming dull and lifeless. Only the moss on the walls continued to emit a faint purple light, illuminating the chaos strewn across the ground. Lu Ying stepped lightly onto the altar, gathering the fallen items, his heart racing with excitement as he glanced at his haul. Soul Retrieval, Level 1, enables the retrieval of the death souls bestowed upon the undead soldiers. Retrieved undead soldiers will perish instantly. Cooldown, none. Mana cost, 10 points. Death Legion Commander, the authority of the Death Sovereign, possessing the capabilities of a terrifying commander. The commander can also control undead soldiers in battle and gradually regain strength in accordance with the sovereign's level. The soul retrieval skill alleviated Liu Yin's concerns about recklessly transforming undead soldiers, proving to be exceptionally useful. It allowed the Death Legion to maintain its peak combat power at all times. The Death Legion commander, judging by the description alone, was undoubtedly a formidable entity. However, he could not summon it in front of Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao. After all, it was a trump card, and he did not wish to reveal it easily. Just as he refrained from summoning other stronger undead soldiers, despite having them at his disposal. This was not merely a precaution against Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao, but also a safeguard against the lurking abyssal demons. Although the power he had displayed was already formidable, it did not pose a threat to a level 60 or 70 abyssal demon general. Rather, it might lead them to believe that his potential was vast, if left unchecked. He would surely become a significant threat to the abyss in the future. Thus, it would be easier for that cunning demon general to reveal itself. Transforming the cardinal into an undead soldier, he obtained an epic-grade death soul, endowing it with attributes akin to that of a lava behemoth. Dark Bishop Morris. Level, 25, Nightmare level boss. Strength, 3000, Constitution, 3000. Agility, 2700, Spirit, 5000. Skills, Blood Curse, Blood Fury, Crimson Rain of Arrows, Mental Control, Blood Sacrifice, Dark Storm. Subsequently, Liu Yin exited the dungeon. Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu remained in shock. There was no denying that Liu Yin's abilities were exceedingly abnormal. Anyone would need a moment to digest such a revelation. Just as they exited the dungeon, a figure adorned with dual horns and clad in a robe slowly materialized from the shadows. His crimson eyes gleamed with a cruel and bloodthirsty light, fixated on the direction in which Liu Yin had departed. Level 10, a summoning class. This strength, yet another mythic level practitioner. The abyssal demon general, Arthas, hissed in a low voice, his fingertips entwined with a wisp of barely perceptible black mist. He recalled the scene of Liu Yin's battle moments ago, the overwhelming undead soldiers, and the effortless manner in which he crushed the final boss. This naturally instilled a sense of vigilance within him. This threat must be eliminated swiftly. Arthas tightened his grip around his staff unconsciously. However, he did not act immediately. As a demon general who had lived for centuries, he was far more cautious than he appeared. The power Liu Yin had just exhibited, while astonishing, gave him the impression that there was something left unplayed. A sense of ease that suggested hidden cards still remained. The dungeon was now in cooldown. Let us rest for a moment. Upon returning to the dungeon entrance, Liu Yin spoke calmly. All right. Liu Yin's voice snapped Wei Xiaoxiao back to reality, and she instinctively nodded. Li Qinshu silently stowed away his heavy shield, casting a complex glance at Liu Yin. He had never encountered such a terrifying summoner. The combat prowess of those undead soldiers had entirely exceeded his understanding of level 10 practitioners. You two rest here. I have some personal matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly, Liu Yin said in a tranquil tone, turning away towards the depths of the night before they could respond. Wei Xiaoxiao opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Li Qinshu gently shook his head, murmuring, let him go. Individuals of such caliber often harbor secrets they prefer to keep hidden. After delving deep into the forest for half an hour, Liu Yin confirmed that no one was around before finally coming to a halt. Taking a deep breath, he focused his thoughts. Return, for your master. As Liu Yin's words echoed, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped the air. The withered leaves on the ground stirred without wind, forming a peculiar vortex. A humanoid shadow gradually emerged from the whirlpool. It was a warrior clad in pitch-black heavy armor, adorned with menacing spikes and dark red patterns, as if steeped in blood. She wielded an exaggeratedly large hammer, emanating an oppressive and terrifying aura. Especially striking were her azure eyes, deep as the abyss, capable of consuming all life. Kneeling on one knee, the massive hammer resting at her side, a deep and respectful voice emerged from beneath her helm. My master, Yao Berna, is at your service. Hearing the raspy yet languid female voice, Liu Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the First Legion commander would be a woman, one who could converse with him as if she were human. Rise, Yao Berna, Liu Yin said calmly. Yao Berna slowly stood, the heavy armor emitting a dull metallic grinding sound. Liu Yin then opened Yao Berna's attribute panel, and the terrifying numbers left him momentarily shaken. Guardian of the Sovereign, Yao Berna. Level, 10, increases with the Sovereign's level. Strength, 10,000. Constitution, 12,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 8,000. Skills, Hammer Shock, Devastating Strike, Death Barrier, War Trample, Annihilation Mode, Annihilation Charge, Wrath of the Guardian. Commander Talent, Oath of the Eternal Guardian, unfolds a domain centered around herself. Allies within the domain receive damage reduction, continuously consuming mana. Artifact, Annihilation Hammer Apophis, sealed. Annihilation Armor Hermes, sealed. Chapter 33, The Unknown Past. Yalberna's attributes were simply more formidable than those of Lu Yin, a 3-star mythic-level practitioner. When factoring in the enhancements from his domain, this commander's attributes would skyrocket to around 100,000. An average attribute of 100,000 could rival practitioners above level 90. Particularly noteworthy was that Yalberna possessed 2 artifacts. Artifacts. Those were the pinnacle of equipment for human practitioners, each with incomprehensible and terrifying amplifications. It could be candidly stated that artifacts were the ultimate goal for all practitioners. Even those Awaken-level powerhouses above level 100 might never encounter one in their lifetime. While Yalberna's artifacts were currently sealed, it was only a matter of time before they would be unsealed as Lu Yin continued to grow stronger. When that day came, Yalberna's power would ascend to yet another height. However, unsealing an artifact required corresponding artifact tasks, which only deities could issue. This meant Lu Yin needed to devise a way to communicate again with the new god behind him. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. As long as he could reach level 30 and undergo his first promotion, he would have the opportunity to summon that divine being once more. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the tumult within him. Originally, he had intended to slay the abyssal demon general alone, but with the addition of Yalberna, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. He then cast a glance at the number of soldiers in the death space. Now that the first legion commander had joined, he was able to convert 200 death soldiers, effectively doubling the size of his legion. The only thing he currently lacked was high-level death souls. However, this was not a matter of urgency, as he had only been a professional for 3 days. He firmly believed that before the national examination, he would undoubtedly assemble an unparalleled army of the dead. With a mere thought, he intended to summon Yalberna into the death space. However, to his astonishment, Yalberna seemed able to disregard his summoning. Was it possible that the legion commander could not enter the death space? Lu Yin looked at Yalberna with suspicion and inquired, "You cannot enter the death space?" Hearing Lu Yin's voice, Yalberna replied with confusion, "Master, why would you want Yalberna to enter such a dark place?" This question left Lu Yin momentarily speechless, as it was clearly not something a mere summoned entity would say. Yet, having such an ostentatious being adorned in armor was rather conspicuous. He could only explain, "It's not that I want you to enter the darkness, but rather, your appearance is too attention-grabbing." "Oh, so it's that my attire displeases you, master? How about this?" Yalberna's voice was languid, and she gracefully raised her right hand, gliding it across her chest. Instantly, her once terrifying armor transformed into a well-fitting black gown. The fabric, seemingly ordinary, shimmered subtly under the moonlight, accentuating her exquisite figure. Lu Yin found himself momentarily entranced. The woman before him possessed skin as fair as frost, and her inky black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her features were so exquisitely refined that she seemed almost otherworldly, and her deep violet eyes appeared capable of ensnaring one's very soul. The slight upward curve at the outer corners of her eyes added a touch of languorous allure. Her long, slender legs peeked enticingly from beneath the hem of her gown, stirring desire within him. For a moment, Lu Yin was rendered speechless. Although he knew a woman resided beneath that armor, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary beauty. "Master?" Yalberna tilted her head slightly, a faint smile dancing in her violet eyes. "Does this mean I am no longer too conspicuous?" Her languid tone carried a hint of playful teasing, clearly noting Lu Yin's momentary lapse in composure. Clearing his throat, Lu Yin quickly regained his composure. "Ahem. You seem rather different from the other death soldiers." Yalberna's lips curled into a smile as she stepped closer, enveloping him in a fragrant breeze. "Because I am the Legion commander, master." She stopped before Lu Yin, leaning slightly forward as her hair cascaded over her shoulder. This single motion was enough to make any man's heart race, especially with the alluring curve that seemed to draw his very soul towards her. Without her armor, Yalberna appeared even more ethereal, almost indistinguishable from a true woman. Lu Yin felt a dryness in his throat. Was this summoned entity truly so lifelike? You are indeed different from the other soldiers," he managed to say, his voice lower than usual as he struggled to maintain his calm. Yalberna chuckled softly, her fingertips casually twirling a strand of hair. "The death space is the realm for lower-tier soldiers, while I prefer to remain by Master's side." As she spoke, she took a step closer, nearly pressing against him, her violet eyes sparkling with mischief. "Moreover, does Master not think it would be more beneficial to keep me outside?" Her breath brushed lightly against Lu Yin's ear, igniting a tumultuous fire within him. Yet, Yalberna was, after all, his summoned entity. He could not act contrary to propriety. Under the moonlight, Yalberna's skin glowed with a pearl-like luster, and her violet eyes held an alluring glimmer. "Are you afraid of me, master? You were not like this before." She laughed lightly, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against his heart. "Before?" Lu Yin's eyelid twitched as he caught the implication in her words. Indeed, he had been much bolder back then. She deliberately elongated her words, her fingertips gliding over her porcelain collarbone. Whether as a close instructor during training or a guardian in the Midnight Palace, I protected Master meticulously. A hot wave surged to Lu Yin's head, and he forced himself to look away. Clarify this situation for me. What exactly is going on? Yalbena chuckled lightly, retreating slightly to give him room to breathe. Master, since your memories are sealed, it means there are certain matters you cannot comprehend at this moment. When your level rises, you will naturally understand. Lu Yin felt his heartbeat falter. Yalbena's words clearly hinted at secrets he was unaware of. Cannot comprehend? He furrowed his brow, attempting to glean something from Yalbena's profound violet eyes. Yet, all he saw was a hazy smile, like mist shrouded in moonlight, beautiful, yet elusive. Yalbena gave a soft hum. Her fingers entwined with the ends of her hair. Her posture was relaxed and casual, as if the previous flirtatious banter was merely an impromptu game. Master only needs to know that Yalbena is always a trustworthy presence for you. As for the rest, in due time, you will understand. She stepped back half a pace, her gown swaying gently in the night breeze. The scent, reminiscent of orchids and musk, diminished slightly, allowing Lu Yin to breathe more freely. Now, Master's task is to swiftly elevate his level. I believe it is best for us to focus on the present matters, Yalbena suggested. Lu Yin contemplated briefly, then forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts and restless emotions. You are right. He nodded, realizing that this was indeed not the time to delve into such mysteries. Level and strength were of utmost importance now. As long as he continued to grow stronger, all the fog would eventually dissipate. Chapter 34. The Demon General appears. Attempting once more to summon Yalbena back into the death space, he was met only with a playful wink from her. It seemed it truly was impossible. Lu Yin felt a pang of helplessness. The death space was far too dreary. Yalbena preferred to remain outside. Yalbena chuckled lightly. Lu Yin shook his head and explained, I do not wish for you to stay in the death space indefinitely. Rather, I currently have a task involving bait. If the target discovers that a powerful ally like you exists, my task may very well fail. Though he could still confront the abyssal demon general with the bone dragon of the undead. Having her presence would undoubtedly increase his chances of success and greatly ensure his safety. Yalbena's violet eyes flickered as she instantly grasped Lu Yin's concerns. A knowing smile graced her lips, and a faint glow enveloped her. Is my master concerned that my conspicuousness might frighten away the creature lurking in the shadows? Her voice carried a hint of playful amusement. It is quite simple. No sooner had the words left her lips than her form began to blur beneath the moonlight. Ultimately, she transformed into an elegant black cat, leaping gracefully onto Lu Yin's shoulder. This should suffice, my master. The black cat spoke with human words, her tone still infused with the signature languor of Yalbena, though now tinged with the delicate softness characteristic of felines. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Reaching out to caress the cat's head, the sensation was unexpectedly soft, the fur as exquisite as fine silk. The black cat contentedly narrowed her eyes, her tail wrapping around Lu Yin's wrist. As a legion commander, one must possess some extraordinary abilities. Yet, my master, would you consider this action to be taking advantage of the situation? Lu Yin's hand froze for a moment, awkwardly retracting. The memory of the alluring figure from earlier brought forth a peculiar thrill. He hastily shifted the topic. While your current guise may afford you concealment, do refrain from speaking in public. Of course, my master. She lowered her voice, imbued with a touch of mischief. But you must admit, the thrill of conversing in secret is rather exhilarating, is it not? Lu Yin, is it my own lack of decorum? Or is it that all legion commanders are similarly unrestrained? Glancing at the time, he noted that the cooldown for the instance was nearing its end. Following the path they had taken, Lu Yin and Yalbena returned to the camp. Awaiting them at the entrance to the instance were Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao. Although the black cat perched on Lu Yin's shoulder drew their attention, they tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Once more, they entered the nightmare-level difficulty, and the trio was transported back to the dilapidated temple. Just as they re-entered the instance space, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened in a dark corner. Here it comes. This time, I shall truly play with you. The voice belonged to the abyssal demon general, Arthas. In his hand, the staff of abyssal power surged with dark purple energy, swirling like living entities amongst the remnants of the temple. Upon contact with the monsters within the instance, that energy flowed into them, rendering them remarkably formidable in an instant. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the temple, the trio sensed an unusual tension in the air. Something feels amiss. Li Qinshu looked up at the others. Lu Yin, however, shook his head expressionlessly. Indeed, the abyssal demon general was concealed within this instance. After witnessing his own capabilities, he could hardly contain the urge to eliminate them before they could pose a threat. What surprised Lu Yin was the unexpected caution displayed by this demon general. He did not reveal himself immediately, but instead resorted to subtle tricks to test their resolve. Yet this aligned perfectly with Lu Yin's intentions. Feigning weakness is always the finest strategy to vanquish formidable foes. Pretending indifference, the trio continued their assault on the instance. Throughout the encounter, Lu Yin maintained the number of his 30 undead soldiers, having replaced them entirely with red-robed priests and deathly dark spider sentinels. Both entities possessed commendable attributes and skills, significantly enhancing their efficiency in clearing monsters. Before long, they arrived once more at the final boss. The red-robed bishop, Morris, repeated its lines before launching an attack on the trio. As Lu Yin engaged the boss, he remained vigilant, subtly observing his surroundings. He understood that the abyssal demon general was undoubtedly watching him from some concealed vantage point. However, to Lu Yin's dismay, even after he felled the red-robed bishop, the demon general remained absent. He couldn't help but lament the cunning and treachery for which these abyssal beings were renowned. Lacking absolute certainty, it seemed unlikely that he would act rashly. Exiting the instance once more, the trio exchanged glances. Indeed, the abyssal demon was not so easily lured. Wei Xiaoxiao expressed her mild disappointment, having anticipated that changes within the instance would signal the demon general's involvement. Little did they know, they had encountered not even a hair of him. Alas, this was their nature. A previous military squad had spent 3 days in an instance attempting to provoke him. Li Qinshu sighed as well. He, perhaps more than anyone, longed to confront the abyssal demon general. However, such matters were beyond his control. Once again awaiting the instance cooldown, they proceeded as ordinary players leveling up. Over the course of a night, they managed to clear the instance 5 times. Lu Yin's experience points approached the threshold of level 11. Engaging in high-level instances, the rate of leveling up was naturally extraordinary. At this juncture, a typical newcomer would consider reaching level 5 quite commendable. As dawn gradually broke, the night's exertions left a trace of fatigue on the trio's faces. Yet, they did not forget the mission they bore. Continuing to enter the instance, all remained as usual. The trio steeled themselves, advancing toward the final threshold. When the red-robed bishop fell once more, they prepared to exit the instance. To their astonishment, they found that the return teleportation array did not materialize as it had before. Li Qinshu paused momentarily, but just in that instant, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Mental shock. 359,870. An invisible force struck Li Qinshu directly. A massive scarlet numeral appearing above his head. What is happening? Li Qinshu felt a dizzying whirl, his consciousness growing increasingly foggy. His vision slowly began to tilt toward the ground. Just as Li Qinshu collapsed, Lu Yin's pupils contracted sharply. Here it comes. Such devastating damage could only be inflicted by the abyssal demon general. No one else in this instance could possibly match such power. Qinshu. Nearby, Wei Xiaoxiao also reacted, her voice rising in urgency as she witnessed her companion fall in an instant. While they too possessed life crystals as a safeguard, the enemy could strike him down once, and could do so again. Buzz. Just as Wei Xiaoxiao's cry echoed, a radiant white light enveloped Li Qinshu. Amidst the brilliance, he abruptly opened his eyes. Full recovery potion. He gasped for breath, instinctively consuming the potion to restore his health. The lingering chill of death still clung to his mind, revealing a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Having a life-saving item, they were indeed well prepared. Yet no matter how many items they possessed, they would ultimately be squandered. Just as Li Qinshu regained his composure, a dark purple silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. Arthas, wielding his staff, bore a glint of cruelty in his eyes. Chapter 35. Immunity to Magic. Arthas's voice slithered through the temple's air like a frigid serpent. He stepped forth with elegance, the abyssal gem atop his staff radiating an ominous aura. Lu Yin, quickly, use the signal flares. The moment Arthas revealed himself, Wei Xiaoxiao shouted a warning. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes, though he felt confident in his ability to overcome Arthas. He could not gamble with the lives of Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao. As the signal flares activated, an excited voice resonated from somewhere in the surrounding woods outside the instance. Commander Xiao, we have detected a signal from the launcher. Xiao Wangwo was abruptly roused from his thoughts, hastening to the detection apparatus with a fierce command. Array Master, lock onto the abyssal portal. Following his orders, several soldiers who had long been on high alert swiftly began casting spells within the prearranged formations. They prepared to seal off the abyssal portal connecting to the instance, intending to reinforce their position thereafter. Meanwhile, within the instance, a sinister smile crept across Air's lips. Not only did he refrain from thwarting Lu Yin's activation of the signal launcher, but he also observed the unfolding events with keen interest. You humans, always so eager to serve as bait. Little do you realize that such foolishness will only lead to your own demise. Did you truly believe I was unprepared? He chuckled lightly, his voice laced with a chilling mockery. Upon hearing Air's words, Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao felt a weight settle heavily in their hearts. In the next moment, Air's produced a deep crimson crystal, plunging them into despair. The abyssal core, Wei Xiaoxiao exclaimed in horror. Air's toyed with the ominous, glowing crystal, a smirk widening on his face. The abyssal core was the key to the demon's invasion of the instance, typically only coalesced by an abyssal demon king through immense abyssal power. It was akin to a mechanical corruption core. Once triggered, it could only be nullified by defeating the abyssal demons within the instance or by an exceptionally powerful practitioner capable of forcibly intervening. Such formidable beings were exceedingly rare on the entire 35th habitable planet. As Airs activated the abyssal core, dark red energy spread throughout the temple. Commander Xiao, we have detected the abyssal barrier. We may require additional time to seal the instance. Outside, the technician's voice quivered with a hint of panic as his fingers flew over the console, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Xiao Wang's expression darkened abruptly. His gaze fixed on the monitoring screen, displaying the ever-expanding crimson energy wave. He clenched his fists tightly, cursing vehemently. Damn those abyssal demons for possessing an abyssal core. As a seasoned veteran, he understood all too well the implications of this development. The longer the delay, the slimmer the chances of survival for Lu Yin and his companions. Moreover, the emergence of the abyssal core likely indicated the lurking presence of an abyssal demon king in a corner unbeknownst to them. Even he could not guarantee victory against such a foe, underscoring the dire nature of the situation. Within the instance, the dark red energy raged uncontrollably. The air became thick and scorching, each breath accompanied by a sulfurous stench. Air stood at the altar's center, the abyssal core slowly rotating in his palm. What exquisite despair! You should consider yourself fortunate to witness me unleash this abyssal core. Amon's gaze suddenly locked onto Lu Yin, his face a mask of mockery. Wei Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale as she looked at Lu Yin. The abyssal core has already been activated. External support will be delayed by at least 10 minutes. We must rely on ourselves. Li Qinshu gripped his shield tightly, a fierce determination surging across his face. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. With the enemy before him, he could not afford to retreat, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, locked in Air's gaze, displayed a subtle shift in expression. A glimmer of excitement flickering within. The extension of support time meant he had a greater opportunity to slay the demon general before him. The mere thought of the rewards to be gained from defeating the abyssal demon general made it increasingly difficult for him to suppress his smile. The sudden smile that emerged on Lu Yin's face caused Ayers to momentarily falter. His expression twisted into a snarl as he confronted Lu Yin. What are you laughing about? In this dire situation, Lu Yin's unexpected laughter left Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao momentarily bewildered. Who truly was the prey remained yet to be seen. Without hesitation, Lu Yin commanded 30 of his undead soldiers to launch an offensive. Observing the fearless summons charging forth, Ayers briefly paused before breaking into laughter. Foolish humans. While you may enhance your summons attributes, they remain utterly fragile before me. Die. Mental storm. Ayers' staff surged with magical energy, and as a calamity mage specializing in mental arts, he wielded formidable psychic magic capable of inflicting terrifying damage upon all living beings, just as he had previously struck Li Qinshu without warning. Dealing over 300,000 points of damage, Lu Yin's undead soldiers, even after a tenfold enhancement, possessed attributes ranging only from 10,000 to 20,000. Only the newly transformed cardinal could barely withstand a single blow from Ayers. Lu Yin was acutely aware of this, thus he remained vigilant of the skills Ayers unleashed. The invisible psychic energy swept through the void like a hurricane. With remarkable speed, Lu Yin recalled all soldiers back into the realm of death just as Ayers' attack was about to connect. His pupils constricted, evidently surprised by Lu Yin's rapid response. Yet, the next second, Ayers scoffed. Foolishness. Without those summons, do you truly believe you can withstand my assault? The mental storm roared forth, shattering stone pillars into dust. The air itself howling in agony. However, at the moment Ayers' overwhelming skill surged toward Lu Yin, it appeared to be countered by an equally invisible force, causing no harm whatsoever to Lu Yin. How is this possible? Ayers' derisive grin froze as he struggled to comprehend why his once infallible psychic magic had suddenly faltered. Haha. In that instant, Ayers' previous smile was mirrored on Lu Yin's face. Fate Mark 5. Sovereign's authority ignores all negative states as well as psychic attacks. This was Lu Yin's greatest assurance against the abyssal demon general. Psychic shock. Ayers, refusing to concede, launched another attack at Lu Yin, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Soul arrow. Soul-devouring curse. However, after exhausting his magical arsenal, Lu Yin remained expressionless, standing firm in place. You can ignore psychic magic. Ayers gasped for breath, having expended considerable magical energy. Disbelief etched across his wicked features. Fortuitously, it is you I encounter. Had it been any other abyssal demon, I might have truly needed to exert some effort. Elated, Lu Yin couldn't help but provoke. Ayers, now that you've realized your psychic magic cannot harm me, you should calm down. Upon realizing that his psychic spells were ineffective against Lu Yin, Ayers swiftly regained his composure. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. However, while you may be immune to psychic magic, the disparity in our attributes means my physical attacks can still obliterate you. Lu Yin shrugged nonchalantly in response. Then go ahead and give it a try. Faced with such provocation, Ayers exploded with rage. Seeking death, he roared, raising his staff to strike at Lu Yin. And this was precisely the opportunity Lu Yin had been waiting for. The staff, accompanied by a resounding crack through the air, descended with formidable force. Although, as a disaster mage, his physical assaults were not as terrifying as his magical ones. The sheer might of his power attribute, soaring to a staggering 100,000, was still sufficient to crush and obliterate Lu Yin. Yet, just as the staff was about to strike Lu'in, the languid black cat perched upon his shoulders suddenly glowed with a brilliant purple light in its eyes. You have offended my master. Prepare to perish. The voice of Yalberna resonated with authority as she instantly transformed back into her true form. With a heavy hammer in hand, Yalberna unleashed a tempest of dark purple energy, hurling it towards Arls with the force of a thunderclap. The seemingly cumbersome warhammer danced in her grasp with the grace of a serpent, slicing through the air and producing a sharp sonic boom. This abrupt turn of events caused Arl's pupils to constrict in shock. He attempted to retreat, but it was far too late. He hastily raised his staff to block. Boom! The strike landed with a resounding impact, propelling him backward like a cannonball. A vivid crimson damage numeral appearing above his head. 332, 590. Crash! Arls collided violently with a stone pillar of the temple, emitting a dull thud. The surface of the pillar instantly fractured, with shards cascading to the ground. Struggling to rise, he tasted the metallic tang of dark purple blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with a mix of fury and disbelief. This is impossible. His voice trembled with incredulity as he fixed his gaze on Yalberna, who stood protectively before Lu'in. At that moment, Yalberna had fully revealed her true form, wielding a colossal warhammer, her ebony armor adorned with menacing spikes. Surrounding her was a palpable aura of sinister energy. Lu'in remained unmoved, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Beside him, Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu were utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the seemingly ordinary black cat on Lu Yin's shoulder was, in truth, a formidable magical creature. What did you just do? How could you bypass my defenses? Arls questioned incredulously, glancing at his injuries. As a magic-based demon, he was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Therefore, he had harnessed the power of the abyss to become a mage capable of donning heavy armor. While this choice diminished his spell damage, his resilience rivaled that of any melee class. Lu'in merely smiled faintly, offering no reply, instead summoning 30 undead soldiers to charge towards Arls with a chilling howl. Yalberna, too, stamped her foot heavily on the ground, the tremendous recoil propelling her like a shadow towards Arl's position. A mere level 10 class dares to be audacious before me, Arls bellowed, his staff crashing down with force as dark red abyssal energy surged around him. His heavy armor exhibited strange patterns, evidently activating some defensive skill. Abyssal shield. A layer of dark red energy enveloped him instantaneously, and Arls grinned maliciously at Yalberna. Come again. Let us see if you can breach my defenses. With a disdainful snort, Yalberna lifted her hammer once more. This time, the dark purple energy coalescing atop the hammer was even denser, with flickers of electricity shimmering through. Annihilation strike. The warhammer, infused with destructive power, crashed down, colliding violently with Arl's shield. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward from the two, fracturing the temple floor and sending debris flying. Arl's shield trembled violently, yet remained intact. My shield can withstand 1,000,000 damage. Before you can breach my defenses, I shall slay you all. Arl sneered triumphantly upon seeing his shield unscathed. He raised his staff, preparing to cast a mental spell. But Yalberna suddenly scoffed, annihilation mode. Boom. At the moment her words fell, dark purple runes emerged on her black armor, flowing as if alive. The massive hammer in her hand sprouted numerous sharp spikes, each glinting with a chilling gleam. Annihilation charge. The ground beneath her feet shattered, and she shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The air was filled with a series of afterimages and the piercing sound of displacement. So swift was her advance that Arls had no time to react. When he finally beheld that fearsome black figure again, the spiked warhammer had already collided violently with his shield. Boom. This impact was far more ferocious than the last. The dark purple energy storm clashed violently with the dark red shield, emitting a piercing shriek. 1045, 297. A 7-digit damage number ascended slowly, freezing Arl's expression in sheer shock. Crack. Arl's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at his shattered shield. That 7-digit damage figure burned into his mind like a brand, sending chills throughout his entire being. Impossible. This cannot be. He roared, the dark red energy from his staff oscillating wildly. How could a mere level 10 summoner achieve this? Before he could finish his thought, Yalberna surged forward once more. The warhammer, bearing the weight of destruction, swept towards him, and in a moment of panic, Arls raised his staff to block. Clang. The deafening sound of metal colliding resonated through the air. Arls felt an overwhelming force surging through the staff, fracturing his grip and causing dark purple blood to flow down the length of it. To his growing horror, the 30 undead soldiers had already encircled him, unleashing a barrage of skills. Get away, Arls shouted, slamming his staff down heavily. A dark red shockwave radiated from him, sending the nearest undead soldiers flying. But in that fleeting moment, Yalberna's warhammer struck down once more. Boom. This time, the hammer made solid contact with Arl's chest plate. Accompanied by the ear-splitting sound of twisting metal, Arls was once again hurled backward, crashing forcefully into another stone pillar. 342, 817. Another astonishing damage figure floated into view. The pillar cracked and collapsed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Arl struggled to rise from the rubble, his chest plate severely deformed. Dark purple blood oozing from the fissures. Damn the human. He spat out a mouthful of blood, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He had been sufficiently cautious. Yet he could not fathom that he was not facing an ordinary practitioner, but rather a formidable cheat. Not only was his prized mental magic ineffective, but his defenses, far superior to those of an average mage, were also rendered irrelevant. With these two factors alone, his hope of victory had evaporated. It seemed Arls had grasped the dire nature of his situation, a hint of retreat flashing in his crimson gaze. Luine, I shall remember you. Next time. You will not be so fortunate. Luine blinked in response. Are you trying to flee? Arls nearly spat blood in frustration at Lu Yin's sincere inquiry. Yet he fought to suppress his anger. Enjoy your last days of survival. With that, Arls's form began to gradually fade, clearly preparing to escape into the abyssal passage. There's no way I'll allow you to leave. In that moment, Lu Yin, too, cast aside all restraint. His palm extended, and hundreds of pitch-black magical arrays materialized around Ares. Chapter 37. The Resurrection of the Demon General. What is that? As they beheld the grotesque soldiers of death crawling out from the arrays, Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinxiu were utterly shaken. They had assumed that Lu Yin's 30 death soldiers were already extraordinarily formidable. Little did they know, he had been concealing his true power all along. Ares, surveying the densely packed death soldiers around him, was engulfed by panic, particularly at the sight of a massive skeletal dragon that instilled an overwhelming sense of crisis within him. During his retreat into the abyssal passage, he was unable to move but could still be attacked. Ares had initially thought that if he could withstand 2 strikes from Yalberna, he would successfully escape. However, uncertainty gnawed at him now. Do not presume that merely summoning a multitude of creatures can thwart me. Low-tier summons cannot possibly breach my defenses. Yet Ares remained defiant, for there was indeed some semblance of logic in his words. Conventionally speaking, even if Lu Yin's summons were amplified tenfold, a vast chasm would still divide their strengths. Upon hearing Ares' words, Lu Yin revealed a knowing smile. Unable to breach, you say? In an instant, a torrent of hundreds of skills surged forth towards Ares. Blood Spike, Dark Storm, Death Erosion, Annihilation Beam. Ares watched helplessly as the overwhelming tide of skills cascaded towards him, frantically channeling abyssal power in a desperate attempt to hasten his escape into the passage. Yet, it was too late. Boom. Hundreds of skills simultaneously struck Ares, unleashing a deafening roar. 15,432, 22,341, 18,975. A deluge of damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall above Ares' head. Although each individual damage value paled in comparison to the terrifying figures inflicted by Yalberna, their sheer quantity was staggering. How is it possible that these low-tier summons can sense the rapid ebbing of my life? Ares exclaimed in abject terror. No, I am a general of the abyss. How can I possibly fall to a mere level 10 practitioner? Ares howled in madness, the gem atop his staff emitting a blinding red glow as he made one final struggle. But Yalberna would not afford him any opportunity. Wrath of the Guardian. She leapt high, the spikes on her giant hammer unfurling, dark purple energy coalescing to perfection, resembling a small black sun. The hammer, imbued with cataclysmic force, accurately struck Ares' location. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the entire temple seemed to tremble in resonance. 1504587. Another 7-digit horror of damage. Ares let out a shrill scream, his body being forcefully driven into the ground, creating a deep crater. Amidst the swirling dust, his health bar finally hit rock bottom. No. I refuse. Ares laboriously raised his head, his crimson eyes fixated on the approaching Lu Yin. Don't think that by killing me, you can rest easy. My information has already been transmitted to other demon generals. They will surely avenge me. He roared with the last vestiges of his strength, his voice cracking under strain. Very well, I shall await their arrival. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the pit, gazing down at the nearly lifeless abyssal general, a faint smile still gracing his lips. In the next moment, Ares' eyes rapidly dimmed, ultimately losing all semblance of life. Ding. You have slain the abyssal demon general Ares, gaining 1,500,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 14. The number of death spaces has increased, current, 137,230. Ding. You have obtained the spoils, Staff of Calamity, Calamity Armor, Shattered Abyssal Core, Horn of the Demon General, Skill Book, Mental Storm. Ding. You have acquired an epic level Soul of Death 1. Observing the system notifications, Lu Yin furrowed his brow slightly, while 1.5 million experience points appeared substantial, propelling him up 4 levels directly. In reality, slaying monsters of much higher levels often resulted in diminished returns. Had he slain Ares at an equivalent level, he would have undoubtedly reaped even greater rewards. For instance, not far away, Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinxiu, despite not inflicting any damage upon Ares, had also garnered a significant share of experience due to their affiliation with Luin. They shimmered with golden light, each rising 2 levels simultaneously. Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just been fished from water. Their eyes were wide with disbelief, reflecting the figure standing at the edge of the deep pit, alongside the lifeless body of the demon general. He truly defeated the abyssal demon general. Wei Xiaoxiao's voice trembled so violently she could scarcely form a complete sentence. Li Qinshu, meanwhile, struggled to swallow, his throat bobbing up and down as he found himself rendered speechless. With Ares' demise, the surrounding dark red glow gradually faded. Luin busied himself with examining the spoils from the demon general's defeat. Staff of Calamity, weapon. Equipment quality, epic. Level requirement, LV 70. Attack power, 3000. Magic attack, 6000. Strength, 1500. Constitution, 2000. Spirit, 3500. Effect, source of magic. Magic recovery speed increased by 30. Full magic value restores 0.1 maximum health per second. Calamity curse, applies a curse on the target, lasting for 30 seconds, inflicting 20 points of true damage to the target per second. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Mana cost, 1000 points. Calamity armor. Equipment quality, epic. Level requirement, LV 70. Defense, 10,000. Strength, 3500. Constitution, 3500. Effect, source of life. Life recovery speed increased by 30. Doom feedback. Upon receiving a critical hit or control effect, immediately applies the calamity mark on the attacker, lasting 15 seconds, reducing their attack power by 10 and movement speed by 15. Both pieces of equipment boasted commendable quality and attributes. If placed in the Practitioner's Association, they could fetch a rather handsome price. The shattered abyssal core and the horn of the demon general were valuable forging materials, though they held considerable worth. Surrendering them to the military could yield a significant amount of merit. Merit was an exceedingly precious commodity within the military, allowing one to exchange for many rare items unavailable on the market. Generally, practitioners who chose military service were motivated by this very fact. As for the skill book, Luin could certainly benefit from learning it. Mental Storm was an area effect skill, enhancing his own efficiency in clearing mobs, although he need not engage directly while dungeon running. Having multiple skills at his disposal was always prudent. Once he had gathered all the spoils, Luin's gaze fell upon the corpse of Ares in the pit. Rise. His voice resonated deeply and authoritatively, echoing throughout the vast temple as the epic-level soul of death merged with Ares' remains. In the next moment, Ares' body began to convulse violently. The once dim and lifeless eyes suddenly opened wide, ignited by a flickering ethereal blue flame of the soul. He gradually rose from the depths of the pit, his wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace. His skin turned a pallid gray, emanating an intense aura of death. Ding! The resurrection of the undead soldier, abyssal demon general Arthas, was successful. Chapter 38. Is this something a human could utter? Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu watched in horror as Arthas stood again, retreating in fear, their faces growing even paler. He transformed the demon general into an undead soldier too? Li Qinshu's voice trembled. Wei Xiaoxiao nodded with great difficulty, a flicker of terror now evident in her gaze directed at Luin. Witnessing Luin resurrect the boss had already left them astounded. Little did they expect that even the abyssal demon could be converted. Such a capability transcended mere eccentricity. Luin, filled with anticipation, opened the attribute panel of the abyssal demon general Arthas. Arthas. Level, 70, abyssal demon general. Strength, 110,000. Constitution, 120,000. Agility, 90,000. Spirit, 150,000. Skills, Mental Impact, Mental Storm, Soul Arrow, Soul Whisper, Soul Devouring Curse, Abyssal Protection, Soul Decay, Mind Rending. Talent, Catastrophe Mage, increases mental magic damage by 20. Gazing at Arthas's average attributes of 100,000, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Luin's eyes. With an enhancement from his domain, those attributes could surge into the millions, granting him power that could rival Awaken class professionals. In this world, not all professionals reached level 100 as their final limit. After level 100, one could undergo a class awakening. By completing trials, they could surpass the level 100 threshold. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the stronger the attribute enhancements upon success. Additionally, they could acquire immensely powerful awakened skills that would elevate their combat prowess to unprecedented heights. After awakening, every time they reached the 100 level boundary, they could undergo another awakening trial. The more times one completed awakenings, the more formidable their strength became. Individuals like Xiao Guanghua, a major general, were indeed formidable with their awakened skills. As for how many times he had successfully awakened, that remained a mystery. Having absorbed Arthas into the realm of the dead, Luin turned to Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu, who were still standing there in a daze. I trust you two will keep the matter of my ability to resurrect the demon general confidential. You may report the other details to the military as they transpired. Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu snapped back to attention at his words, exchanging a glance before nodding in agreement. You have avenged my brother by slaying this demon general. I, Li Qinshu, shall remember this kindness. His demeanor was solemn, transforming from skepticism to belief. Lu Yin had provided the best proof through his actions. Meanwhile, outside at the entrance to the dungeon, Xiao Guanghua and his troops were encircled. His expression was grave, yet his heart bled profusely. 6 or 7 minutes had elapsed since the signal was received. Given the level disparity between Lu Yin's group and the demon general, this time was ample enough for the demon to annihilate them multiple times over. And considering the abyssal demon's cruelty, their demise would undoubtedly have been excruciating and despairing. I have failed them, Xiao Guanghua thought, his eyes turning crimson as he murmured to himself. Commander, the power of the abyss is waning, a technician reported. Approaching with detection equipment, Xiao Guanghua painfully closed his eyes. Lock down the dungeon. Even if only corpses remain, we must retrieve them. To him, the diminishing power of the abyss signified that the demon general had likely fulfilled its purpose and departed. The thought of retaliating against the abyssal demon general was beyond his wildest imagination. However, just as Xiao Guanghua finished speaking, a ripple suddenly emanated from the dungeon entrance. To the astonishment of all present, Lu Yin emerged, unscathed, alongside Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu. How is this possible? Xiao Guanghua's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurried forward, scrutinizing the trio, his voice quivering with excitement. You are unharmed? Commander Xiao, we are fine. It was Lu Yin who saved us, Wei Xiaoxiao explained. Though her shock had begun to settle, its echoes still resonating within her. Hearing her words, Xiao Guanghua turned to Lu Yin. You, my boy, are quite the enigma. You possess the means to repel a level 70 abyssal demon general. Pray tell, how did you accomplish this? Upon witnessing the trio's safe return, Xiao Guanghua's mood lightened instantly. Commander Xiao, we did not repel it. We slain the abyssal demon general, Lu Yin replied, his expression as calm as a serene lake, yet his words struck like thunder. The expression on Xiao Guanghua's face froze instantly, as did the countenance of the surrounding soldiers, all revealing disbelief. The air became thick with a deadly silence, broken only by the beeping of the detection equipment. What did you say? Slain? A level 70 abyssal demon general? The silence persisted for a long moment before Xiao Guanghua's voice became hoarse, nearly tearing apart. Lu Yin remained silent, instead retrieving the shattered abyssal core and the demon general's horn from his inventory, the best testament to his claim. Xiao Guanghua's gaze fixated on the two items in Lu Yin's hand, his breath nearly ceasing. To think they could emerge alive was already a miracle, yet they had also managed to slay an abyssal demon general. You, Xiao Guanghua struggled to process the information swirling in his mind, then turned to Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu. Both nodded simultaneously, affirming the truth of Lu Yin's words. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Guanghua endeavored to calm the tumult within him. He took the abyssal core and the demon general's horn from Lu Yin, his fingertips trembling slightly. These were indeed items only obtainable through the defeat of an abyssal demon general. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly barked a command, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Immediately secure the scene and conduct an investigation of the dungeon. The soldiers swiftly mobilized, completely isolating the dungeon entrance. He then turned to Lu Yin, his expression a mixture of complexity. Lu Yin, you will accompany me. Wei Xiaoxiao, Li Qinshu. You two should proceed to the medical department for a thorough examination. As he spoke, he signaled to his aide nearby. Lu Yin understood that he intended to glean information about the events that transpired within the dungeon from the two. However, he did not concern himself with it. Even if Wei Xiaoxiao and Li Qinshu betrayed him and exposed his secrets, the repercussions would not be grave. After all, he had gained the capability to contend with Awaken-class experts, which was his source of unyielding confidence. On their way to the base, Xiao Guanghua remained silent. It was not until 2 hours later, upon entering a secure conference room, that he exhaled deeply. Now that there are no outsiders, speak candidly. Xiao Guanghua's gaze was penetrating. How did you achieve this? Given your levels, this is utterly impossible. Lu Yin casually settled into a chair, calmly returning the gaze. Commander Xiao, I was capable of vanquishing 100% corrupted mechanical hidden boss at level 3. Now at level 10. Is it not merely a trivial feat to retaliate against a level 70 abyssal demon general? Xiao Guanghua found himself momentarily speechless at Lu Yin's dismissive words. Is this even something a mere mortal could utter? Chapter 39, Soul Crystal. He gazed at Lu Yin for an extended period, his expression transitioning from astonishment to profound contemplation. You young fellow. Xiao Guanghua gradually lowered himself into a seat, his fingers unconsciously drumming upon the table. To slay 100% corrupted mechanical hidden boss at level 3. And to counterstrike a level 70 abyssal demon general at level 10. This transcends mere talent and is beyond explanation. Lu Yin offered a slight smile, refraining from responding. Xiao Guanghua paced the room, then abruptly halted. Do you realize? The last individual capable of defeating an abyssal demon general at a lower level is currently the commander of our Eastern War Zone. Yet even he could not have achieved such a feat at your level. Luin, you have made history. And you might even become our beacon of hope for returning to our mother planet. Would you be interested in joining the military? We would spare no effort in nurturing your growth. His lavish praise was an attempt to recruit Luin. However, Luin remained unfazed in the face of Xiao Wanghua's olive branch. Commander Xiao, I appreciate your goodwill, but the military is too confined for my aspirations. However, you did mention that upon the completion of this mission, I would be awarded the rank of corporal. I suppose I can consider myself half a soldier now. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Xiao Wanghua was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, though tinged with a hint of resignation. I knew you would respond that way. Very well, should you ever require assistance, feel free to come to me. He nodded, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. Subsequently, he produced a black card from his pocket and extended it towards Luin. For your commendable defeat of the Abyssal Demon General, this military merit card contains 50,000 merit points, which you can utilize at various military bases. Additionally, exclusive military dungeons will be made accessible to you, though some may require merit points for entry. Luin accepted the jet black card, its surface cool to the touch. Intricate patterns adorned it, subtly shimmering with a dark golden hue. Thank you, Commander Xiao. He calmly stowed the card in his pocket, his actions as casual as if he were merely accepting an ordinary card. Xiao Wanghua observed his nonchalant demeanor, shaking his head with a bemused smile. 50,000 merit points, enough for an ordinary soldier to toil for a decade, yet you remain so composed. Commander, that's because I have grander ambitions, Luin replied with a smile. Having aspirations is commendable. I look forward to witnessing your future. Admiration filled Xiao Wanghua's eyes, yet he adopted a more serious tone. Regarding your parents, I will investigate their files upon returning. If I uncover any information, I shall contact you. All right, thank you, Commander Xiao. Luin nodded slightly. Should you wish to access the military-exclusive dungeons, you may remain at this base. In 3 days, there will be a trial tower specifically prepared for new recruits. You might as well give it a try. After a glance at Luin, Xiao Wanghua continued. The trial tower, as the name suggests, is a type of tower dungeon. Unlike conventional dungeons, the trial tower rewards are determined by the number of floors one conquers. Naturally, the higher the floors cleared, the better the rewards. Moreover, there are numerous trial towers throughout the habitable planet number 35. Each tower varies in the number of floors and offers different final rewards. The military typically provides novice trials in lower-level towers, such as the renowned Sky Tower and the Tower of Forgetting on this planet, which are said to be challenging even for Awaken-level powerhouses. That sounds intriguing. I will participate punctually. A flicker of interest passed through Lu Yin's eyes at the mention of the trial tower, and he pondered for a moment. After all, he currently lacked suitable leveling locations. The dungeons near Tianyang were hardly adequate for him. It would be more beneficial to remain at this base for a few days and return just before the national examination. Take this as well. Noticing Lu Yin's willingness to stay, Xiao Wanghua produced a corporal insignia and handed it to him. In the military, without a rank, one cannot progress. Understood. If any matters arise, I will reach out to my officer. As Lu Yin exited the conference room, he requested a layout map of the base facilities. Holding the map, his gaze swiftly traversed the markings: training grounds, medical center, merit exchange area, dungeon teleportation zone. Ultimately, his eyes lingered on the merit exchange area. Eager to discover what 50,000 merit points could procure, soldiers passing by cast curious glances at the youthful newcomer, but upon noticing the corporal insignia on his chest, none dared to interrupt him. Achieving the rank of corporal at such a young age indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Following the guidance of the layout map, he swiftly located the merit exchange area. It was a spacious hall with several enormous electronic screens embedded in the walls, displaying a scrolling list of redeemable items and their corresponding merit point costs. A few soldiers stood before the screens, quietly discussing, while others approached the counters to make exchanges, reminiscent of a professional association. However, in this military setting, there was no need for private booths. Luin approached an available terminal and touched the screen. The interface immediately lit up, showcasing various categories: weapons, armor, potions, skill books, and special items. Everything a practitioner might need was available here. Currently, Luin had little need for weapons or armor, so he first opened the special items section. Cat's Eye Stone material. Usage: rare enchantment material of gold quality. Can be used to imbue weapons with night vision or weakness insight effects. Price: 20 merit points. Stellar steel material. Usage: high-grade forging material. A renowned blacksmith once crafted golden-grade equipment from it. Price: 100 merit points. Lu Yin's finger glided across the screen, his gaze rapidly scanning the lines of item information. Suddenly, his fingertip halted on an unassuming entry. Soul crystal material. Usage: it seems to contain a soul. Can be used to craft amplification potions, occasionally yielding unexpected effects. Price: 30 merit points. Contains a soul? Luin whispered. Suddenly, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. If this item harbors a soul, could it be extracted during his soul harvesting? Like a beast scenting blood, Lu Yin's breath grew heavier with anticipation. Without hesitation, he tapped the exchange option. Confirm exchange for Soul Crystal X1. Yes or no? The instant he selected yes, the terminal's internal teleportation array illuminated, and a side hatch gently slid open, revealing a gray crystal approximately the size of a fingernail. Lu Yin picked up the soul crystal, scrutinizing it under the hall's light. The crystal was semi-transparent, with an almost imperceptible glimmer flickering within. He surveyed his surroundings. In one corner of the grand hall, there was a designated area furnished with tables and chairs for soldiers to rest temporarily and inspect their exchange items. He hastened towards it and chose a secluded corner to sit down. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin held the soul crystal in his palm and silently intoned, extract. Ding. Obtained 1 high-level death soul. Chapter 40, Elite Trial. Listening to the system's notification, Lu Yin's breath quickened slightly. Moreover, what he had extracted was, unexpectedly, a high-level death soul. Although not particularly precious to Lu Yin, the significance was profoundly different. This indicated that he had acquired an additional source of death souls beyond merely slaying monsters. Undoubtedly, this method would prove to be far more efficient than hunting monsters. After all, ordinary creatures could only drop ordinary-level death souls. It would take 100 ordinary-level death souls to synthesize just 1 high-level death soul. To bolster his army of the deceased, high-level death souls were indispensable. With a sufficient quantity of soul crystals, he could transform all of his current death soldiers into high-level ones. If he invested even more, he could elevate all of them to the rare or even epic levels. The attributes of rare-level entities would be comparable to that of bosses of the same rank. Furthermore, considering the 30 merit points required for the soul crystal, it was not overly advanced. Within the Adventurers Association, there would undoubtedly be individuals offering them for sale. However, the currency for transactions had shifted to star coins. Lu Yin felt that he was not lacking in star coins. The spoils from slaying bosses were sufficient to net him billions of them. The thought of summoning thousands of boss-level entities at will filled him with excitement. This was the true essence of strength. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Lu Yin's eyes as he promptly returned to the terminal, his fingers deftly navigating the screen. He currently possessed 50,000 merit points, reserving 10,000 for emergencies, while converting the remainder entirely into soul crystals. Confirm exchange for Soul Crystal X1332. Yes, no. Yes. The moment he confirmed, the teleportation array within the terminal lit up once more. A substantial pile of soul crystals had already accumulated. He swiftly collected them into his inventory and left the exchange area. Contacting the aid of Xiao Wanghua, Lu Yin borrowed a single occupancy dormitory. Aware of his remarkable achievement in vanquishing the abyssal demon general, the aide was exceedingly courteous. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the aide discreetly departed. Lu Yin settled cross-legged on the bed and retrieved all the soul crystals. He held each one in his palm, intoning silently for extraction. Ding. Obtained 1 high-level death soul. Notifications continued to scroll across his screen. Although monotonous, Lu Yin persevered diligently. It was not until he had extracted over 100 that the notification suddenly changed. Ding. Obtained 1 rare-level death soul. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, having directly extracted a rare-level death soul, which was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. 1 rare-level death soul was equivalent to 100 high-level death souls. He scrutinized the soul crystal closely, attempting to discern any distinguishing features from the others. However, after a prolonged examination, he failed to identify any obvious differences. It was likely that the creature yielding this soul crystal was of elite or boss caliber. Lu Yin speculated internally, invigorated by this discovery, and dedicated himself even more fervently to the extraction process. 3 hours later, Lu Yin had completed the extraction of all the soul crystals. He checked the number of death souls on his panel. Death souls, ordinary level, 857, high level, 1343, rare level, 14. Gazing at the figures displayed on the panel, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Lu Yin's eyes. Although the rare level was scarce, he could at least freely access high-level death souls. In the days to come, apart from leveling up by defeating monsters, he was intent on establishing a fully equipped high-level death army. The military's exclusive dungeons would serve as the optimal venue for his endeavor. After taking a brief respite, Lu Yin was about to set off for the dungeon when his communicator vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw that the caller was Wei Xiao. After connecting, her voice, tinged with excitement, greeted him. Lu Yin, I heard you plan to stay at the base for a few days. Are you intending to level up here? Yes. Lu Yin replied candidly. Where are you? Would you like me to be your guide? I know a few dungeons with abundant monsters and high experience points. Considering her words, Lu Yin pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, I'll head to the dungeon area now. Upon arriving at the dungeon area, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Those leveling up here were all new recruits from the base. Unlike schools, the military conducted the awakening ceremony a month earlier. As a result, these new recruits were already above level 10. Wei Xiao and Li Qinshu were also part of this batch of new recruits. However, Due to their prodigious talents as legendary class professionals, they had long since drawn a clear distinction from ordinary recruits. You finally made it. Wei Xiaoxiao greeted him with a smile. As she moved alongside him, many new recruits closely followed her with their gazes. Louis nodded slightly, though his attention had already shifted to the several enormous screens at the dungeon entrance. They displayed real-time information regarding the difficulty levels of various dungeons and the current best completion records. Underworld Castle. Level restriction, LV1, LV10. Completion record, 1 hour 23 minutes. Death Mine. Level restriction, LV10, LV18. Completion record, 2 hours 57 minutes. There were numerous types of dungeons, each catering to various levels, with the highest being from level 25 to 30. With his limit-breaking necklace, Lu Yin was now eligible to enter dungeons above level 25. His objective was naturally those high-level dungeons. Seemingly sensing Lu Yin's thoughts, Wei Xiaoxiao smiled. You have the limit-breaking necklace gifted by Commander Xiao, enabling you to access dungeons above level 25. I have 2 recommendations. Oh, do tell, Lu Yin replied, shifting his gaze from the screen to Wei Xiaoxiao. Wei Xiaoxiao raised 2 fingers, reciting her recommendations with enthusiasm. The first is Dragon Man Gorge, levels 25 to 30. Primarily populated by dragon-like creatures, with a high density and number. The second is the Orc Outpost, also at levels 25 to 30. While the orcs have high attack and health, their individual experience points are exceptional. Moreover, both dungeons have short cooldowns, allowing for seamless transitions in grinding. Louis nodded, but soon added, aside from these conventional military dungeons, are there any special ones here? Wei Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment before responding. There are, but they require merit points to enter. And the level restriction is capped at 30. She paused before continuing. The Elite Trial, a special dungeon, costs 50 merit points for each entry. Within the confines of this realm, there exists but a solitary boss creature, its level hovering at a formidable 30. Due to its unique nature, this dungeon imposes no cooldown period. As long as one possesses sufficient merit, one may engage in repeated encounters ad infinitum. A flicker of delight danced in Lu Yin's eyes as he contemplated the Elite Trial. Chapter 41, Dragonman Gorge. This opportunity was perfect for the creation of his Legion of the Dead. With a remaining pool of 10,000 merit points, he could repeat the encounter 200 times. Moreover, the likelihood of the boss-level creature dropping rare death souls was exceedingly high. Thus, he could amass 200 rare soldiers of death without expending any of his own resources, a truly fortuitous circumstance. As for levels, although the pace of advancement slows with each ascent, numerous dungeons lay before him for training. Within mere days, he would undoubtedly reach level 15. Understood. Thank you for the information, Lu Yin replied, his expression revealing comprehension as he navigated through the bustling crowd. A strikingly handsome face, a new recruit perhaps? It certainly appeared so. The acquaintance of Wei Xiaoxiao hinted at a significant background. Why does he wear the insignia of a corporal? Such a young corporal, surely a fabrication? Look at his level. He is merely at 14. How could he possibly hold such a rank? As Lu Yin passed, whispers of incredulity and astonishment rippled through the resting recruits. Their gazes a tapestry of skepticism and surprise. Yet, Lu Yin remained unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him, making his way directly to the area of the level 20 dungeon. Dragonman Gorge, Nightmare Difficulty. Do you wish to enter? Enter. Upon witnessing Lu Yin's choice, a few snickers echoed around him. Is he jesting? At level 14, he wishes to enter a level 25 dungeon? Does he lack even the most basic understanding? Furthermore, the Nightmare Difficulty of Dragonman Gorge at level 25 would pose a challenge even for our most legendary talents teamed together. Is this some esteemed figure's offspring sneaking in? However, in the next moment, Lu Yin's figure gradually faded within the radiance of the teleportation array, leaving behind a cadre of astounded recruits. He truly went in? A tall, lanky recruit rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The Limit Break Necklace. He must possess the Limit Break Necklace. Another recruit exclaimed, slapping his thigh in astonishment. That's a rare item, said to be awarded only to those who have achieved great feats. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. A level 14 newcomer, daring to enter a level 25 Nightmare Difficulty dungeon. Such an act seemed tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, Lu Yin had already arrived at the entrance of Dragonman Gorge. Before him lay a desolate canyon, flanked by towering cliffs, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. Maintaining an air of calm, Lu Yin raised his hand to summon his Legion of the Dead. This time, free from the necessity of concealing his strength, he called forth all his soldiers of death. A hum resonated as a violet, ethereal glow illuminated the space, and Yabelna materialized before him. Observing the alluring figure clad in a black gown, Lu Yin remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Aren't you able to enter the realm of death?" Yabelna lazily stretched, her exquisite curves captivating. She winked at Lu Yin and replied, "Master, I never claimed I couldn't enter. Besides, this is a privilege you granted me, allowing me to traverse the space at will." Lu Yin clicked his tongue, but chose not to delve further. His 10 commanders surely shared the closest ties with him. Casting a glance at the surroundings, Lu Yin willed his legion to advance into the canyon. After traversing a short distance, the monsters within the dungeon soon revealed themselves. They were a group of Dragonman scouts. Standing approximately 2 meters tall, their bodies adorned with dark green scales. Armed with iron spears, they resembled humanoid lizards, their attributes hovering around 2,500. However, in the interest of time, Lu Yin refrained from converting them into soldiers of death. His current objective was to build a formidable army, prioritizing quality over quantity. After all, the imminent goal was the national examination, where he would compete alongside practitioners from all over China, who could predict what terrifying talents might emerge. Thus, he was determined to prepare meticulously. Hundreds of soldiers of death surged forth like wolves among sheep, and in the blink of an eye, several Dragonman scouts became fodder for Lu Yin's experience. Ding! You have slain a Dragonman scout. Experience increased by 800 points. The experience yield was commendable, making this location exceptionally suitable for his training. With an unwavering demeanor, Lu Yin continued directing his legion forward. Deeper within the gorge, the levels of the monsters gradually escalated, progressing from the initial Dragonman scouts to Dragonman warriors, Dragonman mages, and occasionally, elite Dragonman captains. Yet, regardless of the adversary, they proved utterly ineffectual against Lu Yin's legion of death. Ding! You have slain a Dragonman warrior. Experience increased by 1,000 points. Ding! You have slain a Dragonman mage. Experience increased by 1,100 points. Experience notifications flooded Lu Yin's consciousness, his experience bar visibly ascending. The previous completion record for this dungeon was over 3 hours. With his efficiency, he should be able to shatter that record. Breaking the completion record might even yield additional rewards, he mused as he pressed onward. Ding! You have slain a Dragonman captain. Experience increased by 2,800 points. As the last elite foe fell, Lu Yin's legion had pushed to the deepest recesses of the gorge. Before him loomed a massive nest, surrounded by the remnants of various creatures. The scent of sulfur intensified, mingling with a faint hint of blood. At the center of the nest lay a colossal Dragonman, coiled upon the ground as if in slumber. It dwarfed any Dragonman he had previously encountered. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark red scales. A pair of tattered flesh wings sprouted from its back, and the single horn atop its head shimmered ominously. Dragonman Lord Balzark. Level 30, Nightmare Boss. Strength 4,000, Constitution 4,500, Agility 3,700, Spirit 4,000. Skills: Dragon Blood Boil, Frenzied Charge, Fearful Wail, Earthquake Strike. Observing the boss's attributes, Lu Yin nodded slightly. The attributes were well balanced, making it a viable choice for a frontline warrior. Onward! Lu Yin gently gestured, and hundreds of soldiers of death surged toward the Dragonman Lord. The slumbering Balzark seemed disturbed, abruptly awakening with crimson eyes wide, unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar! The terrifying sound wave swept through the entire nest. Were an ordinary practitioner present, the mere echo of that roar would be enough to plunge them into a state of fear. Yet, the soldiers of death, devoid of emotion, remained unaffected, charging forward relentlessly. Seeing its intimidation tactics fail, the Dragonman Lord furiously lifted its foreclaw and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled as a shockwave radiated outward from its epicenter. The foremost soldiers of the dead were jolted back a few steps, yet they quickly regained their footing, their health barely diminished. Witnessing the relentless advance of the invaders, Balzac felt a surge of blood coursing through him, his attributes experiencing a slight enhancement. Brandishing his spear, he charged recklessly towards the soldiers of death. However, this action was akin to a lamb walking into the jaws of a tiger. In scarcely a breath's time, his health bar was completely depleted, rendering him lifeless. Chapter 42, Record Shattered. Ding! You have slain the Dragonman Lord Balzac, gaining 150,000 experience points. Ding! Acquired loot, Dragon Scale Leggings, Celestial Crystal. Ding! Acquired rare Grade Death Soul X1. Lu Yin gazed at the massive form sprawled on the ground, extending his palm with a calm declaration, "For your sovereign." A shadowy violet radiance enveloped Balzac's corpse. The grand figure began to tremble slightly, the dark red scales shifting to a profound shade of purple-black. The once crimson eyes reopened, gleaming with a chilling spectral light. Dark Dragonman Lord Balzac, Level 30, Nightmare Level Boss. Strength 5,000, Constitution 5,500, Agility 4,700, Spirit 5,000. Skills: Dragon Blood Boil, Frenzied Charge, Terror Scream, Earthquake, Death Penetration. In addition to the augmentation of attributes, a new skill, Death Penetration, had been acquired. Death Penetration inflicts physical damage equal to skill level multiplied by strength to enemies within a linear range ahead, with a knockback effect. Cooldown 10 minutes. Mana cost 500 points. Lu Yin reviewed his attributes, nodding in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken the completion record for the Dragonman Canyon, Nightmare difficulty. Completion time, 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds. As he returned to the teleportation array, another notification sounded. Luin displayed no surprise, recalling the army of the dead and stepping onto the teleportation array. At the very moment Luin executed the slaying of the Dragon Man, Lord Balzac, a broadcast erupted in the external instance zone. Congratulations to Corporal Luin for breaking the record for the Dragon Man Canyon on nightmare difficulty. Completion time, 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 32 seconds. The announcement reverberated through the instance zone, the previously bustling hall descending into an abrupt silence. Every individual halted their actions, instinctively turning their gazes towards the exit of the instance. 1 hour and 17 minutes? How could this be possible? A warrior engaged in forming a party suddenly rose. Disbelief etched on his face. The previous record stood at 3 hours and 42 minutes. How could someone reduce it by more than 2 hours? Corporal, on nightmare difficulty? Could it possibly be the same individual who had entered the instance alone moments ago? As the light of the teleportation array gradually faded, Lu Yin's figure re-emerged in the instance zone. All eyes converged upon him, filled with astonishment and a hint of confusion. Was it truly him? And he had completed it in less than an hour and a half? Someone murmured, their voice cutting through the silence with piercing clarity. How could this be? Even a level 35 elite team would struggle to conquer the Dragon Man Canyon on nightmare difficulty at such speed. Could it be that he is a mythical class holder? The mention of mythical class left everyone momentarily breathless. Yet, Luin remained unfazed by the surrounding commotion, calmly assessing his experience bar. He had gained a substantial amount of experience. A few more encounters should suffice for an upgrade. He muttered softly to himself, casting a glance at the instance cooldown timer. The 3-hour cooldown was indeed shorter than anticipated. However, given his astonishing speed in clearing instances, it would likely be challenging to repeat the back and forth as Wei Xiaoxiao had suggested. Subsequently, Luin approached another instance entrance, opting for the Orc outpost. Again, it was nightmare-level difficulty, and he continued his solitary endeavor. Although he was aware of the rewards for breaking instance records, he planned to clear all accessible instances to claim all rewards in one go, thus saving time. Since the Orc outpost shared the same level as the Dragon Man Canyon, the monsters, while different, bore similar attributes. He bulldozed through to the end, where the instance boss awaited, a colossal, heavily armored green-skinned orc with menacing tusks. Without delay, he dispatched it in a single blow. Ding! You have slain the Orc Commander Grom, gaining 160,000 experience points. Ding! Acquired loot, Frenzied Battle Axe, Beastlord Belt. Ding! Acquired rare Grade Death Soul X1. Standing before the massive corpse of the Orc Commander, Luin extended his palm, the violet-black spectral light re-emerging. Arise! Grom's enormous form began to tremble, his green skin gradually dulling, tusks growing ever more menacing, and his eyes radiating a chilling purple glow. Death Orc Commander Grom. Level 30, Nightmare level boss. Strength 6,500, Constitution 6,500, Agility 3,800, Spirit 3,800. Skills: Skull Crusher, War Cry, Death Spin, Rapid Regeneration, Blood Rage. Once again, his attributes saw an enhancement, and a brand new skill was acquired. Simultaneously, Luin and the external broadcast chimed in unison. Ding! Congratulations, Corporal Luin, for breaking the completion record for the Orc Outpost, Nightmare difficulty. Completion time, 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 21 seconds. The entire instance zone fell into a profound silence once more. Every expression froze, gazing blankly at Luin, who had just stepped out of the teleportation array, having shattered the records of 2 nightmare difficulty instances back-to-back, and with completion times reduced by over 2 hours each. Who exactly was he? Surely, even a mythical class couldn't be this extraordinary. For Luin, such situations had long since become routine. He continued his quest for more instances. He intended to carry on? No, even a mythical class could not possibly sustain such prolonged exertion. At that moment, all the new recruits seemed to lose their capacity for thought. What was unfolding before them had surpassed their comprehension. Many even ceased leveling up to witness which instance records Luin would break next. Not long after Luin entered, the instance manager approached briskly. The feat of breaking 2 instance records was unprecedented in his years of management. Shortly thereafter, as the entrance to the instance glimmered, the broadcast resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, Corporal Luin, having continuously broken 3 completion records, with all times significantly shortened. This inhuman disparity rendered Luin akin to a monster in the eyes of many. His experience had surpassed half, indicating that reaching level 15 today was well within reach. Luin's gaze swept over the remaining instances available for entry, muttering to himself, just as he prepared to step into the teleportation array once more. A middle-aged man clad in an officer's uniform approached briskly, adorned with the insignia of a second lieutenant. Corporal, please wait. The urgency in the second lieutenant's voice was tinged with courtesy. Luin paused briefly, casting a detached glance in his direction. The second lieutenant took a deep breath, striving to quell his inner turmoil, and spoke. I am the head of the copy area, Second Lieutenant Li Mingyuan. Might I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing this, Luin furrowed his brow but chose not to decline. After all, they were in a military camp, and he was not particularly afraid of any unscrupulous intentions. Following Li Mingyuan into his office, the latter smiled and began, "I am already aware of your remarkable feats. Sergeant Liu, having slain a deep abyss demon general, you are indeed a hero of the human race. However, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit." Lu Yin stated plainly. Taken aback by Lu Yin's directness, Li Mingyuan hesitated for a moment before awkwardly continuing. "Sergeant Liu, you have shattered the records for 3 nightmarish-level dungeons, an unprecedented achievement in the history of our military camp. According to military regulations, those who break records are entitled to corresponding rewards. However, there is a matter to consider. The records you have set are so extraordinary that it is unlikely anyone will surpass them in the future. Thus, to avoid dampening the enthusiasm of other soldiers, your completion records may be nullified." Chapter 43. The Conspiracy of the Abyss. Li Mingyuan's words cast a somber atmosphere over the office as he cautiously observed Lu Yin's reaction. Lu Yin's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "So, the military intends to annul my records and deny me the rewards I rightfully deserve? No, you misunderstand." Li Mingyuan hastily interjected, waving his hands. "You will certainly receive your rewards, and they may even be more substantial. It is merely that your records are so astonishing that they might dishearten new recruits in the future." He paused before continuing. "The military encourages competition, but we also prioritize maintaining overall morale. Your records have transcended normal parameters, so I would like to discuss with you the possibility of providing compensation in a different form. Nonetheless, we would still like to retain a record of your achievements to inspire the soldiers." Lu Yin remained silent for a moment, as he was not particularly concerned about such superficial honors. As long as he received tangible benefits, the preservation of records was of little importance. "What sort of compensation?" he asked directly. Seeing that Lu Yin had not opposed him, Li Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Given your current momentum, it seems you intend to conquer every accessible dungeon. Thus, I propose to save you the trouble. I will grant you the rewards for all the dungeons you can enter, so you need not challenge those records yourself." Li Mingyuan's proposal was entirely advantageous for Lu Yin. It would allow him to utilize the remaining time for lower-level dungeons, while Li Mingyuan would save the manpower required to clear the dungeon records. "Very well, let us settle the rewards now." Lu Yin nodded in agreement. "Would you prefer merit rewards or equipment rewards?" "Merit," Lu Yin replied without hesitation. Li Mingyuan nodded. "The rewards for these dungeon records amount to approximately 30,000 merit points. I will round it up and give you a full 30,000. How does that sound?" "That works." Lu Yin produced his merit card and handed it to Li Mingyuan. Killing a deep abyss demon general earns only 50,000 merit points, so this 30,000 point reward was quite substantial. After waiting for a while, Li Mingyuan returned with the merit card. "You can check. The 30,000 merit points have been credited." "Thank you, Second Lieutenant." Lu Yin nodded, accepting the card before rising to leave. As he watched Lu Yin's retreating figure, Li Mingyuan murmured to himself, "There have been instances of record deletion before, but never have I encountered such an extraordinary record." With his merit secured, Lu Yin hastened to the exchange center. The 30,000 points were sufficient for him to redeem 1,000 soul crystals. After completing the exchange, he returned to the dungeon area, extracting soul crystals as he continued to tackle dungeons. As time passed, the new recruits transitioned from initial shock to gradual numbness. Lu Yin had quietly become the stuff of legends among them, a tireless machine systematically conquering dungeons with astonishing efficiency. In addition to gaining experience points, his Death Legion began to take the shape he desired, an invincible army comprising frontline fighters, damage dealers, and support roles. Lu Yin was dedicated to forging a fully functional legion. He had already secured frontline roles with the Dragon Lord and the Orc Commander. He also had some leads regarding damage dealers and support. For instance, in 3 days, the Trial Tower would open, and it was said that powerful monsters awaited in its deeper levels. Moreover, the Elite Trial, which contained only one boss, would present different challenges each time one entered. This provided Lu Yin with even more possibilities, just as Lu Yin reveled in his ascent. In a certain spatial corridor on the habitable planet number 35, a demon with ram horns and another with dual wings were engaged in a hushed conversation. "Althus is dead, slain by a level 10 human practitioner." "Level 10? That is impossible," the winged demon growled in a raspy voice. "Though merely a low-tier demon general, he should not have been defeated by such a feeble entity. This is the message Althus relayed to me before his demise. He left a mental imprint on me." A crimson glint flickered in the ram-horned demon's eyes. "The king is furious about this matter and has ordered us to eliminate this human at all costs. If necessary, the king himself may take action." The winged demon narrowed his eyes. "Soon, the day of the great examination for practitioners from the Celestial Empire will arrive. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity for a grand strike." "You mean?" "Indeed. By the way, we have also made progress regarding that matter. The burial site of the Holy Demon Emperor? Yes, if we can obtain the Holy Demon Emperor's token from there, Our demonic clan will have the chance to devour the holy demon clan in one fell swoop. At that time, among all the demon emperors in the abyss, our evil demon emperor shall surely reign supreme. Perhaps, if the evil demon emperor is pleased, he may even grant us the power of demon kings. In that case, our arduous journey to this distant planet will not be in vain. While the abyss demons conspired, Luin remained unaware that he had landed on the demon's kill list, particularly attracting the attention of a king from the abyss. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate. But the assembly ground was already bustling with activity. Today marked the opening of the trial tower, and all the new recruits were eager to showcase their skills. Luin stood calmly in a corner of the crowd. At last, this day had arrived. It was said that reaching the 20th level of the trial tower guaranteed a golden grade piece of equipment. Last year, the highest record was the 28th level. I wonder if anyone will break that record this year. If anyone can break the record, it would have to be those two legendary figures among us. Li Qinshu and Wei Xiaoxiao? I doubt it. One is a tank, and the other is support, so their damage output might be lacking. Yet, despite their discussions, their gazes subtly drifted towards Luin. Given the abilities Luin had displayed in recent days, not only breaking records seemed possible, but he might even reach the pinnacle. Silence. Amidst the chatter, a commanding voice rang out from the front. There stood Second Lieutenant Li Mingyuan on a high platform, his piercing gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. I am the overseer of the trial tower, and I shall now announce the rules and precautions pertaining to it. The trial tower consists of 50 floors. With each level successfully traversed, participants will not only receive loot from the tower's treasure chests, but also corresponding merit rewards. I must emphasize one thing. The trial tower is not a mere performance. If you feel your strength is lacking, do not overestimate your abilities. While the rewards are indeed tempting, one must possess the means to enjoy them. Now, I shall refrain from further verbosity. Let us commence our journey. Chapter 44. The Trial Tower opens. The Trial Tower, located in the northwestern corner of this space, is a towering black edifice that pierces the clouds. Its surface is inscribed with ancient runes, glimmering ominously in the morning light. Li Mingyuan led the recruits to the foot of the tower, where the colossal structure cast a long shadow in the dawn, exuding an aura of awe. Now, I shall call forth the names of those selected to step forward. Second Lieutenant Li Mingyuan, holding a roster, began to call names with a resonant voice. The soldiers called upon stepped forward in turn, their faces reflecting a mix of anxiety and excitement. The first cohort comprised seasoned veterans, well known for their prowess. They took a deep breath and vanished into the shimmering portal of the tower. Though the trial tower permits multiple entrants, each individual is assigned to a distinct challenge space. Akin to an instance, the sole distinction is that, unlike instances, one cannot form teams here. Outside, all eyes were fixed upon the dozens of illuminated points on the first floor of the tower. These points represented the current locations of each challenger. Before long, several points began to ascend, indicating that they had successfully completed the first floor's trial. The difficulty of the trial tower is well known, yet the initial floors remain relatively manageable. The only variation lies in the speed of completion. As time passed, the luminescence on the tower steadily climbed. Concurrently, the disparity in the challenger's strengths began to manifest. The strong ascended rapidly, reaching the 10th floor in less than half an hour, while others struggled significantly, with each subsequent floor presenting a formidable challenge. After a brief interval, the first challenger to fail was teleported out. This individual was a novice in a support role, having succumbed to the boss on the 10th floor. Given his level and class, this outcome was quite reasonable. Following him, the second and third failures soon emerged. Once one surpasses 10 floors, a significant increase in difficulty is expected, both in the level and number of monsters. Thus, eliminations became increasingly frequent. As some were cast out, others were ushered in, all proceeding in an orderly fashion under Li Mingyuan's guidance. Li Qinshu. After the emergence of an eliminated challenger, a familiar and notable name resonated. As a legendary class professional, Li Qinshu had been the undeniable focal point among this cohort of recruits before Lu Yin's arrival. However, following the battle at the Lost Temple, despite feeling gratitude towards Lu Yin, he had also developed some self-doubt. Fortunately, after a few days of reflection, he regained his confidence. With a flash of brilliance, he found himself within the trial tower. Many gazes were directed towards the light that symbolized him. His point ascended with remarkable speed, and within approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the boss chamber of the 10th floor. His time spent within the chamber was not lengthy, and he continued his ascent. This sparked considerable discussion among observers. His rapid progress indicated that he still possessed substantial reserves of strength, significantly enhancing his chances of breaking records. As the crowd fixated on Li Qinshu, Li Mingyuan suddenly called out another name, Lu Yin. The utterance of this name rendered the scene momentarily hushed. Amidst countless gazes, Lu Yin stepped forward calmly. As though embarking on a leisurely stroll, the esteemed figure was finally making his move. How far could he go? Surely, he would begin at least from the 30th floor. Right? The 30th floor? I believe he can conquer the entire trial tower. Surely not. After the 30th floor, the monsters are all level 30. It is said that the final tower master is a level 50 boss, one that we cannot possibly breach, no matter how powerful this expert is. If he cannot break through defenses, it will be in vain. The recruits murmured amongst themselves, their eyes fixated on his figure. Luin paid no heed to the chatter as he stepped into the light portal, and the scene before him shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, a new point illuminated on the first floor of the tower. Luin surveyed his surroundings. The interior of the trial tower was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The dim circular hall featured walls embedded with luminescent crystals, while the floor bore intricate magical arrays. As Luin stepped forward, the patterns suddenly glowed. 3 wolf-like creatures, entirely encased in bone armor, materialized from the array. Their crimson eyes fixated on the intruder. They crouched low, emitting a low growl of menace, advancing towards him in a triangular formation. Bone Wolf, level 15, elite. The first floor presents 3 level 15 elite monsters. The intensity of this trial tower is indeed formidable. Luin murmured, and then raised his hand to summon 10 Dragonborn Lords. As the Dragonborn Lords appeared, the 3 bone wolves charged simultaneously. The outcome was, of course, unsurprising, a swift annihilation. In total, the encounter lasted no more than 5 seconds. Once all monsters were vanquished, a magical staircase extended before Luin. This was the pathway to the second floor. Should one choose not to continue, they could opt to conclude their attempt, and the trial tower would automatically tally the rewards for the completed floors. Luin, however, was not one to halt at this juncture. Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase. As the light flashed once more, Luin found himself on the second floor of the trial tower. The monsters here were still bone wolves, but there were 2 additional ones compared to the first floor. Once again, they fell victim to his swift onslaught, and he pressed on. On the third floor, there were 7 bone wolves. Annihilation. On the fourth floor, there were 9 bone wolves. Annihilation. Luin ascended unimpeded, scarcely pausing. Each floor presented the same monsters. Only their numbers increased. Regardless of how many appeared, the outcome remained constant. At last, on the 10th floor, a change occurred. This time, a colossal wolf king, larger than a standard bone wolf by more than thrice, howled at the sky, exuding a potent aura of darkness. Bone Wolf King, level 20 boss. A level 20 boss posed little challenge for Luin at this juncture. 10 Dragonborn Lords surged forward, brutally dispatching the creature. Meanwhile, outside the tower, all observers were left in awe by the speed at which Lu Yin's point moved. If Li Chenchu's speed was swift, Lu Yin's was akin to flight. The point on the first floor illuminated for mere seconds before it instantly soared to the second floor. Following closely, it ascended to the third and fourth floors with almost no pause. My heavens, what unprecedented speed is this? Does he not need to engage in combat with the monsters? Seconds, instantaneous kills. All are instantaneous kills. The new recruits widened their eyes, fixated on the dazzling point of light soaring upwards at an inconceivable speed. Even their discussions faltered, laden with disbelief and astonishment. Even Lieutenant Li Mingyuan, standing not far away, unconsciously tightened his grip behind his back. Could this young man truly be on the verge of becoming the first challenger to conquer the trial tower? Chapter 45, Instant Annihilation. Within the tower, Lu Yin's strides showed no sign of slowing. As he ascended from the 11th to the 19th floor, the monsters transformed into a more agile breed known as shadow leopards. Their level elevated to 18, and their numbers began to increase once more. However, this was utterly inconsequential. In the face of absolute power, quantity was merely a tedious statistic. A torrent composed of 10 dragon lords could easily sweep aside anything in its path. The speed advantage of the shadow leopards was rendered laughable against the overwhelming strength and area attacks of the lords. Instant annihilation. Instant annihilation. Still instant annihilation. Luin didn't even bother to glance at the detailed information of the monsters. He calmly continued his march, summoning forth, and stepping onto the newly manifested staircase. His speed was even quicker than in the initial 10 floors. The change in monster strength was trivial compared to the soldiers of death, he commanded. Outside the tower, the crowd was rendered utterly speechless, the only sounds being their heavy breaths. The luminous point representing Lu Yin tore through layer after layer of obstacles at a spine-tingling constant speed, rapidly approaching the 20th floor. Meanwhile, most of the other luminous points within the tower still struggled below the 10th floor. The fastest among them, Li Chenchu, had only just stabilized at the 17th floor, evidently engaged in a fierce battle. In stark contrast, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Surely, the boss on the 20th floor would provide some resistance to his progress, mused a captivated new recruit. Before he could even finish speaking, he was horrified to realize that Lu Yin's light had already stepped into the 21st floor. It wasn't just him. Someone else was about to voice a notion that this defied logic, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had ascended to the 22nd floor. Outside, silence fell like a shroud. The crowd gazed upwards, their pupils constricting dramatically, fixated on the galloping point of light. It was as if an invisible hand had clenched around their throats, rendering them voiceless. The 20th floor was the boss layer. According to conventional wisdom, the strength of the monsters would undergo a qualitative leap, sufficient to thwart the majority of challengers and plunge them into arduous struggles. Yet, before Luin, it seemed no different from clearing out ordinary minions. As the crowd fell into a hushed awe, Luin had already arrived before the boss of the 30th floor. The 30th floor marked the first true watershed. The monsters' levels had escalated to 30. For conventional classes, reaching this point made it exceedingly difficult to breach the monsters' defenses. They speculated that even if Luin was extraordinarily gifted, his pace should at least show some signs of deceleration. Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that shattered everyone's worldview. In merely a second, less than a breath, Lu Yin's luminous point flickered again. The 31st floor. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Monsters. This person was not human. The new recruits murmured in a daze. Their eyes filled with awe and trepidation as they gazed at the screen. This was their first time experiencing Lu Yin's grotesque prowess so viscerally. Previously, they had merely understood that he was formidable enough to shatter records across all dungeons with ease. Now they comprehended that Lu Yin could not simply be described by the term strong. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yin remained oblivious to the shock resonating outside. The intensity of the trial tower posed no challenge to him. Beyond the 30th floor, the monster's levels and strengths surged yet again. However, to Lu Yin, it remained utterly meaningless. The 10 dragon lords acted like a meat grinder. Any monster that appeared was ruthlessly torn to shreds. Outside, the crowd had transitioned from shock to numbness. The 40th floor. Someone spoke hoarsely, as if recounting a fantastical tale. Li Qinshu had just exhausted all his means to barely pass the 25th floor. Another individual glanced at the second luminous point, which was laboriously climbing to the 26th floor at a pace that had slowed to a tenth of Lu Yin's, their tones steeped in absurdity. The immense disparity rendered jealousy impossible. Only a pure, suffocating admiration remained. Do you think he might? A bold hypothesis began to spread among the crowd. Yet no one dared to complete it. What might he do? Break through? As far as they knew, no new recruit had ever surpassed the 50th floor since the tower's inception. Even among numerous legendary classes, many had met their demise. The best record stood at merely breaching the 45th floor, where the monsters were said to be level 45 assassins. Many who reached this level were often exhausted and on the brink of collapse. Additionally, assassin-type monsters possessed high critical hit rates and could employ stealth skills, resulting in many prodigies failing at this juncture. As the crowd held their breath in rapt anticipation, Lu Yin swiftly ascended to the 45th floor. The moment he entered the 45th floor, the environment darkened abruptly, and 12 indistinct figures flickered in the shadows. Lu Yin's gaze lifted slightly, and this time he summoned 20 soldiers of death, 10 dragon lords, and 10 orc marshals. As the soldiers of death appeared, the 12 indistinct figures launched a rapid assault. Swoosh! The air was pierced by the sharp sounds of their movements, as the 12 shadows flitted about like phantoms, their daggers gleaming coldly as they aimed for Lu Yin's vital points. However, just as they were about to close in, a thunderous roar erupted from the dragon lords, sending shockwaves that forcibly expelled these stealthy assassins from the shadows. Simultaneously, the orc marshals swung their massive axes, accurately locking onto each visible target. The blades cleaved through the air with a resonant whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. 15, 796. 16, 213. 14, 985. The sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed continuously, accompanied by a flurry of damage indicators. The 12 level 45 monsters, which would instill dread in ordinary challengers, could not withstand even a breath before Lu Yin. However, this time, after clearing the monsters, Lu Yin did not hastily step into the 46th floor. His current army of the dead lacked this type of output-oriented soldier. These high-explosive assassin creatures were perfectly suited to fill the void in his legion. Rise. Utilizing the rare-grade soul of death, Lu Yin transformed these monsters into soldiers of death. Phantom Assassin Elite. Level 45. Strength 4800. Constitution 4300. Agility 6500. Spirit 5200. Skills: Phantom Step, Soul Backstab, Demon Sealing Stab, Soul Tear Dance. Phantom assassins are akin to soul-like monsters, drifting and ephemeral, their forms blurring as if merging with the surrounding shadows. Their level advantage grants phantom assassins attributes rivaling those of 30 hit bosses. Lu Yin was immensely satisfied with the attributes and skills of the phantom assassins, and it was not in vain that he had utilized a rare-grade death soul to transform them. The 46th stairway extended downward as Lu Yin stepped forward with measured strides. His ambition was to convert 50 phantom assassins, thereby assembling a squad of assassins with formidable output. Their presence would elevate the output of the Legion to unprecedented heights, as they were capable of inflicting critical hits and weakness damage, which, when combined, would undoubtedly exceed expectations. Chapter 46. The Token of the Deity. Here at the 46th level, would he truly attempt to breach the trial tower? Outside the tower, exclamations had long since faded, replaced by an almost dreamlike murmuring. For these neophytes, conquering the trial tower was an utterly impossible feat, yet now, This impossibility was being gradually pried open by Lu Yin, and it seemed increasingly likely to be realized. Buzz. At that moment, Li Qinshu was teleported out at the 29th level. Appearing outside the tower, he gasped for breath, yet his expression was one of sheer delight. He had shattered last year's record for the 28th level and secured a rather impressive item from the reward chest. He turned to the crowd, eager to hear their astonishment and praise. However, to Li Qinshu's astonishment, the record-breaking achievement garnered no attention whatsoever. Everyone was fixated on gazing upward, resembling lifeless clay statues. Instinctively following their gazes, the fleeting joy he had felt instantaneously froze on his face. His pupils constricted in disbelief at what he beheld. The light representing Lu Yin did not linger around the 30th level as he had anticipated, nor did it hover near the 40th level. Instead, it was steadily suspended at the 49th level, and at the precise moment his gaze fell upon it, that light flickered slightly and boldly stepped into the uncharted territory of the 50th level, a realm never before traversed by novice professionals. Li Qinshu's mind buzzed, blanking out. The 29th level? Breaking records? His previous insignificance of joy and pride now appeared laughably trivial and pale in comparison to the astonishing scene before him. 50 levels. He gasped, his voice distorted and unrecognizable due to overwhelming shock. At this moment, the 50th level of the trial tower was starkly different from the others. It was no longer a monotonous enclosed space, but rather a timeless dark sanctuary. The vaulted ceiling loomed high, and dim light cascaded from unknown corners, illuminating the fine dust suspended in the air. At the deepest recesses of the sanctuary, Lu Yin finally laid eyes upon the ultimate boss within the tower. Dark Hunter Tazek, boss. Level, 50. Strength, 20,000. Stamina, 20,000. Agility, 30,000. Spirit, 20,000. Skills, Black Feather Arrow Array, Winged Pursuit, Assault Form, Rending Charge, Death Strike, Death Piercing. Lu Yin calmly observed the Dark Hunter in the distance, a massive humanoid creature cloaked in a dark mantle, wielding an ebony giant bow, with two short daggers sheathed at its waist. This boss possessed both ranged and melee capabilities, presenting a considerable challenge to ordinary professionals. However, to Lu Yin, it was merely a formidable combatant. Black Feather Arrow Array. Upon perceiving Lu Yin, Tazek abruptly raised its giant bow. Buzz. As it drew the bowstring, an arrow forged from concentrated magical energy soared into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows descended like a deluge, each arrow accompanied by a piercing shriek, sealing off all avenues of evasion for Lu Yin. Confronted by the rain of arrows, Lu Yin's expression remained unperturbed. The phantom assassins he had transformed earlier had silently melded into the shadows. Just as the arrows were about to strike his form, several shadows surged forth from the darkness. Phantom Backstab, Seal Demon Strike, Dance of the Shattered Soul, 23,568, 27,483, 57,259. A cascade of damage numbers floated above Tazek's colossal frame, causing it to momentarily stiffen. A flicker of disbelief crossed its crimson eyes. In less than a second, its health bar was obliterated. With Lu Yin's ability to ignore defenses, the output of the phantom assassins became devastatingly violent. The once invincible boss in the eyes of countless professionals met its end before it could unleash a single attack. Ding. You have slain a Dark Hunter, gaining 300,000 experience points. Ding. Acquired a rare grade Death Soul X1. Ding. You have successfully cleared the trial tower. Receiving the trial chest. Amid the system's notifications, a chest radiating brilliant golden light slowly descended before Lu Yin. He stepped forward and opened it. Inside lay a black emblem, quietly resting. The surface of the emblem bore ancient, cryptic runes, with a black gemstone at its center that seemed to encapsulate the vastness of the cosmos. Lu Yin retrieved it and inspected the emblem's attributes. He had initially thought it might be a title equipment, but upon reading the description, he stood frozen in place. The emblem of the nameless deity, Divine Token. Usage. This is the divine token for your awakening deity. Through it, you can heed the whispers of the divine, undertake divine quests, and receive rewards upon completion. This was neither a title nor equipment, but rather a divine token. For Lu Yin, this was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Given the strength of his profession, the deity behind him must also be an immensely formidable entity. Completing divine tasks would mean he could once again meet the nameless new god who had awakened him and receive their rewards. The rewards from the deity far surpassed the value of any loot from dungeons. He had originally believed that he would need further growth before he could access information related to the divine. He never expected that so soon. The deity behind him was already preparing to establish a connection. In this world, deities truly existed. They were omnipresent, watching over every professional under their dominion. Yet, those who could communicate with deities were invariably the most elite of warriors. Lu Yin, at such a level, acquiring a divine token was likely unprecedented in history. Regaining his composure, Lu Yin did not hesitate to infuse a fragment of his mental strength into the emblem. Boom. An indescribable sense of vastness, antiquity, mingled with utter chaos and majesty, surged through the emblem, crashing into his consciousness. Luin let out a muffled groan as the surrounding scenery instantly blurred and twisted, as if he had been thrust into a kaleidoscope of surreal visions. Fragments of broken, incomprehensible images and sounds were forcibly crammed into his mind. He beheld endless shattered star remains floating in the void. Countless ancient corpses, colossal and unfathomable, were impaled upon the desolate surface of the land by rusted, gigantic spears. He could perceive myriad voices simultaneously praying, howling, and screaming. An intense sting emanated from the depths of his soul, as if some force were attempting to forcibly rend his comprehension asunder. Ultimately, at the edge of the starry sky, he beheld the familiar yet imposing figure. The instant he laid eyes upon that nameless deity, a notification sound echoed in his mind, signaling the acceptance of a quest. Chapter 47, The Land of Wailing. Ding. Quest accepted, Scattered Authority. Quest objective, retrieve the heart of annihilation from the depths of the Land of Wailing. Quest reward, unknown, to be granted directly by the deity based on completion. Quest duration, 1 year. Warning, this quest is exceedingly perilous, with formidable entities far exceeding your current level present. Luin gradually opened his eyes, withdrawing his consciousness from that chaotic and ancient vision. The emblem in his palm radiated a slight warmth, seemingly still imbued with a trace of the deity's essence. The resounding notification sound of the quest was strikingly clear, imbued with an undeniable authority. The heart of annihilation in the Land of Wailing. He whispered these two phrases, his gaze deepening. The Land of Wailing was located on Neptune within the solar system. Ever since humanity was compelled to flee their home planet, Earth, the entire solar system had devolved into a bloody battlefield. It was not only the lair of abyssal demons, but also a death zone where the souls of the underworld wandered. Fortunately, through the reckless endeavors of human practitioners, a frontline base had been tenuously established on Neptune. However, Luin felt he was not yet worthy to set foot in that place. Yet, given his rate of growth, it would not be long before he ascended to that planet. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. With a thought, Lu Yin's figure gradually blurred, and in the next moment, he was teleported out of the trial tower. Outside the tower, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. As Lu Yin's figure emerged from the tower's exit, the entire square descended into a profound silence. All the recruits appeared as if ensnared by a spell, their gazes fixated on the figure that stepped forth from the trial tower. Shock, reverence, disbelief, these emotions silently permeated the crowd. Lu Yin's breath was steady, his demeanor composed. His physique was not imposing, even somewhat slender. Yet, it was he who had just triumphed over the 50 floors of the trial tower, creating a miracle unprecedented in human history. In the hush, only the sound of heavy breathing and the rapid beating of hearts could be heard. Lu Yin walked through the crowd without glancing aside. As he passed, the throng instinctively parted to either side, granting him a passage. There were no cheers, no applause. Following the peak of shock, there was a silence tinged with near reverence. They regarded Lu Yin's silhouette, seeing not a fellow practitioner of similar age, but a legend who had already ascended to the altar of divinity. Lu Yin remained oblivious to everything around him. In his heart, there resided only the task bestowed upon him by the deity and the potential rewards awaiting him upon its completion. The Neptune frontline base echoed in his mind. His footsteps turned towards the information center of the base. There, a wealth of information accumulated by the military over the years could be accessed regarding the Land of Wailing and the Heart of Annihilation, alongside various unofficial rumors. The ambience of the information center's hall was gentle, with only a handful of individuals present. Lu Yin strode directly to an available terminal, and upon its activation, his fingers rapidly danced across the virtual keyboard. He searched for keywords: Land of Wailing, Neptune Frontline, Abyssal Demon Distribution Map, High-Risk Areas of the Underworld, Heart of Annihilation. Lines of dense information and maps marked with crimson warning zones flashed across the screen. Segments of battle records, earned at the cost of frontline practitioners' lives, swiftly scrolled past. The brilliance of flowing data reflected in his pupils, his expression focused and cold. Originally, Neptune's environment was exceedingly harsh, rendering survival impossible with standard human technology. In the wake of the invasion by the Abyss and the Underworld, the current situation was far more terrifying. The surface had been nearly completely eroded by abyssal energies. Riddled with twisted fissures, countless terrifying abyssal creatures lurked, waiting to pounce upon any living being. The souls of the underworld drifted like eternal mists among the ruins, drawn to any sign of life as if they were moths to a flame, endlessly converging. Humanity's frontline base, the Rock Fortress, was akin to a solitary boat amid tumultuous waves, perpetually on the highest state of alert. Deep within the Land of Wailing lay an area yet to be fully explored, harboring unspeakable crises and terrors, said to be an absolute death zone that even high-ranking demon generals and powerful undead would seldom dare to enter. Footage recorded a blurred reconnaissance image from the front lines, a dark purple land seemingly composed of countless twisted, agonized faces. The air was thick with sanguine fog, Any creature that ventured within would be instantly rent asunder by incomprehensible mental screams, their very forms beginning to inexplicably disintegrate. That place was the grave of all living beings, the echo of suffering. As for the heart of annihilation, Luin repeatedly searched. No direct records existed in the public database. Only a few fragmented oral accounts from different eras and survivors were marked as low credibility, suspected hallucinations due to mental contamination. A heart that remains still amidst the wails. The end and the homecoming. I saw it, and it allowed me to die in peace. He furrowed his brow, his fingertips pausing. His gaze lingered over those vague and even contradictory records. These fragmented pieces of information were too obscure, offering almost no practical value, resembling the delusions of a mind on the brink of collapse. Yet, Lu Yin's expression bore no sign of frustration or hesitation. Rather, a faint glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. The more challenging the task, the more extraordinary the rewards that awaited upon its completion. And what he needed was precisely this. Kid, this place is not where you should be delving into at this moment. Just as Lu Yin was lost in thought, a voice abruptly interrupted his musings. Turning around, he found Xiao Wang was standing behind him, his expression grave as he regarded him intently. Commander Xiao, I understand your concerns. Lu Yin replied, his tone devoid of turbulence. However, I have compelling reasons to proceed. What rewards did you obtain in the trial tower? Xiao Wang furrowed his brow. Upon hearing that Lu Yin had cleared the trial tower, he had rushed over immediately. He had intended to congratulate him, but to his surprise, Lu Yin had made a beeline for the information center, examining the despair-laden land that even unsettled him. He speculated that Lu Yin's actions must have been driven by some underlying reason, undoubtedly related to the trial tower he had just completed. I received a divine token and accepted a divine task, Lu Yin stated with remarkable calmness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils contracting. A divine task? He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yin, his voice involuntarily lowering several degrees. You have obtained a divine token at this level? Lu Yin nodded calmly, the emblem in his palm flickering into view, emanating a faint aura of divinity. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, his expression shifting unpredictably. As a high-ranking military official and one of humanity's formidable warriors, he understood better than anyone what a divine mission entailed. It represented an opportunity, a shortcut to supreme power. Yet it also signified unimaginable peril. Chapter 48, The Divine Mission. Xiao Wang's breathing became noticeably more rapid. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before speaking in a low voice. Follow me. He turned and walked towards a secure conference room deep within the information center, with Lu Yin closely trailing behind. The metallic door slid open silently, sealing off all external distractions. Show me the divine token you received. Xiao Wang turned, his expression serious. Lu Yin opened his palm, revealing the ancient emblem that lay quietly within, radiating an enigmatic essence. Xiao Wang's gaze fixated intently on the emblem, and after a long pause, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, it is a divine token. I never expected that a practitioner at this level could earn the favor of the divine. Generally, even mythic-level practitioners would never attract divine attention at such a rank. Xiao Wang himself was a mythic-level practitioner. Yet he clearly remembered that he had only received his first divine token after his second transformation. By the time he truly completed the task bestowed by the divine, he had already become an Awaken-level powerhouse. Especially considering the task Lu Yin had received, its difficulty was evidently several times greater than his own divine mission. He even harbored doubts as to whether the deity behind Lu Yin was deliberately leading him to his doom. A one-year deadline. No matter how outrageous Lu Yin's professional strength might be, how far could it truly extend? The depths of the Wailing Land were a place where even his second transformation strength had a slim chance of survival. Xiao Wang fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yin's tranquil face. Lu Yin, do you understand what the depths of the Wailing Land signify? There was once a three-transformation human powerhouse who sought to enter the core area to glimpse its secrets. However, within just 7 days, he fled in a bloodied and wretched state, as if he had encountered unspeakable horrors. Not a single word of his experience was ever disclosed. Lu Yin raised his eyes, his gaze unwavering. I understand, but once one accepts a divine mission, there is no option for retreat. Xiao Wang stared at him for a long time before finally sighing, his tone tinged with complexity. You are correct. Once a divine mission is accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Otherwise, one loses the protection of the divine and becomes an ordinary mortal. He paced to the terminal at the end of the conference room, tapping a few buttons, causing a holographic projection of Neptune to materialize. Large areas were marked in deep crimson, particularly around the Wailing Land, which was almost blackened with red. The military had not abandoned the exploration of the depths of the Wailing Land over the years. In fact, we have dispatched several elite reconnaissance teams, but his voice faltered, carrying a weight of somberness. Survivors are exceedingly rare. Even those who return are often left in a state of mental collapse. The sole exception is that individual, the pinnacle powerhouse among the three transformation humans. Although he never spoke of what he encountered, his mental faculties remain intact. If you wish to learn more about the Wailing Land, perhaps you could seek him out. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Is that powerhouse affiliated with the military? Xiao Wanghua replied. He used to be, but after the events in the Wailing Land, he withdrew from the military to teach at the Holy Hall Academy. The Holy Hall Academy? Lu Yin's gaze lifted slightly. Xiao Wanghua continued. Indeed, his name is Chun Yuan. He was once a legendary figure in the military and my instructor in my earlier years, later becoming my mentor. He currently serves as the head of the Qianlong Academy, one of the 8 faculties at the Holy Hall Academy. Coincidentally, your plans also involve the Holy Hall Academy. You could seek him out when the time comes. If you can acquire more information, or even gain his assistance, I believe your chances of completing the divine mission will significantly increase. Chun Yuan's Qianlong Academy. Lu Yin muttered softly. This information from Xiao Wanghua was of immense significance to him. After all, the current solar system no longer belonged to humanity. Neptune was merely an outer planet in the galaxy, and even at such a distance from the mother planet Earth, it still harbored terrifying crises. The true mother planet would undoubtedly be even more formidable if he could not accomplish this task. Discussing the search for news of his parents on the mother planet would be merely a distant dream. If you are determined to seek him out, then this may assist you. Xiao Wanghua produced a metallic talisman. This was the reward given to me by teacher Chun Yuan for completing my first independent mission. Seeing Lu Yin's contemplative expression, he handed over the talisman. Thank you, Commander Xiao. Lu Yin accepted the metallic talisman, feeling its icy touch, intricate patterns etched onto its surface, hinting at a flow of energy. Do not mention it. Xiao Wanghua shook his head. The future of humanity relies on your generation. His gaze was profound, imbued with both expectation and a subtle hint of concern. Go now. The national examination commences in a week. You need to prepare diligently. Louis nodded, carefully stowing away the metallic talisman. Without further words, he turned and walked out of the secure conference room. As he walked, he swiftly internalized the information he had just received. The depths of the Wailing Land were a subject shrouded in secrecy, even among 3 transformation powerhouses. Moreover, the 1-year deadline was not as generous as he had initially thought. He needed to elevate his level as much as possible before the national examination. Securing the top spot should garner the attention of someone like Chun Yuan. With a heavy heart, Lu Yin made his way to the elite trial location previously mentioned by Wei Xiaoxiao. The elite trials were entirely distinct from dungeons, resembling a grand palace. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere of the dungeon area, the trial venue was devoid of any presence. The new recruits had recently arrived and lacked the accrued merits to undertake such challenges. Arriving at the palace entrance, he found a control panel standing before him. Following the instructions, Lu Yin placed his identity emblem into the slot, and a cold electronic voice resonated. Identity verification complete. Private Lu Yin, welcome to the elite trial. Please select the trial difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Would you like to enter nightmare difficulty? Enter. Lu Yin did not hesitate for a moment. A beam of light enveloped him. And when Lu Yin regained his bearings, he found himself standing atop a massive stone arena. A bone-chilling cold swept over him instantly. 100 meters ahead, the air began to distort as countless ice crystals materialized out of thin air, producing a disconcerting cracking sound. A colossal ice sculpture, 3 meters high, gradually took shape. It was a humanoid creature composed of deep blue ice, its head adorned with 2 azure crystalline eyes, surrounded by a swirling storm of ice blades. The arena floor was enveloped by a thick layer of frost, with even the air beginning to disperse crystalline ice. Could this be the boss of the elite trial? As Lu Yin gazed upon the icy monstrosity before him, he couldn't help but open its attribute panel. Chapter 49, The Eve of the National Examination. Extreme Cold Tyrant Elton. Level, 30, Nightmare Grade Boss. Strength, 4,000, Constitution, 4,000. Agility, 4,500, Spirit, 6,000. Skills, Extreme Cold Ice Spike, Frost Nova, Winter's Gaze, Frozen Domain, Ice Crystal Explosion, Blizzard. From the attributes and skills, it was evident that this boss was a magic-type entity, possessing both spell damage and crowd control, making it a rare auxiliary character. Fortune smiled upon me, for my legion was in dire need of such a role. Nodding in satisfaction, Lu Yin raised his hand to summon 50 phantom assassins. Shadow Step. Phantom Backstab. Cloaked in stealth, they struck with seamless precision. 50 attacks exceeding 20,000 damage each left the extreme cold tyrant no chance to unleash a single skill before it fell lifeless. Ding. You have slain an extreme cold tyrant, gaining 180,000 experience points. Ding. Acquired 1 rare, grade death soul. Only 2 notifications appeared. Such trial bosses bore no loot. They served solely to test one's strength and provide experience. Theoretically, as long as one accumulated enough merit, this place could indeed become an excellent venue for rapid leveling. Thus, Lu Yin immersed himself in the daily grind of leveling up, albeit a rather monotonous pursuit. Yet, the tangible growth invigorated him, instilling a sense of purpose each day. Particularly gratifying was the transformation of his Death Legion. Every low-level soldier had been replaced by Lu Yin with those converted from rare grade death souls. Each undead soldier boasted formidable attributes and fierce skills, forming the cornerstone of Liu Yin's current strength. Time swiftly passed, and at last, the eve of the national examination arrived. Ding! Your level has risen to 19. After defeating the boss in the dungeon, the system's notification echoed in Liu Yin's mind. He checked his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yin. Class, Death Monarch, 3-star mythical. Level, 19, 18. Strength, 453. Constitution, 470. Agility, 450. Spirit, 475. Equipment, Novice Longsword, Shadow Meditation Ring, Lava Earring, Mechanical Guardian, Limitless Necklace. Talent, Soul Extraction. Killing any creature grants the corresponding quality of Death Soul. Death Space, 253,290. Death Soldiers, Abyssal Demon General Arce, Undead Bone Dragon Aoshang, Dark Hunter Tazik. Dragon Lord 50, Orc Commander 50, Phantom Assassin 50, Extreme Cold Tyrant 50. Legion Commander, Yalbena. Death Souls, Common Grade, 7, Advanced Grade, 43, Rare Grade, 94, Epic Grade, 3. Skills, Soul Slash, Soul Empowerment, Death Entanglement, Soul Recovery. It was time to move on at level 19. Observing his refreshed attributes, Liu Yin revealed a hint of satisfaction. With the national examination looming tomorrow, aside from desiring a brief respite, he had many other matters to attend to. For instance, he needed to sell the equipment he had acquired over these past days at the Practitioner Association. Moreover, he was eager to check the trading system for the availability of soul crystals. If he could purchase some with his current assets, he might directly fuse them into the highest grade mythical Death Soul. The higher the grade of the Death Soul, the more formidable the transformed Death Soldiers would be. He was quite curious about what kind of undead soldiers would arise from a mythical Death Soul. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Wanghua, Liu Yin boarded the military transport back to Tianyang City. Due to the impending examination, the streets were bustling with throngs of young faces clad in various professional gear. The air was thick with a blend of excitement and anxiety, as shops along the streets hung banners wishing students success in their endeavors. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Liu Yin made a beeline for the Practitioner Association. Having successfully sold all the items he had previously listed, Liu Yin's account now boasted over $2 million. He found a private room and promptly listed his recent spoils. Upon witnessing the estimated total value of these items, he momentarily stood in disbelief. 500 million? Were these pieces of equipment truly worth so much? He murmured to himself, his voice trembling slightly. Although he was aware of the substantial gains he had made during this period, his primary focus remained on himself and his Death Legion. However, upon reflection, it became clear. After all, he had been clearing nightmare-grade dungeons, and most of the loot consisted of golden-quality equipment, with several dark gold items mixed in. Notably, the 2 pieces of calamity equipment dropped by Arce alone were valued at over 100 million. No wonder everyone aspired to become powerful practitioners. Wealth indeed flowed swiftly in this realm. Gazing at the dizzying array of numbers on the screen, Liu Yin took a deep breath. $500 million was a fortune sufficient to ensure a rare-grade practitioner's comfort for life. Yet, for him, it was far from enough. Mythical Death Soul, he whispered, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. Without delay, he accessed the trading system and entered Soul Crystal into the search bar. As he gazed with anticipation, a multitude of search results appeared before him. As he had surmised, soul crystals were indeed available for auction within the association. The prices were not exorbitant. Most were listed at $30,000 each, with some reaching 40 to 50,000. This slight price variation was entirely within Liu Yin's acceptance. Should he wish to procure them, he could instantly acquire 20,000 soul crystals. If he extracted all these soul crystals, it would not merely grant him access to advanced Death Souls, but also allow him to freely craft rare-grade Death Souls, or even a few epic-grade Death Souls. However, with such thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Yin refrained from rushing to make a purchase. He deleted the word crystal from the search bar, opting to search solely for soul. In Liu Yin's estimation, since there existed an item like the soul crystal, there surely must be other items with similar effects. He sought to discover whether he could find a superior alternative to the soul crystal. The search results refreshed instantly, displaying a dazzling array of products on the screen. Liu Yin's eyes scanned the list rapidly, his pupils narrowing slightly. In addition to a multitude of soul crystals, several items that quickened his heartbeat appeared in the listing. Fragmented Soul Essence, epic grade material. Usage, fragments containing pure soul energy, a rare material for crafting top-tier spiritual equipment or performing high-level soul enhancements. Can be used to synthesize higher quality soul creations. Price, $8 million. Stock, 3. Ancient Heroic Spirit Soul, legendary grade material. Purpose, to capture the lingering echoes of ancient battlefields, condensing the indomitable spirit and fragmented memories of ancient heroes. Price, 100 million star credits. Stock, 1. Eternal Soulfire, mythical grade material. Purpose, the eternal flame, formed from the soul fragments of legendary immortal beings. serves as one of the core materials for forging divine-grade equipment or conducting the essence of soul transcendence, imbued with a touch of immortality. Price, 300 million star credits. Stock, 1. Chapter 5500 million star credits. Lu Yin's gaze was firmly locked onto the characters representing eternal soulfire. His breath instinctively held. 300 million star credits. The price was astonishing, nearly depleting the vast wealth he had just appraised. Yet its quality was of mythical caliber. Such materials were second only to artifacts among equipment. Most importantly, should his intentions prove feasible, he might extract a mythical death soul directly from it. The value of this would far surpass the total of countless soul crystals. Without much hesitation, a flicker of determination passed through Lu Yin's eyes. Wealth was but a superficial possession. Transforming it into tangible combat power was paramount. After some contemplation, Lu Yin retracted all the equipment he had just listed, intending to sell it directly to the Adventurers Association for swift liquidity. However, this service would incur an additional 5 fee. Upon dialing the sales customer service on the terminal, a sweet feminine voice resonated from the device. Hello, this is the acquisition department of the Adventurers Association. Employee number 737 at your service. How may I assist you? I wish to sell a batch of equipment and would like to utilize the association's rapid acquisition channel, Lu Yin stated succinctly. Certainly, sir. Please authorize the transmission of your equipment list to this terminal, and the system will promptly conduct an appraisal. According to regulations, the rapid acquisition service will charge a 5 fee based on the final transaction price. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Lu Yin manipulated the terminal, sending over the equipment list he had estimated at 500 million. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end of the terminal bore a hint of barely concealed astonishment, her tone growing more respectful. Sir, the total estimated value of the equipment you provided has been preliminarily confirmed at 510 million star credits. Due to the substantial amount and the inclusion of level 70 epic equipment, ministerial level authorization is required for final review. This process may take 3 to 5 minutes. Please hold. Understood. Lu Yin replied calmly, though internally, he felt little tumult. In comparison to immense wealth, he yearned more for that eternal soulfire. While waiting, his fingers unconsciously tapped against the table. 300 million star credits, almost half of his fortune. Was it worth risking such a sum for a possibility? The answer, of course, was affirmative. While risks were present, the potential rewards could be transformative. For a death monarch, high-quality elite units were far more valuable than a multitude of lowly minions. Meanwhile, in an office within the Adventurers Association, Minister Li Xiangxiang leisurely sipped a revitalizing hot beverage while browsing through daily transaction reports. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed at the office door. Enter. As the door opened, the customer service representative who had just spoken with Lu Yin hurriedly entered, clutching a transaction device. Minister, there is an urgent rapid acquisition request that requires your personal review. Her voice trembled slightly. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, setting down his cup. Rapid acquisition requests were common, but those that warranted his attention usually involved staggering amounts. He took the transaction device and casually glanced at it. In the next moment, the languor vanished from his face, replaced by intense focus and shock. He straightened abruptly, fingers moving swiftly across the tablet as he meticulously checked each item on the list. Hiss. Li Wei inhaled sharply. Level 70 epic equipment, and so many level 30 gold and dark gold items. His seasoned experience instantly alerted him to the unusual nature of this transaction. Such high quality bulk equipment sales indicated that the seller was no ordinary figure. It could either be a large adventurer group liquidating assets or a top-tier powerhouse in urgent need of cash. Has the seller's identity been confirmed? Li Wei inquired gravely, his expression serious. No, the other party's information is entirely concealed. Only you have the authority to view it in the back end. Typically, such trading platforms maintained absolute confidentiality regarding customer information. However, as the platform provider, they had methods to access it. Li Xiangxiang pondered briefly before addressing the customer service representative. Please communicate with the client. For this amount, the association would prefer a face-to-face discussion. Understood. I will reach out immediately. The representative nodded eagerly and swiftly exited. Li Xiangxiang then scrutinized the detailed list of equipment on the screen, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he rapidly manipulated the terminal on his desk, and as a page of information appeared before him, his astonishment deepened. Lu Yin, 18 years old, just completed his awakening as a mythical-grade adventurer half a month ago. Could it be? He almost doubted his own eyes, repeatedly verifying the information on the terminal. Suddenly, Li Xiangxiang recalled the news from half a month prior about Tianyang High School 8, where a mythical-grade adventurer had awakened. He instantly leapt from his chair, striding briskly out of the room. Meanwhile, the customer service representative reconnected with Lu Yin's terminal, her tone now more cautious. Sir, greetings. Due to the exceptionally large amount involved in your transaction, our minister wishes to communicate with you personally. Would that be convenient for you? Lu Yin furrowed his brow. He wished to avoid complications and simply obtain the star credits swiftly. Was such a convoluted process necessary for a routine transaction? If there are concerns about the source of the equipment, I can assure you that these items are legitimate. You misunderstand. The representative's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Our minister absolutely did not imply any such concerns. He merely wishes to express our sincerity on behalf of the association to such an important client as yourself. Moreover, for significant transactions, a face-to-face meeting might secure you better terms. Better terms? Lu Yin's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping against the table. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Very well, but time is of the essence. I hope to finalize this promptly." "Splendid. Thank you for your understanding. Our minister will be with you shortly. Please hold." The communication ended, and within a minute, hurried footsteps echoed outside Lu Yin's private room. A gentle knock resounded at the door, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man clad in a sharp suit, his countenance exuding warmth and a smile. Trailing behind him was the somewhat anxious customer service representative, holding an exquisite metal case. "Mr. Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you." Li Xiangxiang approached swiftly, extending his hand with just the right blend of enthusiasm and respect. "I am Li Xiangxiang, Minister of the Acquisition Department of the Adventurers Association." Lu Yin rose to shake his hand, his expression composed. "Minister Li, let us dispense with pleasantries and delve straight into business. Mr. Lu, you are direct, thus I shall not beat around the bush." Li Xiangxiang gestured for the customer service representative to place the metallic box on the table. Upon opening it, a meticulously crafted authentication device was revealed. "We have verified the value of this batch of equipment," he stated with a smile, "and the association is willing to purchase it in its entirety for the sum of 530 million star coins, waiving the 5 service fee." His smile widened as he added, "This is the most favorable offer we can extend. The price exceeds the estimated value by an additional 20 million, excluding any service charges." He raised an eyebrow. "Conditions?" "The association merely seeks to cultivate a harmonious relationship with Mr. Lu," he replied, his tone laden with meaning. "With a young talent such as yourself, your future accomplishments are boundless. The association hopes for opportunities to collaborate with you in the long term." Lu Yin instantly grasped the intention behind the words. The minister was investing in his potential, a preemptive gesture. "Very well," Lu Yin nodded decisively. "As long as the price is reasonable, I am open to a long-term partnership with the association." "Splendid," exclaimed Li Xiangxiang. "This is our association's latest handheld terminal. Allow me to showcase its usage, and I shall gift it to you. This way, you can make purchases online at your convenience." Chapter 51, The Eternal Soul Fire. A genuine smile illuminated Li Xiangxiang's face as he signaled for the customer service representative to initiate the authentication process. With a sweep of blue light across Lu Yin's identity terminal, the transaction was swiftly completed. Lu Yin's account balance instantly transformed to 530 million star coins. "Pleasure doing business." Li Xiangxiang presented a gilded business card. "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me directly." "Understood," Lu Yin replied. After the transaction was finalized, he did not linger. Li Xiangxiang personally escorted him to the front entrance of the Adventurers Association, maintaining his extraordinarily warm demeanor. "Mr. Lu, if you have any items to sell or purchase in the future, please prioritize our association." Lu Yin merely nodded lightly before turning away, swiftly merging into the flowing throngs of the street, vanishing after a few turns. Li Xiangxiang stood at the entrance, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a profound contemplation. At merely 18 years old, having just awakened his powers, Lu Yin possessed equipment valued at 500 million, a range that was evidently beyond the means of a solitary individual. Was he backed by a powerful influence, or had his personal strength reached an unfathomable level? Li Xiangxiang rubbed his eyes, regardless of the scenario. Lu Yin was undoubtedly worthy of the association's substantial investment. It seemed imperative to report this situation to higher authorities. After departing from the trading association, Lu Yin made his way home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Lu Sun's voice. "You're back? Did you complete the task?" "Of course I did," Lu Yin replied with a proud smile. He had left a note for Lu Sun merely indicating that there was a task at hand, without disclosing it was a military assignment. After all, his parents had perished in the military, and he feared mentioning it might evoke painful memories for his grandfather. "Well, as long as it's done. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." After a brief meal with Lu Sun, Lu Yin retreated into his room. He retrieved the handheld terminal he had just acquired and promptly searched for the Eternal Soul Fire. The product page instantly materialized, the flame icon still flickering enticingly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin unhesitatingly clicked to purchase. Ding! Detected that the owner possesses the Mechanic Guardian title, eligible for a 10 discount. Would you like to apply the discount? Selection requires a payment of 270 million star coins. Yes, the moment Lu Yin confirmed. A teleportation array pattern illuminated from the back of the handheld terminal. The pattern etched itself onto the floor, and amidst a flash of light, a brilliant golden flame of soul fire materialized before Lu Yin's eyes. The eternal soul fire hovered in midair, slowly rotating, emanating a warm, yet potent energy wave that seemed to slightly distort the air within the room. Suppressing his anxious thoughts, Lu Yin gently brought his palm closer to the flame to activate the skill. Soul extraction. Buzz. In the next instant, the eternal soul fire erupted in a blinding radiance, and the system's notification echoed in Lu Yin's mind. Ding! Extraction successful. Obtained a mythical level death soul. Listening to the system's voice, Lu Yin's heart surged with excitement. His hypothesis had proven correct. He had indeed extracted the coveted mythical level death soul from the eternal soul fire. This was not merely the acquisition of a mythical level death soul. It opened the door to a new realm of the death sovereign profession. Who is it? Yet, just as Lu Yin was engulfed in exhilaration, a commanding voice suddenly resonated within the room. Lu Yin's heart raced, and his muscles tensed instantaneously. The voice seemed to emanate from ancient times, carrying a disquieting aura. Who is it? As Lu Yin searched for the source of the voice, it sounded again, clearer than before, tinged with confusion. This time, Lu Yin discerned the origin of the voice. It was none other than the mythical level death soul he had just extracted. The shimmering death soul, suspended in the air, radiated a resplendent golden hue, pulsating rhythmically like a living heart. Lu Yin's pupils constricted as he realized that this mythical level death soul was not merely pure energy. It retained a fragment of some ancient consciousness. Is it you who speaks? Lu Yin stared intently at the death soul before him, his voice laden with uncertainty. I am the indomitable sword deity. Who are you? The ancient voice seemed to traverse the vastness of time and space, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and bewilderment. The golden soul fire flickered more vigorously, its potent presence rendering the very air in the room nearly stagnant. Lu Yin's heart quaked, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. Holding his breath, he responded gravely. I am the Death Sovereign, master of death and soul power. Wandering ancient souls shall heed my command henceforth. Death Sovereign. The consciousness within the eternal soul fire pondered, seemingly aware of being bound by an irresistible force. Lu Yin recalled the words spoken by that consciousness. Indomitable sword deity. In the next instant, Lu Yin's mind was overwhelmed with astonishment. The indomitable sword deity, a hero of Huaxia from millennia ago. He had once battled countless abyssal demons to protect the human mothership alone, ultimately allowing the ship to escape while he perished from exhaustion. To think that his lingering soul had transformed into this eternal soul fire and, by sheer coincidence, had come into Lu Yin's possession. Master, you have remarkably acquired the mythical level death soul so swiftly. Just then, Yabelna appeared, seemingly materializing from thin air. Lu Yin turned at the sound of her voice. Seeing her stunning visage adorned with awe and delight, her gaze fixed intently on the pulsating golden soul fire. Do you know the significance of the mythical level death soul? Lu Yin inquired upon seeing Yabelna. Yabelna nodded. Indeed. The mythical level death soul is formed from the essence of a mythical level practitioner's soul, encapsulating their powers and memories from life. Each mythical level death soul is a unique entity. They can leverage your strength to achieve resurrection, restoring their levels to their former peak states. The sole drawback lies in their growth, which will siphon off a portion of your experience points, akin to forming a party with other professionals. However, when weighed against the formidable strength they will attain, this seems rather inconsequential. As he listened to Yalberna's elucidation, Lu Yin's breath quickened, and his heart raced violently, almost threatening to burst from his chest. The notion of resurrecting a mythic-level professional, returning to the pinnacle, these words detonated in his mind like thunder, rendering him momentarily dazed. He had initially believed that the mythic-level death soul would merely allow him to summon a powerful soldier of the dead, endowed with some of their former abilities. Little did he expect that one of the ultimate abilities of the Death Monarch class was to bring historical mythic-level powerhouses back to life. What did this signify? It implied that he might soon possess a cadre of legendary figures who once stood at the zenith of humanity, a collection of living legends, a multitude of extraordinary beings, endowed with complete potential for growth and wisdom. This had transcended the mere realm of summoning. It was truly an act of defiance against the natural order. Chapter 52. The Great Examination Approaches. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Sun, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He slowly sat up, and a glimmer of keen, hawk-like sharpness flickered in his murky gaze. This young man possesses such a monstrous ability, perhaps. A mixture of shock and awe spread across Lu Sun's aged features as he muttered to himself. Back in Lu Yin's chamber, he gradually regained his composure from the shock. Previously, he had always extracted the death souls from monsters. Now it seemed that he could equally extract death souls from deceased humans, particularly those of considerable strength. To resurrect the immortal sword god, a human corpse would also be necessary. According to Yalberna, the mythic-level death soul would not only inherit the profession and memories of its former life, but also retain the level of the revived corpse. This meant that the stronger the corpse Lu Yin obtained, the shorter the time required for the immortal sword god to regain his former glory. Lu Yin gazed intently at the flickering golden soul flame before him, his mind racing through all known information regarding the remains of powerful beings. Yet, those renowned human powerhouses often met with a gruesome end, rarely leaving behind a complete corpse, just like the immortal sword god, whose remains had dissipated into the cosmos. The military possessed a dedicated hall of heroes, housing the remains of powerful professionals who sacrificed their lives for humanity. There, perhaps lay a suitable vessel for the immortal sword god. However, Lu Yin was reluctant to desecrate the remains of those heroes. It seemed this matter would require careful consideration. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yin pondered to himself. He stowed away the soul flame of the immortal sword god and stepped out of his home. Upon exiting, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Lu Yin squinted and made his way towards the city center. With the national examination scheduled for tomorrow, he had arranged to meet Bai Luer. The streets were bustling with hurried pedestrians, many parents accompanying their children to purchase supplies for the upcoming examination. Navigating through the throng, Lu Yin arrived at a tranquil cafe in the city. As he pushed open the door, a tinkling bell chimed melodiously. By the window, a fair-skinned young girl was stirring her coffee, her head bowed. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting delicate shadows on her alabaster profile. Over here, Lu Yin. Upon noticing his entrance, Bai Luer looked up, greeting him with a charming smile. Lu Yin settled into a seat opposite her, and a server promptly brought him a glass of warm water. Hee, you won't believe how many levels I've gained in the past half-month. Bai Luer exclaimed with a mischievous glint in her eyes as soon as he sat down. Observing her exuberance, Lu Yin couldn't help but smile gently. Generally speaking, for a legendary level professional, it's not unusual to reach levels 12 or 13 within half a month. But judging by your smug demeanor, I suspect you've reached level 15. Bai Luer's eyes sparkled, leaning in closer like a kitten that had stolen a treat. Wrong. I'm already at level 17. Impressive, right? 17. So fast. This revelation genuinely astonished Lu Yin. He had toiled tirelessly, challenging higher-level dungeons, and even slaying an abyssal demon lord, just to barely scrape by at level 19. Though Bai Luer hailed from a prominent background, it was hard to fathom how she could level up so quickly. Hee, didn't he see that coming, did you? Bai Luer proudly shook her head, and then spoke mysteriously. It's all thanks to this. As she spoke, she retrieved a diamond-shaped talisman radiating a soft blue light from her bosom, along with a petite crystal vial containing a golden liquid, setting them gently on the table. Is this a refreshed talisman? Lu Yin's pupils constricted as he recognized the object she had produced. Indeed, Bai Luer nodded with pride. This was specially prepared for me by my father. After use, it resets the cooldown time of a dungeon, allowing me to farm experience repeatedly in a short span of time. Then she picked up the crystal vial, gently shaking it. The golden liquid shimmered with tiny lights. Coupled with the experience potion, I can gain double experience within a dungeon. By using these two items together, I was able to level up so significantly in just half a month. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's expression shifted to one of understanding. The refreshed talisman Bai Luer utilized was of the basic grade, capable of resetting the cooldown for dungeons below level 20. Though such items had astonishing effects, they required recharging after 10 uses. A basic talisman would demand tens of millions of star essence for a recharge. Bai Luer's ability to consistently use the refreshed talisman for leveling up spoke volumes about her family's profound background, far deeper than Lu Yin had anticipated. Such a lavish method of leveling up is something only a young lady of your stature could afford, Lu Yin remarked with a laugh as he raised his glass. Hey, I've been working really hard, you know? Even with the items, I still had to fight my way through those dungeons. Bai Luer pouted in discontent. Do you have any idea how boring it is to battle the same monsters and follow the same routes every day? If it weren't for the fear of falling behind you, I wouldn't be putting myself through this torture. Seeing Bai Luer puff up in annoyance, a hint of amusement flickered in Lu Yin's eyes. He understood that even with the aid of items, enduring the rigors of constant dungeon runs required immense willpower and patience. This seemingly pampered girl had indeed put in considerable effort to ensure she could enter the Sacred Hall Academy alongside him. All right, I acknowledge your prowess, Lu Yin chuckled, shaking his head. But do take care not to overexert yourself. Rest assured, I know my limits. Bai Luer lifted her chin, then curiously leaned in. By the way, what level are you at now? Lu Yin smiled slightly, not answering immediately, but instead making his level information publicly visible. When Bai Luer saw that he had reached level 19, her previously proud expression froze in disbelief. 19? She abruptly stood up, drawing the attention of several tables around her. You freak. I only reached level 17 with the refreshed talisman and experience potions. Observing the astonished expression on Bai Luer's face, Lu Yin couldn't help but smile. Fortuitously, he had encountered a unique abyss dungeon. As you are aware, the monsters from the abyss yield substantial experience points. Bai Luer gasped in surprise. An abyss dungeon? Did you solo it? To some extent, Lu Yin replied vaguely. Then shifted the conversation. Tomorrow marks the day of the grand examination. How prepared are you? At his words, Bai Luer settled back down, though disbelief still lingered on her features. Soloing an abyss dungeon, she murmured, regarding Lu Yin with a gaze akin to that reserved for a creature of the extraordinary. After regaining her composure, Bai Luer stated, Of course, I'm ready. I'm thoroughly familiar with the examination rules. She took a sip from her now lukewarm coffee, her eyes regaining their previous spark. However, this year's practical assessment seems somewhat special. My father hinted that a new scoring mechanism might be introduced. Upon hearing this, Luyin raised an eyebrow. A new scoring mechanism? Indeed, Bai Luer confirmed, her expression growing earnest. In previous years, the national examination consisted of 10 rounds of testing, with scores determined by the number of rounds completed and the time taken. However, this time, it is said that the fixed round limitations have been entirely abolished. Abolish the rounds? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. This was indeed a fundamental change. Precisely, Bai Luer nodded, her demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. While the 10 rounds of testing were arduous, they ultimately had an endpoint. Some formidable candidates were unable to fully demonstrate their capabilities before the assessment concluded. Thus, the new mechanism will adopt an endless mode, where candidates must continually confront increasingly powerful adversaries until they are defeated. The final score will be a composite of various factors, including the duration of endurance, the number of kills, and the rounds completed. Lu Yin's fingers lightly tapped on the table, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating his eyes. In this manner, the disparity between the strong and the weak candidates will be further magnified. The endless mode will indeed serve as a more effective test of a candidate's ultimate strength. He softly repeated these 4 words, his fingertips gently tapping the surface. It appears that this grand examination will prove more intriguing than anticipated, he remarked, a flicker of anticipation shining in his eyes. Bai Luer observed Lu Yin's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. I knew you would relish such a challenge. But do take care not to overexert yourself. I've heard that the difficulty of this assessment will escalate geometrically with each round. Rest assured, I know my limits, Lu Yin replied, raising his cup to finish the last sip of water. Outside, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the entire city. It's getting late. I must take my leave, Lu Yin announced, standing up. See you at the examination tomorrow. All right. The two walked out of the cafe side by side, parting at the entrance to head in different directions. The next morning, as the horizon began to blush with dawn, Lu Yin was already prepared for the day ahead. Upon arriving at school, he found the campus playground bustling with students gearing up for the grand examination. They clustered in groups of 3 or 5. The atmosphere thick with tension and anticipation. Some students were making final checks on their equipment, while others closed their eyes to rest and adjust their mental states. The moment Lu Yin stepped onto the playground, a clear voice called out to him. Muffled, oil bottle. Over here. Bai Luer waved at him from beneath a sycamore tree. He approached and stood beside her. While they conversed, Lu Yin felt a chilling gaze lingering on him. Turning his attention, he spotted Zhao Gao, who was glaring at him with malevolent intent. Zhao Gao seemed to have a score to settle, having previously dispatched 2 assassins in their 40s to eliminate Lu Yin during his level-grinding escapades in the wild. Unfortunately for Zhao Gao, he had misjudged Lu Yin's extraordinary capabilities. That guy is looking for trouble again, Lu Yin thought. Bai Luer furrowed her brow and spoke softly, glancing at him. Just a jumping clown. No need to pay him any mind. Lu Yin calmly redirected his gaze, his tone composed and unruffled. Just as he finished speaking, Principal Qin Xuan emerged from the teaching building. Students, I have just received notice that this year's national examination will differ from previous ones. It is said that the 10-round system has been abolished, and the specific rules will be explained by the educational department leaders upon arrival at the venue. A wave of whispers rippled through the playground. The 10-round system abolished? What does that mean? I thought this year's atmosphere felt different, students murmured to one another. Unsettled by the sudden announcement, Principal Qin Xuan raised his hand, signaling for silence. The specific rules will naturally be revealed at the examination site. For now, the class advisors will begin distributing the admission tickets. Once attendance is confirmed, we will proceed to the teleportation location. Each year, the national examination takes place at the illusion towers across various provinces. In today's celestial empire, the 35th habitable star is divided into 5 provinces and 79 cities. Each provincial capital boasts an officially constructed illusion tower. The illusion tower, crafted by several top-tier array masters, can generate thousands of independent spaces, simulating nearly realistic combat environments and producing adversaries and scenarios of varying difficulties as needed. Defeating enemies within the illusion tower does not grant experience, nor does being defeated result in actual death. As the class advisors began distributing the admission tickets, the atmosphere on the playground grew increasingly tense. Students lined up to receive the metallic plaques symbolizing their qualifications and hopes. Lu Yin glanced down at the cold admission ticket in his hand, which bore his examination number and name, shimmering faintly with silver under the morning light. As the distribution concluded, under Qin Xuan's guidance, the group made their way to the teleportation site in Tianyang City. The teleportation square in Tianyang City was aglow with the ethereal blue light of a massive array. Candidates from several high schools in Tianyang City had already lined up according to their institutions, a dense crowd numbering nearly 10,000. 20 array masters, clad in uniform long robes, stood solemnly around the perimeter of the array. They simultaneously raised their hands, pure magical energy flowing from their palms, infusing the runes on the ground. This teleportation destination was their provincial capital, Tianjing City. According to data from previous examinations, at least 100,000 candidates would gather there. As the array masters activated the array, its radiance surged dramatically, Luin felt a flash before his eyes as a gentle, yet powerful force enveloped him, distorting the surroundings into a blur. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, the solid ground returned beneath his feet. When his vision cleared, they found themselves in an entirely different environment. Before them lay a magnificent spectacle, a vast square paved with pristine, jade-like stone, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the center of the square stood a towering bronze giant, its height reaching the clouds. The tower was etched with ancient and enigmatic runes, shimmering with a gentle glow under the morning sun. This was the Illusion Tower of Tianjing City, the dream starting point for all candidates from the Eastern Province. The waiting area for the Tianyang City examination is over here. Please proceed this way. At this moment, a staff member clad in the Ministry of Education uniform raised a sign, their voice resonating clearly through the amplification array, reaching every ear. Luin followed the procession of Tianyang City as they approached the designated examination area, yet his gaze remained fixated on three figures atop a distant platform. Chapter 54. The examination begins. In the distance, three silhouettes stood resolutely on the platform, although separated by a considerable distance. The formidable aura emanating from them enveloped the entire square, compelling the raucous crowd to instinctively lower their voices. To the left stood an individual in a crisply tailored deep blue military uniform, the stars on their epaulets shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. With a posture akin to a pine tree and hands clasped behind his back, he exuded a palpable air of martial prowess, an aura of impending conflict that was unmistakable. In the center was a middle-aged man adorned in the uniform of a senior official from the Ministry of Education. His expression was gentle, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet his seemingly affable eyes bore an astute sharpness as they surveyed the thousands of examinees below, revealing a penetrating insight. On the far right stood an elderly figure draped in a dark purple mage's robe. Intricate constellations were embroidered on the robe, and he held an ancient staff in his hand. With his eyes closed in contemplation, he appeared to merge with his surroundings, yet he subtly radiated an unsettling energy. These were the three titans of the Eastern Province. Bai Luer, following Lu Yin's gaze, sighed softly. Lu Yin nodded slightly. He had long heard that during the annual examination, the highest officials of the province would personally oversee the proceedings. However, this occasion seemed particularly solemn. The military figure was unmistakably the commander previously mentioned by Xiao Wanhua, a legendary hero of the military known for his numerous feats. Perhaps sensing Lu Yin's scrutiny, Bai Luer spoke with a hint of barely perceptible tension in her voice. That general is Yi Fenghua, the commander of the Eastern Province Military District. It is said that in his youth, he single-handedly charged into the abyss, slaying 100,000 demons and forcing a demon lord to flee in disgrace. Louis nodded slightly at this revelation, recalling the accounts he had read in textbooks. He was aware that this individual was a formidable figure, rivaling even the immortal sword god. At that moment, Yi Fenghua's gaze suddenly met Lu Yin's. In an instant, a chill surged up Lu Yin's spine. Yi Fenghua's eyes were sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. Yet, curiously, within that piercing gaze, Lu Yin sensed a complex emotion, an amalgamation of scrutiny and an indefinable expectation. He is watching you. Bai Luer also sensed this peculiar feeling and spoke with a hint of surprise. Lu Yin discreetly averted his gaze, yet ripples of thought stirred within him. Why would this formidable commander, who instilled fear across the Eastern Province, take an interest in a mere examinee like him? Had Xiao Wanhua mentioned him? It was plausible, considering he had slain a demon general at a mere 10th level. Just as the two exchanged glances, the other two prominent figures beside Yi Fenghua cast fleeting glances in their direction before quickly resuming their composure. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the center of the square. A colossal pillar of energy surged skyward, erupting into vibrant runes in the air. The once boisterous square fell silent, all eyes fixated on this radiant spectacle. The examination is about to commence, Bai Luer whispered, her tone laced with tension. On the platform, the central figure began to speak slowly. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly across the entire square. Esteemed candidates, this year's assessment will feature some changes. We will not impose any upper limits on the examination. You may have heard whispers. If you possess the capability, you can continuously increase the difficulty of the assessment until you exhaust all your potential. However, truly capable practitioners will shine at their fullest. So, children, let me witness your potential. Furthermore, you should be aware of the standard protocol for the examination. Upon entry, you may only utilize your personal equipment. All enhancement items are strictly prohibited. You must confront your true abilities honestly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. Now, I hereby declare the examination officially commenced. Selected candidates, step forward. As the words fell from his lips, the energy pillar in the square suddenly expanded, transforming into countless slender beams of light that entwined around each examinee's wrist. Lu Yin glanced down at the runes on his wrist, distinctly sensing the spatial power contained within. This power was gentle yet potent, evidently a product of the mage atop the platform. The first group of selected candidates stepped forward slowly. The illusion tower could manifest thousands of dimensions, So the initial group comprised approximately 10,000 individuals. As the first batch of examinees was transported to the illusion tower, the three titans atop the platform began to converse in hushed tones. This year, the Eastern Province boasts 17 legendary tier practitioners, surpassing historical records. A few candidates have caught my eye, the military commander Yi Fenghua remarked with a smile. Indeed. I've heard that Tianyang City has produced a legendary practitioner with a perfect fate mark. I wonder if he can create another miracle. The robed elder Hong Feng replied languidly. Eyes closed. While perfect fate marks are rare, that child is a summoner. You should know that summoners tend to struggle in the later stages. The middle-aged man Lin Haina chimed in with a hint of ulterior motive. Are you referring to Xiangsong, the one after the tyrant? Precisely. A full-skill invulnerable body. With real damage capabilities, both resilient and outputting significant damage. Importantly, he possesses group attack skills. I see him as our province's top candidate. Hong Feng smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Not necessarily, for I have my eye on a child named by Li Qiansheng. Though he is a ranged practitioner, his critical output is more terrifying than that of an assassin. I have witnessed him slay a boss of the same level with a single strike, Lin Hainao asserted. Oh, I hadn't anticipated Brother Lin had such promising newcomers under his wing. I shall eagerly await their performance, Hong Feng nodded, redirecting his gaze to the throng of over 100,000 candidates below. Commander Yi, do you have any promising newcomers this year? Lin Hainao inquired with a smile. Yi Fenghua's gaze swept over the crowd, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My views are quite contrary to yours. The only one I have faith in is that child from Tianyang City. The shortcomings of the summoner class you speak of may very well be reversed in him. As their conversation unfolded, a blinding golden light erupted from the ethereal panel above the illusion tower. The leaderboard, which recorded the candidate scores, trembled violently, and a name shot up like a burning meteor, claiming the top position. Xiang Tsang, level 20, first round. Time, 2 seconds. Points, 30. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Geniuses. 2 seconds. Level 20. Is this the power of a legendary practitioner? At the moment the record was documented, a collective gasp resonated throughout the venue. This recorded time, if not surpassing historical achievements, certainly ranks among the elite. After all, true genius lies within mere milliseconds. A record of 2 seconds, while astonishing, remains within the reach of many legendary professionals. The initial round's simulated monsters are merely level 15, ordinary foes at best. It is entirely plausible for a fully equipped level 20 legendary professional to annihilate them with ease. This year's candidates are exceptionally formidable. Beside Luyin, Bai Luer could not help but comment. Given her esteemed family background and her status as a legendary professional, she felt that reaching level 17 was already quite rapid for her. Yet, there are always those who surpass expectations. No legendary professional can be underestimated. As time progressed, it became evident that nearly all candidates would pass the first round. The only distinction lay in the duration taken. Soon, the second round commenced. In that very instant, the leaderboard was refreshed. Xiang Tsang, level 20, second round. Time taken, 2 seconds. The sole difference was that the figure from the first round had transitioned to the second. 2 seconds, still a swift elimination. Luyin pondered this record momentarily. As a legendary professional himself, he was acutely aware of his own extraordinary capabilities. However, other legendary professionals undoubtedly possess strengths beyond his imagination. Xiang Tsang, for instance, could easily be regarded as a significant rival. His output potential alone warranted Lu Yin's attention. He could disregard enemy defenses, and so too could other exceptional professionals. After all, damage manifests in various forms: true damage, critical hits, and vulnerability damage. As Xiang Tsang dominated the leaderboard, many eliminated candidates were swiftly supplanted by new contenders. Another name rapidly captured the audience's attention on the leaderboard. By Li Qiansheng, level 19, first round. Time taken, 1 second. Score 30. According to previous scoring criteria, achieving the first round in under 5 seconds yields the highest score of 30. The second round accumulates scores similarly, determining the highest score after 10 rounds. Many professionals have previously attained full marks. Generally, legendary professionals can achieve maximum scores. However, this year is distinct, adopting an unlimited mode. Powerful professionals can test their limits here. Even legendary professionals exhibit varying degrees of strength. This grand examination will reveal the disparities among legendary professionals. Another monster has emerged. The Bailey family is renowned within our province. They have devoted their lives to the service of a deity. And such a deity would never bestow subpar professions upon their followers. Candidates in the waiting area speculated about the leaderboard rankings. Prominent families possess resources. Naturally, the deities they worship will respond with the utmost favor, illustrating the disparities between individuals. Yet, scarcely had Bai Li Qiansheng's name appeared at the top of the leaderboard when a new record was established. Yi Qing Xian, level 20, second round. Time taken, 1 second. Score 60. Upon realizing this achievement, the crowd erupted once more. In addition to the well-known geniuses, many heirs from reclusive families also emerged during the grand examination. These ancient families possess legacies that far exceed mere monetary value. A dark horse has appeared. These hidden families are formidable. They remain silent until they astound everyone. Luin furrowed his brow slightly. These legendary professionals are indeed formidable, each possessing astonishing explosive power. However, he felt no fear. The endless mode was tailor-made for him. If it were like before, with 10 rounds of assessment, he too could achieve swift eliminations. But the differences would be less pronounced. Only by surpassing the limits of conventional professionals could his true strength be recognized. The third round has begun, Bailuer suddenly exclaimed. The monsters of the third round are elite foes at level 20, significantly stronger than those of the previous rounds. Many ordinary candidates began to struggle as the time for passing visibly lengthened. Nevertheless, the top names on the leaderboard maintained their terrifying efficiency. Xiang Tsang, level 20, third round. Time taken, 3 seconds. Score 120. Yi Qing Xian, level 20, third round. Time taken, 2 seconds. Score 120. By Li Qian Sheng, level 19, second round. Time taken, 4 seconds. Score 60. Yi Qing Xian has overtaken. Completing the third round in 2 seconds is an outrageous display of output. Luin noted that Yi Qing Xian's completion time was even a second faster than Xiang Tsang's. It seems this seemingly delicate woman might possess strength exceeding that of Xiang Tsang. As the fourth round commenced, the monster's level rose to 25, and their quality upgraded to that of a boss. This round saw a significant number of candidates being eliminated. Countless individuals were teleported out, yet these failures garnered no attention. Unsurprisingly, the top 10 were all legendary professionals. Their completion rounds and times are far beyond what legendary professionals can compare to. After all, their essence differs fundamentally. Equipment can bridge gaps, but what one can compensate for, others can as well. Thus, while the grading of professions may not be openly criticized, everyone fundamentally understands that the caliber of one's profession can significantly influence future achievements. At that moment, the examination hall's announcement echoed. Candidate number 11137, Luin. Please proceed to the evaluation area. Luin took a deep breath and, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, slowly approached the evaluation area. Bailuer cheered from behind. Go for it, Luin. Show these fellows what a true legendary professional looks like. As Luin stepped before the illusion tower, the scenery before him shifted instantaneously. He found himself in a simulated battlefield, the air thick with the scent of blood. First round assessment begins. Objective: eliminate 10 level 15 ordinary monsters. 10 grotesque wolf-like creatures lunged at him from all directions. Lu Yin's gaze sharpened as he summoned 10 death soldiers. Boom. With a single round of standard attacks, the 10 monsters were swiftly annihilated. Lu Yin, level 19, first round. Time taken, 0.5 seconds. Score 30. The moment this score appeared, the entire waiting area plunged into an eerie silence. 0.5 seconds? This transcended the realm of ordinary comprehension. If the previous achievement of 1 second was already astonishing, then this 0.5 seconds was a challenge to the limits of human perception. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Record. On the high platform, the previously meditative Hong Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through his aged gaze. 0.5 seconds? Lin Haina's smile momentarily froze as he scrutinized the glaring number at the top of the leaderboard. Commander Yi Fenghua's smile deepened, but he said nothing, his focus intensifying as he directed his gaze toward the illusion tower. After a brief moment of silence, the entire square erupted into a fervent discussion, more animated than ever before. 5 seconds? How is that even possible? Even for a mythical class profession, this is utterly outrageous. Luin? I have never heard of this name before. Bailuer exclaimed excitedly amidst the crowd, drawing curious glances from those around her. Yet, she remained oblivious. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the name that had unexpectedly surged to the top of the leaderboard. This fellow, Zhao Gao, also focused on that name, his gaze revealing a sinister malice. Just as the crowd gasped at Lu Yin's astonishing achievement of 5 seconds, within the illusion tower, Lu Yin had already entered the second round. This time, he faced 10 monsters, albeit at a higher level. However, for Lu Yin, it made little difference. He did not even shift his stance. 10 spectral assassins appeared like phantoms, instantly dispatching the monsters that emerged in the second round. Lu Yin, level 19, second round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 60. The leaderboard refreshed, and Lu Yin's name remained prominently at the top. Another 5 seconds. Could it be that the illusion tower has encountered a bug? The clamor in the waiting area grew louder. If the first instance was shocking, the second was nothing short of terrifying. 5 seconds meant that the monsters were almost obliterated the moment they appeared. Such efficiency transcended the conventional understanding of a swift kill. On the high platform, the 3 prominent figures exhibited varied expressions. Hong Feng, who had been lazily leaning back in his chair, unconsciously straightened up. He fixated on the glaring 5 seconds on the leaderboard, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. Subsequently, he gestured to an invigilator nearby, who promptly handed him a display device. The device showcased multiple split-screen images of several top-ranking candidates. Hong Feng's gaze darted rapidly between the screens until he finally honed in on the one featuring Lu Yin. In the image, Lu Yin stood quietly, surrounded by 10 spectral assassins that seemed to guard him like specters. Lu Yin, level 19, third round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 120. In the next moment, the figures on the leaderboard burned into everyone's sight like a brand. In the waiting area, the previously boisterous discussions gradually fell silent, replaced by a palpable sense of suffocation. One instance of 5 seconds might be a coincidence, 2 instances could be an accident, but 3 consecutive occurrences defied all logic. Monsters, one candidate murmured, his voice dry. On the high platform, Hong Feng's gaze remained fixed on the immobile youth displayed on the screen, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. In the footage, Lu Yin didn't even make a single commanding gesture. The 10 assassins, exuding a dark aura, executed precise kills the moment the monsters appeared, as if possessing independent will. Summoned assassins, perhaps, but the damage is intriguing. Hong Feng then shifted his attention to other screens. Xiang Tsong, a robust man, was engulfed in golden battle energy, wielding a massive broadsword. With each swing, he unleashed a torrent of blade light, cleaving through the monsters before him. Then there was Bai Li Qiansheng, a tall and slender youth, armed with a sniper rifle. Each shot he fired sent whistling bullets through the air, striking the monsters' weak points with deadly precision, resulting in astonishingly high damage. Another screen featured Yi Qingshan, who was equally formidable. Clad in white, she exuded an ethereal beauty, wielding a long sword adorned with frost. Her movements were graceful, and as her blade danced, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Each strike encased the snarling monsters in ice. Yi Qingshan, level 20, fourth round. Time, for seconds. Points, 240. In the next instant, the leaderboard updated. Yi Qingshan now claimed the top position, completing 4 rounds in a mere 10 seconds. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tsong's broadsword tore through the air, golden battle energy surging like a tidal wave across the battlefield. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his blade, reducing the encroaching monsters to mere fragments. Xiang Tsong, level 20, fourth round. Time, 45 seconds. Points, 240. Bai Li Qiansheng maintained his calm demeanor, his sniper rifle serving as a harbinger of death. Positioned at a distance, each bullet struck the monster's weak points with unerring accuracy, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Before the monsters could close the distance, they had all perished. Bai Li Qiansheng, level 19, fourth round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 240. Just as their ranking stabilized, the top spot suddenly shifted. Lu Yin, level 19, fourth round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 240. When that familiar 5 seconds appeared, all the candidates were left in disbelief. Yi Qingshan and the others had completed their rounds in 4 to 5 seconds, an impressive feat, yet Lu Yin showed no signs of slowing down despite the monster's enhanced attributes. Instead, he surged ahead, entering the same round as them. After the 5th round, aside from the monster's upgraded attributes, their numbers would also increase. I cannot believe he can maintain a score of 5 seconds. Indeed, the monsters would not spawn in concentrated groups, which would inevitably prolong the completion time. Those familiar with the examination mechanics whispered, drawing agreement from many. Just as the crowd's attention fixated on the leaderboard, the 5th round within the illusion tower had quietly commenced. The scene before everyone's eyes abruptly transformed, the once open battlefield now a desolate ruin strewn with remnants of walls. Visibility was hindered, and the number of monsters had escalated from 10 to 20. With the increase in numbers, this little fellow, possessing only 10 summoned beings, surely could not sustain a time of 5 seconds. The 3 prominent figures on the high platform simultaneously focused on the images displayed on the device, murmuring softly. Just as they spoke, the figures on the screen sprang into action. Xiang Tsong roared, his golden battle energy erupting like a volcanic explosion. He unleashed his broadsword without restraint, the blade light coalescing into a whirlwind of destruction, shredding both the monsters and the crumbling ruins alike. The efficiency was astounding, yet it was evident that it could not be executed as effortlessly as before. Xiang Tsong, level 20, 5th round. Time, 10 seconds. Points, 480. Bai Li Qiansheng frowned slightly, darting swiftly through the ruins. The firing rate of his sniper rifle noticeably accelerated, even incorporating charged shots that penetrated multiple monsters simultaneously. His rhythm remained precise, yet confronting an assault from 20 monsters evidently required more time for movement and aiming. Bai Li Qiansheng, level 19, 5th round. Time, 14 seconds. Points, 480. Yi Qingshan's delicate face tightened. The icy blade in her hand radiated a more brilliant blue light. She executed her movements to perfection, leaving trails of afterimages in her wake. Pointing her sword, a wave of cold air spread outward in a fan shape, freezing several monsters. However, clearing all 20 monsters still drained considerable energy from her. Yi Qingshan, level 20, 5th round. Time, 9 seconds. Points, 480. Although their times doubled compared to the fourth round, given the dual pressures of quantity and environment, they still ranked among the elite. However, all eyes remained fixated on the name at the top of the leaderboard. Chapter 57. A Breakthrough. Lu Yin, level 19. Fifth round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 480. As that glaring number reappeared at the pinnacle, an overwhelming silence enveloped the entire square. This time, even the three titans on the high platform, Hong Feng, Lin Haina, and Yi Fenghua, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. With their esteemed status and extensive experience, they had long been accustomed to the tempests of competition. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yin's performance truly shattered their preconceived notions. This young fellow could summon even more. Lin Haina adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his gaze from behind the lenses sharp as a blade. It turned out that, at the very instant the illusion tower's scenery shifted to crumbling ruins, Lu Yin instinctively summoned an additional 20 ghostly assassins. As these 20 grotesque creatures roared forth from the shadows of the dilapidated walls, 30 dark figures launched a silent assault, like specters. Their forms almost melded into the dim, desolate environment, moving with such swiftness that they left only faint afterimages. The glint of blades flashed, and the 20 monsters did not even manage to emit a complete roar before dissipating into streaks of white light in less than half a second. Following a brief silence, the examination area erupted like a boiling pot, gasps of astonishment rising in a chorus. "This is impossible," a candidate exclaimed in disbelief. How could he eliminate 20 monsters scattered throughout the ruins in under half a second? However, their queries would naturally remain unanswered. The only ones privy to the truth were the three eminent figures on the platform and the examiners controlling the illusion tower. The combat process of the candidates was deemed highly confidential, inaccessible to outsiders, due to its implications for the privacy of the practitioners. Such information was typically sealed within personal records. Yet, within the illusion tower, Lu Yin remained utterly oblivious to all of this. The sixth round of assessment begins. Objective: eliminate 20 level 22 elite monsters. The monsters in the sixth round were slightly stronger than those before. Nevertheless, for Lu Yin, the process remained unchanged. Akin to slicing through melons and vegetables, his battles were rendered remarkably simple. Not only due to the extraordinary strength of the Death Soldiers, but also because he incurred no consumption whatsoever. Ordinary practitioners were required to exert themselves, expending stamina and mental vigor while judiciously timing their skill usage. As time passed, fatigue and exhaustion would inevitably set in. However, Lu Yin was entirely free from such concerns. The Death Soldiers were his most perfect instruments of slaughter, tireless and unafraid of pain. They would faithfully execute his will, clearing every obstacle in his path. In the sixth round, it too took merely 5 seconds. As this number was once again fixed in place, the candidates in the examination area wore expressions of near numbness, as if even their shock had been depleted. The seventh and eighth rounds followed, the cycles changing continuously, yet the 5 seconds seemed to stretch into eternity. 30 summoned entities, each possessing the capability to annihilate elite monsters of the same level. Hong Feng squinted, the astonishment on his aged visage gradually fading. Lin Haina interjected, his tone grave. What was even more alarming was that it remained uncertain whether these summoned beings represented his utmost limit. Yi Fenghua's voice carried a hint of incredulity. Furthermore, despite the continuous rounds, the number of his summons had not diminished, but rather increased. This indicated that his summoning did not necessitate the consumption of mental or physical energy. The three titans exchanged glances, each discerning the same astonishment reflected in one another's eyes. This ability had transcended their understanding of summoning practitioners. At the forefront of the examination area, Qin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Watching the repeated display of 5 seconds beside Lu Yin's name, he was filled with an indescribable sense of pride and gratification. This was a true gem he had encountered in his teaching career. Meanwhile, within the illusion tower, Lu Yin had already entered the 10th round of assessment, the final stage of the regular evaluation. In this round, as the last of the conventional assessments, 5 level 25 boss monsters materialized before him. As the prompt sounded, 5 colossal figures slowly coalesced amidst the ruins. To the left stood a massive bear engulfed in raging flames, each step leaving scorching footprints on the ground. On the right coiled an ice crystal giant python, radiating bone-chilling cold. At the center stood a rock giant wielding a gigantic axe, flanked on either side by an electric arc-wrapped lightning eagle and a carnivorous flower king brandishing poisonous vines. The simultaneous appearance of 5 level 25 bosses caused the energy fluctuations within the entire illusion space to become chaotic. Should ordinary candidates face such a spectacle, they would likely have turned pale with fear. Yet, Louis merely raised his hand slightly. 30 shadowy figures surged forth in unison, moving with unparalleled speed. They did not even grant these bosses the opportunity to unleash their skills before draining their health entirely. Lu Yin, level 19. 10th round. Time, 5 seconds. Points, 15, 360. As Lu Yin completed the 10 rounds of regular assessment in a total time of merely 5 seconds, This achievement was unprecedented in the annals of human history. At this moment, the emotions stirring within the crowd transcended mere shock, now tinged with an unsettling sense of dread. Upon finishing the regular assessment, Luin did not immediately transition into the endless mode. According to the rules, all candidates must await the conclusion of the conventional assessments before embarking together into the next phase. The prompt from the illusion tower sounded, and simultaneously, a virtual leaderboard unfurled before his eyes. His name, with a staggering advantage, soared to the top. A moment later, the names of the second and third place candidates illuminated the board one after another. This indicated that, besides him, there were others who had completed the 10 rounds of the regular test. First place, Lu Yin, total time, 5 seconds. Second place, Yi Qingxian, total time, 5 minutes 36 seconds. Third place, Xiang Tsang, total time, 6 minutes 27 seconds. Fourth place, Bailey Qiansheng, total time, 8 minutes 9 seconds. The leaderboard was simultaneously displayed before all candidates who had yet to exit the illusion space. In an independent space, clad in white and exuding an ethereal aura, Yi Qingxian's autumn-like gaze brimmed with disbelief as she beheld the glaring 5 seconds on the leaderboard, her delicate fingers instinctively tightening. She had believed that her abilities were sufficient to surpass her peers. Yet, reality dealt her a staggering blow. How could 5 seconds even be possible? On the other side, Xiang Tsang, hefting a massive blade, wore a look of stupefaction upon his bronze-hued visage. He had thought his own performance was already terrifying. Yet he was utterly eclipsed by another. Was 5 seconds truly within the realm of human capability? Bailey Qiansheng, after a brief moment of astonishment, could only wear a wry smile. Every mythic-level practitioner was, in essence, a paragon blessed by the fortunes of their era, each possessing their own pride and formidable strength to carve out their legends. However, as the inscription of a total time of 5 seconds loomed before them like an insurmountable chasm, their once unyielding pride seemed to have quietly cracked open a fissure. Chapter 58, Endless Mode. As time continued to elapse, a multitude of candidates concluded their assessments. Generally, those who could pass the 8 regular rounds would be eligible to enter the Holy Hall Academy. In the realm of legendary professions, figures like Bai Luer and Zhao Gao, endowed with ample resources, can invariably conquer the 8 rounds of challenges. At this moment, Bai Luer stood before the illusory tower, having completed the 8 rounds of standard assessments, thus securing her eligibility to enter the Sacred Hall Academy. Yet, gazing at the terrifying record left by Lu Yin on the leaderboard, it became evident that the chasm between her and Lu Yin could not simply be bridged by attending the same institution. With a slight clenching of her fair, jade-like hands, Bai Luer resolutely vowed within herself, "I shall not be left behind." Her voice was barely a whisper, yet her gaze grew increasingly steadfast. After approximately half an hour, all examinees had completed the standard assessments, eliciting a spectrum of emotions, some joyous, others despondent. Amidst the clamor, the illusory tower emitted a chilling announcement. Standard assessment concluded. Endless mode about to commence. Rule change. Monsters will refresh infinitely. Defeating them grants corresponding points. Every minute, an additional 10 monsters will appear. Their strength escalating with time. Death or voluntary withdrawal will end the assessment. Current participants, 17. These 17 individuals represented the pinnacle of talent from the Eastern Province, with the weakest among them being of 3-star legendary class. As the announcement echoed, the atmosphere in the square froze. Inside the illusory tower, the scene shifted once more. The remnants of ruins vanished, replaced by a colossal square arena. The arena was shrouded in darkness, faint growls of monsters reverberating in the air. Has it finally begun? Lu Yin stood resolutely at the center of the vast square arena, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. With a mere thought, 30 spectral assassins materialized, seamlessly merging with the shadows, silently surrounding him like loyal guardians. With a thunderous roar, 10 level, 25 elite monsters surged forth from the shadows surrounding the arena. They varied in form, some swift as lightning, others as unyielding as mountains. Yet, under the glint of the spectral assassins' blades, they could not withstand even a second, disintegrating into white light and points. Points, 100. Points, 100. The notifications flickered rapidly before Lu Yin's eyes, but he paid them no heed. Outside, the massive light screen in the square had transitioned to display the leaderboard for Endless Mode. 17 names lined up, but nearly all gazes fixated on the one at the top. Rank 1, Lu Yin, points, 1,000. Rank 2, Yi Qingxian, points, 700. Rank 3, Xiang Tsang, points, 600. Almost instantaneously, Lu Yin's points soared to 1,000. It's begun. Lu Yin's points. Gasps of disbelief echoed. He jumped straight to 1,000, and within less than a second, he annihilated them. Under the Endless Mode assessment, the first wave of monsters would likely be level 30. The astonishment was palpable, as if witnessing a ghost. Unlike the standard rounds, the Endless Mode featured continuous monster refreshes every minute, with increasing strength and numbers over time. This not only tested instantaneous explosive power, but also one's endurance and resilience against relentless waves of attacks. If the newly spawned monsters were not dealt with within a minute, the pressure would naturally escalate with each new wave. As time ticked away, the fluctuations on the leaderboard captivated everyone's attention. Fortunately, the initial intensity of the endless mode remained manageable. The 17 examinees, whether mythic or legendary class, could handle it with their ample skills. Soon, as the second minute approached, new monsters refreshed, and Lu Yin's points surged once more, then stabilized. This indicated that the newly spawned monsters had also met their swift demise at his hands. While other scores gradually increased, they paled in comparison to Lu Yin's. As time flowed into the third and fourth minutes, Lu Yin's name soared above the rest, creating a staggering lead. This is terrifying. Such feats seem beyond human capability. Within the illusory tower, numerous mythic-class professionals wondered why Lu Yin was so extraordinarily powerful. Indeed, in comparison to Lu Yin, other mythic-class professionals seem almost illusory. Amidst the discussions, while Lu Yin's points surged with undeniable dominance, others steadily progressed as well. In the square arena, Yi Qingshan, clad in white as pristine as snow, gracefully wielded her longsword, sending forth streams of icy sword energy. Wherever she passed, monsters were frozen and shattered into a flurry of ice crystals. Her movements flowed like water, embodying an indescribable beauty. Despite facing dozens of monsters, she clearly retained her strength. Meanwhile, Xiangcong wielded a massive broadsword, each strike delivering the might of a landslide, reducing the oncoming monsters to mere pulp. As the monsters multiplied, a fierce glint sparked in his eyes. Overlord's descent. Xiangcong roared, his broadsword erupting with blinding golden light. A crescent-shaped wave of violent energy swept forth, cleaving all monsters in two. His points surged dramatically, overtaking Yi Qingshan's score. However, after unleashing such a formidable attack, his breath became somewhat labored, indicating the considerable strain it had imposed upon him. Nonetheless, this opportunity granted Xiangcong a brief respite. In a blink, the endless mode had reached the 10th minute. The number of monsters spawned surged to 20, their levels escalating to 35. Some of the weaker legendary class professionals noticeably slowed in their monster clearing speed, with several beginning to sustain injuries and face elimination. As the first examinee fell, others were likewise transported out one by one. The expressions of the three titans overseeing the high platform grew increasingly solemn. 10 minutes mark a pivotal point, Hong Feng stated gravely. My summoned creatures will soon struggle to eliminate monsters in a single strike. I cannot help but wonder how much shock this will bring us. Just as Hong Feng's words fell, a sudden shift occurred on Lu Yin's square arena. Lu Yin raised his hand once more, and 20 dark magical arrays inscribed themselves upon the ground in an instant. Another 20 spectral assassins emerged, astonishing the three titans into standing attention. 50 summoned creatures. Even the normally composed Yi Fenghua's voice trembled. His shock stemmed not only from Lu Yin's ability to continue augmenting his summoned forces, but also from the revelation of Lu Yin's current level. It was noteworthy that Lu Yin had only just reached level 19, yet wielded such terrifying power. Should he continue to grow, Yi Fenghua could scarcely imagine the magnitude of that future spectacle. Chapter 59, The Abyssal Invasion. Within the illusory tower, Lu Yin stood at the center of 50 spectral assassins, akin to a sovereign commanding life and death. The newly spawned 20-level, 35 monsters surged forth from the darkness, yet before they could even emit a complete roar, they were cleaved into fragments by a torrent of blades. Points, 800. Points, 800. Lu Yin's score soared at a despairing pace, leaving the second place far behind. In the external plaza, the onlookers had lost their power to gasp, merely staring blankly at the ever-jumping numbers on the light screen. As the clock struck the 20th minute, the number of monsters refreshed reached 30, with their levels rising to 40. Such intensity had even caused prodigies like Yi Qingshan and Xiangcong to show signs of weariness. Yi Qingshan's sword dance remained elegant, yet beads of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. Xiangcong no longer exuded the same overwhelming aura as at the beginning. His golden fighting spirit had dimmed considerably. As for Bai Li Qiansheng, he still relied on his nimble footwork to evade assaults, but his frequency of attacks had dwindled significantly. Only Lu Yin remained composed. 50 ghostly assassins formed a perfect array of slaughter, annihilating any monster that dared to step onto the stage in an instant. It seemed that apart from Lu Yin, the other candidates had essentially reached their limits. Indeed, the other contenders were quite impressive as well. On the high platform, 3 prominent figures engaged in hushed conversation, yet their gaze remained fixated on the footage of Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin, with his 50 ghostly assassins, while not slow in eliminating monsters, could no longer achieve instant kills. He was about to summon other undead soldiers to supplement the damage when an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The darkness at the edge of the arena suddenly twisted, the space fracturing like shattered glass, as a rift tore through the void. A thick, ink-like crimson aura poured forth, accompanied by a soul-chilling presence. The anomaly of the illusion tower caught all candidates off guard. Originally dispersed across independent spaces, 10 candidates were forcibly gathered on a shattered platform, along with all the monsters from their previous locations. In an instant, thousands of monsters encircled the 10 candidates. What is happening? Has the assessment changed? Xiang Tsang swung his broad blade, cleaving through an approaching monster, his face grave as he gazed toward the spatial rift. Yi Qingshan lightly tapped her sword, an icy aura spreading out to temporarily freeze the group of monsters on her left. Her cold eyes swept over the rift, her brow furrowing slightly. This aura does not resemble the illusion tower's design. The most precarious situation befell by Li Qiansheng, who had relied on agility to navigate. Now trapped in a tight encirclement, he faced imminent danger. The other candidates, having already reached their limits, turned pale. What is going on? Why can't we exit? Faced with a tide of incoming monsters, they instinctively planned to abandon the assessment. However, to their despair, the option to exit, which had always been available, now proved ineffective. Just as chaos ensued among the crowd, Luin furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. This aura, is it from the abyssal demons? His words shocked everyone present. Abyssal demons? How could they invade here? Although these prodigies had studied information about abyssal demons from books, none had ever seen one in person. As the mention of abyssal demons sent ripples of shock through the crowd, the rift in the void expanded once more. The deep crimson mist, like living tendrils, began to creep toward the platform. The illusion monsters touched by the red mist emitted wails of anguish as their bodies twisted and mutated. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light, frantically lunging at the nearest candidates. Be careful. These monsters have been corrupted by the abyss. Yi Qingshan shouted sharply, shifting her sword's momentum. From an elegant dance of ice to a fierce defensive stance, ice lotuses bloomed around her, barely withstanding the first wave of incoming monsters. Yet, in the next moment, those ice lotuses rapidly melted under the corrosion of the red mist. Meanwhile, Xiang Tsang roared, the dim golden fighting spirit erupting once again. His broad blade whirled, sending several approaching abyssal monsters flying. Yet the monster's attributes had greatly increased, numbing his arms and causing him to stagger backward. Damn! These wretched creatures are more than twice as strong as before. The most endangered by Li Qiansheng, employing his ghostly agility to weave through the gaps in the monsters, narrowly avoided several strikes. Exiting is ineffective. It's over. We are trapped. A candidate shouted in despair, their psychological defenses crumbling in the face of the stronger, overwhelming enemies. At this moment, outside, chaos erupted. On the high platform, the three prominent figures' expressions changed drastically. Yi Fenghua slammed his palm on the table, unleashing an oppressive aura that made the air around the platform tense. The illusion tower is a pivotal artifact of humanity. How could it be eroded by the abyss? His eyes, sharp as lightning, fixed on the ever-expanding rift in the light screen, his fists clenched, producing cracking sounds. As a senior military figure, he understood better than anyone the gravity of the abyssal rift's appearance here. This was not merely an assessment incident, but an invasion event that could shake the very foundation of humanity. The assessment must be terminated immediately. His voice thundered like a storm, and he turned to activate the emergency stop mechanism. Wait. Lin Haina raised a hand to stop him. The usually composed Minister of Education appeared pale, yet he maintained remarkable calm. The illusion tower's space has been contaminated. Forcibly terminating it may trigger a spatial collapse. He swiftly approached the control panel, pulling up dozens of radiant array diagrams. Each diagram corresponded to the core prohibitions of the illusion tower, and at present, over 30% of the runes were being corroded by the deep red aura. There are traitors. Lin Haina's voice was cold and piercing. The 36 spatial locks within the tower remain intact. The rift was torn from the inside. He glanced at the surrounding invigilators, observing their inexplicably sinister smiles. Hong Feng, a myth-level mage of the Third Awakening, discerned at a glance. It is not traitors, it is mental control. This invasion has likely been meticulously planned for a long time. Just as the three prominent figures realized the severity of the situation, the entire illusion tower space began to tremble violently. The rift at the edge of the platform spread like a shattered mirror, and the crimson mist echoed with bone-chilling roars. The monsters, having been eroded by the abyssal aura, experienced a surge in power, leaving the candidates who had barely managed to hold on in a dire predicament. Cackling. Seedlings of humanity, the hopes of the future, savor your final moments of terror. Just at this moment of despair, an eerie laughter, freezing the very souls, emerged from the rift. The deep crimson mist surged and coalesced into a twisted figure that shattered the spatial barrier, descending upon the platform. It stood 3 meters tall, humanoid in shape, adorned with 2 ram's horns, its entire body cloaked in flowing dark red scales. Chapter 60, Abyssal Demon King. The ramhorn demon, Balna, was enveloped in a foreboding dark red aura, and with each step it took, the space beneath seemed to lament. Its eyes, filled with mockery, scanned the panicked candidates on the platform, as if appraising a flock of lambs destined for slaughter. Is that an abyssal demon lord? Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from Balna, Xiang Tsang's grip on his broad blade tightened, his fingers turning white from the strain. The golden fighting spirit, under extreme pressure, emitted faint cracking sounds. How could this be? Yi Qingshan positioned her sword before her, her exquisite and beautiful face filled with disbelief. Bai Li Qianxing suppressed his trembling, still maneuvering within the monster horde. It's over. It's all over for us. A candidate of 1-star mythical rank collapsed onto the ground, his spirit shattered, as a pale yellow liquid seeped from his trousers. Just as despair engulfed the crowd due to the abyssal invasion, an even more disheartening event unfolded. Crack! Another fissure violently tore open at the opposite end of the platform, and a cascade of deep crimson, malevolent energy poured forth like a waterfall. A figure, adorned with colossal black bony wings, slowly materialized. Surrounding him was a swirling inferno of dark red magic flames, and in his grasp, he wielded a colossal runic sword entwined with vengeful souls. Another abyssal demon general. How could this be possible? Even Yi Qingshan's voice trembled slightly at the sight. One abyssal demon general had already rendered them powerless. The simultaneous appearance of two was tantamount to a death sentence. Not to mention, there were still thousands of monsters, eroded by the abyss, lurking around. These creatures were initially mere simulated trial data within the illusion tower, unable to inflict fatal harm on the candidates. Yet at this moment, these simulations had been utterly corrupted by the essence of the abyss, transforming into real monsters. This signified the complete failure of the illusion tower's protective mechanisms, allowing for the possibility of genuine death for all present. 10 mythical level geniuses. Our efforts have not been in vain. The bony-winged demon general, Tastin, let out a hoarse, sinister chuckle, his scarlet eyes glinting with a thirst for blood. The sound of Castin's malevolence sent shivers down the spines of the majority of candidates. Only Yi Qingshan managed to maintain a semblance of calm, reassuring the crowd, "Do not panic. There are powerful warriors of the human race outside. In just a few minutes, someone will come to rescue us." Her words provided a modicum of comfort to the group. Reinforcements? Do you think we haven't considered that? But in the next breath, Balna sneered. This illusion tower has long been shrouded by the abyssal power of our king. By the time your human warriors break in, you will all be corpses. Meanwhile, on the high platform outside, as Tastin emerged, the three formidable figures of Yi Fenghua, President Hong, and Minister Lin simultaneously focused their gazes. The presence of two abyssal demon generals meant certain death for the candidates inside the illusion tower. President Hong, Minister Lin, assist me. Even if we must destroy the illusion tower, we must rescue those children. Yi Fenghua bellowed, his profession being that of a mythical-level golden dragon master. A golden dragon aura erupted within him, and a magnificent dragon, seemingly forged of gold, descended from the heavens, donning the golden dragon master's armor. His overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding space to warp subtly. He resembled an awakened dragon god, his gaze sharp as if piercing through layers of space, locking onto the figures of the two abyssal demon generals within the illusion tower. Good. Hong Feng and Lin Haina responded in unison. The momentum of the three top human powerhouses converged instantly, causing the very heavens to tremble. No longer the amiable figure he usually was, Hong Feng, a mythical level 3 awareness forbidden spell mage, wore a solemn expression as a staff, shimmering with runic brilliance, appeared in his hand. He began to chant ancient, obscure syllables, and a vast tide of magical energy surged around him. Heavenly Thunder Prison. As Hong Feng raised his staff, the sky abruptly changed color. Dense thunder clouds roiled like a boiling sea of ink. Countless electric serpents danced within the clouds, emitting a thunderous roar. The air crackled with a scorching aura, and even the space quivered under this terrifying energy wave. Fall! Hong Feng shouted angrily, and from the thunderclouds erupted blinding arcs of lightning. Thousands upon thousands of purple bolts, like giant pythons breaking free from their constraints, crashed toward the illusion tower with world-destroying might. Formless void barrier. Lin Haina, a mythical-level formation master, rapidly formed hand seals, his fingers fluttering like butterflies. Countless runes, radiating arcane light, danced around him. These runes were not static, but constantly reconfigured and transformed under the guidance of his fingertips. Seal. He commanded, and innumerable runes suddenly illuminated, transforming into an invisible barrier that spanned the heavens and the earth. This barrier was not an indestructible entity, but a constantly twisting and folding manifestation of space itself, ready to protect the candidates from the impending fragmentation of the illusion tower. The combined assault of the three human powerhouses reached its zenith. The oppression of the Golden Dragon Master, the thunderous wrath of the Forbidden Spell Mage, and the spatial barrier of the Formation Master unfolded like a heavenly net. However, just as their powers were about to make contact with the illusion tower, a low hum resonated. A fissure, akin to the eye of a colossal beast, suddenly opened at the apex of the illusion tower, as if tearing apart the very heavens. The energy pouring forth was no longer the dark red essence, but a viscous, blood-like source of abyssal power. This energy swiftly coalesced, forming a square barrier that severed the heavens and the earth, enveloping the entire illusion tower. Boom! The sky filled with lightning collided against the blood-red barrier, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the cosmos. Yet, The viscous barrier merely rippled slightly, effortlessly swallowing all the bolts of lightning. What? Hongfeng's pupils constricted. Although the Heavenly Thunder Prison was merely a low-level forbidden spell, its might, when unleashed by a 3-awareness forbidden spell mage like himself, was certainly not something a simple barrier could withstand. At the moment, the blood-red barrier devoured the Heavenly Thunder Prison. A vague figure slowly emerged from the abyssal fissure that spanned the heavens. As the figure became increasingly distinct, it was not as grotesque and terrifying as the 2 demon generals. Rather, it maintained an almost perfect human form. Only the 2 twisted black horns upon its forehead and the slowly swaying demonic tail behind it betrayed its inhuman identity. Clad in a dark red robe adorned with intricate patterns of struggling and wailing souls, when the figure fully stepped out of the fissure, it seemed as though the very colors of the world had been drained away. The figure hovered in midair, its dark red robe flowing silently in the surge of abyssal energy. Insignificant ants, taste your despair before the abyss. It looked down upon the 3 human powerhouses, who were on high alert, amusement flickering in its scarlet eyes. The cold voice sent chills through the veins of the tens of thousands below. Yi Fenghua's pupils abruptly constricted, and he instinctively gasped, Abyssal Demon King, Athosis. Chapter 61, The Power of the Abyss. An Abyssal Demon King? Hongfeng's aged visage flushed with fury, the veins on his forehead bulging as his staff trembled slightly from the excessive force. He gazed at the dark red figure in the sky, his voice strained as it squeezed through his clenched teeth. No wonder they were able to silently dominate us. He slammed his staff down heavily, and magical energy surged around him like a boiling ocean. Minister Lin, lend me your strength, Hongfeng bellowed, as the tip of his staff burst forth with blinding light. Without a word, Lin Haina accelerated the speed of his hand seals. Acceleration array, seal. Power array, seal. Magic gathering array, seal. Damage reduction array, seal. Countless runes flitted about, instantaneously forming dozens of amplifying arrays in the void. As Lin Haina's numerous amplifying arrays were swiftly completed, the entire sky seemed to ignite. Empowered by the arrays, Hongfeng unleashed unprecedented might. The magical energy at the tip of his staff shone brilliantly, akin to a burning star. Divine punishment of thunder. This time, Hongfeng held nothing back and directly unleashed a high-tier forbidden spell. The storm clouds above the firmament instantaneously transformed into a resplendent hue of purple and gold, as countless thunderous dragons writhed and roared within the tempest. Each bolt of lightning harbored the essence of annihilation, shattering the very fabric of space in its wake. Roar. Beneath Yi Fenghua, the golden dragon let out a thunderous cry, its majestic aura resonating for miles. He too was enveloped in a surging golden dragon energy, raising one hand high as the potent force coalesced around him. The golden dragon god spear, a magical spear that spanned the heavens, appeared in his grasp, its tip gleaming with a chilling light that threatened to pierce through the void. With all his might, Yi Fenghua hurled the spear, which transformed into a streak of light, simultaneously striking the crimson barrier alongside the wrath of the heavens. Boom. This collision sent tremors through the very city itself. The overwhelming force caused the crimson barrier to violently convulse, revealing countless fissures across its surface, as if it could shatter at any moment. Futile. Observing the cracks forming in the barrier, Adisaf let out an elegant chuckle. He then slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Above him, a chasm that seemed to tear the sky asunder erupted with a torrent of deep crimson energy. The deluge cascaded downward, rapidly mending the previously fissured barrier at a visibly accelerated pace. Its thickness multiplied several-fold, its hue deepening to that of congealed blood. Yi Fenghua and Lin Hainao exchanged glances, their expressions solemn. That fissure was a conduit to the true abyss, continuously siphoning in an endless stream of abyssal energy. Our assault cannot breach that barrier in a single strike. Huang Feng's countenance hardened slightly. I can sever the energy output from the abyssal fissure, but it will require a moment. How long? 3 minutes. 3 minutes is too long. Those candidates. There is no other choice. Their fate rests solely in the hands of the candidates themselves. As Huang Feng's words fell, the surrounding arcane energy surged, frantically converging into his being. Meanwhile, within the illusion tower, dark crimson abyssal energy surged like a tide upon the platform. The horned demon, Barnus, stepped forward, causing the void beneath him to crack like a spider's web. Which one to begin with? His scarlet tongue flicked over his fangs as his gaze swept across the trembling candidates, ultimately settling on Luin, surrounded by the undead soldiers. Oh, found you. You were the one who killed Arce, weren't you? Barnus grinned wickedly, raising his hand as a scarlet claw materialized, lunging towards Luin. Yet, as Barnus unleashed his assault, a smirk graced Lu Yin's lips. Just as he found this grand examination dull, 2 abyssal demons had come knocking. Bang! Just as Luin was about to summon more undead soldiers, a piercing gunshot rang out first. A bullet, hurtling through the air like a meteor, collided with the shadow of the scarlet claw, both vanishing into the void. Fellow comrades, we, the human race, are sworn enemies of the abyssal demons. We shall not yield to death without a fight. The crowd turned towards the voice, seeing Bai Li Qianxing still poised with his firearm. A youthful determination etched upon his face. His words resonated like thunder, shattering the silence that enveloped the platform. The once trembling candidates now ignited with fervor. Huh. You speak the truth. After all, we are the pride of humanity. How can we falter in the face of danger? Xiang Tsang laughed heartily, his body igniting with golden fighting spirit once more. In an instant, an array of vibrant energies surged skyward from the platform. Spellcasters began chanting incantations, while warriors gripped their weapons tightly. The desperate struggles of mere ants. Abyssal claw of infinite ruin. Barnes scoffed, swinging his claws, unleashing a deluge of dark crimson claw shadows that tore through the air, enveloping the candidates with a piercing shriek. Each shadow bore corrosive abyssal energy, consuming light itself in its path. King shatters thousands. In response to Barnes's widespread onslaught, Xiang Tsang stepped forward, his broad blade igniting with a massive golden radiance, colliding thunderously with the torrent of claw shadows. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of violent explosions rang out as golden fighting spirit clashed with dark crimson energy, annihilating one another in a frenzied exchange. Xiang Tsang was forced to stagger back several steps, his palms torn and blood streaming down the blade. Though he withstood Barnes's onslaught, the substantial disparity in attributes drained his vitality in an instant. Had it not been for his death-defying passive ability, he might have been felled outright. Truly, the seeds of myth are formidable. If we do not eliminate you today, who knows the troubles you shall bring us in the future? Observing his own offensive thwarted, Barnes's expression darkened. Enough of this. Let us strike together and eliminate them. Although Lord Adisath draws upon the power of the abyss, he cannot sustain it for long. Tasting's chilling voice echoed across the platform, his massive sword, entwined with the wails of tormented souls, suddenly radiating a bone-chilling aura. The abyssal energy permeating the air seemed to find its outlet, surging violently towards the colossal sword. The faces of the wailing souls twisted in agony, emitting a shrill cry that sent shivers down the spine. Judgment of the damned. Tasting's giant sword swept through the air, unleashing a gray-black sword energy forged from countless tortured souls, hurtling towards the candidates like a torrent of death. Before the sword energy even arrived, the frigid despair that eroded the soul washed over the crowd, draining the color from their faces and slowing their movements. A frostblade. Just as the gray-black sword energy was about to engulf everyone, a clear ringing of a sword echoed sharply. Yi Qingshan's hair billowed as she unsheathed her frost-laden sword. At the moment the blade trembled, an intense cold radiated outward from her, causing the very ground beneath the platform to freeze into a thick layer of ice. As if the abyssal energy in the air had been locked in place, a simple thrust manifested a refined ice-blue sword energy that cleaved through the sky. Wherever it passed, the very space seemed to freeze, leaving behind a crystalline trail of frost. The ice-blue sword energy collided fiercely with the gray-black torrent of souls. There were no earth-shattering tremors, only the silent obliteration of existence. Yet, this strike from Yi Qingshan was also her limit. The backlash from the force drew blood from her vibrant red lips, and her sword-wielding arm trembled slightly. Nevertheless, her cold gaze remained resolute, unwavering in the face of an insurmountable battle. Humanity, always relishing the struggle amidst despair. The murderous intent in Tasting's blood-red eyes was palpable. He knew all too well that at this level, he could not contend with Yi Qingshan. But now, with her wings yet unformed, she faced only a path of death. Chapter 62, the second team leader. In the next moment, Tasting's malevolent aura surged. His massive sword raised high, the wailing souls swirling around it coalescing into a colossal gray-black vortex that blotted out the sun. Fall into the eternal abyss of silence. Accompanied by Tasting's rasping roar, the giant sword descended with ferocity. The gray-black vortex transformed into a tangible torrent of death, causing the very space to shatter. The cataclysmic energy contained within this strike sent shivers through the souls of every candidate present. Yi Qingshan strained to summon her sword energy to defend, but the previous clash with the judgment of the damned had already injured her insides. The ice-blue sword energy barely coalesced before being utterly annihilated by the torrent of death. She let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her lips. Xiang Tsang roared, eager to charge forward, but his injuries were too grave. His golden fighting spirit dimmed before it could even ignite. Bai Li Qianxing relentlessly fired shot after shot, yet his assaults were akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Gravity barrier. Flame dragon break. The other candidates fought desperately in resistance, but alas, the disparity in attributes rendered their skills as fragile as paper. It was over. They were truly on the brink of death. No, this cannot be. I do not wish to perish. I am a mythic-class professional. I have a splendid future ahead. I aspire to be a hero of the human race. Woe is me. Who can save us? Confronted with the impending doom, the spirits of the crowd crumbled in an instant. Yi Qingshan closed her beautiful eyes in despair, while Xiang Tsang was utterly unable to rise. Bai Li Qianxing gritted his teeth, yearning to escape the zone of attack. However, Just as the torrent of death was about to engulf them, a terrifying wave emanated from the crowd, accompanied by a languorous voice that soared into the air. Annihilation charge. A shadow clad in ominous armor surged upward like a cannonball, colliding ferociously with the gray-black vortex. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and the violent shockwave of energy spread in a circular frenzy, causing the entire illusion tower to tremble precariously. What? As the energy wave subsided slightly, the crowd finally discerned the figure suspended in midair. Clad in fearsome armor and wielding an exaggerated giant hammer, this figure floated ominously. Yi Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the silhouette. Xiang Tsang struggled to lift his head, his golden pupils filled with astonishment. Tasting's crimson eyes narrowed sharply. Who are you? The dead need not know too much. Beneath the armor, a languid voice emerged from Yubelna, starkly contrasting with her formidable appearance. It is you who shall slay Arce. Gazing at the sudden appearance of Yubelna, Barna narrowed his eyes at Lu Yin. Before his demise, Arce informed me that you could summon an exceptionally powerful being. Barna's words instantly drew the attention of all present to Lu Yin. At that moment, the candidates recalled that among them was a being of unparalleled prowess. That individual was Lu Yin. Since the commencement of the assessment, he had maintained an unassailable lead on the scoreboard through sheer strength. Even the likes of top talents such as Yi Qingshan and Xiang Tsang could only look up to him in awe, as they beheld the calm demeanor of the youth. A glimmer of hope surged within the hearts of the despairing crowd. However, Lu Yin paid no heed to Barna's words. His mind was immersed in the myriad system notifications that had just refreshed in an instant. Due to the residual force from Yubelna's clash with Tasting, all the surrounding abyssal monsters had been obliterated. Those data-based monsters, which could not originally yield experience points, had been rendered real by the power of the abyss, bestowing upon him a bountiful experience. Ding. You have slain an abyssal creature, gaining 20,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to level 20. Ding. The position of Death Legion Commander has been unlocked. Acquired skill, Soul Devour. Increase in death space capacity, current count, 253, 300. Ding. Obtain 163 high-tier death souls. Over 1,000 abyssal creatures had directly elevated Lu Yin by 1 level. He promptly examined his newly acquired skill. Soul Devour can directly consume death souls. Different tiers of death souls yield varying attribute values. Cooldown, none. Magic cost, none. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. This new skill was yet another divine technique. While he was uncertain if there were limits to the consumption of death souls, as long as he possessed a continuous supply of them, his attributes would soar infinitely. Nevertheless, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to enhance his attributes. Dealing with the 2 demon generals at hand was of utmost priority, for they could not only provide him with another massive influx of experience, but could also become 2 formidable allies, which was crucial for his combat prowess. When Barna saw Lu Yin disregard him, a cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As a mid-tier abyssal demon general, he had never been treated with such disdain. Seeking death, Barna let out a low growl, dark red energy surging violently around him. Just as Barna was poised to strike, Yubelna, suspended in midair, made her move. Her exaggerated giant hammer, accompanied by the sound of air being split, descended upon Barna with astonishing speed. Clearly unprepared for Yubelna's rapidity, Barna hastily crossed his arms, dark red energy coalescing into a substantial shield. Boom. The giant hammer struck the energy shield, erupting in a piercing cacophony. 514, 564. Barna was sent reeling from the impact, a scarlet damage numeral appearing above his head. So this is the power that Arce spoke of, one that disregards defense. A trace of astonishment crossed Barna's features. Yet, as a mid-tier demon general, his level surpassed Arce's by 10 levels, and his attributes were significantly superior. Although the damage exceeding 500,000 was terrifying, it was not enough to claim his life. Remarkable ability indeed. However, no matter how strong you may be, once I eliminate your master, you shall become a mere nuisance. Barna steadied himself, bloodlust glistening in his eyes. Yubelna, of course, understood his implication. In this space, with 2 demon generals present, even if she managed to hinder Barna, Tasting could still annihilate Lu Yin in an instant. Yet Yubelna merely smiled and remarked, "Ignorant insect. Worry for your own self." No sooner had Yubelna spoken than Tasting's skeletal wings behind him flared with a deafening shriek. He shot forward like a gray meteor, appearing before Lu Yin in an instant. Die! The vengeful souls entwined around his colossal sword shrieked frantically as the gray-black blade swept toward Lu Yin's neck. This scene plunged the candidates, who had just ignited a flicker of hope, into a chilling abyss. "Be careful," Yi Qingshan cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward only to spit blood anew due to her injuries. Xiang Tsang roared, striving to rise. Yet he lacked the strength to muster even a modicum of power. Bailey Qianxing pulled the trigger repeatedly, but the bullets were extinguished by the gray-black aura before reaching Tasting. Every candidate held their breath, as if they could already foresee Lu Yin being torn to shreds. Yet, just as the colossal sword was about to descend, a hint of a smile graced Lu Yin's lips as he slowly raised his right hand, and a magic circle, as profound as dark ink, materialized instantly. Awaken. For your lord. Chapter 63, Black Flame Knight. The moment Lu Yin's voice fell, the turbulent energy within the black magic circle surged violently. A towering figure, engulfed in dark flames and clad in knightly armor, emerged slowly from the vortex of energy. One hand wielded a lance, while the other held a massive shield. His imposing frame was akin to an insurmountable bastion, just as Tasting's colossal sword was about to cleave downwards. The figure stepping forth from the black magic circle sprang into action. He thrust the shield, inscribed with bizarre runes, forcefully forward. On the surface of the shield, dense black flames erupted suddenly, colliding with the vengeful sword. Boom. Time seemed to freeze momentarily, only to erupt again in the next second. Tasting's pupils constricted. He had never expected that Lu Yin possessed such a formidable summoning. The collision between the colossal sword and the black flame giant shield unleashed a shockwave that fractured the ground into a web of cracks. A staggering damage figure of 274,891 ascended above Tustin's head, propelling him backward by over 100 meters. It was only through a fierce flap of his bony wings that he managed to halt his retreating form. This is impossible, Tustin exclaimed. A mixture of astonishment and rage etched across his face as the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He had not anticipated that Lu Yin concealed such a terrifying summoning within his arsenal. Lu Yin offered a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over the newly summoned Death Legion commander, Black Flame Knight, Kassa. Level 20, increases with the Lord's level. Strength 25,000, Constitution 25,000, Agility 16,000, Spirit 14,000. Skills: Black Flame Shield Reflect, Black Flame Ring, Gunfire Strike, Annihilation Spiral, Unyielding Demon Armor, Black Flame Knight Legion, 1000 Army Charge, Black Flame Incarnation. Commander Talent: Black Flame Sovereign, creates a field centered around himself, continuously restoring allies' health within the area while inflicting ongoing magical damage that reduces the enemy's current health by 1. Consuming mana over time. My lord, Kassa knelt before Lu Yin, embodying the essence of the most devoted follower. At that very moment, as Kassa knelt, a fierce glint ignited in Tustin's eyes. Witchcraft, he bellowed, his bony wings unfurling as a tide of gray-black abyssal energy surged forth. The souls trapped within the colossal sword howling with renewed fervor. Soul Devourer. Countless vengeful spirits erupted from the sword, morphing into grotesque visages that swarmed toward Lu Yin. Yet Kassa's massive shield struck the ground with a resounding thud. Black Flame Ring. A hum reverberated as the pitch-black flames spread in a circular formation, engulfing the vengeful souls that collided with the inferno, their anguished wails quickly consumed by the flames. Tustin's expression darkened further. He was astonished that his attack had been so easily neutralized. Nearby, Balna stood in disbelief, utterly confounded. How could a mere level 20 practitioner summon such a formidable entity? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yin still held a more powerful trump card in reserve. The transformed Arceus now possessed attributes in the millions, far surpassing both Yalberna and Kassa. However, Lu Yin was acutely aware that this was only a temporary advantage. As his power steadily escalated, the Legion commander would inevitably grow even more fearsome. After all, it was inconceivable that he would be among only 10 Legion commanders. It's my turn. Meanwhile, as the black flame ring expanded, Kassa's figure became a blur. And in the next moment, he stood before Tustin, his spear piercing the air with a shriek of impending doom. Annihilation Spiral. The spear tip, entwined with swirling black flames, transformed into a devastating drill. In a hurried attempt to parry, Tustin raised his sword. The clash of the vengeful sword against the black flame spear erupting in a deafening explosion. 301,457. Another staggering damage figure floated above him, causing Tustin to stagger backward. The souls on his sword dimming slightly. What manner of monstrosity is this? Tustin seethed, astonished and enraged. As a mid-tier abyssal demon general, he was being utterly dominated by a level 20 human practitioner's summoned creature. In that instant, as Tustin was forced back, Kassa raised his spear high. Black Flame Knight Legion. A surge of black flames erupted, manifesting into 10 black flame cavalrymen. Simultaneously, Kassa roared, Black Flame Incarnation. Thick black flames enveloped him, and when he re-emerged, he was not only ablaze with fire, but also mounted upon a black flame warhorse. 1000 Army Charge. The warhorse neighed fiercely as Kassa's voice thundered. The 10 black flame cavalrymen and Kassa coalesced into 11 streaks of black light, hurtling towards Tustin with an air of space-rending ferocity. The ground beneath them was carved into deep furrows, the atmosphere thick with the scent of charred earth. As 10 beams of black light rapidly enlarged in Tustin's vision, he instinctively folded his bony wings, wrapping himself in a massive skeletal cocoon. The gray-black abyssal energy surged across the surface of his wings, forming a heavy protective layer. Boom. The 10 streaks of black light collided violently with the cocoon, the explosive energy distorting the space within 100 meters. 484,721. 202,134. A series of astonishing damage figures floated above the cocoon, and fine cracks began to appear across its surface. Impossible. How can I lose to a level 20 ant? Tustin's frantic roar echoed from within the cocoon. Crack. At last, the cocoon succumbed to the onslaught, shattering with a thunderous crash. Blood gushed from Tustin's mouth, and an overwhelming fear spread across his eyes. This scene left not only Balna dumbfounded, but also the other candidates, who had previously been engulfed in despair. Even a beast could not possibly exhibit such ferocity. Was this truly a peer who awakened at the same time as them? Just as Casa was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Tustin, the entire illusion tower trembled violently. Outside, Hong Feng had completed 3 minutes of magical energy accumulation. His hair stood on end, the magic swirling around him coalescing into a palpable force. The staff in his hand quaked violently, the crystal atop it erupting with a brilliance that pierced the heavens. Ancient forbidden spell, dimensional rift. Hong Feng's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. As he swung his staff downward, a brilliant white curtain of light materialized across the sky, akin to the blade of a deity, cleaving the world asunder. The rift sliced through the abyssal energy emanating from the four corners and the sprawling fissures in the sky. Deprived of the relentless influx of energy from the abyssal rift, the four corners barrier shattered as if made of glass, the pervasive abyssal aura rapidly diminishing. This unforeseen turn of events caused a flicker of concern to cross the previously serene visage of Odysseus. Yet he remained unperturbed. While Hong Feng could sever the energy from the abyssal rift, he could not sever the bond between himself and the abyss. He could retreat at any moment, reopening the rift to the abyss. However, before he could ascertain whether Balna and Tustin had fulfilled their mission, the illusion tower seemed to shudder violently from within. At one corner of the tower, a fissure gaped open under a tremendous force. In the next moment, 2 disheveled figures burst forth, fleeing with wild abandon. Upon recognizing their identities, Odysseus's normally calm pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 64, Don't Steal My Experience. My lord, the mission has failed. Just as Tustin and Balna stumbled out of the illusion tower, a glint of icy malice flashed in Odysseus's eyes. He had not anticipated that 2 mid-tier demon generals would be driven to such a state by a handful of level 20 human practitioners. Useless, he muttered, his voice low and resonant, akin to the echoes of the abyss, sending a shiver down the spines of the 2 newly escaped demon generals. Indeed, it was not only Odysseus who was taken aback. The entirety of those present stood in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. Even the 3 titans, seasoned in the face of tumultuous tides, found themselves at a loss for comprehension. Within the tower, there were indeed only 10 young individuals of approximately level 20. So why did the first to escape turn out to be 2 abyssal demon generals? However, in the next moment, their questions were swiftly answered. A colossal skeletal dragon, a creature of the undead, soared from the illusory tower, with 3 figures standing upon its immense head. Luin stood at the center, flanked by Yalberna and Casa, exuding an overwhelming aura of death energy that was truly formidable. What on earth is that? The crowd below erupted in astonished gasps at the sight of the undead dragon's emergence. The familiar face soaring through the sky brought a sigh of relief to Bai Luer, whose heart had been in suspense. Yi Fenghua and Hong Feng, the 3 great leaders, also felt their pupils constrict sharply. Is that little fellow? Luin. Wait. Are all these his summoned creatures? They had previously thought Lu Yin's summons were already outrageous, but they had not anticipated how exceedingly conservative they had been in their assumptions. Abyssal demon kings? In midair, Luin cast his gaze towards Adasath, his tone unsettlingly calm. Adasath narrowed his eyes, a surge of abyssal energy swirling around him. A mere level 20 human practitioner has managed to defeat 2 of my demon generals. You truly cannot be spared. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly raised his hand, and a pitch-black magical spear coalesced instantaneously, hurtling towards Lu Yin with the force to tear through space. The speed of this strike far surpassed any previous attack from tasting. The spear seemed to devour even light in its wake. Adasath, your opponent is me. Yi Fenghua reacted swiftly, commanding his golden dragon to hover protectively in front of Lu Yin. He brandished his golden dragon spear, thrusting it forth to collide fiercely with the energy spear thrown by Adasath. Boom. A torrent of energy rippled outward, causing the very fabric of space to tremble in waves. Sacred Judgment Array. Lin Hainao rapidly formed hand seals, summoning runes in the sky that materialized into countless colossal swords of holy light, cascading down like a torrential rain upon tasting and Balna. Hong Feng also realized that the immediate priority was not to dwell on how monstrous Lu Yin was, but rather to eliminate these abyssal demons first. He tapped his staff against the void and intoned a spell, Extreme Cold. A biting chill swept through the air, instantly crystallizing the moisture into countless ice shards, completely sealing off the escape route of the 2 demon generals. Given the damage potential of these 2 titans, Combined with the severely weakened states of Balna and tasting, a direct hit would undoubtedly spell instant death. Just as the attacks from the two giants were about to fall, Luin suddenly furrowed his brow and raised his hand in a signal. Wait a moment. His voice was not loud, yet it halted the impending chaos of battle. Lin Haina and Hong Feng simultaneously reigned in their power, gazing in astonishment at the young man standing atop the skeletal dragon's head. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the disheveled tasting and Balna, a subtle smile curving his lips. Elders, please do not steal my experience. Upon hearing this, Hong Feng and Lin Hainao exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting extreme astonishment in the other's eyes. A level 20 practitioner, not only chasing after two level 80 abyssal demon generals, but also imploring them not to usurp his experience. This absurdity was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Intriguing. Hong Feng stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let me see, young man, what other tricks you possess. In the heart of the battlefield, Tasting and Balna were both astonished and enraged. To be so belittled by a mere level 20 human was a tremendous disgrace for them. You are far too arrogant, brat. Tasting bellowed, his demonic energy surging as he swept his vengeful soul sword once more, unleashing a tempestuous sword aura. Yet Lu Yin merely raised a hand, and the skeletal dragon beneath him opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam of pitch-black light. Annihilation beam. The two forces collided violently in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Astonishingly, the seemingly ferocious black sword aura retreated in the face of the oncoming dark beam. Damn it! Tasting's pupils constricted. Had he not been grievously injured prior, he would not have found himself in such a helpless state. Just as he simmered with impotent rage, Kassa and Yalberna surged forward simultaneously, unleashing their devastating attacks. Gunfire strike. Destructive smash. The black flame spear ignited the void while the immense hammer trembled the air with its impact. In the face of this terrifying assault, Balna and Tasting fought desperately to resist. Abyssal soul slash. Catastrophic demon claw. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. Even at their peak, they would not have matched their opponents, let alone in their current weakened condition. Lord Adisaf, help, please help us. The two wretches cried out in desperation. Not far away, Adisaf, overhearing their pleas, couldn't help but curse them under his breath. Yet, his gaze sharpened. He realized their plan had already failed. Continuing to entangle himself here would be of no significance. Adisaf's eyes glowed with bloodlust as his magical power erupted like a volcano. He suddenly raised his hand, fingers splayed, and a dark purple rift in space tore open abruptly before Tasting and Balna. Trying to escape? Bone storm. Observing this scene, Luin scoffed coldly, and the skeletal dragon's wings beat powerfully, unleashing a hurricane mixed with bones that surged towards the rift. Kassa's black flame spear transformed into a shooting star, piercing directly towards the core of the rift. Yalberna swung her massive hammer, sealing off every inch of space surrounding the rift with her ferocious might. Ants, you have overstepped. Return to the abyss. Adisatha's low voice resonated as if it emerged from an endless void, and he forcefully pressed his hands down. A dark purple energy vortex expanded violently, threatening to consume the very sky itself. Let me take this. Golden Emperor Dragon Flash. Yi Fenghua, having seen Lu Yin safe and sound, finally relaxed. At the moment the dark purple vortex unleashed by Adisath was about to engulf everything, Yi Fenghua's entire being radiated with golden light, transforming into a streak of golden lightning that pierced through heaven and earth. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the skies as the golden lightning collided with the dark purple vortex, causing an explosive shockwave that rattled the very cosmos. The sky seemed to be torn asunder, one half ablaze with golden brilliance, the other cloaked in purple-black chaos. Abyssal Demon King. If you think you can invade our human race and escape so easily, you are sorely mistaken. Hong Feng raised his staff high, unleashing the previously uncast forbidden spell against Adisath. Do not underestimate us, you abyssal scum. The tide of battle had completely turned, and Lin Haina erupted in laughter. The sacred judgment array loomed above like a celestial dome, enveloping Adisath entirely. Chapter 65. Abyssal Demon Emperor. Seizing the opportunity while Adisath was besieged by the three great leaders, Kassa and Yalberna unleashed their devastating strikes. The bone storm collided first with the dark purple rift, countless pale bones ruthlessly slicing through the distorted spatial energy, emitting a sound that grated on the teeth. Kassa's black flame spear followed closely behind, accurately penetrating the rift's most vulnerable point. Sizzle. A sound akin to fabric being torn echoed as the once stable rift trembled violently. No. Tasting and Balna gazed in horror at the collapsing escape route, their eyes filled with despair. Yalberna's giant hammer fell with destructive force, utterly sealing off their final avenue of retreat. The abyss shall not spare you. Tustin let out a heart-wrenching roar, expending the last remnants of his magical essence to wield the Soul Reaver greatsword, fighting like a cornered beast. Yet, in the next moment, he was mercilessly pierced by Kassa's dark flame spear. 421,568. As the colossal damage numbers soared, the crimson gleam in Tustin's eyes gradually faded. Ding. You have slain the abyssal demon General Tustin, gaining 2,000,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased to 21. The number of death spaces has risen. Current count, 253,310. Ding. You have acquired the loot, Soul Reaver Greatsword, Demon General's Bone Wings. Ding. You have obtained Epic Level Soul of Death X1. With the system's notifications ringing out, it signified Tustin's complete demise. Tustin. Balna's heart shattered at the sight, and he turned to flee. But Yarbena's colossal hammer followed him like a shadow. No, how could I possibly fall here? Balna let out a desperate roar, his magical energy surging wildly as he attempted one final struggle. However, in her battle form, Yarbena showed him no mercy. Dark radiance erupted from her being, a wild power that made the very air tremble. Hammer of Wrath. She gripped the massive hammer with both hands, wielding it as if it were a small mountain, descending with earth-shattering might. Boom. The moment the hammer struck, a violent shockwave fractured the surrounding space. Balna, in a frantic attempt to gather his strength, found it as fragile as paper, exploding into a tempest of magical energy upon impact. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. Yarbena gave him no chance to recover. Her armored form displayed a swiftness that belied her size. With a single step into the air, she caught up to the reeling Balna. Guardian's Fury. The hammer rose once more, countless twisted runes manifesting upon its surface, emanating a chilling aura of death. Damn, damn, damn. Balna's eyes bulged with rage, desperately igniting his core magical energy as his claws tore forward. Crimson rending claws. Slicing through the air, the space seemed to be torn apart by 3 dark red fissures, each carrying an aura of corrosion aimed at Yarbena. Unflinching, Yarbena let out a deafening battle cry, her hammer colliding with the oncoming attack with the force of creation itself. Bang! The clash of energies sent ripples through the void for 1,000 meters. Balna's desperate strike merely halted Yarbena's hammer for a fleeting moment before it was utterly crushed by an even more ferocious force. The hammer continued its relentless descent, crashing down upon his chest. 587,412. The terrifying damage number floated up as Balna's breastplate caved in, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. He fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive crater. The abyssal overlord will avenge me. Balna lay at the bottom of the pit, his breath weak, the magical energy surrounding him flickering like a candle in the wind. Yarbena descended from the heavens, her hammer raised high. The hammerhead coalesced into a despair-inducing dark red energy, akin to the Grim Reaper's decree, sealing his fate. Ding. You have slain the abyssal demon General Balna, gaining 2,100,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to 22. The number of death spaces has increased. Current count, 276,320. Ding. You have acquired the loot, Abyssal Bone Claws, Demon General's Heart. Ding. You have obtained Epic Level Soul of Death X1. In the briefest of moments, 2 level 80 Abyssal Demon Generals were utterly vanquished before the eyes of many. Luine also ascended 2 levels, overwhelmed by the bountiful experience points. How is this possible? The crowd watching from afar erupted in gasps of astonishment, all rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. A summoner just above level 20 not only forced 2 Abyssal Demon Generals into a desperate retreat, but also executed them in the presence of the Abyssal Demon King. This was a legendary feat destined to be inscribed in history, shaking the very foundations of humanity. Hong Feng trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Haina took a deep breath. Old Yi, this lad's future is truly remarkable. Yi Fenghua, though outwardly calm, revealed his inner shock through the tight grip on his golden dragon spear. Meanwhile, Atosas was consumed by rage as he battled the 3 great powers. Humans, you have thoroughly enraged me. Initially, I had no desire to collaborate with him, but you have compelled my hand. He roared skyward, his magical energy surging like a tangible force, dark purple runes appearing on his skin. Demon Emperor's domain. The sky darkened abruptly, and a rift opened across the heavens, unleashing a suffocating aura of terror. Impossible. How can a Demon Emperor possibly descend here? Hong Feng's expression changed drastically. Even he felt a twinge of dread. Atosas' roar reverberated through the realm, dark purple magical patterns crawling across his skin like living entities. The rift in the sky widened, the abyssal energy spilling forth causing the very ground to tremble. Insects, this is of your own making. Atosas cackled madly, his hands tearing apart the air. As his sinister laughter echoed, a towering demonic figure began to coalesce from the rift. First, a pair of eyes, burning like celestial stars, illuminated the darkness, followed by a body clad in dark golden armor. The moment he stepped through the rift, it felt as though the entire world could scarcely bear his weight. Groaning under the strain, Atosas, you have ultimately chosen to ally with me. The voice of this demon emperor was not loud, yet it seemed to crush the very souls of those who heard it. Among the observing crowd, those of lesser power bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground. The golden dragon spear in Yi Fenghua's hand buzzed ominously. The commander of the Eastern War Zone displayed unprecedented astonishment upon his face. Saint Demon Emperor. Aeolia, was he not slain by our forebears 3,000 years ago? As this statement echoed, the world fell into a profound silence. Chapter 66, Divine Space. The name Saint Demon Emperor Aeolia detonated within the hearts of the onlookers like a nuclear bomb. No one anticipated that this legendary figure would so abruptly manifest before them. Aeolia, Hong Feng murmured in disbelief. The name of Saint Demon Emperor Aeolia was inscribed in the annals of history on the 35th habitable planet. A gravestone epitaph of suffering and sacrifice. 3,000 years prior, this demon emperor from the abyss tore through the spatial barrier, leading his kind in an invasion of this planet. Humanity faced its darkest hour. According to historical records, that calamity began on a tranquil dusk. The sky of the 35th habitable planet was suddenly rent by a rift spanning the entire continent, from which not light, but a thick, inky abyssal aura poured forth. When Aeolia first appeared in humanity's sight, he donned dark magical armor, his eyes flashing with a thunderous light. The abyssal gate behind him swung wide open, unleashing billions of abyssal creatures that surged forth like a tide, leaving death and decay in their wake. The human race was caught completely off guard, suffering devastating casualties and retreating steadily. Fortunately, countless heroes emerged, fearlessly engaging in bloody battles, momentarily halting the invasion of the abyssal demons. However, the might of the holy demon emperor, Eloria, surpassed human imagination. At that time, the strongest human practitioner, the bloodbath mad god, Rashu, had only just completed his 6th awakening trial. In contrast, the holy demon emperor Eloria was a terrifying entity of the 9th awakening level. Such formidable beings are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of human history. The habitable planet number 35 plunged into profound despair. Yet within the darkness, glimmers of hope persisted. Under Rashu's leadership, the human practitioners rose to counterattack. That battle was one of chaos, with skies darkened and rivers flowing with blood. Each human warrior burned their life force to its last drop. Ultimately, at the cost of his own life, Rashu severed the holy demon emperor from existence, sealing his lifeless body within a desolate replica world devoid of vitality. Little did they know, 3,000 years later, this abyssal demon monarch, who once instilled despair in all humanity, would miraculously resurrect. The abyss endures, and so shall I. Seemingly sensing the doubts of those present, Eloria's deep voice reverberated in the air. He slowly raised his arm, and a bolt of dark purple lightning suddenly struck down. As the light dissipated, a formidable dark golden longsword appeared in his grasp. The dark golden longsword trembled slightly, and countless intricate runes emerged along its blade, each pulsating as if alive. The very space in front of its edge began to warp and distort. 3,000 years have passed, yet the will of the abyss remains unbroken. While you appear even weaker than before, Hong Feng felt the abyssal aura emanating from Eloria, a palpable pressure that crushed every inch of space. He forced himself to steady his mind and addressed Lin Haina. Quickly activate the divine space. If a battle of this magnitude erupts here, the entire Tianjing city will be reduced to ruins. I understand, Lin Haina responded, his fingers already dancing with urgency at the moment Hong Feng spoke. Light God Sephanis, heed the prayers of your faithful. Divine space, activate. With his incantation, the entire sky suddenly rippled like water. A pure white beam descended from the heavens, enveloping the battlefield. Within the light, a graceful figure slowly coalesced, clad in resplendent platinum armor, with golden hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist. She held a staff adorned with 7 shining stars. As the divine projection materialized, the space began to twist and change. The surrounding buildings shimmered like reflections in water, fading away to reveal an infinite expanse of starry sky. Starlight swirled beneath their feet, with countless radiant nebulae spiraling in the distance. This was the divine space, a unique domain capable of withstanding god-level battles. The divine projection, too, could assist its followers in combat. Within the divine space, stars rotated, and myriad points of light flickered in the void. The light goddess Sephanis hovered in midair, her sacred radiance contrasting sharply with the abyssal aura surging around Eloria. Her eyes appeared to contain countless stars, and wherever her gaze fell, even time and space seemed to halt. Remnants of the abyss, accept the judgment of the divine. Sephanis's voice was ethereal and commanding as she lightly tapped her starry staff. Countless beams of starlight converged into a resplendent barrier, enveloping Eloria. A mere divine projection dares to be insolent before me. Eloria scoffed, and the dark golden longsword erupted with overwhelming black radiance. The runes along its blade writhed frantically, and a sword aura that cleaved through the starry sky tore through the void, colliding violently with the starlight barrier. Boom! The entire divine space trembled violently, shockwaves sweeping outward, causing the distant nebulae to disintegrate. Hong Feng and Lin Haina were thrown back by the aftershock, barely managing to stabilize themselves in midair. The mere residual force of their clash left them gasping under an immense pressure. The divine projection of Savannah's wavered slightly, a hint of seriousness crossing her exquisite features. She tapped her starry staff once more, summoning more starlight to repair the damaged barrier. 3,000 years have passed, and humanity still relies on these illusory deities for protection? Eloria's deep, mocking laughter echoed through the starry space. He raised his dark golden longsword once more, gathering an intense purple energy at its edge. Demon Emperor's slash. Eloria's blade tore through the starry sky, the condensed purple energy cascading like a devastating river of stars. Wherever the blade passed, even light was devoured, leaving only a twisted void in its wake. Assist me, both of you. Though unaware of the reason behind Eloria's resurrection, Yi Fenghua recognized that his current power was far from that of the 9th awakening level. With golden dragon energy coiling around him, he bellowed. Now that the divine space has isolated the mortal realm, it is the perfect opportunity to strike and slay him once more. No sooner had he spoken than he thrust forth the golden dragon spear, charged to its utmost potential. Imperial Dragon Suppression Strike. A roar of a dragon reverberated, as boundless dragon energy transformed into the massive phantom of an imperial dragon. The dragon phantom roared, tearing through the starry sky, its eyes ablaze with blinding golden flames. Wherever its claws went, even fragments of stars were reduced to dust. Hongfeng and Lin Haina exchanged glances, unleashing their own surge of power simultaneously. Celestial Meteor Shower. Hongfeng raised his staff high, and the starry sky above suddenly fractured with numerous rifts. Burning meteors, infused with elemental fury, hurtled down, each one harboring the power to obliterate cities. 9 layers of heaven's locking magic array. Lin Haina formed intricate hand seals, and countless arcane runes materialized around him. With a sharp cry, brilliant golden light erupted from his fingertips. Chains of runic energy shot forth from the void, instantly constructing a 9-layered magic array around Eloria. Each layer of the array spun continuously, releasing formidable sealing power in an attempt to restrain Eloria's movements. Chapter 67. Confronting the Demon King. A mere trifle. 100 demons roam the night. Eloria snorted coldly, sweeping his dark golden longsword. Enormous demonic energy coalesced into numerous grotesque demon phantoms, violently clashing with the trio's attacks. Boom. The clash of ultimate techniques produced a thunderous roar, causing the entire divine space to shake violently, making the surrounding stars flicker erratically. Holy judgment of the starry skies. In that same moment, Savannah's divine projection acted as well. Her starry staff radiated an unprecedented brilliance, the 7 stars illuminating simultaneously, transforming into a galactic river spanning the starry sky. As they all launched their attacks together, the spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Yet, Eloria's overwhelming strength exceeded their expectations. Not only did he brutally shatter their combined techniques, but he also retaliated with a near-manic ferocity. The entire divine space quaked with their collisions. And in a corner of this realm, Lu Yin faced off against Athos, suspended in midair. Boy, without the aid of those 3, you should know what you were facing. Hearing the words of the abyssal demon king before him, Lu Yin replied with an utterly calm demeanor. I cannot possibly contend with the abyssal demon emperor, yet I cannot handle you either. At this, Athos let out a piercing, sinister laugh, his entire being engulfed in churning abyssal energy like a boiling ink pool. Those who are excessively arrogant often receive the most excruciating lessons. Before his laughter could fade, he suddenly thrust his hands into the void, instantly conjuring 2 magic spears that hurtled towards Lu Yin without hesitation. Facing the oncoming magic spears, Lu Yin remained motionless. Yet a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Following a mere thought, a towering figure materialized before him. A mental storm. The moment it appeared, it erupted in dazzling silver brilliance. The immense mental force transformed into tangible waves, rushing forth to meet the 2 ominous magic spears. Sizzle. There was no cataclysmic clash. The magic spears dissolved upon contact with the mental storm as swiftly as snow under sunlight, failing to create even a ripple. Atos's malicious grin froze on his face, his crimson pupils dilating in shock. Alts? This is impossible. He chuckled softly. There is nothing impossible. Observing the utterly astonished Atos, Lu Yin replied with a slight smile. What exactly are you? A mere level 20 human practitioner cannot possibly command a demon general of my abyssal kin. Moreover, he has become at least 10-fold stronger than before, hasn't he? Before Atos could finish, Lu Yin interjected. Atos stared intently at the silver-glowing Alts, the abyssal energy around him fluctuating violently. Indeed, as Lu Yin had stated, Alts not only experienced a significant surge in power, but also radiated a deathly aura that sent shivers down Atos's spine. What have you done to him? Atos hissed, a flicker of trepidation finally appearing in his dark red eyes. Lu Yin smiled faintly. If you wish to become like him, I can certainly assist you. Humph. Don't be absurd. Do not think that Alts's newfound strength can rival me, the king. After a brief moment of astonishment, Atos regained his composure. He could not believe that someone of Lu Yin's level could effortlessly control an abyssal demon general. especially one whose power had increased dramatically. After all, logically speaking, the greater the power, the higher the cost. As long as he could delay Lu Yin for a few minutes, he would inevitably be the first to falter. Is that so? In response to Atos's skepticism, Lu Yin did not argue, but merely cast a sidelong glance at the two corpses nearby, both recently deceased, Barnar and Taston. What of this? Lu Yin waved his hand, and two epic-level death souls, as if guided, swiftly merged into the bodies of Barnar and Taston. In that instant, Atos instinctively felt a threat. He hurled two magic spears once more, attempting to destroy the corpses first. Yet, his reaction was ultimately a fraction too slow. Just as the magic spears were about to touch the corpses, Barnar and Taston suddenly opened their eyes wide. Boom. The two corpses erupted with overwhelming might, the aura of death spreading like a tide. Barnar extended his magical claw and crushed a magic spear, while Taston swung his vengeful giant sword, cleaving another in two, dissipating it into motes of magic energy. Atos stared at the scene before him, disbelief etched across his face. Summoning abominations is one thing, but to resurrect corpses at will. Moreover, Atos could distinctly sense that the newly resurrected Barnar and Taston were, like Alts, far stronger than they had been in life. Witnessing Lu Yin's ability to simultaneously command three immensely powerful demon generals, Atos' heart sank in terror. In the face of Atos' shock, Lu Yin opted not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze towards the fierce battle unfolding in the distance between Eolia, Yi Fenghua, and others, already formulating a plan in his mind. Go. With a mere thought, Alts, Barnar, and Taston surged forth. Boom. The three demon generals formed a triangular formation, launching themselves at Atos, their silver mental storm, dark red death claws, and vengeful giant sword weaving an inescapable net of destruction, engulfing the abyssal demon king entirely. Atos bellowed in rage, the abyssal energy around him erupting wildly, coalescing into a dark red barrier in a desperate attempt to defend. However, the might of the three demon generals far surpassed any previous encounters, especially Barnar and Taston. Their attributes in life had already reached 16 or 17,000. Enhanced by the epic-level death souls, they now neared the threshold of 20,000. After the tenfold amplification within Lu Yin's domain, their attributes soared to an astonishing 200,000. Depth barrier. Atos roared, the dark red magic energy coalescing into a substantial shield before him. Boom, boom, boom. The three attacks struck simultaneously, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Cracks spreading like a spider's web. Atos was forced backward, his crimson pupils filled with fury and disbelief. Damnable human, what dark sorcery have you employed? Lu Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding coolly. Why ask so many questions of a man on the brink of death? Besides, your corpse will prove quite useful to me. As he spoke, Lu Yin's thoughts stirred once more, and Alts' eyes gleamed with silver light as the mental storm surged forth again. This time, the storm contained an even denser aura of death, rippling through the very fabric of space. Atos gritted his teeth to withstand it, yet he felt his very soul tremble. What terrified him further was the flawless coordination between Barnar and Taston, sealing off all his escape routes. Abyssal soul slash, catastrophic demon claw. A sword slash and a demon claw struck simultaneously against Atos. Accompanied by his agonized scream, two astounding damage figures floated into view. 4, 589, 753. 4, 756, 245. Chapter 68, Mutual Destruction? The combined damage figures nearing 10 million sent Atos into a shrieking frenzy, his eyes filled with incredulity. Ignoring defenses, reviving the dead. Enormous amplification. You. Who are you? His chest was torn open with two gaping wounds, dark red demon blood gushing forth like a fountain. Nevertheless, Lu Yin paid no heed to his inquiries as the three demon generals continued their assault. This is what you have forced me to do. Gazing at the relentless onslaught, Atos' demon blood surged wildly, and eerie dark golden magical patterns appeared all over his body. He threw back his head and let out a deafening roar, causing the entire divine space's magic energy to boil. With my blood, I summoned the true form of the Abyssal King, Awaken. Boom. Dark red magic energy erupted from Atos like a volcanic explosion. His form swelled tremendously within the magical energy, transforming into a terrifying demon statue towering 10 zhang high. His horns pierced the void, and the flames of the abyss burned within his demonic eyes, his previously grievous wounds healing rapidly under the nourishment of the magic energy. Ants. Behold the true wrath of the Demon King. With the awakening of his true form, Atos' attributes surged dramatically. The overwhelming abyssal power enveloped him, rendering his aura more terrifying than ever before. Lu Yin's brow furrowed slightly. This was a unique innate skill of abyssal demons of the Demon Lord caliber. With an inherent affinity for the essence of the abyss, they could siphon the power of the abyss from thin air to augment themselves. The stronger the demon, the greater the attributes they could enhance. Given Adisatha's current strength, his attributes had at least tripled. However, Lu Yin was not daunted. in his eyes. These numbers were not absolute. As long as the effects of the eternal sovereignty persisted, it merely meant having to endure a few more strikes. Boom. The true form of Adisath unleashed its demonic claws, unleashing a piercing wail that tore through the fabric of space. Luin raised his palm, and all the death soldiers materialized within the pitch-black magic array. The oath of the eternal guardian, sovereign of black flames. Yalvina and Kassa simultaneously invoked their respective commander skills. Their domains enveloped the Death Legion, igniting every death soldier with black flames and a protective shield. The combination of damage mitigation and rapid health regeneration elevated the strength of the Death Legion to an entirely new echelon. Naturally, ordinary death soldiers still faced inevitable annihilation at Adisath's hands. However, the 3 demon generals and the 2 commanders would at least not be instantly slain by Adisath. The multitude of ants remained but ants. Adisath sneered, and his descending claws resembled a collapsing sky. Soul withering. Eternal silence abyss. 10,000 shattering claws of the abyss. Boom. 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 The 3 demon generals unleashed their skills in unison. Magic, sword light, claw shadows, simultaneously striking Adisath's claws, resulting in a thunderous roar. The surging power rippled through the void, creating spiderweb-like cracks in space. Yet this stalemate lasted but a few seconds. As the onslaught from the 3 demon generals was forcefully dissipated, the violent shockwave sent alls and others flying, revealing astonishing damage numbers above their heads. 8, 954, 565, 7, 984, 565, 7, 735, 465. This blow had nearly reduced their health by a third. Before this king's true form, you are all mere insects. The blazing, brutal flame in Adisath's enormous eyes burned fiercely as his titanic body shattered the void with each step, causing the divine space to tremble violently. He opened his massive maw, gathering abyssal demonic energy into a dark red energy sphere. Abyssal annihilation cannon. The energy sphere howled forth, tearing apart the space it traversed, carrying an aura of annihilation straight towards the 3 demon generals. Adisath intended to capitalize on this momentum to obliterate them. However, Luin would not allow him such satisfaction. Kassa and Yalvina acted simultaneously, launching a fierce assault upon the energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, sending both of them staggering back. Although they suffered considerable damage, Luin activated the Monarch Subject link, redistributing all the damage they incurred to the other death soldiers. Meanwhile, Luin was not idle. The other death soldiers unleashed their skills. A myriad of attacks raining down upon Adisath's form. 1, 0, 35, 577, 98, 765, 115, 477, while the damage dealt was around 100,000 each. The sheer volume was overwhelming. This round of attacks inflicted at least tens of millions of damage upon Adisath. Damnable insects. Adisath's fury ignited. These attacks, which should have been incapable of breaching his defenses, now posed a lethal threat. His crimson demonic pupils suddenly constricted, locking onto Luin, who stood quietly in the rear. He finally grasped that those troublesome summoned creatures were merely puppets under control. This seemingly frail human was the true source of peril. I shall slay you first. Adisath's gaze turned fierce as he gathered surging magical power in his palm. Demon Lord Flash. The amassed magic erupted explosively, transforming into a world-destroying crimson beam. Luin narrowed his eyes, neither dodging nor evading, and even severed the Monarch Subject link. My lord, my sovereign, Yalvina and Kassa, sensing the severed connection, were taken aback and rushed forward to shield Luin. Attack. Yet, Luin merely uttered 2 syllables with a calm demeanor. Yalvina wished to say more, but Lu Yin's resolute expression compelled her to obey her sovereigness command. Under Lu Yin's directive, the Death Legion unleashed their most potent skills, hurling them at Adisath's form. Insects, do you seek to perish alongside this king? A hint of madness flickered across Adisath's face as he too disregarded the surrounding attacks, intent on eradicating Luin entirely. Boom. The crimson beam predictably engulfed Luin's figure, while Adisath was simultaneously drained of his health by various assaults. Yet, in the next instant, a familiar and malevolent laughter echoed suddenly. Hee hee. Under the protection of the abyss, this king is indestructible. Adisath's colossal body began to crack, revealing a blood-red cocoon within. The blood-red cocoon shattered, and Adisath emerged, drenched in blood, stumbling from within. Though his aura had waned considerably, the madness in his demonic eyes remained undiminished. He grinned viciously at the spot where Luin had been consumed by the red light. Foolish human, do you truly wish to perish with this king? However, mere moments later, his smile froze on his face. A gentle golden light blossomed from the void, as a crystal shattered into fragments. The instant the crystal fractured, a torrent of life force surged forth, rapidly reconstructing Luin's body at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former glory. His gaze swept over Adisath. I have resurrected, and my army of death still stands. As for your revival, it has consumed all your abyssal power. Chapter 69. Resurrection of the Sword God. Life, the Life Crystal. Adisatha's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling slightly in shock and fury. No. He howled in a fit of hysteria, dark golden magical patterns flashing wildly around him, desperately attempting to re-establish a connection with the abyss. Yet, having already exhausted his reserves, he could no longer forge a new link with the abyss. It is over. Luin raised his hand lightly, and the Death Legion surged forth like a tide. Alls, Barnar, and Tastin, his former subordinates, were the first to attack. Mental magic, greatsword slashes, and swift claw strikes rained down, filling Adisatha's eyes with despair. However, as the demon lord of the abyss, he would not go down without a fight, summoning his last vestiges of power to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of energies surged once more, yet Adisath was ultimately outnumbered. 547, 888. Seizing the opportunity, Tastin drove his greatsword through the air with a piercing shriek, precisely penetrating Adisatha's chest wound. Dark red demonic blood gushed forth like a fountain, causing his demonic form to sway violently. Adisath let out a muffled groan, staring down at the greatsword impaling his chest, the flames in his demonic pupils flickering with unyielding defiance. Charge of the Thousand Armies. Soul-rending artifact. Death-piercing. Earth-shatter. But no matter how unwilling he was, the relentless assault of the Death Legion engulfed him completely. The radiant light of various skills intertwined into a net of annihilation. Countless damage numbers leaping wildly, ultimately depleting Adisatha's remaining health entirely. 154, 8772, 187,945, 214,577. The abyss shall not spare you. Adisath let out a final roar filled with malice as his massive form plummeted to the ground. Ding. You have slain the Abyss Demon King Adisath, gaining 5,000,000 experience points. Ding. Your level has risen to 23. The number of death spaces has increased, currently at 276, 330. Ding. You have obtained loot. Adisath's Chaotic Will, Demon King's Blood, Phantom Hater Boots, Pure Abyss Crystals, X5. Ding. Acquired a Legendary Death Soul, X1. Ding. You have gained the title, Abyss Slayer. The system notifications flooded the screen as Luin glanced at his spoils. Adisath's Chaotic Will. Usage, contains fragments of the memories of the Abyss Demon King Adisath, cannot be utilized if mental power is below 10,000. Demon King's Blood, Legendary. Usage, material for crafting top-tier potions, can also be used directly, enhancing all attributes by 80 for a duration of 10 minutes. After the effect wears off, the user enters a weakened state, reducing all attributes by 60 for 12 hours. Phantom Hater Boots, Armor. Equipment quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, LV 200. Defense, 200,000. Strength, 50,000. Agility, 80,000. Spirit, 20,000. Effect, Speed Boost. Increases movement speed by 30. Phantom Trace. Teleports a short distance in a specified direction, leaving behind a phantom for 2 seconds to attract attacks. Set attributes. Pure Abyss Crystal, Epic. Usage, material for advanced forging. Can infuse abyssal power into crafted equipment. Abyss Slayer, Title. Equipment quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, LV 100. Strength, 10,000. Stamina, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Effect, Demon Slayer. Increases damage dealt to abyss creatures below level 300 by 10, and reduces damage taken from abyss creatures by 10. Death Gaze. Aimed gaze that can instantly kill abyss monsters below level 100. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The loot dropped by Adisath was remarkably potent, particularly the Phantom Hater Boots and the title of Abyss Slayer. The former is a legendary set, and when the complete set is gathered, it can activate unforeseen attributes. Sets are inherently valuable, let alone a legendary set, which can elevate a practitioner's combat power significantly. The title of Abyss Slayer is specifically designed to counter abyss creatures, providing Luin with considerable advantages in future encounters with such beings. Subsequently, Luin's gaze shifted towards Adisath's corpse, and he instinctively swallowed hard. According to Yalberna's accounts, the higher the level of the corpse used to create a mythical death soul, the shorter the time required to restore its peak form, and the greater the power it would possess. The corpse of the Abyss Demon King is undoubtedly the best choice available. The only lingering question is whether the undying sword god would be willing to resurrect in the form of a demon. Luin stepped forward, approaching Adisath's lifeless body. He summoned the undying soul fire and spoke slowly. Esteemed predecessor, do you wish to borrow this demonic vessel to re-enter the world? The undying soul fire he held flickered gently, and a dignified yet ancient thought resonated within Luin's mind. If I can wield my sword once more, even if I must become a demon, I shall have no regrets. Listening to the resolute voice emanating from the undying soul fire, Luin felt a deep sense of admiration. Without further hesitation, he placed the undying soul fire into Adisatha's corpse. The golden flames, as if endowed with life, spread rapidly upon contact with Adisatha's body, flowing like molten gold, infiltrating every inch of the dark red flesh and shattered bones beneath. In the next moment, Adisatha's body began to tremble violently. Brilliant golden light erupted from the fissures in his form, as if a sun were gestating within him. The air filled with the unsettling sounds of bone reshaping and flesh writhing. The grotesque, demonic body was forcibly transformed and reshaped amidst a tapestry of sacred and destructive light. His originally massive physique gradually contracted, becoming leaner and more agile, brimming with explosive power. A new layer of gray-white skin enveloped him, radiating a metallic sheen. The curved demonic horns on his forehead morphed into sharp, dark golden stubs, resembling a natural crown that added an air of majesty. A vast, ancient, and unparalleled sword intent surged forth, akin to an invisible storm sweeping the surroundings, instantly purging the tainted abyssal aura lingering in the air. The newly reshaped body slowly rose to its feet, bowing its head as its gray-white hand gently closed into a fist. A sound akin to countless divine swords clashing echoed in the silent battlefield. After 10,000 years, I never imagined I would return to this world in such a manner. The undying sword god intoned, his voice bearing the weight of stone and metal. He examined this powerful yet entirely different new form. A flicker of indescribable complexity passed through his dark golden eyes. Meanwhile, Luin held his breath, eagerly opening the attribute panel of the undying sword god. As a series of terrifying stats and skill descriptions filled his view, Luin felt his heart constrict sharply, his breath momentarily halted. Chapter 70. The Terrifying Sword God. Undying Sword God Lin Xiao, Third Awakening. Level, 315. Strength, 2, 355, 680. Constitution, 2, 385, 680. Agility, 2, 505, 500. Spirit, 2, 155, 000. Equipment, God-slaying sword, exclusive. Talent, Undying Sword Heart. All attacks are guaranteed to be critical hits, with excess critical hit rate converted into an equivalent percentage of critical damage. Skills, Sword Chi Slash. Shadow Step, Sword Cultivation, Sword Domain Rift, 100 Swords Untraceable. Awakening Skills, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, First Awakening. Divine Sword Technique, 1,000 Miles Slash, Second Awakening. Divine will transforms into Celestial Sword, Third Awakening. Special Skill, Sword Demon Form. This was Lu Yin's first direct encounter with the attribute panel of an Awaken-level powerhouse. Although he had anticipated its formidable nature, the extent surpassed his expectations, especially after the fusion of the Undying Sword God with Adisatha's demonic body. It seemed a certain transformation had occurred. He had even acquired a special skill, Sword Demon Form, which enhanced Lin Xiao's power in a new manner. Senior Lin Xiao, how do you feel? Lin Xiao slowly raised his head, the sword intent swirling in his dark golden eyes. This body is more compatible than I imagined. He felt the surging power within, his gray-white hand gently forming a fist, and thousands of sword shadows subtly splitting the space around him. Simultaneously, the divine realm trembled violently. Eloria was engulfed in surging demonic energy, clashing fiercely with Yi Fenghua's radiant spear aura. Boom. The energy shockwave shattered the surrounding void, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. Yi Fenghua let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, while the golden dragon beneath him emitted a mournful cry. The 9 transformation flame dragon. Behind, Hongfeng waved his staff in support, as the massive flame dragon menacingly charged toward Ioria. The demon seal pearl. Ioria coldly smirked, raising his hand. A pitch-black magic seal instantly coalesced at the tip of his blade, crashing into the flame dragon with a thunderous collision. Boom. A tremendous roar reverberated, easily nullifying Hongfeng's forbidden spell. That damn demon. Watching his assault render ineffective, Hongfeng's expression darkened. Though Ioria's power had waned considerably, the Abyssal Demon King remained a force they could not contend with, especially Lin Haina, as the summoner of the divine realm. He was now drenched in sweat. Each fracture of the space required a significant expenditure of his magic to mend. The divine projection he had summoned was already blurring on the verge of vanishing. Hold on, reinforcements are on their way. Yi Fenghua, riding the golden dragon from a distance, addressed the two. Huh, hold them off. You think you can do that with your frail selves, in this fragile space? Ioria sneered, his figure shifting as he appeared before Hongfeng in a flash. Hongfeng's pupils constricted. As a magic user, being approached was the most perilous situation. Even for a forbidden spellcaster like Hongfeng, there was no exception. Sighing barrier. Hongfeng reacted swiftly, almost instinctively unleashing his defensive technique. Too late. Ioria, with the Demon King's blade raised high, wore a mocking grin on his face. Old Hong, President Hong, Yi Fenghua, and Lin Haina's cries rang out in unison. But given their distance, they were unable to provide assistance in time. As he felt the swiftly descending blade, a look of despair crept onto Hongfeng's aged face. The Abyssal Demon King's strike would certainly obliterate him with his fragile mage form. Yet, just as the Demon King's blade was about to descend with lethal force, a gray-white figure abruptly appeared before Hongfeng. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated through the space, freezing Ioria's menacing grin. His strike, potent enough to split space, was effortlessly blocked by a golden longsword. Ioria looked up to see a human figure, entirely gray-white with horns atop his head. Another nuisance has arrived. The gray-white figure stood motionless, the dark golden sword aura swirling around the god-slaying sword, firmly pinning the Demon King's blade in place. Lin Xia's dark golden pupils calmly regarded Ioria, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. A nuisance? Are you referring to me? The moment the words fell, the sword energy from the god-slaying sword surged violently, forcing Ioria back a step. 100 swords without trace. With a low incantation, Lin Xia's figure suddenly blurred. He did not move, yet 100 gray-white sword phantoms instantly diverged around him, each glimmering with dark golden light, tracing profound trajectories through the air like living fish. These sword phantoms were silent, seemingly merging with the space, rendering even the sound of their passage completely absent. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Ioria entirely. Playing tricks. Ioria sneered as he swung the Demon King's blade, dark magic coalescing into a barrier. However, as those sword phantoms made contact with the magical aura, they did not engage in a direct clash, but rather, like phantoms, they passed through. Sizzle. 1, 258, 251. 1, 165, 487. 1, 564, 442. A continuous stream of crimson damage numbers materialized, obliterating over 100 million of Ioria's life in a single strike. The sheer output was terrifying. Ioria let out a pained howl as hundreds of sword marks erupted across his Demon King's form. In disbelief, he stared at Lin Xia, astonishment dawning in his eyes for the first time. You, who on earth are you? Lin Xia's figure solidified once more. The god-slaying sword pointed diagonally at the void. The dark golden sword aura flickered unpredictably, rending the space with fine black fissures. Luin squinted from a distance. With his current command over the life trace at the level of 2 sovereign domains, he could not amplify deathly beings exceeding level 100. Moreover, due to level constraints, the life trace of 6 eternal sovereignty could not affect the Abyssal Demon King Ioria either. Yet, even so, Lin Xia was still able to inflict such astonishing damage. The worth of the indomitable sword god was evident. Hongfeng's pupils widened, his chest heaving violently. In that moment, he had nearly sensed the breath of death. Now, gazing at the gray-white figure before him, he slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air, his eyes filled with awe. Yi Fenghua steadied himself upon the golden dragon, instinctively tightening his grip on the dragon's spear. Having spent a lifetime in battle, he had encountered countless strong individuals, yet he had never witnessed such a piercing sword intent. At the very least, in his perception, there was absolutely no one of this caliber on the entire habitable planet 35. Only Lin Haina's expression shifted suddenly. As he looked at Lin Xia's silhouette, a legendary figure resurfacing in his memory. His voice trembled, almost escaping his lips. The indomitable sword god, Lin Xia. A hero of ancient China from a millennium ago, who once single-handedly fought against a myriad of abyssal demons in the starry skies to protect the human mothership. The moment those words left his mouth, both Yi Fenghua and Hongfeng trembled. As they turned their gaze toward Lin Xia, they involuntarily shifted their focus to Lu Yin in the distance. Chapter 71, Ioria's Conspiracy. Was this also summoned by that boy? An indescribable shock reverberated through the worldview of the three. After all, apart from the three of them, there was only Lu Yin, and they were all intimately familiar with each other's abilities. Only Lu Yin possessed the power to summon deathly beings. Observing Lu Yin's calm demeanor, a singular question arose in their minds. Is it truly reasonable for a level 20-something practitioner to possess such power? Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Ioria unleashed a deafening roar, his magical aura churning violently. The sword marks on his body healed at a visible rate, and the Demon King's form exuded an even more terrifying presence. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Lin Xia, his tone laced with madness. It has been far too long since a being has excited this king. No sooner had he spoken than the Demon King's blade in Ioria's hand erupted with a cataclysmic black light. The demonic runes on the blade writhed as if alive, causing the entire divine realm to distort violently. Magic descends, all shall perish. Ioria raised the Demon King's blade high. Where the blade pointed, space crumbled inch by inch. Countless demonic shadows emerged from the void, emitting piercing shrieks, transforming the entire space into a hellish realm. He was about to go all out. Yi Fenghua's expression shifted slightly as the golden dragon let out a low, uneasy growl. Hongfeng hurriedly waved his staff, channeling magic to Lin Haina to prevent the divine realm from collapsing entirely. Facing the myriad of demonic shadows, Lin Xia's gray-white visage revealed no signs of turmoil. He slowly raised the god-slaying sword in his hand, the blade's tip aimed at the collapsing void. All swords returned to the source. In the next moment, A deep voice echoed as if from an ancient time, imbued with a hint of desolation and a trace of pride. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor dazzling brilliance. Only a soft murmur, like the first whisper of sound piercing through chaos. Centered around Lin Xiao, swords of various forms silently materialized from thin air. Initially, there were only a few, but in an instant, they multiplied into hundreds, then thousands, ultimately blossoming into tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The dense shadows of swords filled every corner of the vision. They were not mere illusions, but solid manifestations. In the next moment, a million sword shadows cascaded like a rolling river of stars, colliding thunderously with the myriad of demonic figures. The cacophony of booming sounds reverberated throughout the divine realm, saturated by the clash of countless sword lights and demonic shadows. The space, fragile as glass, was riddled with cracks, struggling to mend under Lin Haina's utmost efforts. Lin Xiao stood at the heart of the torrent of sword shadows, his gray-white hair dancing wildly in the energy storm. His dark golden eyes coldly regarded the demon emperor ahead, the sword of God-slaying in his hand, emitting a pleasant chime. A mere shadow of swords dares to obstruct me? Break for me. The river of the underworld ferries countless demons. Eloria roared, and the demon emperor's blade plunged violently into the void. The ink-black blade light transforming into a vast black river spanning the heavens. Within the river, countless resentful spirits surged and wailed, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Boom. A more intense collision erupted, energy currents tearing apart the surroundings. Yi Fenghua was compelled to summon the Golden Dragon, joining forces with the torrential Lin Haina. Together, the three upheld a sturdy barrier, barely withstanding the devastating aftermath of the impact. Their faces were etched with disbelief. This level of battle had far surpassed their imaginations. Just as billions of demonic spirits were about to breach the river of sword shadows, the sword of God-slaying in Lin Zhao's hand suddenly emitted a protracted sword cry. The dark golden sword aura ceased to expand, instead rapidly retracting, entirely merging into the sword's body. His gray-white hair moved without wind, and the twin horns upon his forehead glimmered with an ethereal light, his aura abruptly transforming into something elusive and profound. Divine intent transforms into the celestial sword. A low voice seemed to emanate from the heavens, as Lin Xiao slowly raised the sword of God-slaying. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, nor any sword aura rending the void. Yet, within the entire divine realm, all sword shadows, whether clashing with the demonic spirits or just coalescing, trembled in unison, resonating with a sound of submission. In the next moment, Lin Zhao's figure became indistinct, as if he and the sword had fused into one. A golden sword light spanning the heavens appeared from nowhere. It was not an entity of energy, but rather a manifestation of a rule. Where it passed, the boiling demonic energy dissolved like snow under the sun. The wailing billions of demonic spirits were instantly frozen, then silently obliterated. Eloria's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face for the first time. The power of rules. This cannot be. Before he could utter the word impossible, the gray sword light had silently pierced through the vast black river of the underworld, penetrating Eloria's colossal demonic form. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. 49654658. A gargantuan, suffocating crimson number floated above Eloria's head. His massive demonic body trembled violently, a gaping, transparent hole glaringly visible in his chest. Demonic blood cascaded like a waterfall, staining the shattered void a deep purple. Cough, cough. Eloria knelt on one knee, the demon emperor's blade barely propping him up as it embedded itself into the fissure of the void. He stared intently at the distant gray-white figure, his crimson pupils filled with fury and confusion. Lin Xiao slowly sheathed his sword, his calm face betraying no emotion. In the distance, Lu Yin observed this scene, sensing a significant drop in Lin Zhao's aura following that strike. It seemed that even a triad of awakened beings incurs immense consumption when executing such rule-touching skills. However, dealing with a not fully powered demon emperor seemed more than adequate. It appeared that the crisis had been averted. Watching Eloria, who was now at an absolute disadvantage, Yi Fenghua and the others exhaled slightly in relief. Eloria struggled to lift his head, a glimmer of malevolence flashing in his demonic eyes. He chuckled. I never expected to fall to a human once again. His voice grew hoarse and fragmented. With each word, dark purple demonic blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Yet, suddenly, Eloria broke into a sinister grin. Did you think this would suffice to slay a demon emperor? As his words faded, he abruptly yanked the demon emperor's blade from the void's fissure, the demonic runes on the blade flickering manically. With my blood, I offer up the demonic soul. Eloria's body began to swell rapidly, terrifying demonic energy surging forth like a flood unleashed. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Yi Fenghua's expression changed dramatically. The self-detonation of a being of demon emperor caliber could instantly annihilate the divine realm and even affect the world beyond. A futile struggle. Divine sword technique. 1,000-mile slash. Lin Zhao's voice remained calm, imbued with an undeniable authority. In the next moment, he swung the sword of God-slaying. The sword light sliced through the boiling demonic energy like a ray of heavenly light, precisely targeting Eloria's core. Eloria's swelling demonic form abruptly halted. The self-detonation process forcibly interrupted by an invisible sword intent. However, at the instant Lin Shao unleashed his strike, a glimmer of conspiratorial triumph flickered in Eloria's shattered demonic eyes. An intangible soul intent disregarded the spatial distance, shooting directly towards Lu Yin's brow at the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 72. A Desperate Gamble. Human, I see you. Your summoned entity has slain Odysseus and resurrected that fellow using his corpse. I must admit, the power you wield is truly terrifying. The chilling soul intent slithered into Lu Yin's mind like a venomous serpent. Lu Yin felt as though his consciousness had been pierced by ice shards. His vision plunging into an abyss of darkness. In the depths of that darkness, a pair of crimson demonic eyes slowly opened, brimming with unabashed mockery and greed, locking onto his very soul. Such a feeble vessel, yet it carries authority that even the abyss trembles before. Become this emperor's new vessel. Eloria's frenzied intent surged like a tide, attempting to invade Lu Yin's sea of consciousness. Not good. Eloria seeks to possess Lu Yin. Yi Fenghua cried out in alarm. Sensing the eerie and powerful soul fluctuation, both Hongfeng and Lin Haina's expressions shifted dramatically, given Lu Yin's displayed talents. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the future of humanity. If he were to meet with misfortune at this moment, the loss to humankind would be incalculable. Yet, despite their urgent anxiety, they were powerless to intervene. The clash at the level of the soul was beyond the reach of outsiders. Moreover, considering Lu Yin's current mental state, his soul's strength was exceedingly fragile, and Eloria had undoubtedly taken note of this. What to do? Are we to simply stand by and watch as Eloria seizes Lu Yin? Lin Haina's voice tightened, his fists clenched until the veins stood out. He would rather it be himself who was possessed than witness this brilliant gem of Lu Yin fall here. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's eyes were vacant, his consciousness being engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Yet, just as his awareness was on the verge of complete dissolution, two chilling blades of light suddenly flared to life behind him. Hiss hiss. 125,796. 116,586. The blades glimmer instantaneously severed Lu Yin's neck. You, accompanied by Iolia's incredulous exclamations. Two damage figures obliterated Lu Yin's health bar. Iolia could scarcely fathom that Lu Yin would exhibit such resolute determination, commanding two spectral assassins to behead him amidst his dwindling consciousness. No, the demise of Lu Yin shattered Iolia's insidious plot. Furthermore, his usurpation of Lu Yin's body meant that his own consciousness was on the brink of perishing alongside Lu Yin. Master, witnessing Lu Yin's severed head rising, Yalbena's eyes glinted with ferocity. Once a devoted handmaiden to the Lord of Death, she held him in the highest reverence. Now, gazing upon her master's death, she teetered on the brink of madness. Wait, the Lord cannot simply perish like this. Another Legion commander, Kusara, restrained Yalbena, shaking his head calmly. Lu Yin, nearby. Yi Fenghua's eyes were ablaze with fury, nearly propelling him forward. Hongfeng clutched him tightly. The usually sagacious elder appeared ashen, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Lin Hainao abruptly shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Just a moment ago, they believed they could escape, yet now they confronted such a dire conclusion. Although this outcome eliminated a deep abyssal demon king, compared to Lu Yin's value, their losses were far greater. The divine realm, once rife with chaos, now succumbed to an oppressive silence. Just as their hearts bled with despair, a resplendent green light erupted from Lu Yin's body. It was the life crystal. The potent essence of life rekindled hope in the hearts of the despairing few. The emerald radiance surged forth like a tide, reuniting Lu Yin's severed head and body under the embrace of life energy. The wounds healed at a visible rate, arcane runes surfacing beneath the skin, as if countless delicate green tendrils coursed through his veins. In the blink of an eye, the dimness in Lu Yin's pupils was replaced by a chilling glimmer. He moved his neck, as though the beheading had merely been an illusion. Get out. In the instant of his resurrection, Lu Yin spoke with a chilling tone. He had once executed a mission to lure a demon general, and Xiao Wanghua had bestowed upon him 3 life crystals. Previously, Lu Yin had believed that, given his profession's intensity, he would never require such a life-preserving measure. Little did he know that today, it would become his trump card. As Lu Yin's consciousness revived, Iolia's soul essence coalesced once more. You, aren't you afraid of death? Iolia's voice reverberated violently within Lu Yin's mind, laced with incredulity and rage. He could not fathom that this seemingly feeble human would dare to disrupt the situation in such an extreme manner. 3. Yet, Lu Yin paid no heed to Iolia's astonishment, merely uttering a single character. Iolia's spirit contracted sharply. He sensed the undeniable resolve in Lu Yin's tone. 2. Lu Yin's countdown resonated like the whispers of death, ensnaring the thoughts of everyone present. 1. As the final digit fell, Iolia's soul erupted in a horrifying scream. Wait. However, Lu Yin offered Iolia no chance for explanation. Swoosh, swoosh. The two spectral assassins struck again, piercing their own hearts with precision. No, you madman. Iolia's anguished wail echoed. I can grant you eternal life. Endless power. Everything you humans desire from the demoness of the abyss. With Lu Yin's subsequent death, Iolia's voice was abruptly silenced. He had once enticed countless humans in this very manner, yet had never witnessed such ruthless determination, willing to relinquish his own life without hesitation. But Lu Yin was also gambling. He wagered that Iolia would not easily relinquish his own life. As an eternal abyssal demon, the longer one lived, the more they would fear death. What Lu Yin aimed to achieve was to instill not only fear of death in Iolia, but to make Iolia fear him as well. Iolia never anticipated that his scheme would ensnare him instead. The green light blossomed once more, as Lu Yin's body rapidly reformed under the life energy's embrace. The wound at his heart healed at a conspicuous pace, newly formed muscle fibers intertwining like writhing worms. Madman, you are utterly insane. Iolia's soul shrieked within Lu Yin's mind, this time infused with palpable fear. For the first time in millennia, the abyssal demon king felt an icy dread in the presence of a mere human. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the cold blades of the spectral assassins. Get out, this is your final chance. My life crystals have been exhausted. Lu Yin's tone was eerily calm, as if stating an indifferent fact, yet Iolia discerned the chilling resolve within. This human truly dared to perish alongside him. Wait, we can negotiate. Iolia's soul surged with intense fluctuations. I can offer you a contract, one that poses no threat to your life. Hearing Iolia's noticeably submissive tone, Lu Yin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Chapter 73, The Demon Contract. 3. Yet, the countdown resumed, echoing like the death knell. Human, do not think that this emperor truly fears death. Iolia's voice had turned hoarse with despair, yet he still feigned calmness. 2. Lu Yin understood that in this moment, he must not reveal any weakness. The blades of the spectral assassins pressed against his temple, their frigid touch sending tremors through Iolia's soul. 1. Just as the final digit escaped his lips, Iolia emitted a near-frantic scream. Madman, wait. I can grant you my throne of the abyss. The throne? Lu Yin's countdown halted, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. The spectral assassin's blades remained poised against his temple, the chilling breath of death lingering in the air. Why should I trust you? Lu Yin's voice was icily detached. Iolia's soul trembled violently, as if weighing his options. Moments later, a dark red contract rune gradually manifested in Lu Yin's mind. By the will of the abyss, I swear, as long as you agree to coexist with me, I can bestow the throne upon you. Iolia's tone bore an unprecedented gravity. But you must promise not to obliterate my soul once the inheritance is complete. Lu Yin scrutinized the slowly rotating contract rune, inscribed with profound demonic script. Iolia's oath. Contract subject, Lu Yin. Content. Iolia shall no longer usurp Lu Yin's soul, and shall grant Lu Yin the right to inherit the throne of the Holy Demon Clan. Correspondingly, Lu Yin shall share 70 experience points with Iolia until level 100. 70 experience points? The right to inherit the throne? This contract is rife with textual traps. It appears that your earnestness in preserving your life is rather lacking. Lu Yin, upon perusing the contents of the contract, could not help but furrow his brow. Simultaneously, the daggers wielded by the two spectral assassins inched closer to embedding themselves into Lu Yin's flesh. Sensing that Lu Yin was on the verge of self-destruction once more, Iolia hastily interjected, Wait. Allow me to present my defense first. No, please, permit me to elucidate. Iolia, in his agitation, stumbled over his words. You must understand that should I find any aspect unsatisfactory, you are well aware of the consequences. Lu Yin commanded the spectral assassins to cease their actions, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would prefer to be shattered like jade than to yield like mere pottery. This contract is unequivocally fair. The throne of our holy demon lineage has always been claimed by the capable. I have been sealed away for 3 millennia, and a new emperor has long since emerged within my clan. Even if I were to return to the abyss, I would still need to engage in the struggle for the throne. The sole distinction is that my name carries a lingering influence, granting you immediate access to 10 foundational followers. As for the sharing of experience, this is a stipulation of the contract. Any matter must be sworn under corresponding conditions. Ioria's voice brimmed with urgency, fearing that Lu Yin might unwittingly bring about his own demise. Yet, Lu Yin merely smiled coldly. So, what you refer to as the inheritance of the throne is, in essence, a call for me to contend for it through my own strength. Why then should I require your legacy? And regarding the 70 experience sharing, Ioria, do you truly believe me to be so easily swayed? Ioria's spirit momentarily faltered. This contract indeed concealed a trap, and the so-called right to the throne was not but an empty promise. The 70 experience sharing would significantly impede Lu Yin's growth rate, affording him ample time to regain his strength. Then, what do you deem appropriate? Ioria's voice noticeably weakened. Lu Yin surveyed the runes of the contract, speaking slowly. First, the foundational followers must be elevated to 30. You must swear by the abyssal will to ensure these followers exist authentically and are wholly loyal to me. Second, the experience sharing ratio cannot exceed 10, and it shall only persist until I reach level 50. That is impossible. Ioria nearly leaped in protest. 30 followers? Do you presume the current Holy Demon Emperor is idle? Most of my diehard supporters have been purged, and only a scant few remain, struggling to survive in the Holy Demon Abyss. 10 is already the utmost limit I can ascertain. Unmoved by Ioria's words, Lu'in merely replied coolly. Then there is nothing further to discuss. Spectral assassins, proceed. Wait. In the next instant, Ioria's voice trembled with despair. There are only this many followers, I assure you. I am not deceiving you. Experience sharing to elevate me to 30, sustained until level 100. In exchange, I can disclose the whereabouts of an abyssal artifact. This is my final offer. Lu'in fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing this proposition. Abyssal artifacts, akin to the artifacts of humankind, are supreme existences, each possessing formidable power. Acquiring one would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Moreover, Lu'in sensed that Ioria was on the brink of collapse. This truly was his last bargaining chip. Your fixation on level 100. Does that imply you wish to resurrect with my power? Listening to Lu'in's inquiry, Ioria's teeth ground together in frustration. What else? Do you expect me to toil for you without recompense? Lu'in pondered briefly. Allowing Ioria to resurrect indeed carried substantial risk. However, by the time he reached level 100, he would have transformed to a degree beyond comprehension. A formidable abyssal demon emperor would hardly pose a threat to him. Very well, I accept. Lu'in nodded. With the life crystal expended, it was clear that he could not resort to self-termination again. He also feared that Ioria might genuinely collapse and choose mutual destruction. Amend the contract. With Lu'in's agreement, the runes of the contract within his consciousness began to twist and reshape. The dark red characters rearranged themselves, ultimately solidifying into a new form. Ioria's oath, revised. Contract subject, Lu'in. Clause 1. Ioria acknowledges Lu'in as the legitimate heir of the holy demon lineage, ensuring his acquisition of 10 foundational followers. Clause 2. Lu'in shall share 20% of experience for each level with Ioria. This clause shall remain in effect until level 100. Additional clause. Ioria must disclose the precise location of an abyssal artifact immediately upon the establishment of the contract. Do you wish to sign the contract? Lu'in gazed intently at the swirling dark red runes within his consciousness, each character emanating the unique aura of the abyss. He could even feel the unwillingness and anxiety deep within Ioria's soul, akin to a cornered beast driven to the brink. He understood that this time, victory was his. Yet, alongside this triumph, he was acutely aware that the game with Ioria had only just begun. Chapter 74, Abyssal Artifact. Upon confirming that there were no issues, Lu'in selected Confirm. In the next moment, the dark red contract runes erupted with blinding brilliance. The abyssal text intertwined as if alive, ultimately coalescing into two blood-red chains. One plunged into the depths of Lu'in's consciousness, while the other coiled around the remnants of Ioria's soul essence. Contract established. Beep. Abyssal mission activated. Compete for the Holy Demon Throne. Current support rate, 10. Note, when the support rate reaches 50, the challenge of the Sovereign can be activated. The victor will directly gain 100 support rate. At the instant the system notification appeared, Lu'in's vision seemed to pierce through endless voids, glimpsing a bizarre and terrifying scene. A shattered crimson sky loomed above, with rivers of magma flowing beneath. Twisted, grotesque plants writhed upon the cracked earth. Countless abyssal creatures, in a cacophony of forms, battled and devoured one another. Lu'in could sense the pervasive pure malice and chaos permeating this land. This was the Demon Abyss. A world of survival of the fittest taken to the extreme. At the heart of this bloody tableau stood a grand city, constructed from bones and obsidian, rising majestically. Upon the throne within the palace of this city, a colossal figure shrouded in shadow suddenly opened its eyes. Those eyes resembled two burning dark stars, piercing through layers of space to lock onto Lu'in with uncanny precision. A vast, frigid will, imbued with absolute malice, surged forth like a mountain torrent. This was the pressure of a demon emperor at the zenith of their power, akin to an invisible tempest intent on utterly shattering Lu'in's soul. Humph. Lu'in let out a suppressed grunt, his complexion paling instantaneously, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a more fervent battle spirit ignited within him. Such an opponent presented a true challenge. Lu'in's will remained steadfast as a rock, steadfastly withstanding the onslaught of this terrifying pressure. Concurrently, fragments of information surfaced in his mind. Evil Bone Emperor, Digu Luo Fu. In the next moment, the pressure exerted by Digu Luo Fu receded like a tide. The images in Lu'in's mind shattered and vanished. Warning, you have been marked by the Evil Bone Emperor, Digu Luo Fu. Current support rate, 10-8. Observing the system's prompt once more, Lu'in frowned slightly. Cackle, how do you feel? The voice of Ioria reverberated within Lu Yin's consciousness, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Yin chose to disregard Ioria's mockery and instead meticulously observe the changes on the panel. The dark crimson contract rune had stabilized, emanating a faint aura of the abyss. Beside the rune, a delicate skull mark had appeared, suffused with a disquieting malice. This was the mark of the evil Bone Emperor. Why had the support rate just dropped by 2? Lu Yin pondered. Isn't it obvious? Ioria scoffed. Emperor Golov has already sensed your presence. That earlier pressure was not merely to intimidate you. It was a declaration of his authority to the entire Holy Demon clan. Those who might have hesitated before will now instinctively know which side to align with upon feeling the power of the evil Bone Emperor. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lu Yin's eyes. It seemed that the competition for the Holy Demon throne was far more brutal than he had anticipated. It was not merely a contest of strength, but also a struggle for influence and prestige. Now, regarding the whereabouts of the abyssal artifact you promised to reveal, it is time to disclose it, is it not? Lu Yin briefly deliberated before redirecting his focus to the contents of the contract. At this moment, his foremost desire was to rapidly elevate his strength. Ioria fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. The battlefield of gods and demons. Legend has it that true deities have perished there, and the remains of abyssal demons lie entombed. Scattered across that accursed battlefield are the relics of countless powerful beings. Among them is an abyssal artifact known as the Eye of Calamity. It is said that the Eye of Calamity is one of the rarest treasures among abyssal demons, possessing the power to command the myriad fiends of the abyss. With it, you could attain the recognition of the entire abyss and bring all abyssal demons under your dominion. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Abyssal demon gods were a tier above the abyssal demon emperors, possessing the might to challenge deities. However, such entities had never appeared before humanity, existing only as nebulous legends even within the abyss. What of its exact location? Ioria paused before continuing. The battlefield of gods and demons is vast and boundless, with time and space in disarray, fraught with peril. The precise location of the Eye of Calamity remains unknown. If it were known, it would have been claimed long ago. Noticing Lu Yin's gaze growing increasingly frigid, Ioria hastily added, however, while I do not know its exact whereabouts, I possess the key to finding the artifact. The key? Lu Yin felt a stir of interest, but maintained a neutral tone. Indeed. During my struggle for dominion over the abyss alongside other sovereigns, I happened upon a fragment of an ancient stele. This fragment bears inscriptions of demonic runes related to the Eye of Calamity, and if one stands at a specific location, it resonates with the Eye of Calamity. With it, you would have the opportunity to discern the general vicinity of the artifact amidst the vast battlefield. A faint soul message entered Lu Yin's perception, revealing an image of an irregular black shard, its surface marred by cracks yet exuding a desolate and ancient aura. The runes inscribed upon it twisted and writhed, inducing a sense of soul-dizzying disorientation upon prolonged gaze. Where is this shard now? Lu Yin inquired. Before my ceiling. I concealed it beneath the ancient altar of the Holy Demon Abyss. That is one of my secret strongholds, and I can share its location with you. However, it is undoubtedly under the strict surveillance of Emperor Golov's minions now. With your current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Lu Yin fell silent for a moment as he swiftly weighed the options in his mind. Although a contract existed, Ioria's words were half-truths. There were both enticements and warnings. The lead on the Eye of Calamity might indeed be genuine, but the challenges involved were immense and fraught with unknown risks. Indeed, if every artifact could be effortlessly obtained, they would not hold the value they currently possess. It appeared that this abyssal artifact was not something to be sought after in the short term. With a measured tone that betrayed no emotion, Lu Yin stated, thus, until I attain sufficient strength to explore the battlefield of gods and demons and seek this Eye of Calamity, the so-called additional terms you mentioned will lose much of their worth. Ioria's soul flame flickered, revealing a hint of trepidation. At the very least, I have given you a clear direction and hope, have I not? That is the artifact of the abyssal demon god, though they had entered into a contract. Should Lu Yin meet his demise, Ioria would also dissipate. Their souls were intertwined. Until Lu Yin accomplished his resurrection, they were akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Ioria feared the consequences of a disagreement, lest he find himself extinguished in vain. Seemingly sensing Ioria's soul fluctuations, Lu Yin could not help but scoff. You, the sovereign of the abyss, truly are a coward. Chapter 75. The enemy may advance, so shall I. What did you say? Ioria's voice pierced through Lu Yin's consciousness, sharp and laced with ire at being struck at a sensitive point. Far better than being a hypocritical lapdog of the gods. Lu Yin refrained from further argument with Ioria. With a flick of his thought, he withdrew the two specter assassins back into the realm of death. He raised his gaze towards Yifenghua and the others, who were still in shock not far away. At this moment, an aura reminiscent of the abyss began to emanate from him, albeit faint, yet enough to induce heart palpitations in formidable figures like Yifeng and the others. "A little guy, are you alright?" Hong Feng ventured cautiously, his face still bearing traces of astonishment. Louis nodded, offering no further explanation. The issue with Ioria had been temporarily resolved. Lin Haina let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. You truly scared us just now. And you, young lad, were far too reckless. The scene of Lu Yin's unhesitating self-sacrifice lingered in their eyes, a resoluteness that even they found difficult to achieve. After all, given the cunning of abyssal demons, any hint of hesitation would have rendered escape impossible, unlike Lu Yin's complete withdrawal. As the strongest among the trio, Yi Fenghua's brow furrowed deeply. His piercing gaze scrutinized Lu Yin as he spoke in a grave tone. What kind of agreement have you forged with Ioria? This inquiry was not born of distrust, but rather concern that Lu Yin might be deceived by the abyssal demon emperor. After all, the faint aura of the abyss surrounding Lu Yin, while subtle, carried an oppressive and noble essence. Lu Yin did not deny it, responding coolly. Making a deal with a demon always comes at a cost. He then revealed the contract between them, causing the trio to collectively gasp in shock. Competing for the holy demon throne? You little rascal. Yi Fenghua was left speechless in his astonishment. To vie for the position of abyssal demon emperor as a mere human was an unprecedented event in the annals of the professional world. Yi Fenghua, Hong Feng, and Lin Hainao exchanged glances, each reflecting profound concern. Do you understand what the position of abyssal demon emperor entails? Yi Fenghua's voice was low and serious. Once you embark on this path, you will face not only malevolence from the abyss, but may also be regarded as a heretic by the entire professional community. Hong Feng could not help but interject. Indeed, young one. Many rigid and self-righteous individuals will not concern themselves with whether your intentions are to combat the abyss. They will merely perceive the demonic aura that envelopes you. Lu Yin's gaze swept calmly over the three, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is precisely because no one has ever achieved this that it is worth attempting. Only by comprehending the abyss can one utterly vanquish it. If I can master the power of the abyss, perhaps I can unravel the weakening effects it has on our human practitioners. At that moment, foes may come. And I shall also advance. Yi Fenghua and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Foes may come, and I shall also advance. In just 7 short words, an entire generation of fallen human warriors lay buried. Yet, gazing at Lu Yin's spirited youthfulness, they found themselves captivated by his audacity and ambition. The history of humanity being invaded by the abyss and forced into passive defense is far too protracted. Countless ancestors have wept under the expanse of the cosmos, their bones interred in foreign lands, all for the sake of preserving a piece of their homeland. Yet the outcome remains that they still wander the stars, their former homes transformed into demonic lairs. If we could truly launch a counteroffensive against the abyss, simply entertaining this notion ignited an overwhelming surge of emotion within them. Difficult to contain. However, once the excitement subsided, a deeper anxiety took its place. Hong Feng parted his lips, ultimately exhaling a long sigh. The idea is noble, but this path is fraught with difficulty. The waters of the abyss run too deep. Difficulty does not imply impossibility. Lu Yin's tone remained placid, yet his resolve was indisputable. Moreover, I have no retreat. He gestured toward his panel, which bore the imprint of a contract, as well as the mark of the Evil Bone Emperor. The Evil Bone Emperor Golov has already taken notice of me. To retreat would mean being marked and pursued to death. Forward, there remains a glimmer of hope, potentially paving a new path for humanity. Yi Fenghua took a deep breath, his expression sharpening once more. He clapped Lu Yin on the shoulder, his voice grave. We older fellows have been too conservative. Rest assured, I will resolve matters on the military side. I will coordinate the social aspects to ensure your life remains unaffected. Lin Haina too spoke up. As the Minister of Education, he still holds considerable sway in contemporary society. After a moment's contemplation, Hong Feng interjected. What about this assessment? Given Lu Yin's prowess, achieving the national top rank is certainly within reach. However, with the interference from demons like Ioria, it becomes impossible to assess the results accurately. Declaring him the top scholar outright would not satisfy the public. After pondering for a moment, Lin Haina proposed. Let us have the few children who participated in the endless mode undergo a re-evaluation together. After all, their assessments were forcibly interrupted. As the words fell, the group turned their attention to Lu Yin simultaneously. I have no objections, Lu Yin nodded. This was not due to his concern for the hollow title of national top scholar, but rather for the significant subsequent resources it entailed, particularly the assessment points, which are of utmost importance in every educational institution. Very well, it is settled. However, we will need to procure a different illusion tower. And let us set the date for 2 days hence. This duration should suffice for these candidates to regain their peak condition. After finalizing their plans, the group prepared to dismantle the divine space and return to the real world. Yet Lu Yin suddenly addressed Yi Fenghua. By the way, Director Yi, isn't it possible to exchange for merit points by slaying abyssal demons? How much merit might I acquire this time? Yi Fenghua, momentarily taken aback, soon chuckled. I almost overlooked that detail. A demon general yields 50,000 merit points, while a demon king offers 500,000. As for the abyssal demon Emperor Ioria, although you did not completely vanquish him, You did thwart his resurrection. I shall take the liberty of awarding you 5 million merit points. Additionally, your military rank can be directly elevated to the level of Major General. Although, given your displayed strength, you could undoubtedly assume the role of a general. Yet, due to your brief service, you still require some honing. The figures Yi Fenghua presented caused a glimmer of excitement to flash in Lu Yin's eyes. 5 million merit points is indeed a staggering amount. It is worth noting that an ordinary practitioner often only earns a few hundred to 1,000 merit points for completing a perilous task. Moreover, the rank of Major General is a height many aspire to but seldom attain in their lifetime. While he was indifferent to the title, possessing a higher rank would grant him easier access to information regarding his parents. Furthermore, he wished to utilize these merit points to acquire something he desperately needed. Thank you, Director. However, I would like to exchange these merit points for some high-tier materials related to souls. Is there anything in the military's reserves? Chapter 76, The Fragments of the Lost Divine Soul. Upon hearing this, Yi Fenghua's eyes glimmered with understanding. He likely knew of Lu Yin's professional characteristics, linked to soul and mental power attributes. Soul-related materials are indeed scarce. After a moment's thought, Yi Fenghua produced a handheld device resembling those used by the Practitioner Association and began to search through it swiftly. There are indeed a few rare items in the military stockpile. He turned the device toward Lu Yin, displaying several items radiating an ethereal glow. This is soul crystal essence, highly effective for nurturing the soul, priced at 800,000 merit points. This ghost crystal can bestow a soul-devouring effect when forging weapons. And then there is this. Yi Fenghua's finger glided quickly across the screen. The fragments of the lost divine soul. Upon seeing this item, even Hong Feng and Lin Haina could not help but react. Lu Yin, too, was taken aback. The fragments of the lost divine soul. Does this not imply that the fragments harbor the soul of a true deity? Lu Yin's focus intensified on this item, his breathing momentarily quickening. The screen displayed an irregular shard of crystal, entirely translucent with a haunting azure hue, within which nebulas seemed to swirl, faintly suggesting the immense soul power contained within. Even from behind the screen, Lu Yin could sense an aura that transcended the mundane. This item was discovered in an ancient ruin, and it is believed to be related to a fallen deity, Yi Fenghua explained, his tone imbued with gravity. A fallen deity? Can even gods perish? Lu Yin whispered softly. Noticing Lu Yin's gaze, Yi Fenghua continued. This shard is exceedingly unique, despite years of research. We have been unable to fully decipher its mysteries. Nonetheless, it undoubtedly contains a soul power far beyond the ordinary, priced at 10 million merit points. Upon hearing the price mentioned by Yi Fenghua, Lu Yin furrowed his brow. Sensing his hesitation, Yi Fenghua sighed lightly. This shard is indeed precious. However, if you genuinely require it, I can assist you in applying for approval from higher authorities. You could pay 5 million merit points as a down payment, with the remaining 5 million to be deferred, allowing you to gradually repay it with future merit points. Lu Yin's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Is that truly feasible? Certainly, Yi Fenghua smiled. Your thwarting of Ioria's resurrection has averted a greater catastrophe. This merit deserves special consideration. In that case, thank you very much. Director, Lu Yin expressed his gratitude earnestly. Very well, it is settled. After reaching an agreement, Lin Haina deactivated the divine space. As several individuals re-emerged from the void, the previously gathered crowd had already dissipated, greeted instead by an army of over 10,000 fully armed personnel. However, upon recognizing Yi Fenghua and his companions, a familiar face hurriedly approached. Xiao Wang was saluted Yi Fenghua with a standard military gesture. Commander Yi, you, just as he began to speak. He noticed Lu Yin standing behind Yi Fenghua. Xiao Wangwo regarded Lu Yin with astonishment, glancing back at Yi Fenghua as if grasping the situation. He patted Lu Yin on the shoulder, his tone laced with approval. Well done, young man. It seems you played a significant role in this operation. Yi Fenghua nodded slightly. Elaborating for Lu Yin. We owe a great debt of gratitude to Lu Yin. Had it not been for his timely intervention, Ioria's resurrection plan would likely have succeeded. At this, Xiao Wang's astonishment deepened. Although he couldn't fathom what a level 20 practitioner could contribute in such a high-stakes battle, he trusted Yi Fenghua's words would not be without merit. All right, this is not the place for discussion. We should return and talk further. Yi Fenghua inclined his head toward Xiao Wangwa and then addressed Lu Yin. Lu Yin, I will escort you home. You will be contacted for the retest in 2 days. Understood, Lu Yin nodded. After such a monumental battle, he felt somewhat fatigued, especially after experiencing death 3 times in succession, which weighed heavily on his spirit. An immense upheaval had been navigated safely, yet the ramifications stirred an information tempest across the entirety of Huaxia. Terms such as Abyssal Demon and Abyssal Demon King dominated the headlines of all news outlets, spreading rapidly through various channels, igniting tremendous waves both within the Celestial Empire and on a global scale. Although the authorities, in a bid to stabilize public sentiment, blurred much of the information, the colossal rift in the sky and the oppressive domain that enveloped the city continued to fuel fervent discussions across social platforms and forums. Countless citizens captured images of the menacing spatial tear in the sky, its dark red energy pulsating like veins, casting an ominous hue over half the firmament. Despite the military's swift containment of the scene, the shocking visuals had already circulated through numerous means. My heavens! I was at work that day when suddenly the entire sky darkened. I heard it was the Abyssal Demon King attempting to descend, but thankfully the military intervened in time. Is that so? I heard it was the once defeated Demon King resurrecting, planning to sacrifice all of Tianjing's inhabitants as his sustenance. Is that true? I'm so exhausted. I might as well welcome destruction. Various speculations and discussions ran rampant. Some were filled with trepidation, fearing this was merely a prelude to a greater catastrophe, while others were indifferent, even wishing for the arrival of the apocalypse. Notably, the name Lu Yin was conspicuously absent from any reports. Clearly, through Lin Haina's machinations. This name had been thoroughly concealed. Lu Yin, naturally, relished the tranquility, having informed by Lu of his safety, and spent his time resting at home. The following day, Xiao Wangwa contacted Lu Yin. Judgment? Why? Startled by Xiao Wangwa's voice, Lu Yin paused. On the other end, Xiao Wangwa spoke with a blend of seriousness and resignation. The matter is somewhat complicated. Although you thwarted Ioria's resurrection and achieved a great feat, engaging with demons, as Commander Yi indicated, means that you are seen as an anomaly among humans. Consequently, there are dissenting voices within the military. Lu Yin remained silent for a moment before responding calmly. I understand. When and where is the judgment? Xiao Wangwa appeared taken aback by Lu Yin's composed reaction, softening his tone. The military personnel are on their way to fetch you. You need not worry excessively. Aside from Commander Yi, Minister Lin and Senior Hongfeng will attend to testify on your behalf. This is more procedural, considering your contributions are substantial. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Lu Yin fell into contemplation. He had anticipated that dealings with the Abyssal Demon would not be easily resolved, particularly given the involvement of an Abyssal Demon King. If Lu Yin had indeed been seduced by Ioria, it would spell unprecedented disaster for the entire Class 35 habitable planet. He was akin to a walking time bomb, potentially a savior of humanity or the catalyst for its downfall. Chapter 77, The Judgment. Lu Yin sat by the window, his gaze serenely fixed on the outside world. With Yi Fenghua, Hao Feng, and Lin Haina as his support, he felt confident that he would encounter no significant issues. Before long, several military SUVs came to a halt beneath his residence. Lu Yin did not permit the soldiers to come upstairs, wary of disturbing Lu Sun, and stepped out alone. After he left, Lu Sun, who had been dozing off with a wine gourd in hand, slowly opened his eyes. He clicked his tongue and then retrieved his old mobile phone. As he scrolled through his contacts, he muttered to himself, "What this kid has done is increasingly outrageous." His finger glided over the keypad, ultimately pausing at a number without a saved name, yet intimately familiar to him. Squinting, he took a sip of his drink and pressed the call button. The phone was quickly answered, and a steady middle-aged voice came through. "Master? Ah, Xiao Xiao. My grandson was just taken away by your military personnel." There was a brief silence on the other end before the voice turned serious. "Lu Yin is your grandson? The judgment pertains to his dealings with the Abyssal Demon King. This is a significant matter. Spare me the bureaucratic rhetoric. I haven't even addressed my grievances regarding my son and daughter-in-law with you yet." Lu Sun interrupted, taking another sip before continuing. "That kid knows how to act prudently. Moreover, if it weren't for him, Tianjing City would have become a hellscape by now. I understand, but procedurally, tell those old stubborns." Lu Sun's voice suddenly sharpened. "If anyone dares to trouble my grandson, I won't hesitate to pay the military a visit myself." The sound of a sharp intake of breath came from the other end. "Master, please don't act rashly. I will arrange it at once." After hanging up, Lu Sun gazed at the departing military vehicles with a complex expression. Meanwhile, within the military vehicle, Lu Yin was meditating with closed eyes. He sensed that, despite their serious demeanor, the soldiers beside him harbored curiosity and respect. After all, within the military precinct, tales of his exploits had spread like wildfire. Essentially, everyone recognized that Tianjing City's safety during this crisis was largely due to Lu Yin's efforts. They were baffled as to why the state would judge such a youthful hero, given that Lu Yin's contract with Ioria was classified. The soldiers were only aware of a portion of the facts. After an hour's drive, they stopped before a military teleportation array. Following several transfers, they finally arrived at a heavily fortified military base. The judgment was set to take place in a conference room deep within the base. Upon entering, Lu Yin found himself in a setting reminiscent of a courtroom, albeit one imbued with a more solemn and austere atmosphere. At the front, 5 figures clad in civilian attire were seated. Yi Fenghua, Hong Feng, and Lin Haina were seated in the witness stand on the right side. To Lu Yin's surprise, at the center of the tribunal sat a venerable old man with snow-white hair. Dressed in a neatly tailored Zhongshan suit, he exuded an air of dignified authority. Despite its simplicity, his gaze, calm yet penetrating, seemed capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of those before him. To the left of the elder sat a stern-looking middle-aged military officer, adorned with 5 stars on his epaulets. unmistakably the commander of the 4 armies of the Celestial Empire. The remaining 3 individuals were equally formidable national elders, each a paragon of excellence in their respective fields. This formidable assembly left Lu Yin somewhat flabbergasted. The atmosphere in the courtroom was heavy with tension. As Lu Yin entered, all eyes converged upon him. Yi Fenghua cast a reassuring glance his way. Hong Feng maintained his customary impassivity, while Lin Haina offered a slight nod. Lu Yin, please take a seat, the elder intoned, his voice resonant and steady. Echoing throughout the courtroom, Lu Yin sat in the designated spot, exuding an air of composure and dignity, which prompted a slight shift in the attention of the 5 judges. Lu Yin, a resident of Tianyang City, aged 18, a 3-star mythic-level profession as the Death Monarch, the elder continued, thumbing through the documents in his hand. The purpose of today's tribunal is to evaluate your actions during the incident involving the thwarting of the abyssal demon monarch, Eloria's resurrection, and the subsequent consequences thereof. According to reports from Commander Yi Fenghua of the Eastern War Zone, President Hong Feng of the Mage Association, and Minister Lin Haina of the Education Department, you played a crucial role in this event, averting a greater catastrophe, a fact that cannot be denied. The elder paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. However, the reports indicate that you reached some form of accord with the abyssal demon monarch, Eloria. This is a potentially catastrophic risk that we cannot overlook. We would like to hear your perspective on this matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin exhibited no trace of trepidation under the 5 piercing gazes above him. Indeed, I have forged a pact with the demon, and I do not deny that this poses a significant threat to our society and humanity at large. Therefore, I do not seek to evade responsibility. I merely request an opportunity. I have faith that when Eloria is resurrected, I shall once again obliterate him. Yet, this is contingent upon the trust of those present. After all, the battle against the abyss has never been a solitary endeavor. A brief silence enveloped the courtroom, with only Lu Yin's clear voice resonating in the air. Many listeners displayed signs of emotion upon hearing his words, particularly Yi Fenghua and the others who had witnessed the events firsthand. Honorable Chairman, I am willing to stake my lifelong credibility on this. If Lu Yin conspires with the demon against humanity, I shall personally eliminate him and offer my life as atonement, Yi Fenghua stated. Unable to restrain himself in the oppressive silence, Lu Yin had previously sacrificed himself twice to suppress Eloria, while the life crystal provided a safety net. Such resoluteness was not the act of one who feared death. I, too, align with this, Hong Feng, typically composed, stood resolutely. So do I, added the scholarly Lin Haina. The statuses of these 3 individuals, while perhaps not at the pinnacle within this tribunal, were undeniably indispensable in contemporary human society. Their willingness to guarantee Lu Yin's credibility and lives alone was sufficient to sway the majority of the courtroom in his favor. Gratitude shone in Lu Yin's eyes as he regarded Yi Fenghua and the others. Another brief silence fell, followed by a murmur of conversation from the witness stand. Many who had initially harbored doubts about Lu Yin began to soften their expressions. However, the elder at the center of the tribunal remained impassive, betraying no signs of approval or disapproval. He slowly nodded before addressing the 4 judges beside him. And what of you? On the far right, an elder with a handlebar mustache adjusted his glasses and spoke in a grave tone. A merit is a merit, and a fault is a fault. The risks associated with engaging in a pact with the abyssal demon are too great. We cannot gamble the fate of all humanity lightly. As the mustachioed elder finished speaking, another stern-faced elder immediately chimed in. Indeed, we cannot place such a significant risk upon a mere child. Therefore, the wisest course of action is to confine him within the demon sealing prison. We cannot afford a second gamble. The demon sealing prison is a facility designated for the incarceration of high-risk professionals and beings from other realms. It is isolated from the outside world, fortified beyond escape, and possesses a reputation for absolute confinement. The prospect of 2 elders advocating for Lu Yin's imprisonment tightened the hearts of Yi Fenghua and the others in the witness stand. At that moment, the most robust elder on the far left, who had remained silent until now, suddenly slammed his hand down upon the table. Preposterous. His booming voice reverberated throughout the courtroom, startling all present. Ah, the demon sealing prison? You old fools, despite the years that have passed, you remain so timid and fearful. This is a top-tier genius of our celestial empire. Continuous concession will only embolden the abyssal demon. Our focus should be on how to assist this child, rather than allowing him to perish at the hands of demons only to fall victim to our own swords. The commander of the 4 armies, Zhao Qianjun, seized the opportunity to speak, casting a glance at Lu Yin. I concur with Elder Sunday. To slay a prodigy out of fear of demons is akin to avoiding food due to the risk of choking. Those demons have long been lurking. We need a blade that can pierce through the darkness. This child requires not only cultivation but our nation's full support in nurturing him. As all 4 judges expressed their positions, the eyes of everyone present turned once more to the elder clad in the Zhongshan suit at the center. Elder Bai, the decision rests with you, Zhao Qianjun urged, his gaze intense. Elder Bai, as he was called, surveyed the assembly with piercing eyes before finally fixating on Luin. The courtroom fell into a hushed silence, every breath held in anticipation of his final verdict. Luin, Elder Bai's voice was steady and powerful. Your contract with the Abyssal Demon Monarch indeed transgresses our empire's ironclad laws. Upon hearing this, Yi Fenghua and the others tensed, while the two elders advocating for imprisonment nodded slightly. However, Elder Bai's tone shifted dramatically, rising in intensity. Your conduct during the crisis in Tianjing City has also demonstrated your loyalty to this land. He rose, leaning upon the tribunal with hands supporting his frame. Though his posture was slightly stooped, yet exuded an undeniable authority. After careful consideration, I have decided that this matter shall be sealed within the highest military confidential files, and a special oversight group will be established for continuous monitoring. This decision left the assembly momentarily stunned. Elder Bai, this is far too risky. The mustachioed elder could not contain himself and rose to object. In his view, sparing Luin from immediate eradication was an immense act of mercy. Elder Bai raised a hand to silence him, his gaze sharp as a blade. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Rather than perpetually guarding against a potential threat, we should transform that threat into our weapon. Moreover, do you believe that at his age and level, he possesses the audacity to engage in a game of wits with an abyssal demon monarch? This statement rendered the opposing elder utterly speechless. He then turned to Luin, his tone laden with significance. Child, you were right earlier. The battle against the abyss has never been a solitary endeavor. From this moment forth, you shall no longer fight alone. Lu Yin's heart trembled as he grasped the weight of those words. However, Elder Bai's voice took on a serious tone once more. You must regularly report to the supervisory group. Should any signs of abyssal corruption manifest, I will take matters into my own hands. Luin calmly replied, his gaze resolute as he met Elder Bai's eyes. The courtroom fell into a heavy silence, everyone sensing the determination in the boy's words. Elder Bai regarded Luin intently, slowly nodding. In that case, the judgment is concluded. The gavel struck down, producing a crisp sound. With the announcement of the verdict, the atmosphere in the courtroom shifted dramatically. Yi Fenghua and the others breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances that reflected their shared joy. Child. As everyone began to depart, Zhao Qianjun strode forward, the 5 stars on his shoulder epaulets glimmering in the sunlight. Though this general of the 4th Army had crossed the threshold of 50, he stood tall and steadfast as a pine. Zhao Qianjun looked at Luin and spoke slowly. I hope you do not disappoint Elder Bai's decision. The special supervisory group will be under my direct oversight. Someone will contact you tomorrow. Luin met Zhao Qianjun's gaze and nodded calmly. I understand. Satisfied. Zhao Qianjun patted Lu Yin's shoulder, his expression a mix of elderly approval and a subtle hint of gravity. Very well, you should return and rest. After Zhao Qianjun left, Yi Fenghua and the others gathered around. Fortunately, it was a close call. By the way, the location for your retake has been decided. It's at the Illusion Tower in Qinghai City. I can take you there now. We'll use the military's teleportation array, which will save us considerable time. All right, I appreciate it. Commander Yi. Luin did not decline. Yi Fenghua laughed heartily. No need for formality. Let's go. The teleportation array is just behind the courtroom. Once Luin and the others departed, the 5 elder statesmen who had presided over his trial convened in a private chamber. Elder Bai spoke first. Let us discuss how to cultivate Luin moving forward, as well as our plans should he indeed fail. At this moment, the elder with the handlebar mustache, who had previously advocated for Lu Yin's imprisonment, looked puzzled. Old Bai, you are perhaps the most vehement opponent of Aloria. Why do you choose to spare that child? Elder Bai smiled slightly. Indeed, I harbor a deep disdain for Aloria, but I cannot afford to lose another loved one because of him. Lose a loved one. What is Lu Yin's relationship to you? The 4 elders were taken aback simultaneously. Ha, that child is not related to me, but he is connected to my granddaughter. As Elder Bai finished speaking, the mustachioed elder slammed the table, causing the teacups to clatter. Preposterous. Absolutely absurd. He was so enraged that his beard trembled. Bai Jingyuan, you would stake the safety of the entire celestial empire on the whims of a young person's romantic entanglements. Another elder, who had also advocated for imprisonment, spoke in a grave tone. Old Bai, you have indeed been remiss in your considerations. Your granddaughter is young and naive. How can you be so foolish as to follow her lead? Bai Zhenyuan leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing away the foam before taking a sip. Do you truly believe I am someone who would sacrifice the public good for personal gain? He set down the teacup, his gaze sharpening. My protection of Luin, while influenced by my granddaughter, is primarily because I see hope in that child. Hope? The mustachioed elder scoffed. Years ago, Aloria led the Abyssal Army in invasion. Our celestial empire exhausted our Awaken-level forces in response. Do you wish to see such a tragic event repeat itself? Bai Jingyun's gaze swept calmly over the mustachioed elder as he replied slowly. It is precisely because we remember the tragedies of the past that we must seize this opportunity to better understand the abyss. If this child can indeed subdue Eloria and become the sovereign of the Holy Demon Clan, we may have a chance to unravel the very essence of the abyss. Chapter 79. the Holy Hall Academy. He rose and began pacing within the chamber, his voice steady and powerful. Have you ever pondered why we, as human practitioners, have been unable to launch a counteroffensive against the Abyss? It is because the power of the Abyss amplifies the strength of the demon race, while simultaneously diminishing our own attributes. If we can overcome this hurdle, then reclaiming our home planet will no longer be mere fantasy. Endless compromises are ultimately a slow poison. What we need is to regain the initiative. Bai Jingyuan's words cast a momentary silence over the chamber. Zhao Qianjun, deep in thought, stroked his chin and broke the stillness. Old Bai makes a valid point. The immediate priority is to devise a strategy to assist Lu Yin. The Abyssal Demon Emperor is indeed formidable, but Lu Yin's potential and talent are also extraordinarily rare. If he can continue to grow at this rate, he may very well become the key force in our fight against the Abyss. The other cold-faced elder who had previously advocated for imprisonment nodded slightly. Since the decision has been made, it is indeed imperative to formulate a detailed training plan. Very well. Meanwhile, Yi Fenghua led Lu Yin onto the military district's teleportation array. After several minutes of transit, they arrived at the subbase in Qinghai City. Following the events of the day, Lu Yin felt an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. By the following morning, Yi Fenghua and Lu Yin stood before the illusion tower in Qinghai City. Alongside them were Yi Qinxian, Xiang Tsong, Bai Li Qiansheng, and 9 other examinees. Upon seeing Lu Yin, all eyes turned toward him. Brother, thank you for what you did 2 days ago. Bai Li Qiansheng strode forward, a broad smile gracing his face. If it weren't for you, we might not be seeing today's sunrise. Indeed, brother, you are incredible, taking down an Abyssal Demon King at level 20. If we have the chance to team up, I'll gladly take the front line for you. Xiang Tsong chimed in, unabashedly praising him. Lu Yin inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd. Yi Qinxian stood a short distance away, her cool gaze lingering on him for a moment before shifting away. It was a trifling matter, no need for words, Lu Yin responded coolly. Yi Fenghua surveyed the group before the illusion tower. Since everyone is here, let us commence the assessment. You are all aware of the rules, simply do your utmost. With Yi Fenghua's announcement, everyone was transported into the illusion tower. Since these individuals already had their usual assessment scores, this time they directly commenced from the endless mode. The assessment concluded swiftly, before half an hour had passed. Yi Fenghua called a halt. This was not due to any unforeseen incident, but because the other examinees had already been teleported out of the tower. Only Lu Yin remained inside, continuing his assessment. Yi Fenghua, well aware of Lu Yin's capabilities, knew that this assessment was merely a waste of time for him. The retake was merely a formality, so he decisively called off the examination. As for Lu Yin's score, it was undoubtedly first in the nation. Yi Fenghua awarded him a special reward of 1 million points. This was the highest score in the history of the national examination in the Celestial Empire. Traditionally, even with performance points, candidates would only amass tens of thousands of points over 10 standard rounds of assessment. In contrast, with the endless mode, the second place Yi Qinxian had only around 150,000 points. The other assessors raised no objections to Lu Yin's exceptional case, for they were all indebted to him for their lives. After the examination concluded, Lu Yin initially intended to return home to organize his affairs and await the commencement of the Holy Hall Academy. However, he was unexpectedly contacted by Xiao Wanghua. Upon connecting the call, Lu Yin learned that Xiao Wanghua would henceforth serve as his military supervisor. To facilitate this oversight, the military had coordinated with the Holy Hall Academy to allow him early enrollment. Lu Yin welcomed this arrangement with open arms. After all, he had no better place to be, and entering the Holy Hall Academy sooner would indeed be advantageous for him. Before long, Xiao Wanghua arrived, appearing somewhat weary. They were promptly transported to the gates of the Holy Hall Academy via a teleportation array. As the foremost institution for practitioners in the Celestial Empire, the academy is situated in the capital, Jinghua City. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the teleportation array, he was enveloped by a profound surge of energy. The academy's grand entrance loomed majestically, instilling an involuntary sense of insignificance in anyone standing before it. Towering stone statues, each 100 meters high, flanked the entrance. On the left stood a warrior wielding a shield and sword, while on the right, a mage leaned upon a staff. The surface of the statues shimmered with a subtle energy, indicating they were more than mere ornamentation. As Lu Yin surveyed the academy's perimeter, he noted the soaring walls extending endlessly in either direction, etched with intricate runes that subtly formed an immense protective array. It was indeed awe-inspiring. This place embodied the pinnacle of resources and wisdom from across the Celestial Empire, a veritable cradle of divine creation. A significant portion of the Empire's top practitioners had emerged from here, and many of the Academy's deans were deemed equal to the nation's elders. Standing beside Lu Yin, Xiao Wanghua spoke with a tone of pride and reverence. Come, let me guide you through the enrollment process and then find you suitable accommodations. He patted Lu Yin on the shoulder and led the way toward the entrance, with Lu Yin closely following. Once inside the Holy Hall Academy, Lu Yin couldn't help but observe his surroundings. Exotic plants lined the pathways, their leaves shimmering with a faint bioluminescence, clearly not of ordinary origin. Occasionally, students hurried past them, each radiating a formidable aura. What struck Luin most was the apparent urgency in their strides, their faces etched with concentration as if they were unwilling to squander a single moment. Following Xiaowangwa, they traversed the expansive main thoroughfare until they arrived at an imposing administrative building. This was the Academy's affairs hall, where new students enrolled and returning students accepted missions. As Xiaowangwa explained, they entered the hall together. The interior was vast, with a high vaulted ceiling formed of transparent energy barriers, revealing the sky outside. Dozens of service windows were neatly arranged. Although the crowd was sizable, the overall order was impeccable, and efficiency was high. The registrar, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a serious demeanor, accepted the documents that Xiaowangwa presented. Upon seeing Lu Yin's name, his eyes flickered momentarily, but he soon regained his composure, only casting a few more scrutinizing glances at Lu Yin. The enrollment process proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Lu Yin received a standard set of garments denoting his status as a student of the Holy Hall Academy, along with an identity badge containing his personal information and a detailed map and handbook of the Academy. The badge felt slightly heavy in his hand, adorned with the emblem of a sword and staff, while the reverse bore his name and student ID, subtly pulsating with energy. After completing the formalities, Xiaowangwa led Lu Yin out of the affairs hall. As they made their way toward the student dormitory area, Xiaowangwa smiled gently at Lu Yin. The dormitories at the Holy Hall Academy are classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Heaven tier consists of standalone villas. The Earth tier features upscale apartments. The Mysterious tier offers standard single rooms, while the Yellow tier accommodates 4 students per room. Given your circumstances, we have arranged a special dormitory for you. Chapter 80, The Divine Dormitory. A special dormitory? Lu Yin echoed, momentarily taken aback. Xiaowangwa smiled mysteriously, refraining from an immediate answer, and guided Lu Yin through a lush garden area. The deeper they ventured, the sparser the surrounding buildings became, and the environment grew increasingly tranquil. Eventually, they stopped before a dilapidated 3-story building encircled by verdant bamboo. The exterior was largely peeling, overtaken by lush vines. A small bronze wind chime hung from the eaves, producing a crisp sound in the breeze. Compared to the modern structures of the Academy, this place seemed suspended in time. This is it, Xiaowangwa announced, halting his steps. Lu Yin looked up at the building, feeling a twinge of doubt. Director Xiao, this is even older than my neighborhood. Are you certain it's suitable for habitation? Xiaowangwa laughed heartily, patting Lu Yin's shoulder. Young man, one must not judge solely by appearances. Though this building may appear worn, it is one of the most storied structures within the Holy Hall Academy. He gestured toward the vine-covered walls, his expression turning contemplative. This building is known as the Divine Dormitory, and it is said that a true deity once resided here. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, his gaze returning to the dilapidated structure. Is that so? Xiaowangwa nodded, pushing open the seemingly precarious wooden door, which creaked softly. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary 3-story building, but the interior was surprisingly spacious. A high-ceilinged hall was adorned with an antiquated chandelier that emitted a gentle glow. The walls were embedded with unknown crystals, subtly forming enigmatic patterns. Contrary to its exterior's decay, the interior was remarkably clean, with a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. Sunlight streamed through the intricately carved wooden windows, casting dappled shadows across the polished wooden floor. As Lu Yin surveyed his surroundings, slow footsteps echoed from the second floor. An elderly man dressed in gray robes descended the staircase, leaning on a broom. His hair was gray, and his face appeared gaunt, with drooping eyelids that suggested he had just awakened. The old man raised his bleary eyes, scanning Lu Yin and Xiaowangwa before finally resting his gaze on Lu Yin. Newcomer? His voice was hoarse, as though he hadn't spoken in some time. Xiaowangwa stepped forward respectfully, bowing slightly. Elder Zhou, this is the new resident, Lu Yin, who has been specially approved to stay in this dormitory. The elder, referred to as Elder Zhou, nodded slightly, a glimmer of unnoticeable sharpness flickering in his murky eyes. He appraised Lu Yin from head to toe and, after a moment, spoke slowly. Level 20, yet capable of slaying an abyssal demon king. Interesting. The room at the end of the first floor is yours from today onward. With that, Elder Zhou said no more, merely leaning on his broom and ambling toward a corner of the hall to commence sweeping the already clean floor. The rhythmic sound of the broom gliding across the wooden floor resonated throughout the hall, imparting an oddly soothing tranquility. Xiaowangwa leaned in to speak quietly to Lu Yin. Elder Zhou is the dormitory supervisor. You may seek his assistance with any matters in the future. I will leave you here. The rest is for you to explore. After bowing respectfully to Elder Zhou, he turned to depart. Lu Yin observed Xiaowangwa's deferential demeanor and understood that Elder Zhou was undoubtedly a figure of great significance. After all, the Sanctum Academy is a veritable treasure trove, harboring a significant portion of the awakened elite of the Celestial Empire. Watching Xiaowangwa depart, Lu Yin resumed his scrutiny of the place referred to as the Divine Dormitory. The hall was spacious and tranquil, with only the slow, Methodical sound of old Joe sweeping resonating through the air. He stepped towards the end of the first floor, the wooden floorboards creaking softly beneath his feet, yet surprisingly sturdy. The walls on either side of the corridor were adorned with patterns inlaid with crystalline stones, which appeared to flow gently as the light shifted. As Luin approached for a closer examination, he discerned that these patterns seemed to depict some ancient legend. Golden crows soared across the heavens. Enormous kuns swam in the abyss, and figures draped in radiant hues confronted each other amidst the clouds, arriving before a seemingly ordinary wooden door that stood ajar. Luin pushed it open, and a wave of refreshing air greeted him. The room was modestly sized and sparsely furnished, containing merely a wooden bed, a desk, and a chair. Yet, as soon as he stepped inside, he noticed his notification bar pulsating with activity. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. Experience points, 10. Oh, is it truly accumulating experience points automatically? Luin felt a flicker of astonishment, a glimmer of unusual intrigue dancing in his eyes. Though 10 points per second may not seem substantial, the continuous influx was remarkable. With 400 seconds in a day, that amounted to 860,000 experience points. This meant that even without engaging in quests, merely lingering here for less than 10 days would elevate him by one level. Such an extraordinary effect was indeed bewildering. However, while ascending a level in about 10 days might appear swift to an ordinary person, it felt somewhat sluggish to Luin. With his current prowess, he was entirely capable of soloing and rapidly clearing dungeons on nightmare difficulty. The increase in experience points from simply idling here would certainly pale in comparison. Just as he marveled at the exceptional nature of the divine dormitory, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he beheld old Joe, who had silently appeared at the doorway, still leaning on his broom. "Young man, you must remember the rules here," old Joe rasped. His voice gravelly, yet his gaze sharper than before. "The rent for a room on this floor is 1 dream god crystal per day." Old Joe gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor with his broom. "You may stay here today rent-free. However, if you do not acquire a dream god crystal by tomorrow, you will be expelled from the dormitory and barred from returning indefinitely." Luin glanced in the direction old Joe indicated, a sudden thought striking him, and he inquired, "Old Joe, are there others residing here besides me?" A flicker of inscrutable light glimmered in old Joe's murky eyes. "Those who have stayed here are not solely human. Some entities, even after departing, leave a part of themselves behind. As for the rest, you will gradually come to know." With that, old Joe turned and shuffled away, his stooped figure soon vanishing around the corner of the corridor. Luin stood at the center of the room, surveying this seemingly simple yet profoundly enigmatic abode. Old Joe's words stirred ripples in his mind. The notion that not only humans resided here held significant implications, especially considering the existence of divine challenges, which presented a unique opportunity to confront the divine directly. Those who excelled might even earn the favor of deities, acquiring items and equipment beyond the mortal realm. A spark of excitement ignited within Luin as he eagerly approached the staircase that old Joe had previously indicated. Chapter 81, Divine Challenge. Before the staircase, the azure portal of the dungeon entrance resembled a flowing deep spring, radiating a profound luminescence. He reached out to touch it, a chill coursing through him as the sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his body. Dream God Challenge. Level restriction, below, LV 30. Recommended number of participants, 1. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Hard, nightmare. Daily limit, once. Note, varying difficulty levels yield different probabilities for Dream God crystal drops. Without a moment's hesitation, Luin opted for the nightmare difficulty. As his figure was enveloped by the transmission light, old Joe emerged from the shadows. I wonder to what extent this young lad can reach. Simultaneously, as the light of transmission dissipated, Luin found himself in a distorted space. A hazy mist enveloped him, and delicate motes of light floated in the air, reminiscent of shattered dreams. The ground felt soft, akin to walking on clouds, yet bore an unsettling stickiness. Faint whispers echoed from afar, as if countless souls were murmuring in their slumber. Ding! You have entered the Dream God Dungeon, nightmare difficulty. As the notification chimed in his ears, Luin took a step forward, when suddenly, the mist roiled violently nearby. A contorted shadow lunged forth from the fog. It was a grotesque creature, its form resembling flowing ink, devoid of a fixed shape. Its body morphed in midair, at times becoming claws, at others, spikes. Nightmare Beast. Level, 30, Nightmare Grade. Strength, 10. 000. Constitution, 10. 000. Agility, 10. 000. Spirit, 10. 000. Trait, Ethereal Body, immune to physical attacks. Skills, Nightmare Breath, Mental Shock, Shadow Assault, Dream Weaving. Luin cast a glance at the creature's attributes. Though only level 30, its four-dimensional attributes far surpassed those of average-level bosses. Furthermore, it possessed a trait that rendered it immune to physical attacks. Truly, this was a divine challenge. The creature's abilities were indeed exaggerated. Nevertheless, come forth, Frost Tyrant. Surrounding Luin, 50 obsidian magic circles materialized. 50 frost tyrants manifested, causing the temperature in the entire distorted space to plummet, freezing even the dreamlike motes of light suspended in the air. Along the edges of the gray mist, tiny ice crystals began to form, emitting faint cracking sounds. The contorted nightmare beast emitted a piercing psychic wail, and an invisible wave of mental shock surged toward Lu-in like a tide. Frost Ice Spire. Yet, 50 frost tyrants unleashed their attacks simultaneously, a torrential downpour of massive ice spires hurtling toward the nightmare beast. Since it was immune to physical attacks, magical assaults would suffice. The creature twisted and contorted, attempting to evade the barrage of ice, but the sheer number of frost tyrants overwhelmed the entire space. Several ice spires pierced its flowing, ink-like body, and a multitude of damage indicators erupted above its head. 123, 552, 113, 584, 136, 548. Ding. You have slain a nightmare beast. Experience points increased by 80, 000, 20. Ding. Loot acquired. Dream God Crystal. Lu-in held a walnut-sized, irregularly shaped diamond crystal, within which countless tiny golden specks of light danced. It resembled a frozen galaxy, slowly traversing along an arcane trajectory. Upon closer inspection, one could almost glimpse ephemeral scenes flickering deep within its depths. Ah, splendid. The drop rate exceeds my expectations. However, this nightmare beast cannot yield death souls, nor can it be resurrected as a death soldier. Lu-in carefully stowed away the dream god crystal and proceeded deeper into the mist. The soft ground beneath his feet undulated slightly with each step, as if the entire space were inhaling and exhaling. The fragmented whispers grew increasingly distinct, resembling a multitude of dreams intertwining in his ears. After a short distance, the fog ahead suddenly parted, revealing a rather bizarre sight. 3 larger nightmare beasts were slowly rotating around a hovering dark purple crystal. The crystal emanated a disquieting pulse of energy, causing the surrounding space to warp subtly. Nightmare Beast Elite. Level 30, Nightmare Grade. Strength 20,000. Constitution 20,000. Agility 20,000. Spirit 20,000. Traits: Ethereal Body, immune to physical attacks. Dream Resonance. The health of the 3 nightmare beasts is interconnected. Skills: Dream Chain, Mental Storm, Shadow Assault. Dream Weaving. Resonance trait? Lu-in's brow arched. It appeared that these 3 creatures must be vanquished simultaneously, otherwise they would heal one another. As he pondered his strategy, the trio of nightmare beasts suddenly emitted sharp, piercing shrieks. Their dark, shadowy forms writhed violently, transforming into countless inky chains that coiled towards Lu-in from 3 directions like venomous serpents. Dream Chain. Lu-in swiftly retreated, his mind racing. Icebound Domain. 50 frost tyrants unleashed their magical energy in unison, and a frigid wave of icy power erupted from their epicenter. The entire space was instantly encased in ice, halting the incoming chains mere meters from him, which then cracked ominously. However, the elite nightmare beasts surpassed ordinary creatures in strength, breaking free from their icy prison. Their dark forms suddenly merged into a colossal black vortex. At the heart of this maelstrom, a terrifying mental storm was brewing. Combined skill? Lu-in's gaze sharpened. Frost Nova. 50 blasts of frost energy erupted, the extreme chill rendering the very air seemingly solid. The surface of the vortex formed by the fused nightmare beasts began to freeze, abruptly interrupting the impending mental storm. 128, 742. A multitude of substantial damage numbers floated upwards, yet the health bar of the nightmare beasts fell by a mere tenth. Moreover, thanks to the Dream Resonance trait, their health was rapidly regenerating. Was that purple crystal responsible for their recovery? Lu-in discerned the crux of the issue and promptly altered his strategy, resolving to destroy that crystal first. Ice Crystal Detonation. All 50 frost tyrants raised their claws in unison, coalescing countless ice crystals around the nightmare beasts before detonating them. Amidst the relentless explosions, the 3 nightmare beasts let out anguished howls. Yet, they quickly retaliated. One of the nightmare beasts transformed into a shadow, breaking through the icy blockade to appear before Lu-in. Shadow Assault. Just as its claws were about to reach him, 10 frost tyrants positioned themselves in front, erecting an icy wall with their bodies. Meanwhile, the remaining 40 frost tyrants continued their bombardment on the purple crystal. Lu-in stood behind the ice wall, meticulously observing the situation. The purple crystal boasted formidable defenses and a substantial health pool. Even though he could bypass its defenses, it had absorbed 2 waves of attacks. The combined output of the 2 waves from 50 frost tyrants totaled a staggering 10 million. Gazing at the shattering purple crystal, Lu-in couldn't help but muse. This was precisely why he excelled. For other mythic classes, merely defeating the first nightmare beast upon entry would be a commendable feat. However, nothing is absolute. For mythic class practitioners inherently possess absurd attributes. Furthermore, since the purple crystal was not immune to physical damage, it offered other classes a sliver of opportunity to conquer the challenge. After the purple crystal shattered, the 3 elite nightmare beasts lost their healing capabilities. Simultaneously, all 50 frost tyrants unleashed their most powerful skills, flooding the entire space with a brilliant azure light. The 3 nightmare beasts dissipated into black smoke amidst their desperate cries. Ding! You have slain a nightmare beast, gaining 120. 20 experience points. Ding! Loot acquired. 3 dream god crystals, 1 dream fragment. Lu-Yin examined the spoils in his inventory and discovered, in addition to 3 dream god crystals, a silver fragment resembling a shattered mirror. Within the fragment reflected countless twisted images, as if containing innumerable dreams. Dream fragment, special material. Usage, a shard imbued with the essence of dreams, seemingly part of some key. Chapter 82, Hidden Mechanism. While Lu-Yin scrutinized the fragment, the entire space suddenly trembled violently. The distant mist surged wildly, and a colossal shadow began to awaken slowly. Outside the instance, Zhou stood, sensing the unusual fluctuations emanating from the entrance, his eyes flashing with surprise. Had he already reached the boss? This kid. Inside the instance, Lu-Yin looked up towards the depths of the mist. There, a pair of enormous eyes, akin to the moon, were gradually opening. Within the depths of those colossal pupils, countless shattered dreamscapes swirled. As it gazed upon him, the gray fog of the entire space rolled back frantically, revealing an unfathomably large and distorted figure behind it. Dream Eater. Level 30, Nightmare Grade Boss. Strength 50,000. Constitution 50,000. Agility 50,000. Spirit 100,000. Traits: Elemental Body, immune to magical damage. Skills: Dream Descent, Mental Storm, Dream Weaving, Nightmare Reincarnation. Lu-Yin glanced at the monster's stats. Its attributes were already far superior to those of its peers, particularly the spirit, which soared to an astonishing 100,000 points. Moreover, the creature's traits were the complete antithesis of the previous nightmare beasts, now offering immunity to magic. However, this suited Lu-Yin's intentions perfectly. He beckoned with his hand, summoning 200 dark magic arrays. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Death Orc Sergeant, Dark Dragon Lord, and other physical soldiers of the dead were summoned. Various skills flickered brilliantly in an instant. The Dream Eater had no time to unleash its skills before it let out a cry and became Lu-Yin's experience. Ding! You have slain a Dream Eater, gaining 180,000, 20 experience points. Ding! Loot acquired. 5 Dream God Crystals. Observing the effortless defeat of the final boss, Lu-Yin momentarily fell into a daze. Though the monsters within the instance posed a challenge, he had not anticipated it to be this simple. Successfully completed the level 30 Divine Challenge. Would you like to continue? Next level challenge difficulty, level 35. At that moment, Lu-Yin received a prompt from the instance. Continue. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. In the next instant, the dense fog of the instance surged, and a nightmare beast slowly coalesced before him. Its form and skills were identical to before, the only difference being its level, which had risen to 35. With a slight enhancement to its attributes, Lu-Yin, disinterested in entangling himself further, commanded 50 frigid tyrants to strike simultaneously, obliterating the foe in an instant. Ding! You have slain a nightmare beast, gaining 120,000, 20 experience points. Ding! Loot acquired. 2 Dream God Crystals. As he ventured forth through the thick fog, he encountered 3 elite nightmare beasts alongside a violet crystal. Understanding the mechanics of these 3 adversaries, Lu-Yin directed all his undead soldiers to attack in unison. Ding! You have slain a nightmare beast, gaining 180,000, 20 experience points. Ding! Loot acquired. 6 Dream God Crystals, 1 Dream Fragment. He obtained yet another Dream Fragment. Its purpose currently unknown. However, he was confident that as he continued to challenge himself, its function would eventually be revealed. Successfully completed the level 35 Divine Challenge. Would you like to continue? Next challenge difficulty, level 40. Without hesitation, he pressed on. The attributes of the level 40 monsters had reached parity with his augmented undead soldiers. Yet, their numerical inferiority ensured they could not escape the deluge of skills that awaited them. The subsequent boss, however, required a bit more of his time. Successfully completed the level 40 Divine Challenge. Would you like to continue? Next challenge difficulty, level 45. He chose to proceed once more. Aside from the increase in monster attributes, the quantity had also changed. This revelation brought a glimmer of joy to Lu-Yin. The difficulty of this dungeon was purely a matter of statistical superiority, and when it came to numbers, Lu-Yin was the most authoritative figure, summoning 3 abyssal generals. With their combined attributes exceeding 1 million, Lu-Yin executed a counter-surge of dominance. Ding! You have slain a nightmare beast, gaining 250,000, 20 experience points. Ding. Loot acquired. 18 Dream God Crystals, 1 Dream Fragment. After clearing the monsters from the dungeon once more, a radiant glow enveloped Luin, signifying his level up. Ding. Your level has increased to level 24. Death space count increased. Current total, 253, 340. The efficiency of this leveling up brought a smile to Lu Yin's face. This divine challenge felt tailor-made for him. Each increase in difficulty was a nightmare for ordinary practitioners, yet for Lu Yin, it was a veritable boon. This was even after he had allocated 20 experience points to Ioria. Otherwise, his level would have risen even more swiftly. Successfully completed the level 50 divine challenge. Would you like to continue? Next challenge difficulty, level 55. He resolutely confirmed his choice, and the surrounding gray mist became as viscous as ink. He could sense the oppressive pressure of the dungeon intensifying, with disquieting mental waves saturating the air. The mist roiled as 5 colossal nightmare beasts coalesced before him. Their eyes glimmered with a deep purple light, and their attribute panels indicated they had all reached level 55, with their attributes surpassing 100,000. The increase in their numbers sparked Lu Yin's excitement. He was eager to discover how many rounds this divine challenge could endure. The battle commenced and concluded in an instant. The 5 nightmare beasts were torn to shreds by the onslaught of furious skills before they could even let out a roar. Ding. You have slain 5 nightmare beasts, gaining 420,000 experience points. Ding. Loot acquired. 25 Dream God Crystals. Pressing onward, he spotted the familiar violet crystal. Upon shattering it, he collected yet another dream fragment. This time, when the dream fragment appeared, it fused with the other fragments in his inventory. Subsequently, a notification chimed. Ding. Detected that the dream fragments have been gathered. 66. Automatically synthesizing special item, Dream Key. Would you like to use the Dream Key to unlock the ultimate divine challenge? The ultimate divine challenge, Lu Yin murmured, then swiftly chose to proceed. It was absurd to refuse such a hidden mechanism that promised immense rewards. Only a fool would decline. As Lu Yin made his selection, the entire dungeon space trembled violently. The once pervasive gray mist dissipated abruptly, revealing a breathtaking spectacle of a starry sky. Lu Yin found himself suspended in the boundless cosmos, with a slowly rotating galaxy beneath him. A vague humanoid silhouette began to materialize before him. Though the figure appeared ethereal, it emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Even Lu Yin felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Outside the dungeon, Zhou Lao sensed this unusual energy and abruptly stood, shattering his teacup on the floor in disbelief. He gazed incredulously at the multicolored radiance pouring from the dungeon entrance. Could this be the ultimate challenge? This lad had triggered the ultimate challenge, a feat no one had achieved in millennia. Chapter 83, The Projection of the Dream God. At this moment, Lu Yin stared intently at the nebulous figure before him. The silhouette gradually solidified, adorned in a robe woven from starlight, with countless worlds flickering in its eyes. The very essence of its being caused the surrounding space to emit anguished cries of strain. Projection of the Dream God, Nightmare Level. Level, 60. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit. Traits, Dream Sovereign. Increases the effects of all mental skills by 300. Reality Shift, switches between physical and magical immunity every 10 seconds. Skills, Great Dream of Eternity, Mind Prison, Whispers of Existence, Dream Collapse. The inability to discern its attributes indicated that this being's power far surpassed Lu Yin's current investigative capabilities. Lu Yin frowned slightly. It was his first encounter with an adversary whose attributes he could not gauge. However, standing there, he had no intention of retreating. With a wave of his hand, over 200 obsidian arrays ignited simultaneously, summoning both legion commanders to his side. Master, is this the projection of a deity? Yarbena inquired with mild astonishment. For our master, Kassa stated without hesitation, raising his shield to position it protectively before Lu Yin. Lin Xiao stood steadfastly at Lu Yin's side, with this third-tier powerhouse present. Lu Yin felt emboldened against the projection of the deity. Just as Lu Yin summoned the Legion of Death, the Dream God's projection slowly raised its hand. In an instant, the entire cosmos seemed to freeze. The trajectories of countless stars halted, and even time grew thick and sluggish. Great Dream of Eternity, a transcendent voice resonated. And Lu Yin felt the scenery around him shift abruptly. He was suddenly transported back to the moment before his death in a past life. The blaring alarms of the monitors piercing through the air, and the frantic figures of doctors and nurses fluttering before his eyes. Heart rate declining. Prepare for defibrillation. A familiar sense of helplessness washed over him, and the shadow of death loomed once more. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have succumbed to despair. Yet Lu Yin merely observed the unfolding scene with clarity in his gaze. Dreams were ultimately just dreams. With a gentle wave of his hand, the hospital scene shattered like glass. The scenery shifted again, this time revealing a warm tableau from his childhood, when his parents were still alive. The mother busied herself in the kitchen, while the father tended to the flowers and plants in the garden. Everything appeared so vividly real. Inner, Come to dinner. The mother turned and smiled, her expression mirroring that of his memories. Luin stood rooted to the spot, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Such a delightful dreamscape. It was one that made it difficult for one to wish to awaken. However, Luin closed his eyes and waved his hand once more. The scenes shifted continuously, manifesting the fears, desires, and regrets buried deep within his heart. Yet Luin remained as serene as a still pond, undisturbed by the tempest around him. Just as he waved his hand to dispel the final illusion of the dream, the eyes of the dream god's projection surged with a sudden brilliance like the stars. A heart imprisoned. An ethereal voice resonated once again, this time devoid of illusion, presenting a palpable mental oppression. The air surrounding Luin seemed to solidify into transparent amber, as countless fragmented memories pierced his mind like sharp shards of glass. A relentless onslaught that no one could bear on his behalf, nor could he defend against. He had no choice but to activate the monarch-subject connection to avert his own annihilation. 235-7654. A colossal damage number floated upward, as several orc commanders who bore the brunt of the damage found their vitality completely depleted. All swords returned to their origin. Black Flame Avatar. Annihilation Mode. At the same moment, Lin Xiao, Yoer, Bina, and Kassa launched their attacks in unison. The 3 demon generals and over 200 undead soldiers unleashed their most formidable skills. Although the dream god's projection could switch between physical and magical immunity, it could not withstand such a barrage of skills simultaneously. 135,222. 535,645. 3,564. Damage numbers soared into the air, visibly diminishing the health bar of the dream god's projection at an alarming rate. This was still due to the effect of ignoring defenses. Otherwise, this volley would have obliterated the dream god's projection in an instant. The murmurs of all beings. The ethereal voice echoed once more, as myriad whispers flooded the battlefield in an instant. This sound penetrated the soul, causing the undead soldiers to momentarily falter, breaking free from Luin's control. Even formidable figures like Yoer and Kassa found their forms wavering slightly. Divine Sword Art, 1,000-mile slash. Just as the whispers of all beings threatened to completely disrupt the battlefield, Lin Xiao's sword light tore through the chaos like the dawn's first light. The sword's chime resonated clearly as the 1,000-mile blade traced a brilliant arc through the void, piercing the dream god's projection. 503-5324. Damage numbers erupted, causing the health bar of the dream god's projection to plummet significantly. At this moment, the other undead soldiers regained their composure and resumed their assault. Just as the dream god's projection's health dipped below 50, the entire starry sky dimmed abruptly. The radiance of all the stars seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, leaving only the dim starry glow swirling around the dream god's projection. An overwhelming pressure engulfed the surroundings. The dream shattered. No longer was it an ethereal voice. It bore an ancient majesty, as if heralding the world's end. Crack. Luin's pupils constricted as the void fractured like a shattered mirror, numerous fissures appearing. The undead soldiers touched by the collapsing space shattered along with the void. A cold glimmer flashed in Luin's eyes as he withdrew all ordinary undead soldiers back into the realm of death. Divine Intent Transcendent Sword. In the urgent moment of the void's relentless disintegration, Lin Xiao was enveloped in a tempest of sword energy, transforming into a divine sword capable of cleaving through heaven and earth. With a resounding shout, an energy sword that spanned the cosmos coalesced above him. The sword's body pulsed with profound Tao rhythms, as countless runes flickered upon the blade's edge. As the massive sword descended, even the collapsing dream seemed to freeze. Boom! The sword light collided with the disintegrating void, erupting in a blinding radiance. Countless fragments of space scattered in all directions, severing even the light of the stars. 186-54321. An astonishing damage number floated above the dream god's projection, its starry glow visibly dimming. The dream god's projection sustained grievous injuries, with countless cracks appearing on its starry robe, resembling a shattered river of stars. In its eyes, the visions of creation and destruction began to spiral into chaos, and the space around it wailed even louder. Countless swords, no trace. Lin Xiao pressed the attack, his form transforming into a multitude of sword lights, darting through the fragmented void like shooting stars. Black Flame Knight Legion. Charge of 1,000 troops. Wrath of the Guardian. Kassa and Yoer also joined the fray. And under their combined onslaught, the health of the dream god's projection finally reached zero. Its form gradually turned ethereal, rippling like a reflection upon water. A voice of delight resonated in Luin's ears. Chapter 84. The 10 Monarchs. Ding. You have slain the dream god's projection, gaining 2,000,000,000,20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations on completing the divine challenge, receiving loot, divine key, fragment, dream god token. Ding. You have successfully attracted the attention of the dream god. Do you accept the dream goddess blessing? The dream goddess blessing? Luin paused momentarily before directly opting to accept. The divine blessing resembled a form of permanent buff, not only enhancing attributes, but often accompanied by formidable effects. At the instant Luin chose to accept, the entire starry sky suddenly erupted in 1,000 hues of dawn. Countless streams of light, as if drawn by an unseen force, surged wildly into his being. This extraordinary phenomenon extended beyond the confines of the battlefield. The sky above the city of Jinghua was suddenly shrouded in a magnificent aurora. 7 colored streams cascaded like waterfalls from the clouds, intertwining in the air to form a dreamlike tapestry. Practitioners within the city looked up in astonishment, marveling at this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. Many practitioners were alarmed to notice their experience points steadily rising, and a positive buff appeared in their status. Dream blessing. All attributes increased by 5, duration 1 year. By the heavens, this is the grace of the divine. Which great figure has completed the divine task, allowing so many of us to benefit? The practitioners of Jinghua City erupted in excitement. Crowds on the streets halted, gazing upward at the dreamlike spectacle in the sky. Inside the dormitory, Elder Zhou trembled with excitement. After so many years, someone had finally gained the dream god's recognition once more. Elder Zhou murmured to himself, memories of his youth swirling in his mind. Recalling the records he had seen in ancient texts, the celestial phenomenon triggered by divine blessings often signified the emergence of a powerful figure capable of altering the course of an era. His gaze fixed intensely on the entrance to the divine challenge instance, his eyes gleaming with fervor as if they could melt gold and iron. Elder Zhou, who has gained the dream goddess acknowledgement. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor, and a young man clad in silver armor rushed toward him. Elder Zhou looked at the silver-armored youth and took a deep breath. A child named Luin. Luin? I've never heard of him. A newcomer. He arrived today. What? The silver-armored youth's face was one of utter disbelief. He arrived today? And he has already gained the dream goddess recognition. Impossible. How could this be? The silver-armored youth was named Ji Xingqian, the national champion from the previous year. His profession is that of a 2-star mythical dragon speaker, capable of forging contracts with colossal dragons, and he is also an exceptionally powerful anomaly. However, even he could only muster a mere 5 dream fragments when confronted with the challenge of the divine. After all, each dream fragment corresponds to the challenge level. And without the ability to directly face a difficulty level of 55 like Luin, one could never hope to assemble the dream key. Just as Ji Xingqian and Elder Zhou were left in astonishment, within the dungeon, Luin felt an inexplicable lightness enveloping him. Under the suppression of a higher divine rank, blessing from the dream god failed. What is happening? Sensing the divine power gradually dissipating, Luin blinked. Higher divine rank suppression. Could it be that nameless god behind me? After a moment of contemplation, Luin came to a realization. Generally, an exceptional professional can receive blessings from multiple deities. However, should the rank of the blessing deity differ significantly from the practitioner's patron god, there exists a possibility of blessing failure. Yet, Luin did not dwell too much on this outcome. He believed his strength was already extraordinarily remarkable. The absence of a blessing buff was hardly a significant concern. Shaking his head, Luin turned his gaze towards the spoils dropped by the dream god's projection. Key of the deity, fragment. Usage, collect 3 to unlock the divine secret realm. Dream goddess token, special item. Usage, can summon the will of the dream god through the divine arena, effect. Upon examining the item descriptions, Luin raised an eyebrow slightly. The divine secret realm appears to be a space inhabited by deities. Historical records suggest that certain professionals have ventured into the realms of the gods, though the truth of these accounts remains unverified. As for the divine arena mentioned in the dream goddess token, this was the first time Luin had encountered such a concept. Once he exited, he could inquire with Elder Zhou for further information. Upon being teleported out of the dungeon, he was greeted by the sight of Elder Zhou and Ji Xingqian, whose jaws seemed poised to drop to the ground. Luin, you have completed the ultimate challenge of the dream god and received his blessing. Luin shook his head at these words. Elder Zhou, I completed the challenge, but did not receive the dream goddess blessing. Elder Zhou was momentarily taken aback. His expression, one of utter confusion. How can this be? The outside world is bathed in the blessings of the dream god. Is this not a manifestation of successful blessing? He had lived for a considerable time, yet this was the first instance he had encountered such a situation. The system prompt indicated that I was under the suppression of a higher divine rank, hence the failure, Luin explained nonchalantly. What? The dream god is one of the few major deities. How could he possibly be suppressed by a higher divine rank? Elder Zhou gasped. Within the chronicles of practitioners, major deities were already the pinnacle of divinity. Theoretically, blessings from such deities could not be suppressed. Can you tell me which deity is your patron god? It is a new god. His statue appears exceedingly vague, and even I do not know his name, Luin replied without acknowledging Elder Zhou's astonishment. A new god can suppress the dream god. Elder Zhou muttered, a glimmer of uncertainty flashing in his murky eyes, as if he had recalled some incredible legend. Ji Xingqian furrowed his brow as well. As a dragon speaker, he possessed an understanding of the divine hierarchy far beyond that of ordinary individuals. An entity capable of suppressing a major deity could not possibly exist within the known pantheon of gods, unless... Could it be an ancient deity? Elder Zhou's voice trembled as he grasped Lu Yin's shoulders tightly. Child, recall in detail the characteristics of the statue you saw during your awakening. Even the most minute detail will suffice. Lu Yin was somewhat bewildered by Elder Zhou's excited reaction, but began to recollect carefully. The deity's visage was indistinct. But he sat upon a massive skeletal throne, surrounded by countless beings kneeling in submission. The scene appeared exceedingly grand. Elder Zhou, upon hearing Lu Yin's description, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. The throne of submission belongs to your professional sovereign. That ancient myth. Could it be true? His voice trembled uncontrollably, and his breaths grew increasingly rapid. Seeing this, Ji Xingshan hurriedly supported Elder Zhou, perplexed. Elder Zhou, what have you realized? Which deity possesses such power that even the major deity, the dream god, would be suppressed? Elder Zhou took several deep breaths, struggling to calm the tumult within him. He fixed his gaze on Lu Yin, his eyes brimming with an unprecedented awe mixed with a hint of fear. The 10 sovereigns. The 10 sovereigns who once ruled the deities.